And then we know that the 42 Confessions at the oldest was around 42 BCE. However, we also know that other people have said that are more, I think, credible historians, is that it isn't actually closer to like 2000 BCE.
Listen, Josh. If you didn't fucking read that shit on a black website, John, then it's whitewashing, bro.
Do your research.
Oh, okay,
buddy.
I gotcha. Okay, thanks, Chris.
You need to do your research better, John.
Yeah, I need to listen to the same black people that you are that are telling you that every black person is a descendant of Pharaoh. Yeah, you're right. Okay.
Yeah, can I ask you something, Frederick? You brought up Mansa Musa. Just tell me what your evidence of Mansa Musa is.
I was bringing up him because he's the same hearsay candidate as your Genghis Khan. I said, let's talk about shit I got facts on, like the pharaohs. We got their lineage. We got dates. We got the dates they reigned from. Who
name a pharaoh? Name a pharaoh.
You want to say
name a pharaoh?
Genghis Khan? No,
name a pharaoh.
They hearsay figures as Mansa Musa. Why didn't you bring him up? That's what I said.
All the pharaohs were black. Look it up.
You should have brought up
a pharaoh,
a Negroid instead of a Mongol.
Name a pharaoh. Name a pharaoh.
Ramses, Narmer. There was a bunch of pharaohs.
Namor.
It was a bunch of pharaohs. Khufu.
What the?
Yeah,
which one?
Easy. Freddie identifies with the Egyptian religion. He identifies with the Egyptian religion.
Akhenaten. I mean,
I just want to say that Elder Lion is correct that he's smoking the Emerald Tablets because he's Billy Carson was debunked on.
Yeah, but John Mosman, remember earlier he said his God is Akhenaten. Remember, his God is Akhenaten, bro, but he's not polytheistic. He's just Egyptian Kang.
Right? Yeah. Exactly.
Well, John, I think in all fairness to Freddie, that Pharaoh Cuckoo he listed off might be a good place to start.
It's good having you back, Wally.
They know what they're doing. If you look up the Egyptians today in North Africa, the United States labeled them as white, but labeled the Arabs in Iran Arabian. They label them white because they own with the Zionist plan of Christianity.
Here we go. You brought up Mansa Musa. What do you think? How do you think we have? What's the proof? What do you think the writing is in?
Oh my God!
What do you think the writing of Mansa Musa is in?
He's had too much weed.
It's Arabic.
Googling, or are you trying to have a debate in real life time, man?
But I don't want.
Do you understand that, right?
I don't want
to. You over Googling, baby?
You understand that, right?
Your Wikipedia.
Yeah. Oh, Easy's actually researching the topic. Oh no, like research actually.
Listen. Oh my goodness, that's the end of the world.
Where did you hear about Mansa Musa? You fucking retard. Where did you hear about Mansa Musa?
He watches TikTok videos.
Did you read a book about Mansa Musa? Can you even read?
TikTok videos, bro.
Huh? Can you even read? Did your welfare check buy you that flag?
My veteran pension did.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
You know from the government that he doesn't rely on.
You mean your welfare check? So wait a minute, you get a pension, but you don't rely on the government, but you get a pension. Why would you take that if you don't want to rely on the government?
You earn a pension, buddy.
Yeah, but why would you take that? No,
you earn a pension. Why would you take that?
Yeah, you're right. You're relying on them,
buddy.
Yeah, you're relying on them to hold you down.
If the government collapsed or changed its policy where you would no longer receive that pension, would you not be in trouble then? Because you rely on them?
I can't be in trouble.
Because he's a millionaire and he hasn't paid taxes in 13 years and all of
more like 20 for real, but I ain't.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure he's probably slinging rock on the corner.
And veterans don't have to pay property tax.
He does pay taxes. He pays
Veterans
sales
don't have to
taxes,
pay
right?
property tax
All
in
right.
certain
Whole
states.
point is all the
In
things that
certain
you'll
states.
bring up, the
I
evidence
gotta be
for it is
exact when I
fucking
talk to
trash.
y'all because y'all
And you
trying
got
to
no
prove
evidence
me
for
wrong
fuck
on some
all.
bullshit.
You
Veterans
got
don't
no
pay
evidence for fuck
property
all,
tax
buddy.
in certain states.
Yeah, you can't engage in conversations. You've been hitting the
No,
head
you
once.
just want to ask about Mansa Musa, some shit that's hearsay, like your dude Genghis Khan. Won't you talk about
but
somebody got some substance?
okay, like
who I
you
can
brought
prove
up,
you wrong
you brought
about?
up Ramses. Hold up, stop. Just listen. You brought up Ramses. Okay, we
told me to
found
name a pharaoh. I didn't bring him up.
it too.
I named a pharaoh, but go ahead.
Stop.
Go
Oh
ahead.
my gosh.
We found a sarcophagus with a mummy in it, right? That was by a statue, right? That was named to Ramses. We found a golden sword with a signature that looks like Ramses along in a fort along the Nile.
How they know
And
what
then there was
Ramses'
a
signature
temple.
look like?
There was a temple that was apparently what it looks like from inscribed on it was dedicated to a Ramses. Okay, now explain to me why you use all of that and you think you know that Ramses was real.
What? You said they had his mummy, right?
Yeah, they have a mummy.
So they have a physical
mummy.
body, right?
Yeah, they have a mummy.
Okay, so and you asking me how do I know what?
I can go to the graveyard, get plenty of mummies, bro.
But we're talking about one dude that said it's his grave though, right?
No one's greater, but you.
Granite. It was a granite sarcophagus, right? That was placed in, or sorry, it was a golden coffin placed into a granite sarcophagus, and it was dedicated to it was dedicated to Ramses' death, and then it was apparently looted 200 years later before it was found. So explain to me this: how do you know that was Ramses in there?
Probably because it wasn't until the white people found them till they started eating the mummies at $1 million parties. Since the mummy was still there and not taken and eaten, therefore it was just some people looking for minerals and gold.
They're eating the mummies?
Yeah, man,
No,
like
they're eating
Futurama,
the mummies.
You know how like some are teriyaki flavored?
Yes, they eat mummies, black mummies. Look it up.
That's how you get the power of
No,
the
are you
kings,
crazy?
easy.
It wasn't in a pyramid. It was in a sarcophagus. I didn't say it was in a pyramid. It was in a granite sarcophagus.
It was in a pyramid. I said that if
You didn't know if you eat the mummies, you get their powers, easy.
Yeah, but the problem is the Ramses, the way they get that it was even Ramses' sarcophagus is because it was covered in all these carved like text and decorations, right? But like there's other things that they could be misidentifying there. You're thinking we're deciphering this shit how many fucking years later? How are you guaranteeing you know that was Ramses, the black king that they lying to us about who he really was? How do you know all of this? Where do you get this? Did Yakub come down and tell you this himself? Or?
Listen. Somebody tap me in. When you great and build a great civilization, they don't have Greekology, do they? They don't have Romology, do they? But they do have Egyptology. You know how they got?
They definitely are classes that study Greece
because
and Roman.
Get their fucking research. That's how they fucking know who's who and what date they fucking reign. Wow. You got to go to college and get a fucking degree to even go into the fucking tomb.
Black Man College. Tell me which college.
It's higher than theology. Theology is the study of all the religions, not just one. It takes a whole fucking science.
You know how much pseudoscience is in that, though, Freddie? How much pseudoscience they have found in Egyptology? A lot of the things that they have faked or they have not even
it's an insane religion and it's a big problem because anytime they find contradicting new evidence, the Scientologists fight against that being taken. They have a very strong hold on their beliefs, so they refuse to believe the original.
It's not called Greekology. The information, that's where they started.
It always comes back to the bagels with racists.
It's
Yeah,
the
the
first 4
bagels and the
books.
white
Moses
people,
was a
bro.
pharaoh. All their
The
knowledge comes
bagels,
from the
bagel,
temples.
the
Why do
bagel
you think they
the
Jews.
made
bagels and the white
Egyptology?
people, bro.
Bagels.
It's
Yeah,
the
man.
same Savior
Gonna eat some
resurrection
bagels,
story.
white bagels,
Same
not black
resurrection.
bagels.
Savior, since before Jesus, they had the Savior
Love it.
resurrection story. Look it up. The Trinity.
Easy.
All
What
of
up,
it
William?
been
I'm
replaced
trying to get
by
in.
the
I'm in the
same
back,
shit in the
but
Holy
there's
Bible.
10
So
people
shut the
there.
fuck up.
That's the whole point.
Easy, you need to
Oh,
wait.
Ernie, shut the fuck up. I
This
knew he was
gets
going to say it
better.
eventually.
Yeah,
I
Somebody
knew you
gotta
were going to
tag
say
me
it,
in.
Freddie.
Fucking
Easy. This actually gets
Hey,
better when
man,
he's gonna
it's
tell you
crazy.
now. He's in a bit. He's gonna tell you about how Arabic people are white, bro. Don't wait for it.
no. That's the whole point of the whole Messiah.
Just like Indian people are white,
No,
so
it
Yeah.
till the Christ comes.
Hey,
Why
why
they
is
rejected
that?
him?
Why
Well done.
is that?
Because he was the fucking savior of the world. It doesn't mean he was black or white, you fucking idiot. He was fucking coming here to tell everyone we were a slave. No, you're no longer a slave. You're free. You motherfuckers.
Look up who Darius.
Did you hear that, Frederick? Jesus came to say that we was kings.
Darius of Libya told the Council of Nicaea, no, you ain't about to lie to these people and act like Serapis is this Messiah when we already have.
I've been trying to wait for this guy to stop. Like you gotta breathe.
He does it, bro.
Hey, breathe a little bit. Smoke on that thing for a second, okay? Because you dumbass just said Stop. You just said Egyptology. It's gotta have its own fucking study. There's no Romanology, bro. Well, okay, first off, Egyptology is simply just the study of the language and the history of
Egypt,
the civilizations.
So they
in
just
Egypt,
don't call it Greekology.
right?
They
There's
call
something
it Greek
called
history.
Roman historiography, right?
That's
the study. Shut the fuck up.
Freddie's
Shut
so
the fuck
bad.
up.
Freddie's funny,
Yeah, it is the same thing. It's actually the exact same thing.
Easy.
With the Romans instead of the Egyptians.
Easy. Let me drop down and bring JS on, bro. It's his
right.
Where
debate.
do you go
I'll
get
swap
a
for
job?
JS.
Where do you go get a job as
Yeah,
a
swap me for JS.
Romanology at?
Tag me
Where you go
in.
get a
Tag
job as
me
a
in, coach.
Romanologist?
I'm ready to go. I was thinking the same
It's
thing
not a
Easy just said.
Romanologist. It's a Roman historiography.
And the people
That's
who
what it
study
is.
ancient
But
Greece
you can
and
get a
ancient
job
Rome,
as an
they're called
Egyptologist, though.
They just call it Egyptology.
You can get a job as an Egyptologist.
You
but
can get a job
as a Roman
studying
historian.
ancient Greece and Rome. What are you talking
It's
about?
called antiquities. It's called antiquities. That's what
There
you
are
are. You're studying
historians for
antiquities.
every major culture throughout history.
No, Egyptology is its own different science within its own self.
They're all
where they learned how
Egyptology
to
is its own
eat and
science.
smoke mummies to get the best.
Bro. It's a study of the language and the history of the civilization in Egypt. That's all it is. They do it for Romans too. They did it for Mayans. Any ancient civilization you can think of, we study that shit,
how
bro.
long does it take to get a degree?
In what?
Egyptology.
It depends on what
You could
degree
probably you're
getting.
get a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree or an 8-year degree or a 10-year degree.
How long does it take to get?
How long do you study it?
Well, I can tell you one thing. You can get the degree online, first off, just so you know, right? And like if you want a PhD in Egyptology, it'll take you 3 years.
That's a waste of money.
Yeah, I wouldn't do no online. That's probably some knockoff shit. You probably couldn't even get into Egypt with that shit. That's a knockoff. That's like Trump University. Nah.
Freddie, it takes about 3 years to get a PhD in Egyptology.
How long does it take a pharaoh to build a pyramid without slaves?
Or dinosaurs.
Or dinosaurs. I was thinking about adding or dinosaurs, but just without slaves, because he says that they didn't have slaves.
There's more bricks in a pyramid than of all of Greece.
More bricks in the pyramid.
So have you
than
never
all
heard of
Greece?
astrology?
What does that mean? More bricks in the pyramid than all the bricks in Greece?
And structures in Greece. There's more, in one pyramid than of all of Greece.
Oh boy.
But there's no pyramids in Greece.
So how long does it take to build all of Greece? Rome wasn't built in a day, right?
Freddie, do you still
I
hold
call
to the
bullshit
point
on
that we
that.
couldn't recreate the pyramids in modern day?
No, y'all can't recreate the pyramids today in modern
There's
day.
another fun one for you guys.
How many bricks are in
What
Greece?
would y'all
There's
use
no
to
way
move
Don't,
2,000
please don't.
pound stone,
Don't, Barney.
450
Don't.
pounds in the air?
Don't open the door, party. No.
Please don't.
I'm waiting.
It's impossible to accurately count the number of bricks in Greece. No fucking duh, Google. I said the same thing. What do you mean? You don't know how many bricks there are in Greece? What does that even mean?
Yeah, it's the weight and the accuracy.
Hey.
Well, you don't understand. Greece is lighter skin tone, so it has to be less, man. It's just the rules of blackology.
Yeah.
There's a whole bunch of facts on that.
That guy's in Greece.
You can get the circumference of the Earth.
Yeah.
Out of doing the
by
pyramid
multiplying
math.
the size of it. They knew knowledge. It's perfectly aligned with motherfucking True North and stars.
I'm waiting for the movie that talks about the Wakanda of Egypt. That's what I'm waiting for.
No, I just mostly talk about how y'all plagiarize, and it's pretty much all the same thing. That's why
do you believe in Wakanda, Freddy?
Amen. I never seen Wakanda. I promise you. I'm not even a Marvel comic book watching person.
Oh, fair enough, man. Fair enough. So you don't believe it's a real place? You believe it's mythical?
I don't know. I never even seen it.
I want to see real Wakanda. Can y'all build Wakanda?
No, his Wakanda is Egypt.
Like,
specifically, Kush, I think is what you said, right?
Yeah, he tries to claim Kush from Marvel.
So it's not exactly Egypt, John. Egypt
is. I mean, y'all can call it. It's the same land. It's just a different name. Y'all can call it what y'all want to call it.
No, I thought you said you were a resident of Kush, right?
No, he smokes
Kush.
That's
where my bloodline track back.
Yeah.
So I don't even know. I don't even know where this has just gone.
Oh, was that
like doing like you said? You say that the pyramids can't be recreated today, right?
Yep.
Let me just ask you a couple quick questions about the pyramids. Is it hollow on the inside?
It has chambers. Some of it's hollow. It got
some of it's
in
hollow.
The basement. It has chambers, but it's not completely hollow. No.
Okay, so it's got chambers. So you're saying right now we wouldn't be able to like mound dirt, build the bricks around it, then mound more dirt as we're building the bricks up, and leave ourselves a trail going up the whole pyramid, each 4 sides, right? As we're going up, building these circles around dirt, right? It's not hollow on the inside. It's dirt we're putting on the inside.
Right.
And then we build it back down once we get to the top. All that part that we've been all the part we've been using as a trail on the way up, we would build it backwards from there now, like bricking a house, right? You would build it backwards. You'd fill in all the pieces would fit in like a puzzle, just like you do when you brick a house. You can brick a house, leave out sections, and brick it just fine, right?
All right, now as your Apple
just wait. And then when we get back down, everything is solid, and then we can build the chambers inside of it. How is that impossible?
AI is impossible.
How is that impossible, though?
Ask your Apple AI, is it possible?
You're not even right. There's pyramids all over the world. We got a Luxor in Vegas that's made out of glass and steel, and it shoots a beam of light into the sky. We got way better pyramids
AI,
now.
Is it possible? Y'all fucking dumb. Ask AI, is it possible?
We got one in Memphis. We've had one in Memphis for a while. We've had one.
Those stones are not the same weight. Like a quarter of that pyramid weighed 4 times what that glass pyramid structure in Memphis weighs.
Most of it's limestone.
Sandstone. Yeah, y'all gonna have to find some real.
It's not that heavy. It's easy to cut.
Caterpillar don't even have the equipment.
Anyway.
Caterpillar don't even have the equipment.
Again, she knows he's fighting.
A caterpillar is not
you still have the stale sticker on your hat.
Caterpillar don't even have
so here, hold on. He asked a question. So I did ask AI. I asked Perplexity, how long would it take with modern technology to recreate the Great Pyramid? Recreating the Great Pyramid of Giza with modern technology would likely take significantly less time than it did in ancient times, though exact estimates can vary based on numerous factors. Here's a summary of the base results. So not only could we do it, but we could do it faster, probably more efficiently, and less of your fellow colored people dying because you believe they're all black, right? And a lot of people died making the pyramid. So a lot less people would probably die in the process too.
But he doesn't think
AI
that
gave you a
Egyptians
way
had
to do it, though.
So
AI gave you a way to do it, and they don't know how they did it just sounds funny to me. And they say they're gonna do it faster.
A million
slaves.
You asked me to ask AI. AI
Yeah,
literally.
I did. I'm surprised because I can't get off this page while I'm on my phone, or I would have looked it up myself. I wanted to know what AI said.
Yeah, don't believe that.
But
He
modern
never
technology,
checks anything when he's on.
yeah, but modern technologies, they say even with the accuracy,
I brought it all up for him earlier, Mosman. It's just
or they would have done it by now. Or at least try.
Why would we do it? Why would we want to waste our resources building a giant
I'm
pyramid?
telling you, we built a pyramid
So that
it's
we have
way
another one
cooler.
just sitting there doing nothing?
450 feet. That was been
These
the
people
tallest
were
structure in the
highly
Middle
religious,
East.
and they had reasons to do these things.
reason
They
we
were
don't-
enslaved. They had reasons to do these things. We don't have a reason to build a pyramid right now.
Right.
Other than to prove it could be done.
A pyramid is the
I don't
easiest
know.
way to build a tall structure. It's the first way. When a child
Yeah, it's
plays with
super easy.
blocks, the first thing they do to build they might try to build straight up, but it falls over. So they'll just start with a bigger base and work their way up.
It's like the most structurally sound thing you could build.
Yeah, so now we know how to build
A 90-degree
skyscrapers that are
angle, a
10 times
90-degree
the height
angle
of a
with no
pyramid.
And dude, you said 90-degree earlier. It's not damn friggin'. What are you talking about? 90-degree angle.
The corners are perfect 90-degree angles.
And you don't think we could machine that if we really wanted to? Or cut it some
That's
other
hard
way
to
to
do
make 90
perfectly, man.
degrees?
Stone.
We have way
Yeah,
better
that's hard to
measuring
do. I'm not
instruments than
saying-
they did.
No.
Do you think they had better measuring instruments back then? Better tools to cut these things back then?
I think Elon can build
Apparently
one
they did.
in like 3
Apparently
days.
they did.
He does believe in a Wakanda. Okay.
No,
I'm telling
apparently
you,
they did.
there's a
They can't
super
cut
magic
stone
that
like
they
that
had.
today.
There's things that they did that defy what we have history, and the only reason why we don't know it is because we have white history,
No,
and not
no,
the black Egyptian.
No,
history.
it's more
That's
than that.
That's
Okay,
right.
no,
At least we got somebody
the
at least
Egyptian pyramids
acknowledging the
are way
truth.
more.
At least we got one person
No,
acknowledging
it's
the
not
truth.
conspiracy. It's actually planetary. That's what makes it so amazing.
Yeah, we got one person at least acknowledging.
I've
the
been
truth.
to which countries have you guys been to? I've been to Syria, Egypt, Jordan, Afghanistan.
What point are you
Iraq.
making plastic?
How many
Well,
states have you been to?
No. But when I've seen these works, okay, in their tombs, all right. I mean, this is what's incredible. Okay, these tombs were huge and carved out into rock. And
Okay.
you could take an A4 piece of paper, and you could put it in the corner, and it would be perfect.
Okay.
Now the guys that knew that, as in you mill into it, if you will, because think about engineering, like you say, it's engineering. It's got to be engineering. None of us are going aliens here, right? It's engineering.
They had a wall in Mali 10 times
but
the size of the wall in
there's-
China.
there's-
Hold on, Freddie. I want to see if where he's going with this.
But this, okay, there's principles about the way that they can actually know those tolerances and how they manage them into that. It's
But you're not
fucking
denying
amazing.
that we could recreate one if we
Oh,
wanted
absolutely.
to.
No, I'm not.
Okay, that's all I care
Yeah,
about, man.
that's the point. No one's
I'm not
denying
saying
it.
that they're not impressive
No,
structures for
Yeah,
their time.
no one's denying
When
that
it
they
comes-
weren't
no,
amazing
but
and
when it
built for
comes
their
to-
time.
Have you guys seen some of these sites?
Well, but nobody's
Seriously,
denying that they're amazing
mad,
for their
man.
time, dude.
Yeah, of
No,
course.
you're saying that.
Over millennia, over like what? It's got to be at least 60,000 years.
60,000.
I don't know about any of that. But
this is old.
regardless, we can build them in modern times with ease, with far more
Pyramids
ease
are
than
like
we did back then.
4,000
We
BC.
could not. We would not be able to get those people, as they say, slaves, but they weren't slaves, to give that because we
What?
have all this. But think about it, man.
No, I'm saying with modern technology,
No,
we could do it.
No.
I-
Okay.
Oh my
into
gosh, you
oil.
are on his side for this.
I'm into oil, right? I'm into oil, right? Mining oil, going deep sea, finding it, right?
We
Okay.
are all into oil, sir.
No,
We
I
are
know,
all
I know,
into
I know.
it.
But,
Yeah.
but that's my money, okay? This comes from the fact that there's a multinational group of people. The British are one, all right. The Dutch are two, and the Norwegians are three that I'm involved in, because that shit that they we made over that period of time takes what, like 150 years later.
Dude, you're so wrong. It took about approximately 20 to 27 years to complete back then,
No
with
way.
tens of thousands of
No
skilled
way.
You guys are
laborers and
crazy.
slaves.
Hold on.
Yes.
I was just trying to find this picture because you guys saying, well we can't build them. No, someone had said it earlier, and this is exactly the point. We don't have a reason to fucking build those anymore, right? But we do build fucking huge shit out of concrete all the fucking time, right? We build huge stone shit all the time. There's big stone walls that we fucking put together all the time, right? This is just one example. This thing is huge, by the way. Fucking huge. Like, this picture doesn't do it justice, right? We do this shit all the time. Have you ever been in a city, bro? The people like you that say we could never recreate a pyramid have just stayed inside their whole lives or something, man. Like I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry. Where have you been? What fucking box did you stay inside your whole life? Do you guys not see a bricked building? Have you ever not seen a bricked building before?
You live in LA. You live in LA. Every building is more impressive than the pyramids.
I hear mental issues.
Every skyscraper. There's more.
I just want to make sure we're not using the anecdotal fallacy here when we're talking. That
ain't nothing but welding rods straight up and down.
That's steel, that's glass, that's stone, that's poured rock. Instead of just cutting stones and putting blocks together, that's freaking way more advanced.
If a crane can bring up a little piece of steel at a time compared to
the crane is more impressive than the pyramid.
No, them fucking no, they don't weigh 2 tons a piece. Those fucking bars that they put
I'm just wondering how you think they built them without any slave labor.
That's
crazy.
The most impressive thing.
No, lifting 2 tons.
Wait, did he make that claim?
Yeah,
he says that the black Egyptians who built the pyramids, they didn't have Jewish slaves. They didn't have. So the Bible's all a lie. They didn't have no slaves.
They didn't have any slaves?
No,
there's literally hieroglyphs of them having slaves. What the hell are you talking
about? And all of the 5 major slave trades originated from Egypt. Like, they branch out from Egypt. All the 5 major slave trades in Africa.
The only reason why there might have been black people in Egypt in the first place is because
I know,
but when you think about the African tribes that they went over and enslaved, like
that'd be the only reason they'd be there. I know, but John, he doesn't believe that I showed him the DNA taken from a mummy from around the time that he's
I don't trust no DNA.
I didn't know you know.
I know DNA. That's too good of evidence, man. I know.
There are 3 buildings downtown they couldn't even finish. Imagine having 20,000 workers working for 20 years. They probably run out of material and go broke before it's even done. They ain't building that shit today, man. They ain't got the money. That takes a whole economy of workers to build that type of shit. Nobody has that type of money. Not even
LA has more than 20,000 workers. What are you talking about? Who doesn't?
Yeah, to build the motherfucking pyramids. That much capital. Y'all motherfucking talking out y'all ass.
Dinosaurs built the pyramid.
Well, they were spending, baby.
Dinosaur.
Mansa Musa was out here spending.
Y'all in
any wealthy American could go hire a bunch of Africans to build himself a pyramid.
No.
Who they get the dinosaurs to do it?
Mansa Musa.
Where's Chris when we get to hear like African wages? Chris, do you want to bring up African wages and how cheap it is to like hire a bunch of Africans to do this?
I have to put that out there, JS. The dinosaurs built the pyramids.
Plastic African, you're from Africa, right?
No, I really think it was just a whole lot of slave labor, and they're not.
So I grew up in South Africa, the North, Botswana,
and prisoners.
So it's pretty stinking cheap to hire a bunch of Africans, right?
I mean, dude, man, no.
Well, didn't they hire?
They're angry and they're fucking horrible and they stink and you gotta like treat them like dirt and you gotta like beat them to make them work. You know?
No, but if you paid like a local war tribe, right, to like force them to all work, right, it'd be easy, right?
No,
of course the Hebrews to work.
They have that degree of chisel.
For 400 years.
Pardon?
Do that. There is mechanism to this that made it. Right, there is no way that there were slaves that made the fucking pyramids. I don't believe that.
Oh wow.
Okay, you can
So
believe
what
that.
built the
It does not
pyramid?
do
Wait,
that.
what? This is
Do you believe
revisionist
in
history.
dinosaurs like JS?
This is not that
y'all
uncommon.
already crying.
No,
Listen,
that
listen,
mathematics.
listen. Let me
Google
talk for
Google
2
is saying
seconds.
this now,
Let me
so
talk
this is
for 2
revisionist
seconds.
history, and Google. You type it in Google. Google will say there weren't really slaves that built the pyramids. This is like
That's
because it's
hilarious,
true.
man.
Do you think they were all fucking
Listen.
slaves that built the
Why does it matter if we're at war with Oceania or Eurasia?
What?
It
I don't
doesn't
care about
matter.
Why are you crying about it then?
I'm gonna check the.
Because the truth matters, Freddy. The truth matters.
Exactly. But when the
I'm
truth
gonna check.
hurts,
I'm gonna
you
check
holler
the
at your
AEI
wife.
and I'll get back to you guys.
There,
No,
Cody.
I'm saying if they were slaves and y'all cry about DEI hires don't do a good as job as hired professionals, and you hollering slaves are better than DEI hires and did a perfect job of lining pyramids with perfect north to point
Why are you
zero
making a false
1.1%?
here, Freddie?
Wait. We weren't talking about DEIs. We're talking about fucking ancient Egypt. And
Yeah, we talking about slaves that's gonna do
You
worse
do
than
realize there's a
DEI
difference between
hires.
hiring an
And you whooping
unqualified
a motherfucker. He's definitely
This
not
is
gonna
why
do a
you
better
don't
job
fight
than the
for
motherfucker
DEI,
who
because
lost
it
his job.
leads to that.
Versus using slave labor, which doesn't require skill.
Yes,
You
it
can't
does
understand that,
require
Freddie.
skill if you're
You're an
aligning
idiot.
shit.
I'm sorry, buddy.
You're dumb.
You're
You think
dumb.
aligning shit. You're retarded. Yeah, it does take skill. One brick at the bottom off is gonna be off all the way at the fucking top. Every layer of that pyramid had to be laid perfect. What do you
That
mean it
AI
doesn't
result,
take
Calvin?
skill?
Yeah.
So you think the everyday person was doing that? They didn't have like people who were like clerics or people who were architects that had.
Oh my god, that shit to go 0.1%, 0.1% aligned with true north.
Yes, they did. Of course they did. That's how they
Come
managed.
on, man.
Oh, I do believe that there is something cool about how they align with the magnetic
I think
poles
that-
and the stars and
Yeah,
stuff.
absolutely. There's this principle, okay, here. When I swear to God, man, there's a
Y'all just
principle
want
here
to
we're
deny
losing.
black
There's a
excellence.
resonance, man. There's something that makes it real, and why there's a cataclysm that the world doesn't understand, and we are broken.
Exactly.
But what happened after that? Why don't they? Why haven't they done much
I love
since
you.
then?
I love you, Freddie.
They wanted to burn all the fucking knowledge. They wanted to act like they was the ones that need to be needed. They wanted to be the gatekeepers of the fucking knowledge. They wanted you to come to them after that. They said we're gonna go into the dark ages.
Tell them
Let's burn
shut up,
everything,
James.
become the keepers.
No, I want to see if Jalen can come on there, JS, because Jalen wants to come on. Is it okay if Jalen comes on Speakeasy?
I told him he
Why
could
would
get
you
in the
do
back
that
and
to
wait,
us,
but
James?
there might be a couple of people waiting.
Y'all want me to go out for a while?
Yeah, there's a few people waiting still.
See if they want to talk to me before I go
I
out.
don't care.
leave
I'll
and come
pass
back.
it.
I'll go ahead and exit
Freddie,
out.
I know y'all
Freddie
got
does
y'all
not like
own
my
later,
stance on
Thanks.
mental illness
Speak easy.
because Freddie works with veterans and stuff, and so he's very against
Yeah.
my
I'm
things
a
that I've
peer
said
support
in the
specialist.
past. A peer
That's
support
where
right.
specialist.
That's where me and Freddie agree. Is that PTSD is real?
Yeah.
I want to say one thing quick too. The evidence that it wasn't slaves that built the pyramids is that the workers had tombs built for them.
I told him that too. Had burying there and had family.
But like, how does that mean they weren't slaves? That
Well,
doesn't
maybe
tell
that's
me
some of the
anything,
workers.
bro.
I'm sure there
Like, what
were.
the fuck?
Yeah,
I'm sure there
That's
was
probably
skilled
actually
workers.
designed
hired help.
Can tell
workers,
me
and the
anything.
skilled workers weren't slaves, but the rest were
Right.
slaves. You know that they had
Bro,
a
one
small
guy
section of
wasn't
skilled
moving the whole
workers to
block.
do
You
the
gotta
job that actually needed like complex skills, and then the really shitty job of carrying those blocks across. Yeah, those were the slaves.
No.
So yeah,
Like,
they
once you
didn't just
know how
have
to
like,
farm
yeah,
and once
let's
you
get
learn
every
how to
slave to
irrigate-
like even do the carvings on the walls. Yeah, let's do that instead of our like skilled workers. Like that's
Before
dumb,
they
dude.
did all that, they were master irrigators. They knew how to
Oh,
plant shit.
so
where
you
there was
think
an
they were using the
abundance and
water
they stored
systems?
shit.
You think they were using
had
the
a quantity. They didn't need slaves. They had an
Holy
abundance of
shit.
shit. I'm telling you,
Hey,
it stayed hot.
Freddie, did you see the video I played a few weeks ago about how they think that they used water from the Nile River and they would pump it through tunnels and it would go up through the center of the pyramid to lift logs with rocks on it? Did you see that video I played? Were you watching?
I didn't. I missed it.
I wanted to ask you what
When was you
but
playing
you
it?
just talked about it. So you think they used
got it from
irrigation?
where?
There's a theory that the pyramids
quarries
had
is, like-
Egyptians knew about irrigation, which he was just talking about, and they would build tunnels under the pyramids to the Nile River, which used to be bigger and cover more areas, a lot more water, and they could pump water underground and have like logs at the bottom of the pyramid to lift rocks to the top, and then they could load them out.
So they pumped water.
This is the idea. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
800 kilometers away.
That's what they say. That's one of the theories now. I think dinosaurs is way better, but
wow, bro, that's amazing. I'll just build a pyramid.
That's what.
We're no fucking aliens.
Crazy, bro.
I guess that's better than like laser weapons, or I've heard some crazy shit about how they built the pyramids.
Laser weapons, building
not
pyramids?
lasers, but they said
What the
like aliens give them some sort of technology that uses sound waves and pulses, and they can lift rocks and stuff.
Okay, that would have been more like demons to me if that was what it was.
Is that
aliens? Like,
is that Anunnaki stuff?
A pyramid is also the
It
easier
might be.
structure for a scam. Coincidence?
They're kind of all tied together, so all of these things kind of weave together. So
Yeah,
in some way,
I'm just learning about the Anunnaki.
Anunnaki. That sounds more like the demons to me
than that.
Oh, you guys.
Yeah, I'm not buying into it, but I love the story. I love the story, but I'm not buying into it.
You know what the pyramids were? A waste of time. That's what the fucking pyramids were.
Yeah, I agree, Speakeasy. It was a waste of time. Why did they build pyramids just to bury people?
I think it was to get out of a flood.
No, they were monuments.
I think it was to get out of floods.
Yeah, but they
Waste of fucking time.
The flood's coming. Build a tall structure.
The greatest troll of all time.
It was more
the
than just a
greatest troll
monument.
of all time. Look at us arguing about those pieces of stone over there in the Middle East right now.
But no, the word pyramid came
not the
from the
Middle
Greeks.
East, but North Africa.
I think it meant cake because they seen the step pyramids, the easiest ones to really build, and it was layer on a layer and layer the step pyramids, and they called it pyramids, and I believe it means cake.
What the?
Let me look it up.
Cake?
Are you talking about
Cake.
like ugrit?
like cake doesn't like
Is that what you're talking about? Ugrit?
Sweet
I don't know what you're talking about.
and tastes good, and I love it in my tummy.
I think they were
Cake.
trying to build a tall structure because the waters were rising, and their gods, their lowercase g star gods, powers and principalities were telling them, build tall structure to get out of water. Rain is coming, and they didn't know what rain was, but they built a tall structure, and it didn't work. Well, it kind of worked. I mean, they're still Egyptians today, so I don't know. I'm still working it out. Other places dug underground. They dug deep. There's a lot of tunnels and, there's a lot of tunnels, but.
Yeah.
Just remember, right? Like this. So what do they say the pyramids? How old do they say the pyramids are? Like 4,000?
I think it's roughly 4,000.
Yeah, like 4,000, and then like another 1,000 years later, the Great Wall of China was built.
Yeah, which is way
The
cooler.
humans can't build big shit. We never did.
You can see the Great Wall of China from
It's
space.
insanity to me for you to think like we couldn't build the pyramids if we wanted to. We have no fucking reason to build the pyramids. Okay? There's no. Again, it was a waste of time. Huge waste of time. We've done big shit all the time. That's what people do when they get power, right? When people get money, what do? They buy big fancy cars, big mansions. All right, those people had fucking huge power. You build coliseums, castles. Dude, we've been doing this shit for a long time.
We do have big, tall, like tombs, like the Washington Monument, which is an obelisk, which is Egyptian. You know, they would build the tall, pointy things. Very phallic culture, Freddie. There's a lot of wieners in your art and your hieroglyphs and stuff. And your
Ask Freddie why he's polytheistic. I don't know if he's even here anymore. Oh, there he is.
3,000 years later, it was 3,500 years later.
What, sorry?
It was 3,500 years later after the pyramids, they built the Great Wall of China, not 1,000 years.
The Great Wall of China is like 3,000 years old, no?
No.
The Great Wall of China
Well,
has
that
been
would only
almost
be-
completely destroyed and reconstructed.
That would only be
It was started
1,000.
in 7 BC.
How old is the Great Wall of China?
Well, you have to, in the 1800s, the leader in
The
China.
Great Wall of China is almost 3,000 years old.
Right,
Yeah,
so that's
and it's
only
already
1,000.
happened before already.
Hold on, that's only 1,000. That's only
going
1,000
back
BC.
Almost.
Motherfuckers.
You saying
No.
almost
Only
3,000?
Hold on,
25%
Freddie. That's
of the Great Wall of
1,000
China
BC.
is the original Great Wall of China.
The pyramids are 4,000 BC. That Great Wall of China is 1,000 BC.
It has been set. 75% of the Great Wall of China has been reconstructed.
It doesn't even
Because
matter.
if the Great Wall of China is 3,000 years old, you got to subtract 2,024 years from it because we're in AD now.
Exactly.
Mic check. Can people hear me?
Is not even 1,000 years to even fit in there. So
The
I don't know what
pyramids
you're
of
talking about.
Egypt are between 2,700 to 3,500 years old.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
thought it was
them,
3,500.
couple
All
thousand
right, all right.
years. You don't even know what a couple thousand years look like. We over here just only 500 years.
What?
Man, y'all over here tripping.
No, I'm sorry. I thought the pyramids were
And
35
I even don't
BC.
even actually understand what you're trying to say. Like, are you trying to say that we were more
We're just in a baby
advanced
intermediate period
in the
compared to the
ancient
time
times?
frame.
No. I'm asking. You can't answer my question before I even ask it. I'm asking you. Are you saying we were more advanced in the ancient time?
Yes, definitely more advanced in ancient time.
Like technology wise?
No, just on a level of togetherness, of not being confused and separated like they want us, arguing amongst ourselves with the elite at the top. Ain't no guidance, ain't no structure. This is exactly how the motherfuckers at the top want y'all.
The slave, right?
The broke
Feudal.
voting for the taxes,
Feudal slave, right?
tax cuts. This is it's like, yeah, they done made it exactly
Life and
where
death, man.
y'all the front line for the chosen people. Y'all tell them I'm not God's chosen people. The Jews are. Y'all admit to yourselves that y'all ain't the first people of God. That's sad when Christians put another race before them.
The Christ differentiates the
Oh
whole
no,
thing
it's their
from the
it's
Jew
their
to the
land.
Gentile.
We need to bless them or
Jew
we
or
won't
ye
be
Gentile.
blessed.
No, don't do this. The Jew or ye Gentile. Christ is there between that. That's the whole point of the Christ. It
that's not the point of
differentiates them.
Christ.
I'm no longer chosen. All of us are chosen. That's the Jew or the Gentile. That's why we have the problem with the Zionist.
He just got in the way, and he made money for the Roman Catholic Church.
You can't play that game half-assed, man.
It'd be fun to see if Jim Bob wants to have a whack at this guy. That'd be pretty hilarious.
he plays that
They see
game.
the plagiarism. They see the plagiarism.
I'd
from
hop
the
off
beginning.
for Jim Bob if Jim Bob wants to come up.
I'm actually about to hop off. I just wanted to say to JS,
No
and
pressure,
James,
Jim Bob.
you guys did fucking great tonight.
I love
It wasn't 50-50, Carly. It wasn't 50-50.
It
I
was
won.
50-50. It was
Carly.
50-50.
It was not 50-50. I won.
James, you're coping right
I won that debate.
I'm
52 to
gonna
48.
hop down.
Not
Let
50,
y'all celebrate tonight.
50.
I love you
I got
guys
bragging
very
rights.
much.
Thanks for coming up, bro. Thanks for coming up.
You're well, Caldy, man. It's always good to see you.
So I have bragging rights. I won that debate.
He's still going on. You won by 3 votes, but yes, you did awesome.
Well, I still won. Winning is
and
winning.
3 votes is all you need. You only need 1 vote to be a winner,
It
right?
could be by 3
Yeah.
votes, but winning is
You
winning.
won like Joe Biden.
Yep. You do have bragging rights, bro.
It could be by 1 vote. It could be by 3 votes.
Yeah.
Winning is winning, sir.
No matter how many votes it's by, James, you're still coping.
And that's in
no
spite
matter how
of the
many
real
votes
life
it's by,
distractions
I'm
you had
still
during
winning.
the debate too, man.
I'm actually running
I
another
noticed
poll.
You kept your head in the
Chris,
game,
are you
man, even though
typing
real
or
life
something?
distractions happen.
Yeah. Oh, sorry, man. Fuck. What up? I'm back. What's up, Freddy, you old ass fucking bitch? We was kings, Egyptian motherfucker with your old ass titties
Oh,
leaking
he
everywhere.
left.
Hugging your
He's
big
left.
ass marijuana jaw. You too high
He's
for this,
gone,
Freddy.
he's gone.
Fuck.
Okay,
He's gone.
before
Chris,
Freddy
he's
comes
gone, bro.
back, because I know his internet just gave out. He's not actually gone. We're never that lucky.
Yeah, he's
I
gone
wanted to make this
now.
comment to James earlier, okay? So the last comment I want to make, where I didn't have time in the 10 minutes, was the idea of addictions, because it was brought up in the debate. And the thing is with the current secular way of looking at things, where you're not allowed to have like any sort of God involved unless the patient decides to, you're not even allowed to suggest it. Yeah,
saying
exactly.
addiction is a mental illness.
You know
is
the
some
difference
bullshit.
in
it's not a
success
disease.
rate.
It's not a mental illness. That's a cope. That's bullshit. I don't like that.
Yeah, so here, let me get I should have pulled this up way earlier. I didn't think it was gonna go
What do
like
you do
that.
about
One
the
sec.
fact it's when the brain chemicals?
And I got a lot of friends that died from that mental disease, if it's a thing.
I'm not saying you can't get off the substance, but there's a level of addiction there when the brain chemicals shift because of the substance reaction to the brain chemicals.
I just wanted to say too quickly, because I see Black Salami TV and Aladdin in the chat having like a little debate, it seems like, and it seems like Aladdin has asked him to come up. So if you guys want to come up and do a little I debate, you guys are definitely more than welcome. We'll even we'll let you guys have the floor.
Yeah, I was gonna say I can even make space. I really wanted to ask this all night. So well, make this comment. So there's 2019 that had 82% of patients who experienced this is for addiction people, right? So 82% of patients who experienced a spiritual awakening during the recovery remained sober for after 1 year, compared to only 55% who did not. Faith-based rehabs have a 40% abstinence rate after treatment. And statistics show that faith-based rehab programs have a 75% success rate, as opposed to traditional rehab programs that are about 50%.
Yeah, and then look at the death rate of compelled rehabs after they leave the rehab. So if you force them into a rehab, I'd say just put them in jail if they broke a law. But when you force them into a rehab, they get out and they relapse and they think their tolerance is what it used to be, and they dead.
Yeah, but
yeah,
what
and
you
so
do
what
is
I'm saying here, the reason why I'm saying here, James, is because this points to, and I know you're agreeing with it. I don't think you agree that it has to be dismantled and start anew. I think you may get that later. I'll talk to you in further discussions about it. But what JS is promoting is this idea. So obviously the traditional, which means the secular way of doing it, works less good than the religious way of doing it. And that's
psychology either way, just reform psychology.
But this is what I'm saying, Franny. Would you take all the schizophrenics and just put them in church?
No, like I said, I don't think that it's a one size fit all, but I think that you must have the Christian stuff being the structure to work in.
Yeah, but would you say the psychology? Would you say that psychology is fake? Or it's,
no, but we kind of pointed it down tonight with all of the arguments that it all kept boiling down to mind being metaphysical. So everybody basically concedes that the attack on your mental state is.
Hey, hold on, Chris. Classic African. If that's like a movie, like you might gotta angle it a little different because we're seeing like a full movie in the back. Copyright
so just before I hop off, I'll give a quick response to Teriyaki here. I did say this before, but I'll say it a little bit like different. Is like the problem is, man, is that they deliberately had an agenda to work against any idea of the spiritual factor, which has been proven to have positive results that are far higher rate than the non-spiritual factor. And so the fact that that whole system was designed in rejection of the spiritual factor is why you can't just even use it. It's not good. It is a stupid, flawed science because they had an agenda put forward to ignore what was working for thousands of years in place of their new Enlightenment period garbage. That has
this is
every single corner of science.
This is still not answering the question though.
Didn't I just answer it?
No, what I'm saying is psychology. Is that fake?
I just said it. It is in the sense that they had a agenda that they're putting forward. It's a new religion, Tarek.
No,
if you were deliberately
again, what I'm saying is the study of the mind, whatever word you want to use for it. Like basically the point that the prompt was like psychology is a myth.
Is
it's
every
fugazi,
mind
it doesn't
different?
exist.
Do you think every mind is different, Terry?
Sure.
Then how could we possibly know what my mind is like based off the study of 100 other people's minds, and every one of their minds is different? How can we get a?
That's why they
we have different religions, don't we?
We have different a religion we have.
It's the same logic.
Can I say something here? Can I say something here, please? Speaks, if you don't mind. I'm sorry.
All right, well,
yes, go ahead.
Have a good one.
Determination.
Unless it's on topic, Aladdin, if you're going
No. I'll step out. I'll step out.
No, I don't mind if you debate, man. I'll free up space. That's all.
Can you guys hear me? Am I just talking to myself?
Well, Aladdin said he wanted to talk, bro.
Yeah, I want to say something. Just a couple of minutes, please. You know, because brother speaks. He asked me to come. You know, the guy, the guy in the chat is being, waffling all around, challenging me or running his mouth. So I came here to the panel. If you have the guts to do it, I am here now, and I'll open my cam for you. You see me. So I challenge you right now with my cam open. Do you have the guts to come and have the debate right now? Or shut up and don't run your mouth in the live chat box. As simple as that. We can end it up right now here. As simple as that. Okay? You have the guts to do it now.
What's the topic? What are you guys arguing about?
And no, I'll hop down. I'll hop down if the guy that he's challenging comes up. Black Salami, I think was it.
I thought I was challenging him.
Why, you want to debate Islam or something? Because I think that's what.
Oh, rape Islam down. It's fan fiction, right?
Islam great.
But I just want to point out, Farley said that.
All right, Mike Tyson, calm down.
I don't think you're equipped for this.
We can maybe talk about another time.
Sorry,
man.
I don't think you think you know.
No, you and Terry can continue your back and forth. Aladdin was just letting him know that he's up here to
calling out the guy. All right, fair enough.
Yeah, because calm down. The name, bro.
The main point that I'm making is that psychology, in terms of like the study of the mind, how the mind works, like that is clearly real. That there is some sort of real implications that we can draw from studying the mind, be it psychology or the whatever Christian way you want to view it. Because I drew the distinctions between what JS was calling. What JS was calling demons, basically in psychology, you just call that, what was it called?
Okay, so it's semantics.
No, demons don't sound stupid.
Hold on. And I'm a Christian, so I'm not going to speak how the world speaks. I'm not going to call it what the world calls it. I'm going to call it what it is.
But it's still the study of the mind. You're just using religious principles.
Yeah, and you said a study of the mind. What do you mean, the mind? We're not one conglomerate
the mind is a
mind.
metaphysical thing, right, Terry?
Yes.
We don't have one hive mind. There's 8 billion, 9 billion minds?
Yes, but even in the metaphysical sense, if you believe that there is an objective truth, you believe that there is one encompassing mind.
I don't believe
AKA
that.
God.
Well, God, yeah, but are we studying the mind of God?
Okay, so you do believe it.
Then I'm fine with trying to study the mind, quote unquote, of God and trying to form affect behaviors with that. Come on, Chris. What?
You don't believe Jesus is God, though.
Okay, well, that's irrelevant. I believe Jesus is the Son of God, and he's divine, and he was uncreated from the beginning of time, and he was sent to earth incarnated from his Father, and the only way to my Father is through the Son. Whatever. I'm not going to say the words you're demanding I say. What are you...
But I just want to point out, Farney said that psychology is secular and all we've done is talk about God. So it's clearly not secular.
Chris, that's...
Well, I've tried to make a point.
Chris's logic is that I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, Chris, but your logic is that if JS can't believe what most Christians believe, that that's kind of maybe I'm not understanding. So what is your?
Okay, so Terry, anyways,
it's pointless. The
already
nomenclature of us Christians.
He's not trying to say anything. He's just trying to derail and throw something out there, like to discredit
he
me.
is derailing. So Terry, I love you, Chris, but you're derailing like a son of a gun. So Terry, you've already discovered that there's at least one metaphysical truth, such as the idea of even true, right? Being requiring a eternal mind to exist in, right?
Yeah, but I don't have a proof for that. I still
but hold
on. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I'm just saying. So you would say that it's probably fair that if that is true, that there are probably many others that also are required to be held within a mind that perhaps you haven't been exposed to yet or haven't thought about yet, right?
Yeah, possibility.
So if all these metaphysical truths require this framework to even exist, an eternal mind, then how can you even have proper metaphysical studies without accepting that grounding foundation to even do metaphysical studies upon?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I'm saying that's why you need to tear down this current way of doing it. I'm not saying that you can't study this, but in order to study this, you have to have a solid foundation of metaphysical truth in order to build your metaphysical research upon. Since the medical research that we currently have was built upon sand, as in it's built upon a stupid structure where they don't even believe in metaphysical truths, that means that we need to tear it down and start anew. We may come to similar conclusions, but I would be very surprised if they were not more apt conclusions.
What if they tear it down and they bring it back with Muslim theology?
Yeah, let me say it this way. What I'm saying is that by studying the minds and other people's minds, you can develop truths from that. Would you agree?
Would you reckon
you may develop truths, but like I said, without the proper foundation, you might have incorrect parts mixed in with that truth, right? So it's now a corrupted kind of like. Now that sounds. Now it's a corrupted truth.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, my main point is because the prompt is in terms of like, is psychology real or is it a myth? Like that was what the prompt was. So what I was getting at is psychology in terms of just the pure definition, not the way it's currently being run or being administrated or whatever. That may be incorrect, but in terms of the actual underlying truth of studying the mind, that is real.
So like you're talking about just the same way JS laid out. You're talking about just the metaphysical stuff, right?
Yeah, and in terms of schizophrenia and stuff like that. Like, would you say that schizophrenia is fake?
I don't know if schizophrenia is total mental or also neurological. I'm not sure about that. I haven't looked enough into schizophrenia.
It's also
one sec. What does, because we had this with your man Manar or whatever his name is. He what's the definition of neurological or neurology?
Brain. Science of the brain is neurology. Neural is brain.
It's nerves. Yeah. So your spinal cord,
which is not metaphysical.
Well, no, yeah, there's neuro.
That's purely physical.
Yes, that's obviously a good thing to be studying, right?
Yes,
but like, sorry, I got lost with that.
But even that, even neurology. What are we studying? Dead person's brains? I know we're to the point now where we can open up somebody's skull and look at their brain while they're alive, but
we can study brainwave patterns and things while people are awake. You know.
Yeah.
We don't have to. Somebody doesn't have to be unalive to study the brain.
Yeah. See that? I'm not saying all of that's fake. I understand neurology.
You want to study the
brain. You know, I fully in support of that because like I'm high with diet and stuff. I've talked about like changing your synaptic pathways and all that, right? Like,
yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's where we can try and map out what's going on in the head.
But
yeah. It's right, the hemispheres and all that shit.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
No, the mRNA has proved that we can.
No, Plastic Africa.
What? No, it is true. It is true that mRNA has been able to deduce. Like,
oh, is he talking about?
Level.
Yeah,
it's very true that we.
Yeah, I know,
be,
but we're not. No,
but it is still that, isn't it? That's the whole point of us, right? We're here to exploit everything.
Let's just say DNA.
Not exploit it. What's the problem with
Don't
your mind?
play with DNA.
Well, no,
yeah, that's really bad idea.
Yeah, but for example, like by studying neurology, you can point to certain things. Like for example, like the prefrontal cortex is not getting enough blood. That's going to have certain behavioral things. Yeah,
but JS wasn't arguing against that, bro.
Okay, so
I understand if there's a physical problem with your brain, it's going to have effects on your thought process, and your
cognitive decline, Alzheimer's, dementia, all of these things. There's a lot of
even with
before I forget
schizophrenia
it,
as well.
I got my okay. I got my response because you asked me that about schizophrenia. So the issue is with schizophrenia is it's a lot like autism, where it started out as a very like solid, very narrow kind of thing, and now there's like schizoaffective and all this other crap where it's like the umbrella is just gigantic.
Is it because they make a category, and when you match some of that criteria, but you don't match other criteria, they have to make another category to fit that type of person, and then another category, and and they keep expanding it out and out.
I mean, there just are different forms of schizophrenia. Like there's purely visual schizophrenia. There's auditory
audible,
schizophrenia.
there's mixed. Yeah, I know. Now, is that real? I am not saying that there aren't people that perhaps do suffer from hallucinations, hearing things, all this type of stuff. There's a couple of issues with it. A lot of it is self-reported, right? I've witnessed people that have lied about their schizophrenia, and I've even confronted them on it because they'll say stupid stuff like, I just saw drive by today Einstein with Pavlov's dog and Hitler all in the same car. And I asked him a simple question. I'm like, what color was the dog? Couldn't answer. What breed was the dog? Couldn't answer. He couldn't answer any question I ever asked about any of his stupid hallucinations. So
if they're apparently, why don't they just lie?
What?
Why wouldn't they just lie to you about the color of the dog and the breed?
Because they want me to believe their stupid crap?
Well, yeah, so why, if they're already lying, why wouldn't they just lie more?
Because they were caught in a lie and they couldn't think on the spot. They're not smart.
Damn exposed. I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong. I'm just asking.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I know that guy's not smart. I'm not going to out his name, but you know what I mean? So, like, the thing is when he got labeled as that, he's been on Easy Street in Canada getting free money, government support ever since he said that. He's gotten away with choking his girlfriend in high school. He's gotten away with using his parents for everything. He gets his phone free place. He gets free money from the government, all because of this stupid lie.
Yeah,
he's
but
emotionally manipulated.
All of this doesn't. The problem is these things don't equal to like psychology being completely fucking useless, or we should abolish it. Like, for instance, like a forensic psychologist actually use like the crime scenes like to determine the like age and sex and shit of murderers they're looking for, and a lot of the time they're right. You know, they're around the right age, around the right sex, because there's a type that commits certain crimes.
Yeah, but
right?
Easy, you used to do true crime videos, right? You like interrogation videos?
Yeah, that's actually like human behavior is something I'm interested as fuck because of how many different things can fuck with it.
Yes, so that's psychology and stuff like this. Studying behavior is like my favorite topic, by the way, guys. Or one of my favorite. Theology is up there. But anyway, my point is, you watch those interrogation videos and they're like, now watch the way he crosses his arms. This could be a sign of guilt, but this could also be a sign of innocence. It's like, what? Sometimes people get defensive when accused of something.
I'm not talking about a YouTube video. I'm talking about like actual forensic, the people who go and look at the crime scene.
But these guys
look at like the violent nature of the crime and this and that, and then they put together a profile of the type of person they're looking for.
I'm saying that
like a,
the dude in the investigation room is not that far off, like, from the guy on YouTube is probably more studied than the dude in the interrogation room.
No, it's not. It's a Chat GPT with a guy that comes on my show and fucking does the.
Well, I'm talking about
the reading of the Chat GPT's fucking information. Yeah, and I'm not even kidding you.
I believe
Kazoom that comes on the show. He's the voice for that fucking.
I was talking about Ewu
interrogation video.
But let me do the counter argument for JS. Like, for example, you have all these like the gender affirming care and all that stuff. Like, you would never have schizophrenia affirming care. You'd never like affirm their delusions.
I actually disagree. I disagree with this. Andrew asked this to somebody in a debate the other day. He asked somebody, "Can you name one other mental illness where we affirm the person and we're held emotionally hostage over it?" And at first I was like, "Okay, I see what he's saying."
I don't agree with that shit.
I don't agree with affirming any.
No. But I'm saying that all of them.
We should help these people, man.
We affirm all of them, and we are held emotionally hostage to all of them, because if somebody has a mental illness and they're depressed and they're at work, we have to like the business.
I would say we can be held.
It's not as extreme. It's not like they're saying they're going to off themselves, but it could be small things like, okay, well, you have to treat this person a little differently.
People that say they're gonna off themselves if they don't get something that makes them feel better, they're just put under care. Like, you don't like being trans is the only thing you can go and say, yeah, if I don't get this care, I'm gonna off myself. And they're like, sure, let's chop off body parts.
It's definitely the most extreme one,
right?
But I'm saying even with like anxiety or social anxiety, somebody's like, well, they have social anxiety, so you got to tiptoe. You kind of got to tiptoe around this person, or you got to baby them, or you got to. This just happens all the time.
They don't do that.
So, what?
Everybody
yes,
will.
No, okay. So I think I understand what Wait, I think to be fair, to give.
They wear like.
Be fair to JS. I think what he's saying here is just how far shit has gone with like mental health disorders.
Everybody's got a diagnosis now. Everybody's got.
Yeah, no. I do understand that, and that's the problem with it, right?
Yeah, and I'm kind of being reactionary, so I'm going hard to the other side.
You get rid of the whole baby out with the bathwater thing.
But yeah, exactly. Like, this is the thing that's a problem with the whole medical industry as a whole, because no matter what you're going in, like Easy's story earlier on, like basically it's like you go to a doctor, like they're just looking for an excuse to give you.
I don't go to doctors.
Popping pills.
No, like I'm not even kidding when I say all I said to him was, I don't know what's going on. I have no motivation for work, and I just don't know what to do anymore. And like I planned it. I said just those words, and he was literally pulling out his pad
medication
and saying, "I'm gonna write you a prescription for something that's gonna help up your mood." And I just got up and walked out because I was like, "Yeah, this is how easy it is." And then my next doctor, I did that same thing, and he actually fucking started asking me questions and giving me different solutions, and I was like, "Okay."
And I understand.
I'll keep you as a fucking doctor.
I understand that it's not just psychiatry, Terry. You're not making a good argument. You're just. I'm going to expand and say it's the whole medical industry. You're right. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm doing the olive branch at the moment. I'm saying like what the problems that you are saying can be applied to the whole medical industry. But my nuanced point here is in terms of like the study of the mind. I dare not call it psychology because it's apparently a bad term, whatever. Like that itself is real. There are like real truths from studying the mind.
I look to a doctor to cure or heal my illness or my injury. And I think psychology looks to patients to keep them. It seems like I'm kind of.
That doesn't mean psychology's bad though. It just simply means
it sounds bad to me. It doesn't sound like a good thing to me.
Doesn't mean it's bad. It's like saying you could say the same thing about church. church tries to keep people.
Yes, you're right.
But and everything control people, but yet you wouldn't say church needs to go away.
Yes,
right?
psychology is the church of the secular. I agree, James.
You can use for church. Like, come on, that is ridiculous.
No, you just made a great point.
James is getting his wings from this debate. Like, I love this debate, easy.
No,
actually,
I
was
really
personal to me.
Teriyaki, can I actually get an answer? Why should I go to a psychiatrist if exercise is going to give me 1.5 times the better results than what he would ever be able to give me?
Well, because if you start seeing things that aren't there, you probably go to a psychiatrist.
Is that what?
Why? It doesn't work. What are you talking about?
If you have schizophrenia, if you're having hallucinations, you should see a doctor.
You're strawmanning the position. I never mentioned schizophrenia. I'm talking about the general public. I don't know why you're making an argument for the extreme.
Because we've been talking about schizophrenia.
Well, let's talk about the general public here.
Well, how about we go to the schizophrenia, your stupid thing after, man?
Well, hey,
we're having to talk about
Barney, are you guys actually arguing for a ban? Like, there's obviously going to be...
Yeah, but Minar, if someone tells you that the walls are talking them and telling them that they need to off their family, are you going to tell them, just go work out, bro?
Is that the general public?
No, that's normal. Can you answer my question?
Okay, well, is that the general public? Is that what the general
No,
public
it's not. I answered you. No problem. I'll answer you, no problem. It's not the general public.
Muslim.
Hold up. Can you just answer my question, though? I answered you. Can you answer mine?
100%. I would give him the 11-point list that you said. I would go through it, see if he's doing it. And if he's not, I would make sure that he starts there. Why not?
If the walls were telling him he needs to off his family?
So what do you want me to do with him? Go put him in like a... Is being grateful going to change that? Probably not. I'm trying to understand. What do you want me to do with him?
I'm asking you because you just said that we should tell him to work out.
I'm not going to do that.
No, you told me to tell him. You told me I should tell him to work out.
Well, that's what I'm not JS. I don't know why JS doesn't advocate for natural sciences. Like that's if you have the technology, you're obliged to use it, and actually you have to regulate and restrict it. So
what do you mean advocate? What does that mean?
Yeah.
I don't agree.
Hold on,
Teriyaki just addressed me. What do you mean by natural science?
Yeah, like you can open up somebody's body.
I do advocate for going to the gym, going to church, being social.
Answer anything.
But
where's the blood clot coming from, and figure out how to end it? Yeah, what?
Yeah, I have Dr. Sebi's Bible on my in my living room. I am pro herbs and natural supplements and
Bible?
Working out.
Natural supplements.
Yeah,
natural supplements is natural medicine right there.
I'm so confused. Yeah.
Like if the wall's talking to them, we just say, "Yo, ignore that wall. Go work out, bro."
Yeah,
just
let me dismantle Manar's point.
No,
let me dismantle it because it was really addressed to me. Like basically what he's trying to do is we were talking about schizophrenia, but he wants to talk about, let's say, for like the depression thing or whatever. The thing that's basically plaguing the whole thing. We've already addressed this, Manar, if you were listening, that the medical industry is going too far because they want to give you a pill for fucking everything. They're basically throwing statin drugs, cholesterol drugs at you just for having a blood test. Do you know what I mean? The medical industry is going too far, but what we're talking about is just the study of the mind. Is that real? And it's like, for example, like schizophrenia would be a good example where it's like, yeah, like that, like you can't just kind of throw the Bible at someone if they think the walls are telling them to kill their family.
Well, actually, that's not fully true. So I'm not surprised that you haven't heard it because they don't report it. But there has been proof of religious, Kundalini, spiritual, holistic, and anecdotal accounts of solving their schizophrenia symptoms through these ways. As opposed to the traditional way which you're advocating for, which actually leads to a whole slew of bad things, like actually making their schizophrenia worse, having to jump from one medication to a new medication because the previous medication loses its effectiveness, where it leads to depression and where it leads to suicidal thoughts and where it leads to... It keeps going on and on and on. I'm not saying that it's not something there, bro, but I'm saying like... What?
You keep thinking that me and Teriyaki are advocating for something we're not. Medication is the
No,
least
Teriyaki
thing
is
that me and
advocating for something
Teriyaki
different than
advocate.
you.
No.
Yes.
Medication
Are you
is
not,
the least
Teriyaki?
from it.
What I'm saying is that in terms of the case where it's like you've gone through the list of things, like the 11 questions that Speaky says, you're going through it properly. You're not just throwing drugs at them.
Yeah, I'm saying the drug thing is obviously not working. I've known so many people
if it's
on
a
those
last
drugs.
resort, if you've done everything else on the list and it still has not solved it, they've talked to their pastor, they've asked themselves 11 questions, they've done all these different things, and it still is not that the walls are still talking to them.
I
what
say
would
a
you
padded
suggest?
room is better than
What's
the drugs, bro.
percentage? What's the percentage of people that?
Yeah, but okay, you're just going to put them in a room
Why should our law
and
only
separate them
apply
from
to
society
these people?
rather than
Yeah.
taking a drug and then at least trying to integrate them with society?
No. I think it's a dangerous thing. If you have somebody going around seeing and hearing things, that's a very big danger to society and a danger to themselves. I don't think putting them in
herbs, not drugs.
But if you put if you put them in a mental institution, they're still going to be around other people.
Yeah,
with
but they're
schizophrenia
going to
as well.
be under constant supervision, unlike if they were integrated into the real world.
All the
Would you rather them
schizophrenics
not-
I know have been in this psychological system since they were kids. I know a lot of crazy people, guys. I've had a lot of experience of just through my life. It's anecdotal, I know, but all these schizophrenic
you don't
guys
even believe in the
have
dentist, man. What are
crazy
you talking
families. They went through some crazy shit. They were in and out of institutions from the time they were kids.
JS is a real.
Well, that would speak to a psychological effect then from what has happened to them, right? Like I had said in the chat too, like no one had mentioned earlier too,
It's
like
not psychological. It's their parents
the
and society.
good
It's the
cop,
world.
bad cop is literally a
Just a
psychological tactic, right? That's what the good cop, bad cop thing is when they're
No,
doing.
I don't think so.
They weren't
when
born
they're
with their brains
doing
broken. The world
interrogation.
broke their brain. It's not a psychological thing. It's a spiritual thing.
So do you think the brain is always broken, like a Catholic says?
They weren't born with their brains depressed or anxious or schizophrenic or broken. The world
What do you think we should do?
does
then,
that
Mike?
to them.
What do you think we should do then?
Prevention is better than cure.
Okay,
What do you do about the developmental stuff, JS, like bipolar and stuff?
No, that's.
I don't think bipolar is
that?
developmental.
That still causes behavioral issues. That stuff still causes behavioral issues.
What you do is you create extreme sanctions and regulate their behavior because prevention is better than cure. You advocate for Christian federal law.
It's a
But
total
don't you
change to
still
the
need
culture.
to study?
You would have to
don't
change
you still
the whole,
need
like,
psychology to study someone's mind in order to know whether or not they are these things?
No,
They
we
don't
didn't have
set a standard without
psychology. We
studying
didn't have
people's
psychology
minds.
until the 1900s,
They don't
James. We didn't
So
have it.
I'll shut up for a bit if you don't mind. I just wanted to say, like, Terry, like, are you against that idea of having them in like a pleasant, supervised life for the rest of their life when all other like good things have been tried, right? Not this stupid medication where you integrate them into society. If they're still having symptoms,
No,
you don't
what
want
I'm
them
saying
in
is
your
that even if you
society.
put them in a facility, you would
Yeah.
still need to drug them in some capacity.
Why?
Yeah. Either way, you gotta
Because-
keep them catatonic.
Or they're
You
gonna
basically
kill
just-
the fucking people taking
Yeah.
care of them, or the people that they're in the facility with. What do you mean?
Well, then you
What?
just reduce their
The
freedom.
wall's gonna
All
tell
the-
them, no,
you just
don't gotta
reduce their
kill your
freedom.
family anymore. Kill that person in the white suit that comes in through that
You
door.
reduce their freedom. You
Lobotomy
reduce
was
their
the original
mobility?
treatment for schizophrenia, and all
So
these
that would be
medications
a
do
pleasant
are
life,
medical
is just
lobotomies. They
strapped
just
to a
shut
fucking
down
chair
chunks
all
of their
day?
brain.
It's
Yeah,
more
but-
pleasant than going around and being held down while they're screaming and being forced drugs.
Yeah, but Farney, if you can get to that point, why not just
guys know who
advocate for
creates the
putting them
first
out of their
person?
misery at that stage?
Yeah,
So I think what
Well, if you want to
Farney-
adopt the MAID program down there, go ahead, man. I don't recommend it.
What
about an
Farney's just
island?
advocating for rehabilitation programs is basically what he's advocating for. Like that's it. Like
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
come
they're
on,
never
little
gonna
island
get
to
better if
themselves.
you're like drugging
Yeah,
them
what
up
about
and
an
all this
island?
and that.
Can we have middle ground, James? Did we just come to an agreement? Let's go.
Well, hey, that's a mental asylum. the island would be a mental asylum to where they're off and not hurting people. Like,
we wouldn't call it asylum. That doesn't sound nice.
Hey,
You call
do
it
you know who
the
Alan
Happy
Turing
Island.
is?
That is
know
more
who
or less
Alan
what I'm
Turing
getting
no,
at. Is
that's
like
not called Happy Island.
island
That's called
esque
Crazy
facility,
Island.
right?
Do you know who
It
Alan
can't be
Turing
Happy
is,
Island.
right?
It's gonna be Crazy Island.
Come on, do
We'll
you
give
guys
them
know
all
who
mushrooms. We'll give them all mushrooms on the
know who
island,
Alan
right,
Turing
Chris?
is?
Well, we'll give them mushrooms and some weed and
We'll
everything.
cure them all. We'll just
Like,
give them all ketamine and mushrooms and pot, and they'll just be happy.
Yeah.
And if they, like, you don't even have to have the staff being at risk. You can have it where, like, they're fed food through, like, drawers and stuff like that.
Depends on the middle ground there, JS.
Yeah, it's a prison, but it's nicer. And if they
Wally
kill
wants
one
to
of
bring
the
back the
other,
Salem witch trials.
Listen. If we
they
could
get
put
punished
them
for the
in
crime if
a,
they kill one of the fellow people.
if
there.
we could
Go
put
ahead.
them in a facility, and literally
Yeah.
the only thing we can physically do right now is give them something to lessen the interaction with the voices they're hearing.
But
yeah,
they've
like,
already
this
been
is
proven to
literally
not
our
work,
only
man.
option next to killing them.
But they don't work, man.
What do you mean they don't work? What are you talking about? What doesn't work, Arnie? What are you talking about? Are you saying that there's no schizophrenics that are given treatment?
No. What he's saying is the medication is not showing better effects than even the placebo would in most.
It's not. Wait, what?
That's the truth. That's the
That's
truth
the
about these, let alone the side effects that come with it. The truth is the placebo performs just as good as these medications in most studies.
Why not give these people herbs?
Okay.
Like,
why do you pronounce it herb, Jane? The H is silent. It's herbs.
He's from the country.
Okay,
you leave his accent alone, my friend.
Herbs.
Dude,
Herbs.
I started cracking up laughing. We said, "What about some herbs, Josh?"
Anyways, when you say that they don't work, I don't know what you mean by that. If you're saying that it doesn't cure the schizophrenia, yeah, of course it doesn't. I didn't say we have anything to cure schizophrenia.
Yeah, there's nothing to cure it.
But
You
it
can
stops
only
the walls
manage
from talking
the
to them.
problem.
Right. It not only stops the voices. It's about their urge to interact with these voices they're hearing. It's basically dumbing them fucking down. And it's either this, and we let them live a somewhat decent life in a facility, or we just kill them. So you take your pick, Farney. What would you rather do?
Only two options.
But yeah, but then the problem that comes from that is these people are not the most like reliable people with schedules and things like that. So they forget to take their meds, and then they do something off the rails.
Well, that's the point of the facility.
The meds have been
sorry, Easy. I didn't know you were addressing me at first, so I didn't.
He wants to know if you're going to advocate for a potato harvest.
My apologies.
No worries, no, Farney. What I was saying was the problem with saying that it doesn't work. Of course, it doesn't cure schizophrenia. We don't have a cure for schizophrenia, but the options we have right now is we give them some type of drug that helps lessen their urge to interact with these voices and hallucinations that they're having, and let them live somewhat of a decent life inside of a facility being watched, or we just kill them off. Like, that's literally the options we would have with schizophrenic people right now.
See, this is the problem.
I just really quick. I would like someone to just pull up one resourced, credible information, or like even a Mayo Clinic study that medical sedation is less effective than like religious supervision when it comes to what we're talking about. Like, it just sounds insane to say that medicine isn't more effective at this point.
In fact, increasing evidence indicates.
Yeah, I agree. Medicine is better.
Are you just playing like the skeptic game? Why didn't you just look this up before you came up, man?
I agree. I don't even need to look it up. I agree. Medicine is better at sedating people than actually teaching them to overcome what they're going through. It's like a water It's like a water faucet, or like a balloon or something. It builds up and it builds up, and you take the medicine and you're just blocking it for a while. And then when they forget to take their meds, they end up going crazy and doing something wild. And I've seen this happen, and it's like, we know it happens.
So for stuff like schizophrenia, like, to answer what Yeezy was saying, I would say that the current drugs, no, man, because what they do is they actually do more damage in the long run than good, and they don't actually have long-term effectiveness. They have to then jump to another drug, which then creates a whole slew of other problems. So no, I don't think.
What's your source for that?
I'm saying
what's
sedation.
your source?
Shit, man,
Sedation
look it
is
up your
not the
fucking
solution.
self. Stop interrupting, kid. Like, I'm trying to have a discussion with Easy, man. If he wants some sources, I'll pull them up for him. I have them over here, but holy crap, learn some freaking patience.
Yeah, you keep looking to the right and mentioning a bunch of
Yeah, because I'm reading off the screen.
I've been listening to you for an hour and a half. So all the medical professionals, at the Mayo Clinic, all the fucking medical. No, hold on. I've been listening to this clown go off for fucking over an hour.
Hold the fuck up, man. All the spurging, it's nobody can fucking hear you.
I've been listening to this clown go off for over an hour, and I haven't heard one medical professional at the Mayo Clinic, the most medically accredited society in the United States of America, say, hey, we should have religious supervision over medical sedation. Look at them just blathering sounds.
Why would
very
the Mayo
intelligent,
Clinic say that?
very intelligent, buddy. Yeah, you're smarter than all the doctors that advocate for medical sedation, moron.
When did I ever state this was mine, moron?
Barney
So yeah, go back to your corner where you belong. So, anyways, Easy. As I was saying,
ad hominems. Again, pull up an actual source and stop looking to the right side of your fucking screen. Nobody cares every time you look to the right, bro. We don't care when you look up to the right. Drop it in the chat. Give us one article that states what you're saying is true.
One at a time.
Exactly.
Calm down, bro.
Yeah.
Man, my ass.
That's not ad hominem, by the way.
That's the idea, not the person.
But anyway, so Easy.
Still waiting. One article, one study.
All right, see, this guy wants some spurg, so
just chill, man. Just chill. Let him answer.
Is that your position, Farney, that religion is the cure and it's medication? Or is your position that
he wants his spurg time, man? Let him have his spurg time.
God, how about
like a child,
God, you're actually strawmanning his
position.
position. His position is that medication is failure. It's a failure.
That's correct. Thank you, Minar. It's as if somebody's actually effing listening. Holy crap.
So I would agree
stop
with
strawmanning.
medication is failing.
And actually deal with the
Herbs
topic.
is the answer, not medication. Herbs.
But the spurg in the corner that obviously doesn't believe in God.
I don't believe in God. I don't believe in God. Okay, so what about all of the God-believing medical professionals that think medication is actually a good path? So you're sitting here saying everything Speakeasy and Teriyaki have been stating was completely different from what I'm confronting you for, moron. You're trying to convince us that there's scientific evidence for what you're saying. There isn't. That's what these two have been trying to tell you.
I literally read. Did you even watch the debate when I?
We've been fucking listening to you clowns for hours. That's why we're speaking on it now.
I gave him specific stats and sources.
I'm for herbs.
God, have you looked at the studies that show the exercise 1.5 times more effective than medication? And
he hasn't looked at any research, man. He just wants to
that's what we got to do. We got to get all of the Vatican exorcists in every hospital and medical clinic so we can fix this, you morons.
Look, if you want to figure out after I'm done making my point,
you're not really fixing it either.
Yo, these guys are fucking idiots, man. These guys are fucking idiots. Like there's a clear science for the chemistry in the brain.
Finally respond.
So, what I was saying is the current medications that we are using to treat schizophrenia, they will work for a period of time. Then they get lowered in their effectiveness and where a new medication needs to be applied. With each new medication, ramifications happen with each of them. And often they are permanent ramifications on the patient. And so I don't think that's the way to go. However, I'm not against other forms, and no, they don't have to be just religious, other forms of treatment that we could be doing. There's been things mentioned such as like exploring things that have not been done before, such as, microdosing psilocybin, for example, as for different disorders in the mind, right? So
doesn't that contradict exactly what you said 10, 15 minutes ago, that we shouldn't be drugging people dealing with this? What are you saying at this point?
Listen, you fucking Spurg. He's not saying that.
Because at the end of the day, Speakeasy and Teriak were saying the medical approach isn't the right way, but it's far more effective than what you're saying. Point blank, period. The science speaks it.
Showing that there's definitely some sort of manifestation going on with you, man.
How's that true when the new study showed that exercise?
Fucking Chris is always jumping in to get on my ass. I don't know what it is with you, Chris. I don't know if it's because I called you a Viva La Bam copycat. I don't know what it is, bro.
Hey, you gotta take your meds, man. You gotta take your meds. Don't forget.
Honestly,
weren't you tagging against
what I
the
gotta do?
meds?
What I gotta do is go talk to a priest.
Yeah,
I gotta go
take his medications.
No. What I gotta do? What I gotta do, right? Hey, no, JS. What I gotta do is go talk to a priest about my anxiety and depression and schizophrenia, because he's gonna tell me how I fix it, right? Fuck the doctor that went to medical school, right? Fuck all that.
You should probably go see a priest and keep taking your meds, and then you can probably slowly wean off your meds.
I was talking specifically to the point of what's it called, schizophrenia. But if you were talking about depression, I would always 100% tell any man to go talk to a priest before he ever goes and talks to a fucking therapist.
Yeah, dude. One of the most dangerous drugs.
So your argument is actually stupid.
Yeah.
That's the whole reason why I jumped in here, because you guys are generalizing. If depression and schizophrenia aren't mental health,
I'm not
give me the category then. Speakeasy, give me the fucking category. What's the difference between schizophrenia and depression? Are they not mental health diagnoses? This is the thing with you fucking YouTube guys. You guys just fucking love to just do this shit, but there's no actual education occurring, is there? You guys just want to fucking argue. You guys just want to argue all day.
Are you crying?
You think I'm crying, Speakeasy? Come on, big dog. It's just like with the legal thing. You think judges will laugh out weed DUIs, right? It's the same thing here. Let's just ignore the medical science. Let's just ignore the medical science and all the medical professionals and listen to this fucking clown on YouTube. He's got it figured out. Hey, finally, I can't wait for your next lecture at the Ivy League university we go to. Clown.
Hey, it's funny you say the clown on YouTube, but you came to my channel, Goofy. Bitch.
Yeah, you can't even fucking speak.
I'm pretty sure that was Imperious, man, and he's always a Spurg.
No, that's not Imperious. That's another dude that comes over here and fucking spurgs out. And because he thought I was on his side here, and because I wasn't on his side and he was about to get cornered, he fucking ran.
Yeah, straw man and everything.
Cry baby little bitch, bro.
You know
it's like these YouTube guys. You are a YouTube guy, you fucking retard. You hop on panels all the time. You fucking retard.
Actually give each other a chance to fucking speak, and he just fucking spurgs, bro. He contradicts himself while he fucking speaks, bro. Who the fuck is that guy?
Also, that wasn't Imperious, but it did sound like Imperious' boyfriend.
I could read it.
Guys, I wanted to hear him spurg about the weed laws again.
So easy. Do you think it would? Should I even bother reading out where I'm getting these facts, or shall I present them? Or just
however you want to do it, man. Yeah, you can go ahead. And read
sure. So perhaps he's an idiot that's against stuff like. He may be against PubMed. He does seem like he's a pretty freaking retarded person, so maybe he is. But there's like National Library of Medicine, religious practices and spiritual well-being and schizophrenia. Oh, it's almost as if you're freaking retarded, kid. So there's one. Do you want me to pull up more, kid? Like, I'm not going to humor you any more than just one. Go fuck yourself. Ask respectfully in the future. And maybe you'll get some more, kid.
When we were talking about they do policy change, they don't achieve.
Freaking yelling over other people like a little insolent child. See, that's why we need to bring back beating of children.
See, all you YouTube guys don't even know anything. You guys' sources don't mean anything unless it's from the Mayo Clinic. You guys, like you YouTube guys, don't know shit.
All right, this one's going to cost us lots of money. Oh, this one's very cheap.
I love how you thought. Like, who's got the background shit playing?
Plastic Maverick is having a conversation with somebody.
Okay, let me mute him for now. All right. No, the thing was, The thing was, dude came up and he kept saying, "Yeah, what me and Easy and Teriak are trying to say," and then all of a sudden he threw in, "Yeah, you think anyone's gonna tell somebody that has depression to go see a priest?" And I'm like, "Wait a minute, yeah."
Yeah,
I would before a therapist. I'm not on your side with this argument.
I would tell him
the
to go to
fuck?
a priest before a therapist.
This guy obviously doesn't know me. I rarely like say things without facts to back
priest
them
is
up.
number one.
Like I'm such
Then
like
go
a
to
freaking like
therapy.
anal person about this crap.
Like I'm not saying don't.
So rare
go to
that I would
therapy at
do that.
all, but, like, a
Yeah,
priest is
Barney's
number
probably the
one.
most sourciest
James,
guy.
start over what you were saying because you just started talking in the middle of Farney talking and I didn't even hear what you said.
Yeah. Sorry, James. I'm a little worked up, James, after that guy, man. I feel the righteous passion right now.
Well, even I would say go to a priest first, but obviously therapy is good too to get an idea of like your mental issues, like because
What do
obviously
you mean by
autism and things
therapy?
like
What
that
do you
are
mean, like
real.
sitting on a couch and talking about your problems?
Well,
Is that what you mean?
no, I'm talking about going to therapy so you can get an appointment to get a diagnosis for like autism and things if you have that. To see a psychologist.
And
'Cause
how do you
gotta
get
go
there?
through
By sitting on the
therapy
couch talking about
first.
your problems?
At least that's how I went. At least that's how I
What
got
difference
to see a
in your life
psychologist,
does it
I
make
went
when
to
you
therapy
find out,
first.
James? What difference in your life does it make when you sit on that couch and then you talk to somebody and they tell you have
Does the
autism?
therapist offer you a job? Does he give you a scholarship? Does he offer you
Well, what
grants?
difference does
Is
it
there programs that he allows you to rehabilitate your life with? Does he offer you exercise as your first option or second option or at least the third one? Is there anything that the therapist that can help you move on, or does he
No,
give you any
because they don't want to
resources?
lose patience.
Or does he just
No,
offer you
listen.
medication?
I think James is just confusing psychiatrist with therapist, right?
No. Therapy is how I got to see a psychologist. That was how I got to the point where I could go get a
A
diagnosis.
psychologist and a
At least in my
psychiatrist
opinion.
aren't the same thing, James.
Yeah, but they're like a gateway drug. It's like a gateway.
But like the psychologist is the one who diagnoses a person with
Yeah, he prescribes it. Can he
autism
prescribe
and
it or he has
ADHD.
to send you?
How old were you, James? If you
I was 23 when I got diagnosed 4 years ago.
The therapist, he
I
just
had to
can't
go through
prescribe
therapy
medication.
because I had an issue where I had a misunderstanding with someone, and then it led me into getting into therapy. And then that was how I got set up with the appointment to get the diagnosis for autism and ADHD.
I think therapists, they can diagnose, but they cannot write
They
prescriptions.
didn't diagnose me. The therapist was not the one that diagnosed me. They recommended that I see
Well,
someone
yeah,
to get
they're
a
not.
diagnosis.
Well, a
They didn't
recommendation
diagnose
because
me
they thought you had
personally
this
at
kind of diagnosis.
all. They didn't even want to say it. They didn't want to even classify it. They told me to go see a psychologist, a person who actually diagnoses it.
They're working you
Who
up.
studies the mind to
They're working
diagnose
you up
it.
the chain.
I
The
know,
next
because
step
he
is the
wanted to prescribe you
psychiatrist.
medication and the therapist can't do it. Did he ever offer you exercise? Can I ask you that? You know how
Actually, it
effective
was a she, not a he, that I saw from my
Did he
therapist.
ever offer
Of
you
course it was.
exercise?
She,
Did he ever go
not a
any
he.
of the
A
speakeasy 11
she.
item list?
Of course it was, James. That's funny.
Well, that's because there's a lot of she therapists here, not
Exactly. Yeah,
he
that's
therapists.
Of course.
Kind of the
Of course.
case everywhere.
There's only like maybe like 2 therapists that are he's in my local area, the where I can see.
And I bet they're gay.
So wait a minute.
No,
just to be
actually,
clear.
the one doctor that I seen, is not gay. He has a wife, so.
What about the other one?
I have no honesty on that.
So wait, I'm just confused, James. A therapist is what led you to being diagnosed with autism?
Because they set me up an appointment with the person who diagnosed me.
Yeah.
That was the one that studied
The
the human mind.
therapist.
A therapist did.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So
The therapist will send you to the psychologist. The psychologist will send you to the
I told you, it's
psychiatrist.
like a gateway drug. It's like a gateway
It's a
drug.
it's a graduate. It's a graduated system.
After, right? Like,
Yep.
So the therapist referred you to a psychiatrist, and then
Who then
That's
passes them
why I got
on
the
to the psychologist.
psychiatrist diagnosed you?
Yeah, then I got diagnosed. Yeah.
One person sent you to their homie that can write scripts, basically.
But
Yeah, but I
again, the
think they
reason that I
diagnose
got
based
into
on the therapist's
therapy,
recommendation.
but the reason I got into therapy though is because I got in some trouble. because I got with a misunderstanding.
Did you break a law, or was it you don't have to get detailed, but did you break a law?
It was a simple misunderstanding that they thought there was a breaking of the law because they didn't understand what my goal was.
And so they compelled you to.
He was robbing a bank.
No, Teriak. It was a social misunderstanding.
So you didn't break a law, but
it was a social misunderstanding that where they thought I was breaking the law.
This is what I was arguing.
I wasn't breaking the law. I wasn't attempting to, but they thought I was though.
Oh, breaking and entering. That's cool, James.
No.
Listen, guys, stop fucking prying. James
I don't
gave
wanna
it
get
good
in.
enough. They thought he was breaking the law. Stop prying.
It was a social misunderstanding.
I will.
It's hard when we're talking about psychology.
He was halfway climbing the fence.
I will say I was very interested in what Mosman said earlier
I'm always struggling
about
with social issues,
autism
irregardless
and
of when I was
narcissism
diagnosed.
for having possible
Regardless.
overlaps. I want to look into that more. I haven't heard of that before.
Well, regardless if I was diagnosed or not, I've always struggled with social problems.
I'll look it up now.
Especially social problems talking to women, particularly. That's the one where I struggle the most. with myself.
That's not a mental illness, James. That's every young man.
James, it's fine.
No,
I think
that's
Farney,
not every young
I think there's a lot of
man.
overlap because when you look at like autism, they don't pick up the social cues, whereas a narcissist, like they'd be able to recognize the social cue, they just don't care.
James, come hang out with me. How tall?
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, and that's what I was gonna look at, like what perhaps
Narcissist
like, the
is
boundaries
bullshit
where
too.
the
What are we,
controls
feminists
on
now?
the,
That's such a
the study and
lame
such.
word, narcissist. All the best
But
guys
I'm not
are
as
narcissists.
hardcore as JS on a lot of this stuff, Terry, man. I just
I don't even like hearing the word narcissist. It like triggers me. It's
Yeah, that's because you're probably a narcissist.
Well, let's.
Narcissists wouldn't like the word narcissist.
No, we took a narcissist test.
I'm not a bitch with narcissism. No, don't you think?
I took a narcissist test on the stream, and at the
starting to
end,
sound
they
like
were
a
trying to get me
nerd.
to pay for it. And I was like,
and James says, "Yeah, that's because you're probably a narcissist."
I love this new energy James has.
James, I said to James just the other day, I was like, ever since he's been doing the verbal combats, I see him coming and getting like, he's more confident with his approaches on everything, and he fucking look at
James?
how fast he comes back with them. I love it.
Yeah, once I get my own space, I'll be I'll be getting
James, how many push-ups have you gotten to?
Dude, I don't really do push-ups that much. That's not
Alright,
my main
start-
workout
start-
method.
get to 20.
My main workout method's walking. To be frankly
that's not a
honest.
workout, James. That's just what people do every day. to
No,
get-
that's a workout to me. Walking and hiking. That's a
No,
workout to
James.
me, bro.
Yeah, you need to get to 20 ASAP.
Well,
That's
to
what I
be
could do to
fair,
work it
at
out.
least him walking and going for a walk is better than not.
It's better
doing
than
it, so.
nothing. Yeah, I guess.
I prefer walking and hiking, bro. It's just more me.
We
Actually, a big reason a lot of people like lose like circulation and proper function of their legs as they get older is because they spend so much time just sitting down, right? So like,
Yeah,
as
or
you
laying
get older,
down.
your legs don't have to hold up the weight as much.
Yeah, and that's one of my points. Is that's why society is getting comfortable. Laziness leads to depression and mental illness. Like we're able to be lazy and still be comfortable. We shouldn't be able to do both of those things at the same time. But there's a lot of people who are lazy and they're comfortable with it. So we used to have to walk to get food. Like you gotta be moving,
Mhm.
and that's why.
But that doesn't.
So if you're gonna be
that's
sitting
why
at a
going
desk
for
all
a
day,
walk, it's a really good thing.
I agree with
But-
what Minar's saying. Like a lot of it is physical activity and what your
But
diet. and-
I get that, JS, that you can heal all that stuff and help all that, manage all that stuff with physical activity. But sometimes depression is really bad though, where you can't even move.
I don't know. I've never
Yeah,
heard
but
somebody
usually
get
that's
down in time.
that's why I came up with those questions, because if you can answer all yes to all of those and you're still feeling that way, then that means there's some underlying issue that actually
Yeah.
needs to be addressed, either a
Yeah.
physical impairment to your brain, or it could be something that you're
Oh,
you're
let me
lying
prove-
to yourself about, because a lot of people will hold on to certain things and then just lie about it, right? So then like you're never actually fixing it if you're just lying to
Yeah.
yourself about it being a problem, right?
Like certain things, like you're mourning a loss of someone so badly, and you're not talking about it with someone and stuff, because people tend to like suppress that, or at least try to suppress that.
I think what we need to do is we need to
about it. Especially men. It seems like men don't really want to talk about those kinds of losses.
Well, I think we need to normalize changing the definition of depression. That it's an indicator. It's an indicator that there's something wrong with your life that needs to change ASAP. It's not an indicator of you having to go and take medication and sit and talk about your problems for the next 3 years to a therapist. No.
Well, I would agree.
I'll give you an example, James. Right now, you're telling me you're depressed. But if I give you a beautiful girl that would love to be with you, I give you $1 million and I send you on a trip to Thailand with her, are you telling me you're going to be depressed?
But again, I would agree with what you're saying, but depression doesn't make depression not real, though. That's my point.
It is real, but
depression is real. We need to reform. That's calling for reform.
Depression is real. It's just gay, bro.
How is an emotion
real? We need to normalize it as an indicator to something else.
An emotion can be as real as you and me, JS.
It's weird to say that emotions aren't real, by the way. You would agree, James,
It's
that...
weird to say they are real to me.
Did you? So you don't?
I already talked to you about this earlier today, Jess.
There's a real effect you feel from it, but you can't.
Oh, God didn't create emotions.
Yeah, okay, look,
I mean by real.
We said we're not going to go into semantics of what like emotion versus like fine driving force of negative appetite or what have you, where it's like a disgust response. Like
meanwhile,
disgust response is not an emotion.
Meanwhile, Dr. Farney's patient was told to practice gratitude and is now thankful for the voices.
Hey, some of them stopped taking their meds because they missed their friend. James, you said that you would agree, rather, that depression is basically like a persistent state of sadness, right? Like an ongoing sadness, right?
Yeah, and
Big sad.
And that it has a root cause of like there's something wrong in your life and you need to figure out what it is and fix it.
Good. That's all I was going to say, man.
It doesn't mean though that depression is not real. That's the thing. I'm saying reform. I'm saying reform psychology. I'm not saying that depression isn't real or that mental health isn't real.
No, but I'm happy that you acknowledge that. There's also like 80% effectiveness with placebos and depression. So like depression is a really, really stupid thing to have meds with. I think that's what Easy was like. No.
Yeah, I don't follow
depression. Like,
yeah,
right?
I know big sad is real.
I don't agree with meds, but I mean, I guess you can say I do in a way with the herbs because the herbs are medical now. But you know,
yeah, but why not just give them like a candy pill? Like, who cares? Like, if they're gonna take something,
you mean like a?
Whoa.
Do you mean something like a sugar pill though, Pawnee? They can just say it helps with whatever they got.
I'm saying if they're gonna run to the med instead of doing the hard work, you might as well do it. Or what can help is you put them on the sugar pill, and then they can have the energy to start making the change. But the issue with the antidepressants that they're currently using is often the side effect is worse depression, worse suicidal thoughts.
Yeah, I don't agree with the current system as far as the meds. I don't agree with that at all.
They can also cause homicidal tendencies. Like, they're horrible.
I'm a herbalist, not a pharmaceutical.
Well,
I'm a herbalist.
You wouldn't go to a psychologist to give you an herb for your depression.
Well, you can't get an herb from them actually through their pharmaceutical company. They don't do that actually. I've tried that actually.
Yeah.
They told me they can't help me.
So you'd probably go to like a spiritualist
James,
or an
talk
herbalist,
to me in
wouldn't
private.
you?
I didn't know you
psychology's
were like,
fake.
suffering. I can give you loads of different teas that you can drink, man. Like valerian root and stuff,
I've got the teas. Like I use
Oh, I didn't even get to talk about dualism.
Barney, can you finally get to the point where you start advocating that we begin harvesting the potatoes from society?
What that tea is good for depression.
I did potatoes. Actually, that'll probably
I feel
add to your
targeted.
problem.
I got
James,
potato on the
Potatoes
shelf,
may
but I can't
decrease
remember what
most
it is.
likely
Don't
your
forget to
inflammation in
James.
your body, which would actually lead to greater
Me pot
depression.
of potatoes.
What were you saying, James?
I got a question for James. James, do you think that there is a portion of
James
spiritual?
isn't at his computer. I don't know if he can hear you, man.
He's got his
James
headset.
is not here at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep.
He should have his
But
headset.
yeah. I'm pretty sure potatoes would give you a longer.
He get a
he's
box
getting
of
something to
cheese
eat.
sticks or something.
Oh, Farney, you don't understand what an alternative use of
Chamomile,
potato
herbal tea?
means.
Oh,
Chamomile
poor
tea.
gullible
Herbal
potato
tea,
farming
baby.
Farney.
James,
Chamomile tea.
James, you think
that's regular tea.
Herbal tea. That's good for depression and PTSD.
Chamomile tea is just like regular tea.
So, supposedly.
No, it can help, James, but stuff like valerian root is far stronger. Just
That's
so
a
you know. There's
marketing
lot of
ploy, by the way.
Listen, depression is this,
Valerian,
right?
yeah.
Depression is a persistent sadness, a persistent anxiousness, a persistent emptiness, or all three, or just two of them. These are like the three top moods that are what they use for diagnosing you as a major depressive disorder, right? But the thing is here, first off, if you're persistently sad, right, there's probably something behind the reasoning to this, right?
There's something wrong in your life.
If you're persistently empty, right, that means there's something to fill. You're literally saying what you need to do, right? The persistently anxious thing, this could be so many like different things that it's really stupid to like just diagnose this as like a disorder and give people medications based off of it. Like that's the one I agreed with, where with depression, like this isn't something we should be like. Again, if it's not something like, if it was like a real illness that or I mean, if it was something that could be cured with these medical interventions, then why is all the medical interventions come with risks that are linked to the depression itself? Right? Like, oh, I'm having like thoughts of self-deletion. Okay, you're depressed, so we're going to give you this pill, and the side effect is thoughts of self-deletion.
Yeah,
and or homicidal
what?
tendencies.
Like, wait, what? Wait, I'm confused. What?
Wait
Where
till you
am I
find out
getting
a lot of
help?
them are like that. ADHD is the same thing. It's not.
It's
ADHD is
scary
just as
crap.
bad as depression.
Damn side effect.
Dude,
That's why I'm
weight
a
loss
herbalist.
drugs have that same
0.3 acres. Is
that
this
same negative
actually
side
the
effect.
idiot that's in the picture, or is this just like a troll account of his?
I think it's a troll because that looks.
Oh, okay.
That dude in the
Also,
picture looks familiar.
let's not look at the correlation
That dude in the
between
picture looks familiar. Why is that?
I was gonna say neck tattoos might help with your depression, but that hat that this dude's wearing in this photo definitely
everybody's depressed
will
if
make
they're
him
wearing
depressed.
If
imagine
I
like
recall correct. Okay, go ahead.
imagine cholesterol pills that like a side effect was could raise your cholesterol.
You know what else would probably
exactly.
make? You know what else would probably make someone depressed if you were the person in that photo, is being an angry old disabled man on the internet.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was cold there, Wally.
Yeah.
Cold.
If you look at the correlation between school pupils and the amount of fucking pills they're supposed to take to not do that shit, it's a big fucking problem.
I thought it looked familiar there, Josh. That picture looks familiar. I thought I was crazy, but
yeah.
So, yeah, I think when you look at stuff like a lot of like diabetic weight loss medications and stuff like this, it's often similar to this idea of like mental health stuff. Instead of doing the hard work, they want a quick fix, a quick out for like a long-term like lifestyle of bad decisions. Doesn't mean it's always the case, okay? Like I get it, like there's difference between type 1, type 2 diabetes and stuff like that, right? But I'm just saying it's wild that you'll see under like weight loss medication stuff like it can cause like depression, it can cause weight gain, it can cause like all these very similar things to antidepressant medication. Like, and yet they have them going ha 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 all in the commercial, right? They're loving their weight loss journey, and
a common thing that actually happens is that they find that these drugs work for other things, and then they just rebrand them. So it is actually a depression medication that they rebrand, and then they're like, oh, now it's the new, weight loss drug, and it's like, but originally it was for depression.
Guys,
so what is it? It's a side effect that happens to a certain percentage, and then they're like, oh, well, since this side effect is like a regular occurrence, let's rebrand it and call it a new drug.
Guys, you need to
it's crazy.
What the fuck is that sound?
Please, like,
who's raining?
I don't know. I can hear it though. Whatever it is.
Taking a shower
going by or something.
That was Chris.
It was Chris.
Chris, what the fuck you doing, bro?
Chris, what the fuck, bro?
So listen to Ozempic. Please don't sue me, Ozempic.
Sorry.
It can cause pancreatitis. It can cause thyroid tumors, hypoglycemia, gastroparesis, gallbladder problems, kidney damage, diabetic, retinopathy,
death,
bowel obstructions, allergic reactions, vision loss, and thoughts of suicide.
Guys.
I mean, Farney, as long as I'm skinny, it doesn't matter if I can't see, shit, or piss. I mean, it doesn't matter, man.
So instead of actually getting them on a healthy diet, because we've studied this, I hear you, man, Black. We've studied like natural ways of dealing with things like diabetes and all that, such as like lowering your carb intake, your like sugars and all that. Go into a more ketogenic diet. You will. What is going on? Is he like cleaning his camera? Is he
agreeing. I was agreeing.
Oh,
I was totally agreeing with this.
I didn't see the honey fucking twitching. He's having a seizure.
James is tweaking out over
I was getting excited. My ADHD
So
was coming
this
out.
is like mind-body
yeah.
medicine, which is a field of psychology that psychologists say shouldn't be a field of psychology because it includes.
So James, here's the argument. James, we've shown you that medication has side effects that could be extreme or deadly.
I never said I was.
Can I finish the argument, James? Can I finish the argument before you spurg out? Can I tell you what's happening and then you argue against that?
Well, I've made it clear I'm not pro medication.
James, the medication
y'all
you're
kept
taking,
bringing up medication like I'm pro medication.
Okay, can I give you the argument? We've proved to you that medication has side effects. We've proven to you through data that exercise can have the same effects, even better maybe, and it doesn't do side effects. So until you've shown us that you're actually prioritizing exercise over medication,
and you're still
then tell us you're not creating any change in your life,
I'm
we
a
cannot
herbalist, not a
talk about this.
medicationalist, bro.
Okay,
I'm
I want to say a clarification, like Easy said. I think JS said this. It's never a good idea to tell people like to just stop their medication. Whoever put them on the medication should be consulted first before getting off the medication because it can be very dangerous to just stop medication. We don't know what medication James is on. It's up to him if he wishes to share it with
I'm
us.
not on medication. I'm a herbalist. My goodness.
So he's not even on medication.
I'm tired of saying
So
it.
I wasn't gonna pry, bro.
Just take your
I wasn't gonna pry. It's not my business if you are, you know.
Yeah, we're getting into psychiatry.
We agree on a lot of stuff here, but
I tried to steer away from psychiatry.
James, that's not just to you, that's to the audience. If anybody's listening in the audience, none of us are advocating that you ever get off your drugs without your doctor being part of the process.
So
like we're talking right now about. Hold up. So, sorry, Wally. I know you were just about to say something, but right quick, I just want to say, like, none of us are saying too, like with depression, that you should go take medications. I think we're all on the side of like when it comes to depression, like a medication should not be your get out of depression. But like again, I would bring up when you're talking to certain things, like a wall talking to you, you can't just be like, nah, don't worry, bro. Don't worry about that wall. Just go hit the gym, bro. Some fucking push up, pussy. You can't do that to someone who's actually hearing walls talk to them. Wait. Wally wanted to say something and I interrupted. So
yeah, Farney, I wanted to go back a little bit there. You do understand Ozempic was not developed as essentially a cosmetic surgery drug, right? It was developed as a type 2 diabetes medication.
Right. That's
Correct.
exactly what it goes. That goes back to what I was saying.
Establishing that, do you know what Ozempic does to you?
Makes you lose weight, which probably cures diabetes too.
No. I'm gonna get there, JS. Don't worry.
I think it stops you from eating. It's like
essentially, you are having a simulated stomach stapling by being on that medication. If you, depending on what level of dosage you're on, it's your interaction with food can have very different effects with your stomach. You can start becoming more sensitive to like oily or like high fat substances going into your stomach. And then eventually you're going to have a very suppressed appetite.
Do you throw it up if you eat it? Like if you keep eating, do you know about that? No.
Well, what it is you are going to get full faster, and you are being forced to train yourself to have a more restricted appetite.
Right. Essentially, it retrains your mind through your stomach.
You can vomit from it.
Now, there is
about 10% of users do vomit from getting on the drug.
Well, if you don't stop eating when it starts turning your appetite back off when it is on.
And those are the people that suffer from more of a compulsory eating thing than more of a
and honestly, Farney, a lot of those side effects are probably related to the fact that people are going to have a massive disruption in their diet, and those side effects are probably
that can.
If you're not controlling for the changes in your diet and making sure you don't get deficient in any nutrients or anything like that. Yeah. Because the punchline to this is, Farney, is that I've been on it for over 2 years.
Yeah.
And I've never had any kind of like debilitating retinal conditions or anything. The only thing it's accomplished for me is that I was diagnosed a type 2 diabetic in August of 2020, got on Ozempic in March of 2021, and have been off insulin ever since.
Well, that's lost weight.
Congrats.
Yes, I have lost weight from it. I was like 260 when I weighed myself last week.
Oh.
But you need to be careful. You're not losing muscle. Be careful.
But what it's doing, Farney, is that in the event, because here's the problem with how type 2 diabetes works. What's the number one thing they're going to try to encourage you to do as a type 2 diabetic, whether it's self-inflicted or genetic? They're going to tell you to lose weight.
Right.
They're going to tell you to lose weight. Now, what is taking insulin to lower your blood sugar going to do to you? Well, it's going to keep you fat.
Yeah.
Because your body is holding in insulin that it's not.
They don't want to cure you.
Here's the thing. Here's what's basically happening there, Josh, is that your body is holding on to insulin if you're a type 2 diabetic that it's not releasing, which is why your blood sugar goes up and it stays up. So then what you're doing is then you're pumping more into your body with, depending whether you're taking short or long-term insulin. And that makes you just retain more weight. So the Ozempic is forcing your body to release the insulin that it's naturally holding back.
Mm-hmm.
So that when you do eat, you're using the insulin that your body produces and it's going out. So your blood sugar will go down after you eat, just like if you injected insulin naturally.
So you would agree, though, my more difficult solution could accomplish the same thing in a healthier way, right?
What's your more difficult
solution? It can be
solution?
a part of it, but again, like I said,
swap into like a
if you're a type 2 diabetic,
carnivore, reduce carbohydrates in your diet.
You can do there are a lot of things you can do
for an hour a day. Running on
it's mostly diet. Like gym does matter, but it's mostly diet. But
oh my god, there are a lot of things you can fucking do, but one of the biggest things you have to worry about when you're a type 2 diabetic is keeping that blood sugar low no matter what. So because consistently high blood consistently high blood sugar is what leads to all the negative health effects of being
because they put sugar in everything here.
Yeah, but
in America.
to have
America got too much sugar
under
in our
200 grams of carbs, that includes like your sugar intake. So you would be having blood sugar
but
low.
ultimately, when you are treating someone with it, it's still better that they're on something like this and not injecting new insulin into their body that they don't need. So it's keeping your body no matter what, because things can, you can have a lot of habit changes, but regardless, this is not forcing you to inject more, prescribed insulin into you. It's just
I'm not
releasing the insulin your body's not using.
Yeah, it makes your pancreas create more insulin. It's weird too, that shit too, because like although it does do the weight loss is a side effect from it, like this wasn't approved for weight loss, right? There's some like physicians that will prescribe it, but for weight loss, but they're not supposed to.
So my point is, like, I don't see why you would even need to have any sort of insulin reducing drugs if you're keeping your carbs under 200 grams a day. A lot of
because for
people
generations in America, we've been adapted to the diet, and our whole physiognomy is different now. Our bodies are different, so that's why America is so overweight. And then they keep us locked in this system with the insulin. That's why the insulin prices are always up for debate. Other countries aren't as overweight as us, and they're putting sugar in all the food. It's a damn conspiracy is what I'm saying.
So what I'm saying is, like, there's
I really
testimony
don't know where that whole thing about the price of insulin comes from, because with my insurance, I never paid more than like $25.
Right. Well, you had insurance. There's those that don't have insurance where it's not.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure if you're diabetic and you don't have insurance, you can get it's easier to get assistance getting insurance because you have a condition that's an imminent threat to your long-term health if it's not maintained.
Maybe.
Yeah, the problem is, Farney, like, you're right in a sense. So, like, with type 2 diabetes, right? You're right in a sense that some people can manage that condition with like some lifestyle changes, but the problem is they're also going to incorporate other medications, and this doesn't work for every one of them, right? Like, some people's insulin resistance is so severe that they need the extra input, or else they're gonna die. Like, they'll literally just die without it, dude.
And that's
perhaps
real.
I'd have to see, like,
That's a
I'd
result
have to like see that like specific style of study or whatever. But like,
yeah, it's just
I'm just saying that
get it so severely that because it's the resistance to it is so severe that those other medications and lifestyle changes aren't enough to maintain the blood sugar levels, and that's why they need to give the insulin.
Yeah,
well, and that part
perhaps
of
if like the body stops producing
the whole
stuff,
point of treatment, Farney, is that you
even
eventually do, if you are a type 2 diabetic, what you want to do is get the patient below a 7.0 A1C as long as possible, and eventually get it below 6, because then at that point you're getting the condition into active remission where you can start pulling medications back.
Yeah, I'm just saying I've seen numerous people that had diabetes that they switched to ketogenic and or carnivore diet and without any drugs.
Sometimes it's not just diet, because you need medications to assist with the A1C regulation, which is what you're really trying to do ultimately in treating the condition long term, when you're just to the brass tacks of it.
Nah,
I don't know. They didn't do it that way. Maybe it is dangerous or something, but They no longer suffer from diabetes, even when they were like tested, everything was good and all that. Like,
yeah, just a couple of things here, because like in terms of what Franny's saying, like the ketogenic and especially carnivore, especially like if you kind of cook carbs completely out and you're just doing protein and fat, like you can, like, because your blood sugar is not going to be spiked as much. I mean, so you're not going to have the blood sugars in it. The main problem that you're seeing is that it's like with a lot of these refined carbohydrates, ultra processed foods, they're just like jam packed full of like starchy, like, and that is basically sugar, or it gets converted into the sugar kind of thing. Another thing I want to mention is in terms of the like, America's like leading the way in terms of obesity and overweight statistics. It's like 75% of the population is either overweight or obese, but it's similar kind of numbers. Like I think Canada's like 68%, Europe it's kind of like up there around
we're like
60s as well.
43%, bro.
More than
43%. Like
you're talking about obesity,
overweight and obese. Combining both of them, so maybe there might be more obese Americans think, but it's just kind of like like Europeans typically throw that at Americans, but they, like, when you actually look at the European statistics, we ain't doing that much better. It is technically better, but it's still kind of like similar kind of numbers, especially if you combine overweight and obese, and then just
that system that creates 75% obesity and possibly
no, of course not. I'm carnivore. But to Wally's point as well, there are certain people that like have that kind of compulsive disorder. They just constantly like they feel as though they need to eat, and Ozempic can be or even just getting the surgery itself can be a way to stop them, because they have that compulsive order to keep eating or to keep drinking like sugary foods or whatever kind of thing. So there is a lot of nuance to it essentially.
Well, and it does suck for the first like couple of years. Your like bacteria flora is completely out of whack, so you're gonna have these insane cravings for carbs, right?
That's another thing as well. Yeah, your gut microbiome.
So I'm not saying I don't feel for people. I'm just saying like a lot of people want the easy way out, and not doesn't mean everybody that's doing it is wanting the easy way out. I'm saying that's often the case for when people are going to drugs. They want quick fixes.
We were just talking about side effects, and you guys are actually now advocating for Ozempic. This is ridiculous.
When did I advocate for it, man? Are you even listening or half listening?
Barney never advocated for anything. Barney went the other direction.
Yeah, I did carnivore for like 4 months, and now I'm pretty much keto. Sometimes it's too expensive for pure carnivore.
Yeah. The only thing I stated is if I would have to say the nuanced one where like perhaps there's something I'm unaware of that's occurring in the individual where they would perhaps need it. I'm not going to act so arrogant that I understand every single person that's suffering from it and why they're suffering from it and like all the little nuances. Maybe their body doesn't do something, right? And they do some sort of outside source because of like, I don't know, maybe they screwed over their body because they did something to it.
Or you can have a condition that causes either that ability. For example, for me to take the medicine that I have to take, it causes me to have diabetes. So, but I can't not have the medicine that I have because I can't function without it. So,
well, here's a new perspective.
Well,
maybe discuss.
I'd be curious to hear about that medicine, but I don't want to ask you your private life. But
no,
it's just they're just trapped in a vicious cycle.
They're just basically steroids. So
okay.
Yeah, I have to take artificial hormones for everything because I don't produce hormones.
So kind of like what's it called, SRT or?
Yeah, well, I have for me, it's there's a couple of different things, but the main thing is panhypopituitarism, which is a result of pituitary stalk disruption syndrome, which means when I was born, my the stalk between my pituitary gland and my brain was fractured or split it off somehow. So I literally do not produce hormones without artificial hormones. So there's not a fucking diet or a fucking shake that's going to fucking to create that. I mean, so it's
you mean you can't just go work out and then it will solve all your problems?
No, it can't. It can't.
All your hormones just don't magically come back because you go lift weights around other dudes.
Exactly.
But again, this is a physical ailment that is occurring here, which JS did say in his debate as well. He was taking physical stuff off the table, right? Like, didn't you? when you were debating, you like the parameters of debate. You guys were only talking about the. No, but I'm just saying, like, because we've been working in.
I don't agree with a lot of this physical shit either. I don't go to doctors. I don't even know what a pituitary gland. I don't even know that do we really have a pituitary gland? What is this thing? I keep.
JS just does some push-ups. That's what a man does.
I mean, really. I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Anything is real.
I would say, John, that perhaps there would be a
because this pituitary gland idea came about like right around the same time everybody started getting fatter, and I don't know.
It's a conspiracy.
I'd be curious to look into like the condition you're talking about and seeing if there's any sort of like methods that could be done through a better way that doesn't have like a side effect such as diabetes, right? Like, you know how like certain like foods can increase your hormones.
So I do think that obviously diet helps, and even in my condition, you know, if I drink a soda, that's not going to help me, right? So that you can acknowledge that there are things that contribute to the inflammation of your cells, which is really what diabetes is almost everything that we have is causes from an inflammation.
A lot of both mental and physical ailments are like often related to a panic response in the body, right? Which is inflammation kind of thing, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of things are related all together. It can be spiritual and physical, all the mental stuff that goes on.
Well, there is obviously
some have to be a separation.
Well, for instance, like emotional like problems are like very highly connected to like the physical ones, right? So like pain medication can like dull like negative emotions, right? So there's like a huge connection between like the body and the mind kind of thing going on, right? The emotion. Yeah, exactly.
It's all connected. It's all one.
But that's also why it's extremely important to get like stop eating things cooked in seed oils and shit.
What?
Stop eating all these processed
dualism.
foods.
That's very frowned upon in psychology. If you have the idea. Yeah, dualism is the idea that there's spirit and mind, and these things kind of work together. That's the idea of dualism. In psychology, that's taboo.
Well, then psychology needs a reform.
Well, but see, that's
so we
the
just
problem.
need to get rid of
to be destroyed.
We need to make a totally new system.
That's the problem. The majority of psychology is actually based on evolution. So when you go to
psychology, the definition
it's a naturalistic worldview.
Yeah, but the definition of psychology you can take and keep, though. In psychology, the idea of psychology you can keep.
Nah, the definition sucks.
So when it comes to like the evolution
study of the mind and behavior. What the hell
is that? Why is that not good? Why?
Because there is no the mind, James. That's what I was telling Teriyaki earlier.
In psychology.
Mind.
Well, sir, JS, quite frankly, you're arguing
unless it's unless it's God, in which case we're not talking about psychology anymore. We're talking about something different.
The body and the mind are one thing, where the spirit is a whole nother thing.
I get behavior.
JS, what are you talking about? Mind is mentioned in scripture all over the place. Like, what are you talking about? I don't know. You have some of these radical views, man.
He's being consistent to his belief that there is no free will.
His belief that everything doesn't exist.
No, there's no free will because there's no free will at all. Absolutely none at all. There's no point in having a mind. The mind is just an arbitrary organ that is.
It's a conspiracy.
You're either a slave to Christ or you're
you're free.
Funny to listen to, JS.
Your will is going to be freely of your father Satan or your father God.
Dinosaurs built the pyramids, folks. Just remember that. Dinosaurs built the pyramids.
See, you all just deflect. Everybody just deflects when I'm owning everybody. Like, he believes dinosaurs.
Well, hey, JS.
You guys can see.
I hate to rub it in, JS, but I won our debate, by the way, JS.
JS, I bet Josh, I bet if you went to Canada, they'd include it in the educational system if you like made an argument for inclusiveness.
No, Randy.
Canadian public schools let all your bullshit right in. Just say you're indigenous.
James, I did a poll on my channel. I said,
as I was just mentioning in the chat, we have a bunch of. There's over 50 Liberal Party members now telling Trudeau to step down as the leader.
Is it Trudeau?
Or is he Rudo? Or is
This
he Rudo?
just in. I don't know if you heard about Freeland. She stepped down from being finance minister. That's good. I hate Freeland. Oh, Freeland drives me so insane. I can't stand Mr. Speaker. I can't stand the woman. She's literally the one caught on tape while wasted that said, all you have to do to get people to vote for you is just yell louder. Are you talking about me in chat,
John? Are you in the panel call? Are you talking about me saying that
Yes. You were semi-Calvinist, yes.
Mormon adjacent? What the hell? You know when I first got to YouTube, or when I first got to Utah, when I first got to Utah, I used to go stand on the corners and hand out flyers saying Joseph Smith was a false prophet and... What are you talking about?
You sound so alive.
I used to hate the Mormons. Now I love the Mormons. I'm not Mormon adjacent, but I like.
You're Mormon adjacent.
You're Mormon adjacent. Yeah.
No, I'm a little more Christian. I love my enemies. I love everybody. I love the Jews. I love the Muslims. I love the Christians. I love the Buddhists. I love. But I used to hate them. But
you just don't like the communist atheists and their evolutionary.
I am not Mormon adjacent. I'm very anti Joseph Smith. No, not a fan. I do like the ladies.
You don't reflect some of their.
I do like the ladies, though. I do like the ladies.
Well, no, JS, you already established you're a Scientologist. You established that.
I'm not a Scientologist or a Calvinist. I like Calvin. I like Calvin.
Josh, everything you were describing about how you believe it works is demonstrated Scientology. That's exactly what they believe with the auditing process.
Wait, what? What are you talking about?
When you were talking about like the whole getting how it's getting trapped in people or whatever it was, you were on some kind of tangent at the end of that debate, and you were straight into Scientology.
Well, I don't know. I know about
maybe because he was talking about demons, like he was talking about Satan.
Yes,
right?
exactly. He's going into this whole thing.
They're not
like, Josh, you're literally describing what Scientology believes.
So
no, maybe they got something right. A broken clock is right twice a day.
Oh, see, there you go. I told you, Scientology.
Broken clock.
So
it's Josh. It's whatever Josh makes sense to him in the moment. That's what.
Yeah,
the name JS Adventures is for Scientology.
No, I don't like Scientology.
Like, Josh, you're like what your whole breakdown of how you said trauma works is Scientology. Like it's a foundation of the auditing process.
How's it not also biblical? The sins of the father and the mother, or original sin, however you want to look at it, our sins. We're born through our mother, and how is that not the same thing?
Well,
it all makes sense. It all makes sense. It's Josh's Scientology urban adventures.
I'm
not a Scientologist.
The problem that you have there, Josh, is that
join Scientology urban.
L. Ron Hubbard was pretty cool as a fiction writer, but
bad JS. That's a bad JS. No JS. Bad JS.
Here's the thing.
Hey,
though,
curses do not indicate mental illness. Curses indicate they're curses.
We didn't even talk about it, James. There's a verse in the Bible where it talks about a guy who's shaking and convulsing, and he's speaking to demons, and he's seeing things. He's basically all the signs of one of these crazy schizophrenic guys that that we cart into mental asylums. And what does Jesus say, James? What does Jesus say, James? What does Jesus say, James?
Hold on. Does it indicate?
Josh,
he says this one is cursed of his father. The only way to cure this is through prayer and fasting. The only way to cast out this demon. So,
yes, JS.
I didn't even get to drop that bomb in the debate. You didn't even want to go to the Bible because you would have lost. You didn't want to take it to the Bible.
Yes, but Josh, Hubbard's own beefs with psychology and psychiatric medicine basically stemmed from the fact that
Barney's looking for it. It's like Matthew
the
22
APA
or something
rejected
like that.
Dianetics when he
No,
sent
that's
it to
Matthew.
them
I have
and
that
treated him
memorized.
like a crazy person because they couldn't make heads or tails of the Dianetics book, and that's why Scientologists hate psychiatric
It's Matthew
medicine.
21. But
I said 22. I was pretty close. Hey, let's go.
and there's also one in Mark about it too. No, I was looking up is the fact that we have voice product added to our drinking water, where it's not fluorine carbonate, it's fluorine, sodium fluoride.
Sodium
right?
fluoride.
Fluoride. There you go. Sorry, guys. I'm going off memory with this one. See, I don't just pull out my ass. I admit
Which is why I don't drink tap water, Farney.
Yes, me neither. And I think, so that's one of many things, right? So we have estrogen in our tap water, loads of bad stuff in our tap water. Oh, what?
Scared tap water like a bunch of bitches.
No, dude, maybe where you live in Africa, but in America and Canada, we have so many pharmaceuticals that just get pissed right out, and then they get into our drinking waters and they don't get filtered out, and then we drink them. That's another reason I hate pharmaceuticals, is because they're getting into people's bodies.
Drinking water. Why is your water depressed?
Well, you know that they put fluoride
because
in
it doesn't all get absorbed; it gets pissed out.
You know that, right? They put fluoride in most urban drinking water. So unless you're having like a wellspring or something that's on your property that you've actually you've done all the plumbing for, or you have some type of well, or it's gonna most of it's gonna have fluoride.
And calcium fluoride is the natural form of it, and that is far less dangerous on your body.
And that's not to mention the forever chemicals, which are in a lot of them.
Oh, I know. And the volatile organic compounds.
Where they had to go check that. So in fact, by the end of this year, Colorado will be completely.
I don't know about this
heavy metals in it
thing. I don't know.
Yes, it's all in our drinking water, bro.
It is.
Dude,
look
there's
at
a reason I use
sorts of nasty stuff in our drinking water.
So the only reason I'm bringing this up, guys, is you should be either distilling or at least reverse osmosis, using a reverse osmosis system with total defense kind of filter where it takes out pharmaceuticals and such. And the reasoning why is because your water, your food, you don't want your food to be all this hyper processed crap, these seed oil crap, these hyper refined things, all this extra added sugars. You want natural food. And guess what? I guarantee that in a couple of generations, we'd have all this garbage go away. Like 99% of it go away.
Remember I would say I would go.
Okay, so Farney, I understood all of that perfectly clear, but please go back and explain the part again where I'm supposed to listen to Ozzy's Osmosis album in reverse.
I used to be beautiful.
I think the other thing that's being missed in this conversation is the fact, and I do believe this. That's why I think just to say that's one thing or the other is not a good approach to saying what's wrong with something. But when we left the agrarian age and we became a society that completely became consumer driven, then we had so much damn time on our hands. I guarantee you, if you were living 200 years ago, you didn't think about depression because you had to milk the cows.
Well, that helps too.
It wasn't a thing
you
yet.
had to grow the crops.
They hadn't made it up yet.
Yeah, well, but not just that, but it was the agrarian age. I mean, you got to remember, because here's the thing. A lot of psychology is about consumerism, isn't it?
Exactly, Scott Wills.
He's rolling his eyes.
They haven't made it up
dude,
yet.
Like the sodium fluoride is so toxic that even if it like touches the ground, they're not allowed to like do normal cleanup. They have to like clean it up in a special way because that's how bad this toxic byproduct is. And it doesn't matter how little amounts you add to your body, it piles up over time.
And I don't want to hear Chris Lestrange giving us, because like, well, you guys are.
But Farney, it keeps your teeth nice and light.
Because I'm pretty sure.
I know.
12 different varieties of Mountain Dew are not legal in most countries like they are here in the United States.
And it's a small amount of just over 1.5, which don't get me wrong, they generally try to keep under that. But this is just what the study has shown. You have a decrease of 2 to 5 points in your IQ.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have toxic byproduct in your water. That's why the frogs are turning gay, and we only have one flavor of Mountain Dew.
Dude, if you gave a Red Bull, to an Ethiopian kid, his head would explode.
Distill your water. Stop listening to all these freaks.
No, we just got to be like the rest of the world and not let the pharmaceutical and agricultural industrial complex, like everything other industrial complexes, take over. And we have to be, that's
the psychological industrial.
Nah, man, you just got to buy bottled water. You'll be safe with bottled water.
Well, not all. You have to check to see because some of them are actually just tap water that they've
Right. No, see, that's the difference. If you get purified water, it's just tap water because it's just a simple. Yes. You have to get natural spring water, or it's what is it? Natural spring or
mineral
some
spring
other
water. Mineral spring water.
Ours comes from
It's still not ideal to go with that because you could still get volatile organic compounds. You could still get heavy metals. So it's still not ideal. It is better than tap water, but you get your minerals through the things you eat anyways. So there's no point in getting these fake minerals, quote unquote, which the reason I say fake minerals is because they are similar to what we just talked about with the different forms of fluoride. They're a different form of calcium. There's like the mineral calcium that comes from like rocks and all that type of stuff. And then there's the organic calcium that comes from like bone and all that type of stuff, or milk and such. This stuff is good for your body and can be absorbed. This stuff doesn't get absorbed basically at all. It just gunks up your body like crazy. That's why when you have your appliances, it makes this hard crust on them. Think about how your body can even absorb that. It doesn't. I use reverse osmosis water on my kettle. I have zero anything bad on my kettle ever. I never have to clean it or anything. It's perfect the way it is. It's beautiful. Anyways, sorry guys, I go a little spurgy when I start talking about it.
Depending on your source, though, spring water, it'd be fine. Because I know where I live at, we have a literal like spring where you can actually just go pump the water out of the side of the mountain. Like
yeah, it's better. I'm just saying that you might get stuff like heavy metals, like mercury.
It smells like egg, like rotten egg, but it's
why does everybody sound like a hypochondriac now? I think all this might be placebo effect. I'll drink water out of the tap my whole life.
Though.
And then you want to know why?
And you're wondering why you have a lower IQ?
Pyramids and you don't believe in broken bones.
I'll bet you on that.
James, don't drink the egg water. Don't drink the egg water.
If we both take a test, I bet
egg is usually an indicator of sulfur. It's not good to have a bunch of sulfur.
So.
Perhaps.
So
I would like to do that, man.
But I'll drink water out of the tap all my whole life.
Yeah, but I can't drink water out of the tap.
Is this not placebo effect or power persuasion?
No.
We're just
no.
Well, maybe because JS, you have the power of the spirit with you, and
I'm gonna drink some of my.
I know. I don't think about any of this, John.
Your osmosis water, though.
Everybody sounds like a hypochondriac.
Just because you don't think about it doesn't mean that it's not real or true.
You know how it's not placebo? Okay, take
psychology terms.
What is it called? That butterfly pea flower where you or split pea flower where it turns the water blue, right? What one is that?
Exactly.
Is it butterfly? Hold on, I'll look it up for you guys. I think it's split pea. It might be butterfly pea, but I'll look it up. One sec.
Split pea flower?
Yeah, you are right.
Sounds like something from Mario.
Which was it? Easy split pea or butterfly?
No, it's the butterfly pea flower tea.
Yeah. So the interesting
and it turns
thing,
like a cobalt blue, like a midnight blue. It's like a dark blue, and then you can actually put lemon in it to make it turn like a purple.
And if it's clean water, it will naturally actually be turned purple instead of the blue. The blue is because of like I can't remember what mineral it is in it. I think it's iron or something is in it.
I bought one of those life straws so that I could like drink water out of a puddle and stuff. And I was like, why did I buy this? This is just extra carry weight in my pack. I don't need this. I just drink. Do you know in the show Alone, one of the winners one year was a Mexican guy, and he said everybody on the show spends so much time filtering and boiling water. That's so much wasted energy. If they had stronger immune systems, they would just drink the water and stop worrying. Now, if like processing plants are adding stuff to the water, I agree that's not a good thing. But you can just drink from a freaking puddle, and if you do it long enough, like you can get water, and if your immune system is strong enough, you'd be fine.
I just want to say again, the panelists are not giving medical advice. Don't go
drinking puddle water. I just realized that what JS Urban is talking about there, they'll have the shits.
Yeah, bro.
That tea, because it comes from the butterfly pea flowers, right? And they actually use this as a pH indicators. So like if it's a neutral pH, it'll have like that's what makes the tea blue. If it's an acidic pH, it turns the tea purple.
Do you think that's what's on the papers?
And then basic, if the pH in it is basic, it would be like a green yellow.
Yeah, that's sweet, man. Like I first found out about it because I just wanted a Smurf tea, is what they called it at the place. But do you think that's what they put on their like what they make those little yellow like pH strips out of?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the way what I'm reading here is that's what they use the.
That is so.
I'm
cool.
not sure how to say this. The anthocyanins.
So some sort of flour that when you put it in water,
exactly. Yeah.
Anthocyanins, I would imagine is probably
probably.
Yeah.
Another thing
cyan is blue and all that, right?
Another thing to pay attention to, Farney, if the pH is basic, it probably listens to country music.
Nice. I don't know, man. It sounds pretty good. It tastes good too.
And country music fans, how un-American of you. That is the most.
No, it's an insult to those basic bitches who only listen to like Luke Bryan.
Oh well, then that's not country though.
Yeah, it was an insult to women, not music.
Yeah, we're talking like, Ugg boots, Marlboro Lights, pink hat, the whole 9 yards, John.
Guys, listen to how cool this is, though. You could like add it to like ice cubes to have your lemonade be color changing lemonade as it's like melting in your lemonade. That sounds so cool, dude.
Fart, you see that picture there? That's where
Farty's looking up all these cool little things you can do with it.
That's where I get my water from, right there.
That's where you get your water from?
Like, where did you put it?
Yeah, that's totally
safe. The river.
That's totally safe to drink running water.
Well, look, bro.
Who said it's?
I wouldn't say it's totally safe, but
It
it's
is
more
safe to
ideal.
drink. Survivalists will tell you this.
No, survivalists will tell you it's the safest. It's safer over. I guess we got a raid from Resla. Shout out Resla. Thanks for the raid. Appreciate you. No, they'll tell you that it's safer than sitting water.
Yeah, it's
but
not
they'll not tell you
than-
it's the safest.
Wait a minute.
Definitely not.
Wait,
the same.
Josh.
Yeah, it's better.
Josh,
than
If
oil.
I picked up the river and you take a cup out of it downriver, I mean,
it is.
Just make sure that
obviously
I'm not
it gets
pissing
purified
upstream
before
for
it
you,
gets bottled and shipped out to me. That's my point.
Well, you want to get as close to the rocks as possible. The closer to the rocks you are, the safer it's going to be.
Yes.
Well,
because
and
running
if it's
water
coming through
purifies
mud,
the
stuff, it can
purifies the
help.
water. In
Bro,
fact,
I wash my dishes in mud in that pond and be drinking out of it while I'm doing it.
I don't.
Josh.
You know what? The sad thing is I believe you, JS, with the stories you've said.
I love it. It's so fun to be.
Bro, let me tell
but
you
Josh
something.
it's
I knew
okay
some
because
I knew some kids that when we were younger, like they're adults now, but like when we were younger, they used to drink out of this moving river by us, and like people used to throw mad trash up in this river, okay? And they used to drink out of this little river, and I used to say, "You guys, they said the same thing. Like I guess their dad was a camper and said that if you're gonna drink water, you have to drink moving water. Like they didn't understand that he was saying like in a survival situation. Though these kids would just drink that water like crazy,
Those
and
kids
now
never
both of
get
them
sick.
are morons. Like both of them are morons, and I bet you it's because of that water they were drinking.
So drink up, Josh. Drink up, Josh.
No, that's not the water.
They got some brain worms or something, bro.
They got tapeworms of the brain.
I have to mention this because we just got off like Ozempic and all the diabetes.
Well, no, I mean it's okay though because Josh doesn't have to worry because John was not getting his water from a running water source. He showed you where he gets his water from. That's obviously a picture. That's not running water.
I just realized what the hell this is called. So the butterfly pea plant is called Clitoria.
Are you still talking about this damn
ternatia.
vagina plant?
No, because what matters is I was going to bring up this. Acute effect of Clitoria ternatia flower beverage on glycemic response and antioxidant capacity in health subjects. It actually has a benefit on like hypoglycemia.
Have you ever found one?
That's from
Farney. Stop coping, bro. We all know you know nothing about inflamed clitoria.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you ever found one. Have you went searching and ever?
Been searching in that cave. I won't go down that trail.
Quickly.
This guy's sing a very made-up degen song on
proof.
the spot.
This is just more proof that it's men that discover shit, not women. Okay, no women were naming the fucking flower.
Yeah, I know, right? Clitoria.
Clitoria, fucking yeah. You know what I'm saying?
The more I play with it, the more it surprises me.
Men saw this plant and say, "Yeah, that looks close enough to pussy."
It does though.
That would be like a yoga.
How is that not a clitoria plant?
They actually use this flower to teach men how to find the clitoris.
Come here,
Are you
son.
saying that they use this flower to teach somebody how to flower someone?
That's so fun.
Is that what you're saying?
That's amazing, Easy.
Bro, that's
the Bible says nothing about like doing it with plants, right? So
Easy, are you saying that people
The
use
Bible said, what was that? No, John, I'm not letting Farney run away with this.
Exactly, Bozeman. We use this flower to teach you how to deflower. That's exactly what it is.
This is crazy. This is so deep. The clitoris
flower. If you marry a tree, guys, it's okay. Okay.
Barney, what the fuck, bro?
Actually, if you think about it, this flower is it's really perfect. It even shows you in the green areas of where to put yourself.
Can you find a pink and red one?
Oh gosh, bro.
That sounds okay. Too far.
Wait.
Damn, I took it too far, man.
Wait. If you pissed on it, it might change color, right?
Yeah, if you change the pH.
Because it's the pH level that matters, right? So maybe you could get what Jess is asking for.
Farney, I just want to make sure, to prove once again that you're a filthy, fornicating degenerate.
Oh, no.
That you said you can marry a tree and that there's nothing in the Bible against fucking plants.
That's right.
Okay, so there we have Farney looking. So there we have.
It doesn't. No, I didn't say there's nothing against. I say it doesn't say you can't.
Right there.
Would that be an argument from silence?
No, right there. Right there. We got it. Caught red-handed. Farney looking to put the whore in horticulture.
True.
I think somebody has married a tree in history.
How else am I supposed to get a green thumb?
Married a tree in history.
I'm sorry, guys. What's wrong with me right now? I have no idea, man.
I don't know what I came back to. I don't understand.
I didn't know that Farney was a dendrophilia. Dendrophiliac. That's actually what they call it, right? I think dendrophiliac.
What's that? Like to have sex with plants?
Yeah.
What Hey, wait, is that guy from that movie American Pie? When he screwed a pie, does that count?
No, that would be
Not as a plant.
Everything that's in that pie is a plant, basically, right? The apples, the crust, it's all plant.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
True.
I'm not engaging with whatever.
Farney, a pie is not a fruit.
I'm not engaging with whatever y'all.
What if it's a rainbow pie?
Because I don't want to know
Talking about flowers, James.
That's a gay pie.
What, is it not okay to call it a fruit anymore?
Well, I mean, if you took fruit, mashed it up, put it into something else, and said it's this now.
But guys,
Farney are trans women.
Hey, isn't that why you call yourself the Farney? Because isn't Farney like is a word name for like elder tree? Isn't like a synonymous with? I believe so.
Well, my last name does mean like many ferns. Like it's like farmer ferns, like many ferns.
Because I think it takes it from the root, which is would be a Gaelic, I believe, which is fern mag, which is either a plain or a gully of alders or alder trees.
No. Are you looking up like my full last name or?
No, I'm just using the word Farney.
Oh, okay. Because the full last name is
No, you don't have to tell me. I'm just saying that the word Farney itself is a root word for a grouping of trees. So
it's all good. I've told people
trees.
my last name. I don't care. Like
interesting.
And that's what's ironic when I have people like that guy that was in the corner. Not you, blind. You've been chilling, all that. But the guy that was down there earlier. It's like I'm trying to be genuine on here, and that's why I try to use like my name and all that. And it's not a shot at people that don't wish to do it. You are putting yourself at risk by using your real name and all that. But it's just ironic that they make those claims.
Good luck.
Hey, you gotta be careful, kid. You gotta be careful, man. You gotta be ready.
No, I hear you, but I don't try to like ever do anything. And you know what? I act the same way in real life. So if somebody ends me or people I care about for it, it sucks. But there's people like that are gonna come after you no matter what in life, right? Like,
yep. And that's why I don't hide, because a lot of people who try to do that kind of shit are people who hide, and then they do something like they fuck around and find out, and then they're behind a name, and then there's whole channels out there going, I found out that this guy did this, and it's like, you find out whatever the hell you want. I mean,
yeah. My name means a fern settlement or a fern enclosure.
Right. I know. There's two different versions. I know there's the alder tree one, and then I think there's another one which means ferns.
Yeah. And then my first name is like a narrow straight. So the interesting thing is like if I recall correctly, what it means by that is like a narrow piece of land in between like two rivers kind of thing. So you could imagine it as being an enclosure of water around a piece of land that has ferns.
Your name means firm, narrow, and straight.
Yeah.
Think about it. It makes a path,
there's
a
a
narrow
joke here
path
somewhere, but I don't want to it's probably gonna.
And enclosure, fern, enclosure, narrow, straight.
Oh, fern.
A narrow path. An enclosed narrow path.
Yeah.
For Christ is a narrow path.
Mine is God is gracious and drawn from the water. Isn't that great? The great Baptist.
Bro,
that's
Joshua
a good name.
Mean? Something like warrior or something. That better be something like that.
There's something good with it, dude. It's a biblical name, right? So.
Yeah, I probably looked this up.
So, I was just like really curious about this name, Clitoria Ternatia. I was wondering like where this could obviously I was correct. It comes from vagina, right? There's no way.
Of course. We'd look at the
I was wondering if the flower was first or the vagina was first.
Clitoria means obviously it's a Latin word for pussy, right? But Ternatia means flower of the pussy.
No way.
So
literally,
basically they're
the
saying
word
this flower
is
looks like a damn
pussy
giant.
and flower of the pussy. That is what this
You
flower
gotta
is called.
find out who found that flower and like coined the term or whatever.
That's amazing. Well, in Asia, the other name for them is the Asian pigeon wing. Asian pigeon wing.
Come on, Asian, step up your game.
Everybody knows a little bit that Asian pigeon wing. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Joshua means Yahweh is salvation.
God is salvation. The name of God is salvation.
Yeshua. You share the same name as Jesus. His actual name was Yeshua.
Not really.
Joshua.
Not really. I've heard this before. I've looked into this.
Actually, it was because.
But there are definitely
no.
There's definitely delineations between Jesus and Joshua or Yeshua, and
it's
one of Yahweh. Joshua and Jesus are separate names.
Well, isn't it? Yeshua Mensadi, Jesus, and then like Yeshua would just be like a normal Josh.
There's lots of Yeshua.
Yeshua is short for
there's only one
Jesus. For Yahshua.
James is correct, JS.
Yeah.
The Hebrew name for Jesus is Joshua.
It is. So
it's Joshua, yeah.
But it comes
I've
down
heard
to
this, and
which
this is debatable.
Yeshua,
I don't have.
right?
I'm about to.
It's not debatable.
Well,
I'm looking it up.
Google's lying to you.
I'm not looking at Google.
It comes down.
Go deeper. Go into gotquestions.org.
I want to start our next debate, JS. I want to challenge you on a debate. Was Jesus' name actually Yeshua or not?
Abarim
Publications. Are you saying that I'm saying that for sure? Yes, it is.
No, you're saying no, it is not. I'm the one saying it is.
Yes, but I'm saying Yeshua is not the same name as Joshua.
Right. Well, Yeshua is a shortened name for
you have a difference. You have a difference in the vowels.
Joshua.
I know. The first research is showing you is saying that. There's other.
There's a difference in
the
vowels.
No, I'm talking about from Abarim Productions, which Abarim Productions is an online resource dedicated to biblical scholarship, providing extensive dictionaries and articles on Hebrew and Greek words, names, and their meaning within the context of the Bible.
Pull it up in the interlinear.
Yeah, I'm referring to
interlinear.
This is more accurate than like what you're talking about, man.
Better.
I don't know about no Ajudabi press. I don't know what that is.
Here's better research on the name.
I don't trust your story.
So here's the thing, guys.
Okay, wait. Okay, so this is the thing. You're saying things a little bit.
I gotta look into
all over the place. Like so,
yeah,
like Yeshua, the Hebrew name, right? So what we know now to English, it's because it's the closest to it's actually not spelt or pronounced that way. Yes, so Joshua, like it literally says Joshua in it. Basically, it's Yehoshua is the actual meaning or actual spelling that would translate completely English to Joshua. But then when we translated Yeshua to Greek, the word was Lessus, right? And the word Lessus translated from Greek to English is Jesus. So this is why it's not Joshua. It goes Yeshua translated to Lessus translated to English, which is Jesus.
Yeah, but Yeshua is just a shortened form. It's kind of like a nickname to like the longer version, I believe.
Do you think that Joshua?
Well, it means Yahweh the Savior. That's what Yeshua means. Yahweh the Savior.
I'm saying Joshua.
Yeah,
the Bible
salvation. Yahweh saves. Like
Joshua is not called Yeshua.
I mean,
what was Joshua called?
So you guys
It would
are
probably been
arguing
like
semantics.
Yahushua.
Yahushua is what
Yahushua. That's how they
Yes.
said Joshua in Hebrew.
But
Yahushua.
Yeshua is.
I know Google AI is telling me the same thing it's telling you guys, but fuck Google AI because I
What
looked
are you
into this
doing,
years
King?
ago. And
Don't use Google AI, man.
no,
you
I'm
want a
just looking
good
at the first thing it brings up when I type in these questions. The first thing it's telling me.
yeah,
and
but
then the
don't
first
even
links-
use that, dude. Use like Perplexity AI, man, because it
Yeah.
actually gives you citations
I
that
ain't
you
trying
can
to
go
have
to
50
where it's
different
getting its
sources.
information from.
I know what I know.
I'm just
You
telling
know
you,
what
if you
you
want a good
know.
AI, use Perplexity. It's
But
like the best
No, I'm
vaccine.
not
3.5
using an
years
AI. I'm
worth of
saying when you
research.
type it into
I
Google,
challenge
it
you to
brings
a
Google.
debate on this, JS.
We can't do a whole hour-long debate about the dang.
Well, you got
You
you a
guys
whole
are
hour
missing, but you
long.
guys are missing
We
on
can do
context
30
here. So
minutes.
there
Debate
are
on that.
there are three
We
variants
just
of this
we just
name.
figured it out. There's Yeshua Hoea and
No,
we don't even know most of the pronunciations of these names.
Let me speak real quick.
And then
because
they
I
say,
will give
look,
you.
it says in
There-
Latin America they have Jesus,
there is
and they have
Yahshua.
Josue.
There is Yahshua.
They have Joshua, and they have
There's
Jesus. They
Yahshua.
have Yehoashua.
And then there's Yahshua, and which is
Yeah.
where we get the modern Joshua at.
And none of us speak freaking Arabic, or Aramaic. So
That's not Aramaic. That's Hebrew. Yeshua is where we get Joshua
language
from.
right, bro.
Right, and that's another problem is that the Hebrew was written and the Aramaic was spoken, so we wouldn't even be saying it that way.
Right, but
transitory. The translator is
That's
the
debatable.
deceiver.
The Hebrew is not spoken. That's debatable.
It's just it was read more than it was spoken, though. Josh was correct about that.
But it's the message. We understand that Joshua and Jesus are two. So why would it make sense that they were the same name? Why would they have the same name? They're different names.
Because there's a lot of root names, just like in English.
That's my
Right?
argument, James. They're the same names. Stop playing with these lanes.
Well, I done said
Yeah,
they're the
so
same
let
name.
me
Your argument
explain
is
what's
weak.
going on here. I'm going to explain what's going on here. So Joshua, when you do a transliteration of each letter that's in Yeshua, it equals to English Joshua.
But they didn't even
right?
have the letters for Yeshua. They didn't have an E or an A. They didn't have vowels.
What?
Aramaic.
Well, you're talking about Arabic, right?
Aramaic or Hebrew, I think they started introducing vowels. That's
No,
why we start seeing
no.
Yahweh instead of
Aramaic had
YHWH.
vowels.
So they took basically so
Hebrew.
like what they do is they take the alphabetical equivalent of each letter, and that's how in English it equals Joshua. Yeshua goes to Joshua when they do the alphabetical equivalent. The reason we say Jesus is because the translation from Hebrew to Greek, it's a translation rather than a transliteration, right?
Right.
So they don't do it an alphabetical equivalent. They do it translation based off what a word they have that best suits that word, right? So Jesus was their word for Yeshua, and in English, Jesus is Jesus.
So here's where it comes out to. So the literal Aramaic and is very close to the Hebrew. So Jesus' name would literally be Yeshua, which means Yahweh saves. And so Yahweh being God, they would translate God into the Greek as Zeus. So Yasus. And so that's where that kind of comes. And so it basically is God saves. That's where we got Jesus from. So, but the difference in the Aramaic and the Hebrew is that Jesus' name would have been spelt with a Yeshua, whereas Joshua, the Hebrew, would be more of a Yeshua.
Yeah, so it'd be different sounds.
So they're different. They're different names. They are different names, but they are similar. But they're similar. They have a root. They have a root meaning. So,
and the point is, the Bible is very clear, and even in English and every language, it's very clear to differentiate between the name of Joshua and Jesus. Those are two different names. Now, there's characters that and I say characters like it's fiction. I know it's not fiction, but I'm saying there's people in the Bible who share the same name. There's multiple Johns. There's
multiple Joshes.
Yeah.
That's why they called him Jesus of Nazareth, right?
They're probably like multiple Mechalekadesi and stuff, but the point is Joshua and Jesus, those names have always been, we've always separated them. And I don't know, I've been hearing this lately and seeing this lately over the last couple years that I'm an internet sleuth, and they say that they're the same name. So those are all my arguments, James. There's no point in doing a whole hour debate over this. That's all I got.
We just settled it.
Well,
right there.
Well, and I fucked up a little bit
I think it's
earlier.
been settled.
I forgot to mention too. Before it goes to English, it goes to Latin, right? So it goes Greek, Latin, English, and in Latin, all the L's, right, are replaced with the J sound.
Yes.
Right. So Jesus would have been they say it Jesus, it's spelled Lesus in Latin.
That's why Yahweh became
and then
Jehovah.
English took on the J for that sound.
Which is why if you look at with the language, when you translate Zeus into Roman or Latin, it's Jupiter, and there's a constant connection with the J on there, which would come from
J came later.
but it comes from the root of the Hebrew and Aramaic of YA or YEE, or YEH. So
must we try to connect the J to everything?
We must, yes.
You know, people with J in their initials are statistically higher IQ than the rest of the population.
Really?
Which is why Josh's name means God is
James.
Yay!
Which is why Joshua's name literally means God is mighty. It does mean Savior to some, but the older one is God is Lord, God is mighty, and John is God is gracious. So you see those J in between the Latin into the English, we see that JO is often equivalent to God with the way they do the translation.
You lost me, John. But you got you saying J-O, John,
yes,
Joshua.
Yes, yeah. Because it comes from the Hebrew Yah, and especially with the Hebrew names. But,
what if J-A is the alpha, J-A alpha, J-O is the omega, J-O.
J-O is the omega. That's funny. That's funny.
I don't want to dox Easy, but he's put his name out on his channel and stuff, so he's got a J initial, right?
Oh yeah, James.
Yeah, he shares the same name as James.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Let's go. James is a smart guy.
I mean, I share my name with a garbage robot in a Disney movie. I know what it's like to have the one person that brings down your name's reputation.
Oh, that's cold.
Yeah, W is probably I don't know what category a W initial fits into. Walford, Wally, Wilson.
But you see a similar thing between Jesus and Joshua as you do with James and Jacob, because I don't know if you know this, but James is a name that came much later, and it comes from the root of Jacob. That's where its origin comes from. So
would you say James and Jacob are the same name, James?
But
what's that?
Would James, would you say James and Jacob are the same name though?
They are the same root name, but they're different depending on the language that you're speaking that name. So in the English language, there's going to be a difference, but they have a similar meaning, which I think is supplanter or one who takes to heal.
Supplanter, yeah.
It's one who takes by the heel.
Sorry, I'm going off the top of my head here.
Yeah, I just know it because
heel catcher.
I supplant myself.
But there is a name Yaakov. That's
Yaakov. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the Hebrew. No, it's the Hebrew name for James?
Well, it's the name for Jacob, not really James. James is King James put James in the Bible. James is technically not in the Bible.
What are you talking about? James the Apostle was in the Bible.
Technically, that is supposed to be Jacob, not James.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying. They
James.
changed the name so that you could have a
King
different...
James changed the name so his name would be in the Bible because he was
right. But
crazy.
But if King James is just named after a long line of translations from Jacob, then it's the same name anyway.
It is.
No. King James Bible.
Well, it is
King
in
James.
Hebrew. So, like, again, Yaakov would Yaakov, however they say it, would be a transliteration, where James is the indirect translation.
Right.
And that's not even technically, even if you go further back, it's not right because J is only 400-year-old letter in the English language. Technically, it would be a Y in the more original English there, and that Y would have a... What was it? No, it was an I where they would have a Y sound. My bad. It was an I that would have a Y sound.
Eyes are pretty
like when they changed Yaakov to the Latin translation, it turned into Lacomus. That was the Latin translation, and then when Lacomus came to English, it was James.
Yeah, after they introduced the J into
although you're saying James directly isn't in the Bible, it is because Jacob, the Yaakov, is James. It's the same name.
King James changed the name though. It's supposed to be Jacob, and it's not really.
No.
If you go further back,
this is as someone that's studying Orthodoxy, because one of the reasons we know in church history why they would change some of the names, because actually we know that there was actually two James the Apostles, right? There's James the Younger and James the Older, right? And so, and a lot of times, a lot of that had to do with either because they were sons and fathers, or they had to do with different. So, for example, there's the same thing with Simon. There were two Saint Simons. There was Simon Bar-Jonah, which was Peter, and then there was Simon the Zealot, right? So church history would tell us that we would keep on to these names because these names appear in newer versions with the New King James and other versions, and we've kept those, but it's not to try to trick or because it was some type of conspiracy. It was to help understand the difference between people a lot of the times.
It's not really conspiracy. It's more like fact because people have proven that King James changed the name.
So where's your source on where you're getting that from?
I don't remember my source exactly because I haven't looked it up in a while, but I have a source that I could provide, providing that I look it up.
Okay. Because a lot of people will say things that they think are facts that are not. Like
some people might call that heretical, James.
What, to believe that James is not James, but is rather Jacob?
I don't know. I'm just fucking around. I don't know.
Because I mean that's even obvious what I have in my.
I think
source.
I kind of agree with you. I think
like, come on, you don't even need my source.
So let me ask you, James. Do you think James was Jesus's brother?
No, Jacob was more like it than James.
Okay, well, if
you want to use Jacob, if you want to use the original English is not quite right either, because that's not how they pronounce it.
Well, the Speakeasy just gave us.
Yeah,
I just explained it to you. I just explained to you. It's the same name, James.
But you know who I'm talking about.
Same name.
The greater, right?
Jay is only 400 years old in the English language.
Okay, why is this such an issue? You can believe
because I'm very much into accuracy, especially when it comes to the Bible. I don't know why, but I just am. It's just the thing that I have about the Bible.
Hey, God gave us this
who
book.
was James? Okay, so James, so the Apostle James being called the brother of God and the son of the righteous Joseph. You don't take that as anything? You think it's Wrong.
No, I didn't say that. I just said the name James is not there. It's Jacob, more like.
Okay, so then you know what, James? Why don't you just start speaking in Hebrew and don't say anything in fucking English? That doesn't make sense what you're saying right now.
I'm gonna start calling you Jacob.
It's James. James and Jacob. No matter what you want to call it, it's the same name. No matter what. It's not the same as me being Jacob and you being James. It wouldn't be the same as that, right?
So you don't.
Jacob is the transliteration. So the alphabetical equivalent to each letter in Yaakov equals Jacob.
Yeah.
But the indirect translation, when it goes from Hebrew to Latin to English, or sorry, Hebrew
to Greek, Latin,
to
English,
Latin to English, these translations aren't transliterations. So it doesn't do the alphabetical equivalency for what that would have been.
And I'm saying that those reasons why some of those names, because we actually do know that James began the name itself. We actually know that the name James being used in reference to the Greater happened at least 200 years before King James. I know there's a lot of people that have conspiracy theories, so don't go all Billy Carson on me on this. There are reasons. So that is the claim, but there's actually no evidence to back that up that I know of. Feel free to correct me.
I've not seen the.
But the tradition has always been there to
either.
use those names to distinguish certain people of renounce. So whether you want to call him Jacob or James, or if you want to just call him what his Hebrew name was, which was Jacobus, then okay, fine. Then then
they called him James the Greater because he was greater in the light of apostles.
So here's the thing. So the reality is, the reason I'm asking this question though for you, James, is do you believe James the Greater, as we know him, was actually Jesus' brother?
Is this etymology or entomology? Entomology. One of them's
you mean epistemology.
I believe they had a brother, but his name was Jacob more likely Jacob instead of James.
Did you not just hear what I just said, though, James? I said, whether you call him Jacob or James, the apostle that the church considers James the Greater, do you believe that he was Jesus' brother?
You said I could call him Jacob or James. I would consider him his brother. It says in the Bible, Jacob is more accurate to the name. Did you hear me?
This person, regardless of what the flying fuck his name is.
Yeah, I just said that I know it is Jesus'
you know
brother.
what? James, just collect your fucking thoughts. James, collect it. This is what you need to do, James. You need to collect your fucking thoughts. This is what you need to do, James. You need to collect your fucking thoughts. Go through the transliterations and the translations and give your name a positive translation.
And the reason I ask you this, James, or should I say Jacob?
Or y'all, I heard y'all clearly.
Should I just call you
Y'all
Jacobus?
didn't hear me clearly.
Should I call you that, Jacobus?
I never claimed that he was not the brother of Jesus.
James, you didn't play your clip tonight.
You're not answering my question. You're not answering my question,
and the
James.
name was more
You're
accurate
not.
than Jacob.
No. You're distracted on something else. You're distracted on the name. I'm asking
No. You're distracted on trying to say that I claimed it.
I am not. I'm not
claiming
anything. I'm asking. That's why I asked you the question.
I'm asking you a question. When the Bible clearly states Jacob was the brother of Jesus.
So do you believe
that means, why ask me something?
James, John doesn't talk that way. He's not trying to do a gotcha or anything.
I'm not trying to do.
That's
I'm trying to answer you a question.
I'm just saying it's an idiotic question. I didn't say he was trying to do a gotcha.
James, you fucked me up tonight. You were catching me off guard. You were like going at me, and I was like, oh, I thought he was just gonna kind of sit back. You kept coming at me like a little piranha.
So you do believe he is his brother. By brother, what do you mean that means? What do you believe that means? Like biological brother?
Of course, biological. Duh.
Okay. So where's
also spiritual brother?
Okay. Well, okay. So what's the basis? What's the basis of you believing that he's his biological brother?
Because the Bible says that he's his biological brother.
So the Bible says that. Okay. Did you know, according to Hebrew antiquities, Jewish antiquities, that brother would be a terminology that was used for cousin because of the custom that they had with marriage and with women who became widows.
I did not know brother could be used in reference to cousin.
It is. So my point in all of this is when you say, okay, you want to be biblically accurate.
Well, I didn't know that was the case, though. Now I can more very
well. You have to look into it. I mean, obviously, there's going to be difference of opinion, but I'm just
but
asking.
You're posing
you
the idea that James is not the brother of Jesus. So what if I pose the idea that? Hold on. What if I pose the idea that
Timothy? James.
Timothy.
I'm so confused. I'm so confused.
No, I'm sorry, Thomas.
Thomas Jacob is more like it.
The whole reason John is bringing this up is because it lets you know: do you believe in the perpetual virginity of Mary or not?
Wait, I'm confused.
Yeah, we're getting
that's
theological
why. Wait a minute. Hold up. I'm confused, James, because you said that's his biological brother. Does that mean you believe Mary? Brother. Wait. Does that mean you believe Mary had more kids?
I mean, in the sense of like he was adopted, like
I think.
Well, that wouldn't be biological.
Why couldn't Mary and
which is why I asked if you believed he was biologically his brother.
Wait a minute. So, but Mary,
Mary, James, relax. Hold up.
Hold on a minute.
He asked you if he was your biological, if he thought he was biological.
Biological though,
and you said Mary biological, duh.
Yeah, look, Mary gave birth to both James. Would have gave birth to both
James that's the argument, James.
Jesus,
James,
did it be biological?
Mary didn't. No.
Wait, guys, everyone, just chill.
Even though
let me get my question out here so I can understand what James is saying here.
By the Holy Spirit. So technically, Mary would be biologically.
My Lord.
Because Mary still was impregnated, right? Like, even though she was impregnated by the Holy Spirit, she was still impregnated.
James, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah.
Okay. Do you believe Mary had other children?
Well, I mean, he had brothers and sisters, according to the Bible.
I do.
James,
I believe Mary and Joseph.
I'm going to ask you the same question until you answer. Do you believe Mary had other children?
She had brothers and sisters, and
so wait.
That was through that custom that you could consider brothers and sisters like cousins, brothers and sisters, which I did not know they had a such custom as a result of the law where someone takes someone's.
It would happen. It would happen as a result of a woman who got widowed, and her children would be.
I don't know every bit of the Talmud and their customs.
That's not the Talmud. That's not the Talmud. The Talmud didn't come about to the 6th century.
The Talmud or something, because it's not Torah. It's not Torah. I don't see where in Torah that it says that.
It talks about it a little bit in the Torah. It does. It actually does. But
and it's historicity as well, James. You don't need to get everything from
brother
Torah.
Or sister, it says that in Torah. If they're like a cousin,
is the idiom 3 days and 3 nights explicitly stated in Torah? No, it's not.
So
it's
do you know that?
You have to learn the historicity
of
things.
This could be a law, Barney. This could be considered a law, though. Not unless you're going to tell me the letters would indicate this.
So they do.
They do. What's the evidence that James is not the brother of Jesus based off of other than language?
So, I mean, I'm confused about how you're getting this out of Torah because I don't see anything stated in Torah as far as law. Law is clearly stated in Torah.
So there's the one view that John's making you aware of. There's another view that you can call your stepbrother your brother as well, right? So they could be Joseph's kids. Why this matters is because hold on, dude. Why this matters is because Eastern Orthodoxy as well as Roman Catholicism both believe in the perpetual virginity of Mary, as in she never gave birth to any other kid. No man ever entered her.
Before Christ.
That is why it's important, and Protestants disagree with that for the most part. Some believe that she was a virgin for Jesus, but then thereafter she had children.
Was working on the
That's
temple
what they're
and
trying to ask right now. Is they're trying to see what your view on Mary is.
Wow.
The reason I'm asking that question,
no Eastern Orthodox's complete view on that.
The reason I'm asking you
Either
this question,
way,
James, what do you know about the Gospel of James? James, sorry.
James,
I'm only inquiring in Eastern Orthodoxy. I'm not necessarily Eastern Orthodoxy completely.
the reason I ask you this question, James,
I'm strongly swaying that way, or in Orthodoxy. But who knows if Greek Orthodoxy is exactly like Eastern Orthodoxy?
Oh my god.
I don't know.
Greek Orthodox is part of Eastern Orthodox, and yes, they believe in the perpetual virginity of Mary.
I just don't get how
every father though in Greek Orthodoxy believes
for
that.
fuck's sakes, James. I tried asking you if you think Mary had any other children, and you still never answered yes or no.
Did I not? Did I think that she?
No, you just said, well, he had brothers. You just keep saying, well, he had brothers. Just say yes or
he had
no.
brothers and sisters, so I'm assuming she probably did have children afterwards.
So
I don't know.
is it?
I wasn't there. I can't.
I know, but you said that when you were asked. When you were asked.
I don't know what the words.
Oh, Lord.
Do you know who James the Greater, or should I say Jacob or Jacobus or whatever? Jacobus, whoever you want to say.
Now we're just going to get away from my question again. Lord, fuck.
I just want to say this. Do you know who his father is, James? And then go back to Speakeasy's question. I'm just making sure you know, because that would answer the question, and that would be the too.
Does it say it in the Gospel?
Yeah,
that's all I was gonna ask, because I was gonna simply ask where James, what James got, or where James got from that.
James would be a half brother to Jesus.
Jesus had.
Well, to be fair,
brothers,
I don't know that much about the
biological brothers.
So, to be fair, I don't know a lot about the Gospels except for how it says you're to be saved and how salvation is achieved through the Gospels. I know more about the Torah than I do the Gospels.
Well, you know that James the Greater's
I'm pretty
parents.
sure you have to acknowledge the perpetual virginity of Mary in order to.
Here's the reason why you can answer this question, because James the
Perpetual.
Greater.
Hold on 1 second, John. Perpetual virginity of Mary. That means afterwards, the Orthodox.
She always
she
stayed
never
virgin.
was. Yeah, that's what Eastern Orthodox affirms.
Ooh.
You have
Roman
to believe
Catholics
that
do
to
as
join
well,
it.
and traditional Lutherans as well.
Ooh.
Yeah. So that's what. Yeah, you have to acknowledge that. There is some argument against it from Protestants where that stuff came out of the Gospel of James and all that. Gospel of James, right?
The Gospel of James, recently, has come out. That's very new.
No, it wasn't.
It's in the Bible. It's in the scripture that Jesus had 6 siblings, and one of them is James.
No, the Gospel of James isn't new, but it wasn't necessarily from the time of apostles. It was like 200 years later, but still, it's not new. 200 years later is still a long time ago.
What we know about it is that you're talking about the Gospel, right? Not the epistle, right?
Yes, I'm talking about the apocryphal text.
Oh, gotcha.
The apocryphal text. Yeah. So,
but here's the reason I can answer this question, because the father of James the Greater is Zebedee, and his mother was Salome. His brother was Saint John the Evangelist. So when it says that Saint John and James were his brothers, they were his cousins. They were not stepbrothers. They weren't biological brothers. The reason I asked this question to James is because when you're dealing with things like people saying
half brothers, the question is, did they have the same mother? And you're saying
no, they don't. No,
but you just said John and Jesus.
I said John and James. I'm sorry, my brain's not working. John and James.
That's again the wrong name. We're talking about Jesus and James.
They're because John is brothers with James. They were brothers. And they were both cousins of Jesus, which is why John was so close to Jesus. So the reason I asked this question, James, going back to the whole reason for asking this question,
John
is because
not a brother of Jesus.
No, he's a cousin.
No, it never says John is Jesus's brother. It says James.
I know, but he is James's brother.
Pull it up.
So But the reason I ask you this, James, is because you can say things like, well, they say this in about this version of the Bible or this. Just because someone says it doesn't mean it's true. And I'm using this point to illustrate that a lot of people would say things like and believe things that seem to be apparently so because of what it seems, but it's not.
Okay, but see, so even if I give you verses where it says that his brothers are with him, so your argument is, I'm trying to steel man you here. Your argument is that that's just a change in the language and the translation over time, and those could be his cousins. They could be his.
No. Actually, we know that the Hebrew has 3 different root words for brother, and they're all spelt with. So if you were talking about like your plural brothers, like your brothers, like brothers in Christ, you'd be talking like it would be spelled ACHI. If it was a brother, like a biological brother, it would be AKH. If you were talking in the sense of like either a stepbrother or a cousin, because it was the custom. And I can give you more than just biblical, but we know this also
Mark
because
6:3. I'm just telling you. I'm looking at Mark
6:3. And then ACI would be like cousin. So what we see in the language when we see the reference in the verse where it talks about James the brother, in the way that the Hebrew spells out is James the cousin.
I'm going interlinear in Mark 6:3. So just keep talking. I'm just telling.
No. I mean, so.
Well, I'm no way
Not
saying
this
that
the
I'm
carpenter,
right.
the son of his Mary. I'm reading interlinear right now. So not this is the carpenter, the son of Mary, and the brother of James and Joseph and Judas and Simon. James and Joseph and Judas. And brother is Adelphos.
Yeah, Adelphois. Yeah. That is so the word Adelphoi, right? The problem with this word here is it refers to like an uncle or a close family member, never a direct sibling.
Yes.
That word wasn't used, right? It was Ak. That was the word used for a direct brother.
That's what I was saying. Yeah, the AKH.
Yeah.
Easy knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I've never looked up anything about
like they would even say like a brother in Christ was an Adelphoi. Right? That was even considered a
So in Matthew 22:24, the same word is used, and it says, children, his brother, as next of kin, shall marry.
So what'd you say, Matthew?
But so that's saying next of kin, children, brother, and that's Adelphos. That's Matthew 22:24. I gotta go to that parallel.
And that was something that was pronounced on them. That's what they would do if there was a death in the family, and there was someone that was either a younger that wasn't considered a patriarch in the family. They would succumb and become known as brothers. They'd become known as they would give them a lesser, and it wasn't because they were. It's just their custom of granting like the oldest brother the right of the family of the children, and so he would become the father. And even though he had his wife, he would take his brother's wife, and she would live with him. They wouldn't have like any kind of carnal relationship, but he would take her on as a sister. This is we know Flavius Josephus talks about this, and then I'm looking in the Torah for you, James, where this is mentioned.
So you're saying you're basically Adelphos. What I'm looking at
as a sister, according to the Torah, he would have intimacy with her, and take her on as a wife, according to the Torah. That'd be another wife for him. I don't know where you get that as she would take her on as a sister. I don't know where that comes at.
So you're saying that every time Adelphos is used, that it's using brother as more of a loose term,
like a metaphor, like a brother in Christ, or like it's like a metaphor for brother. Like you know how we say, "What's up, bro?" Yeah, exactly.
There's one word that's used in multiple instances. There's one word that's used in a particular biological brother instance, and then there's another one that would be used that would
even so. If the thing with the word "ak," sometimes people would use it as a close friend, like my brother. That's my close friend, but it also covers biological
Right.
Where
So
the
this
word
doesn't
Adelphoi
exclude.
doesn't.
This doesn't exclude the possibility that James could have been Jesus's half brother. Right?
Half. I mean,
he could be using the word, like, I call my little brother my bro. Like, he's still my brother. It doesn't exclude the possibility that he could be
adopted, adopted siblings, but not biological.
I'm saying half sibling. I'm saying Mary and Joseph.
They wouldn't have been like blood siblings to Jesus. They would have been
they would have had the same mother. Jesus' father is God. Joseph.
Well, they wouldn't have
James's
had the
father,
same mother because
James's
Mary
father would
didn't
be
have
Joseph.
any other children. Like, there's nothing that refers to Mary having any other children.
No.
But there's nothing that excludes the idea that she could have. Why couldn't she have?
Josh, it's because you have to consider the fact that the Bible was not originally in English, and you're trying to process the context with a 2025 brain.
No, I'm just trying to use logic here. If Joseph and Mary they got married. She was a virgin at the time.
You're using logic based on your own language.
I'm
That's
using
what
logic.
Wally's
Like,
saying.
we actually don't even know if James was older than Jesus. We don't know that.
And like I said, there's another James, and there could have been another little brother, adopted brother. There could have been another.
So there's a lot of things we can't know, but so we can't say for sure that James is not the brother of Jesus.
Right, but I believe that when it references James, it is referencing James the Greater, who was not he was a cousin of Jesus. And I'm not saying that he's a first cousin. I think he was like a third cousin. But the point is, we know that his dad was Zebedee and his mom was Salome. So I mean,
this is also a good way to combat the Gospel of James and the Gospel of Thomas, as you say Jesus didn't have no brothers. Like, don't listen to this, because a lot of there was way back when there was a lot of Gnostic and different churches rising up, saying different messages and just claiming a name and saying, well, this is the brother of Jesus's gospel. Well, Thomas is also the brother of Jesus. And then, makes sense. I'm trying to learn. I'm not trying to argue right now. I'm listening.
But the thing with Aramaic language too is that, like, it's very limited, as in, like, there would be a word that they would have that would refer to a couple different things, right? So like it was very limited. Like, so like the fact that, like, they would use Adelphoi for uncles, close family, cousins, like they had that one word for all of that, right? Where in the English we have grandma, grandpa, uncle, aunt, cousin, this, like, we have it all separated, where they were just it was just easy to get through,
It's interesting
how they call basically anything in the water a fish, how they call anything that flew a bird,
but they would have 12 different
like,
words for love.
The tree of the vine.
They had 12 words for love, but then they'd have one word that applies to
knowledge. 12?
Well,
are you just being hyperbolic, or
no? There's 7 in the Bible, and then there's like 5 extra ones in Hebrew that weren't ever used in the Bible. There's like 12 different Hebrew words for love. Maybe it's 11 or 10, but I suck with numbers. But I think it's 12. I feel like I remember that. I feel like I remember thinking.
I have to look into that. Another
the Aramaic word. The Aramaic word for love is huba, but that word huba in Aramaic also means to set on fire. So you could use the word huba for love, but you could also use that word to say to set on fire. So, like, this is how, like, limited those languages are, right?
But there's also, like, there's a reason you got to go to the original languages, not only for the words but also the grammar, right?
Yeah.
So, like, to understand that there was, like, masculine and feminine words, that explains the reason why wisdom is referred to as a woman in scripture. That is poor translation by English, because it's a feminized word in the Hebrew language, right? Like in the Old Testament. So actually, wisdom is a man, i.e. God, but it is using the feminine words for it because wisdom is a feminine noun.
Yep, that makes sense.
So it's incredibly important to look at these old languages and how they work grammatically,
Yeah,
the words they used, all that.
That's another really important part, actually. A lot of other languages have that, a feminine and masculine version to the words, where we don't have that in English. So, yeah, that's another really
By the
important-
way, I just wanted to make sure that James knew this. Yibum, or we, pronounce it. I think it's Yibum. I'm not good at pronouncing Hebrew. I'm better at reading it. But the form of marriage, which I'm speaking of, where an older brother can take a woman as his bride, is found in the Torah and Deuteronomy 25. Now, by the time of Jesus, there were different aspects of the laws that were changed, where they wouldn't so much take. The only reason why they could in the Torah they could have sex with a woman that was like a sister is if she had no children. But usually the custom was if the woman already had children, then there was no point in having sex with her if she was your second wife or considered your second wife, or and it wasn't like more polygamous marriages the way we know it now. It was more about bestowing that patriarchy within the society, and also being able to continue the lineage of a family and a name, which is why the Old Testament just always belabors you with all of these son of this and son of that and son of that, because it matters to them, So that's why that
and Joseph was an old man by the time
he was.
He took Mary in. Like I don't think a lot of people realize this. Like all this, Joseph and Mary had kids. No, they didn't, dude. That was never a thing, and it was never intended to be that at all.
Pretty sure
ever.
he was like 30.
No,
I
dude,
never
he was
heard
a
of this.
gray-haired old man. Bro. The Bible says that.
I've just never seen like anything that's like canon or like even orally held on to a tradition of the fact that Mary even had sex, let alone had children.
No, she didn't. It's ridiculous that anyone would make that claim. And here's something I wanted to point on.
Why would Jesus?
Somebody earlier said that like John the Baptist had siblings.
Having sex.
Somebody said John was James's sibling earlier. I'd like to counter that.
No, I didn't say John the Baptist was James's brother. I said John the Apostle.
Oh, okay. All right.
John the Apostle.
But what verse was that in Deuteronomy?
Not the forerunner, Randy.
I misheard. My fault. Because that's why I came up here. I was like, guns blazing.
Brother, you're good. You're good.
But what was that verse in Deuteronomy 25 though, John? Because I can't remember.
Discusses Yibum. It is Deuteronomy 25, and I think you could start with verse 1 and go through 10. It's all about a man who died without children, and the fact that they would allow for the sister to, but it specifically says you can't love her, like you can't develop a relationship with her if you have fornication, or if you have any type of, not fornication, what's the word I'm looking for, any type of sex, or that would have to be for the benefit of making the brother's line go forward. And so in the case of Mary, we, like I said, we don't know if James was younger or older. We don't know. We know that John was much younger than Jesus, or quite a bit. But we don't know about James. But the point would be that if you already had a child with somebody, you wouldn't have a child with somebody else. And the whole idea of what Randy was talking about is another thing. That's how you know Joseph was a good Israelite, is that he understood the customs, that you could not have the only reason to have sex with a woman would be for the benefit of the children and of the continuing of the family. So that's another reason why we can look at Jewish customs. And I would recommend, James, you would read Jewish antiquities, especially by Flavius Josephus, who goes into a lot of this stuff.
You know, this is actually like culturally appropriate right now because Netflix just made a Mary documentary.
Don't watch that. It's garbage.
No, it's so
I know
horrid.
it has a lot of Gospel of James stuff.
It's so heretical, dude. Don't even.
So,
did Billy Carson write the screenplay?
This is also what I was trying to tell JS the other day, or maybe even earlier today, about the language that Thomas uses when he comes to the realization of who Jesus is. He says to him, as in a singular subject in the sentence of my Lord and my God, where both of those phrases can only be taken one way of referring to the same subject that is in question, as in both titles are given to Jesus, my Lord and my God. That's why you need to look at the grammar of these languages, is because you will get a clearer understanding.
I do.
There's no ambiguity if you do that.
We just did.
All right. I just wanted to answer to you too one thing there quick, JS. I think when Randy started there, you said, why would the Bible mention Mary having sex? Is that what you said?
Why would the disciples be writing in the testimony of Jesus about his mom's Joseph and Mary's sexual escapades?
Yeah,
it would probably just mention them as
pay attention though. Whenever God mentions about marriage and sex, what is the reference to sex? Becoming one flesh. Does Mary and Joseph ever become one flesh? Nope. That's never mentioned.
Not one time.
And they do mention a lot in scripture about going into
pre-Jesus.
them. So
Mary
was a virgin. They could
Joseph
do it in
and
a
Mary
way
had
that's
never
not.
No, even after though, that's what I'm saying. Like,
right.
was
And
still
my
a virgin.
point is,
Listen,
why would it be mentioned about
She
Mary and
was
Joseph
still a
having
virgin
sex
after Christ was born.
No,
Just
I'm
because
saying
she gave birth to Christ.
I don't
Hold up,
disagree with
guys.
that.
Let me get my point
Go
out
ahead.
here.
Y'all are strong
My
man.
point,
You don't
James.
get what I'm saying. Yes, Mary probably had sex with Joseph because they were married later on in life. And why would the disciples write
they
about
weren't married that way though, bro. That's what you're not getting.
They were married. He took her from the temple and she was a virgin. And Joseph was not Joseph was not some strange age for men to get married, or that probably would have been noticed. That probably
yes, but
yes, he was.
Do you not see?
He was
in
an
the
average
Bible,
older man, probably. I'm not going to guess.
Do you not see that in the Bible? It mentions every time it talks about marriage. Every time it talks about marriage, it talks about becoming one flesh, and that is in a reference to sex. When it talks about Mary and Joseph, it does not talk about them becoming one flesh.
You're saying every time the Bible mentions marriage, it talks about
becoming one flesh. Yep, that's reference to sex. Yep.
Maybe some. I'm not going to give you every, but maybe some.
Also, JS, you have to think about it. Why did
and that makes sense because Mary and Joseph got married, and then she got pregnant, and he was like,
"But they don't become one flesh." Yeah. They get married. They don't become one flesh.
Why couldn't they afterwards? Is my point.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get at, man.
Well, because of God's call. That was God's call for Mary.
Mary
devoted her life
to be a perfect virgin, and that God is born through this woman who's perfect. But then afterwards, why can't she have sex with her husband? Does that make her imperfect now?
Dude,
that's it. The marriage is not defiled. Her and Joseph could go on to have more children.
Let him say something.
Stayed pure.
When Jesus was on the cross, right? He made sure.
But I don't have evidence that they did.
Let him finish, bro.
Dude,
who?
When Jesus was on the cross, he made sure that there would be a man to look after Mary. Why would he be doing that if she already had a husband that was young enough to look after her?
Or had other kids, for that matter.
Right.
And that's why he said, John, look upon your mother. This is your mother, Mary.
Yeah, I was going to say,
and
that's
why,
actually one of the
Mary,
proof.
this is your son, John. That was not a pronunciation that was done because of, this is your son. Like she should know, he is saying as the patriarch of the family, because obviously at this time,
that was
Joseph had already died.
That was
already died.
I'm not saying you guys are wrong.
That's what that was when Jesus is saying this to John. This is entrusting Mary to John because that's implying That's an obvious implication that there is no other boys or men to take care of Mary.
Right.
Exactly.
Which goes back to what I was talking about with the Jewish antiquities and about how they would appoint cousins and brothers and all that into that situation.
It also makes what Jesus did on the cross, it also makes that he wasn't even thinking of himself in that moment. He was thinking of his mom. It's a wonderful, beautiful verse if you actually understand it.
You guys are weaving a likely story. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying you're doing a lot of like.
Yeah, but JS, actually, I want you to do this too. The word Adelphoi will never. There's like go to the Old Testament, and they do never use the word Adelphoi.
Well, they wouldn't,
meaning a half brother on the mother's side. They never do that. It's never used.
Right, but it's
Not
never.
once.
But it's never. It's never used to exclude. It's not used to exclude. So what I'm saying is, you're exegeting things that you really don't know from the text, and the same way.
Can I ask you a question?
So I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying this is
JS.
But you're also.
But I'm not saying I'm right either. I'm just saying.
Right, but you're making
both of these are possible stories that could be exegeted from the
Well,
text.
I mean, I'm right, but
Right. So then the other option is go to the authorities and ask them.
Well, yeah, that
is
some
the
of these
only
answers
option.
I've given
Yeah.
to you, JS. Some of these answers I've given to you does come from authority because there's questions about this kind of stuff that I've wanted answers to too, and like, where actually who I've found and it's been really good recently, because like I've asked a lot of like the challenging questions and I'm getting the answers that I've looked for. So
but I haven't got the answer yet because I rebutted the Adelphos thing. That doesn't.
How many
brothers.
times have you gone to a divine liturgy?
And I've rebutted the
JS.
What's that?
Have you been to a? Have you stop? Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. How many times have you been to a divine liturgy?
4.
Or talked to a priest?
4.
How many times have you talked to a priest personally?
Oh, did I talk to the priest? None. Did I talk to a priest in his capacity at the church? 0.
Okay. First off, you need to do that. Second off, since I know you're a very like analytical, like logical person, what I would suggest for you to do before you speak to a priest is do what I did. Right. So the way that I
be
started,
told that I'm not allowed to talk about my faith if I'm not. I don't want to do that.
What do you wait? What? What'd you just say?
Randy, we've talked before, and when I've asked you questions about the orthodoxy, you've copped out and said, I can't answer because I'm catechumen right now, and I'm not allowed to talk about this. I don't want that.
Listen, Linda, calm down, okay?
No, you listen, Linda. I'm not Linda. You're Linda.
You're Linda, bro.
I'm not good at internet trolling.
Because listen, you can't take certain like theological positions publicly when you're not like thoroughly like when you don't understand them completely. You can't have full confidence in arguing them without absolute.
Well, to be fair, Andy, he argues it in a way where he's questioning things, and I find with this topic, JS seems to like in certain parts say, "Oh, I just don't understand this," or I maybe need to look into it a little more. Right. I think he's pretty fair with the way he does it. I don't know.
And I do too. And I like JS, man. I'm not trying to be a dick here, but
I like learning about all the different.
What I would suggest to you though, bro, is start where I started. Okay. I had all these same questions you did a few years ago, and what I did was I just started with church history. Okay, that was my first step. Right. I was like, let's scrap the whole thing. Let's erase the board. Let's start with church history. After I learned church history, I made a decision from there to start reading the church fathers. Once you learn the church fathers, all these little like questions that you have, like all these like, and they really are sola scriptura questions, right? Like personal interpretation questions is what I mean by that. All these questions are going to get answered. all you have to do is read the church fathers, dude. That's it. Like read and don't even bother with the posts. Like if you're having problems with like figuring out whether
that church father is infallible.
Well, and there's
I'm not saying they are, but they're saints, and it's still correct, right? Because there's a lot of things that certain saints have said that aren't canon, right? But they're still saints.
And there's
So
things that
right,
they've
so
said
then
that
you have to like delineate what
heretical too.
This is like the
down,
same as
yeah,
saying
exactly
trust the
down the
science.
line. Well, well, yes and no, right? Like that's a difficult question to answer. But
I don't trust the authorities.
I would recommend
I'm authoritarian. I'm authoritarian,
read
but I
them
want to
and
be
make
king.
your own. Listen, read them and make your own analysis. That's what you need to do.
Because Paul called a lot of people saints.
So a couple of things. I would say first and foremost, always go to. I think Scripture is always a good place, and going into a contextual understanding of Scripture, letting Scripture define itself, trying to.
Yeah, that's a Protestant. That's a Protestant.
I know
view,
that's
bro,
a Protestant, dude. I know it's a Protestant issue, but that's
whose authority is granting you
Why are you throwing a label on
your
it? That's a
interpretation.
Protestant view. That's a Mormon view. That's a Scientologist view.
So,
that's a
correct,
Calvinist
yeah,
view.
yeah.
That's a this
Like,
view. Stop trying to put people in boxes, bro. There's different doctrines and people have questions.
So the reason I say that is because once you go into the Scriptures and then go
sola
into
scriptura, nobody is Scripture only. Well,
go into
yeah, all Protestants are actually
into the Jewish customs.
No,
Yeah,
that's
they
not
are.
what sola scriptura. That's not what sola scriptura means.
Then explain to me what it means.
That's what it translates to. But
Sola
it's actually an
scriptura
oxymoron
means
because
that the
there's a
scriptures
bunch of
are the
solas.
only thing that's infallible. That's what sola scriptura means.
Right,
and by the way,
okay, so is the NIV infallible?
Because there's 5 solas. So
no, Scripture is infallible.
Yeah, is the NIV is Scripture, correct?
It's a translation. Some
Yeah, is that
translations are
infallible?
better than other ones. Scripture is not
This is
necessarily
Which scripture?
a translation.
By whose authority?
Because
Which
some
scripture by
translations
whose
are like
authority?
the Passion Translation, which is not even a translation, dude.
Oh my god.
Dude,
Actually,
you're
this
the
is not
one.
the flaw with Christianity.
Anyways, to answer James's question quickly here, there is canonized saints, which is what he's talking about, and then there's the regular saints in the church. So they don't say that the people in the church are saints. They're just not canonized, as in they're not officially recognized as, without a doubt, being a saint.
Well, sainthood comes from the bottom up, so that's how that works. So it takes a while to become a saint. It could take hundreds of years. It could take 10 years.
No, man.
Yeah,
Dude, no,
yeah, that's how
you're
Orthodoxy
speaking
works.
incorrectly, dude.
What do you mean? I'm speaking incorrectly.
I'm speaking based off of
via
Eastern
Orthodoxy.
Orthodoxy, and you're incorrect on this.
Is that your
Father
patron
Peter
saint?
Hears just made a video about this 2 days ago. What are you talking about? Would you like to
Where
argue
he
this
says
point
that, where he
further?
says that non-canonized saints are not saints?
If a saint's not canon, are they a saint? Sainthood comes from the bottom up.
They're just like how Apocrypha texts, even though they're not canonized.
What about the Latter-day
Saints?
Yeah, we don't look, we don't accept the Apocrypha. What are you talking about?
That's not true. That's not what, dude.
Not true, dude. Do you realize how many?
Dude, do you not even know your own freaking?
Do you know how many books of the Apocrypha are in?
Whoa, are you guys?
In the Eastern
You're
Orthodox
so
Study
wrong.
Bible?
This is why
we
catechumens
don't
shouldn't
accept it, but we don't deny it. That's what the Apocrypha
What do you
is.
mean by you don't accept it? Do you know how many of those books are in the Eastern Orthodox Study Bible?
Okay, ask. Go to your local parish and ask somebody if they accept the Book of Enoch.
Okay, well, we're not talking about all.
That's Apocrypha, dumb fuck.
Well,
nobody accepts the Book of Enoch in Orthodoxy. That's Apocrypha. What are you talking about?
You know, there's other books.
We only accept canonized scripture, bro.
Consider the Apocrypha.
Oh my god, you guys are fucking weird. Who here's Orthodox? Are you Orthodox?
How about you look it up right now before you keep speaking?
I'm a catechumen. Yeah, you're not a catechumen, by the way, James.
No, you're not ortho if you're catechumen. You're not officially ortho, though.
No, I'm not baptized. No, but you're not even a catechumen, James.
You can't.
So what do you mean? You're not even a catechumen. So
well, I have authority that says I can speak on biblical things as long as it ain't the
nobody's
holy
giving you authority,
mysteries. I
bro.
have
Shut the
authority
fuck up,
to
dude. That never
that.
happened. That never
That
happened.
is
Andrew doesn't have
wrong,
authority,
sir.
dude.
How do you
And he's
know it?
baptized.
How do you know it didn't happen? Was you
Okay,
there
so
when I
you're not
talked to
even
the
a
priest?
catechumen, but you have
Were you
authority to
there
speak
when
for
I
the
talked to the
church.
priest, sir?
You stupid fuck. What are you talking about, bro?
You know,
Dude,
people like
you're not
you
even a
Did you know that there's
catechumen,
at least
but
5
you have
books of the
authority to
Apocrypha in
speak
the
for the church.
Septuagint, right? And then
What?
People like you
Orthodox
run
Bible?
people off from
Who
the
gave you
Orthodox.
that authority? Who gave you that authority, James?
The
Randy?
priest at the monastery.
Oh,
We've
he
already
gave
been,
you authority
guys, we've
The
already
head
been through this
to
priest
already.
of
speak for the
We've
church.
already
monastery.
been through all this already.
The head
Randy,
priest.
answer my question. Did you know that
That was
there's
on my
5 books of the
channel. Easy's
Apocrypha
audience
in
hasn't
the
heard this
Orthodox Study
BS.
Bible?
The head priest, bro.
True.
Did you know that?
What?
Did you know that there's at least 5 books of the Apocrypha in the Orthodox Study Bible that are part of the Septuagint?
Yes, and?
Okay, well, you said none of the Apocrypha books were in the Eastern Orthodox. So
I didn't say none of them. I said they're not canon, bro.
Yeah, they are. Why
they
in the
are
Bible,
canonized
then?
when they're in your.
No, James, you're wrong. They're not
You're
canon.
wrong.
Don't mix
They're
up
not
terms.
canon, dude.
Don't
Why
mix
in
up
the Bible?
terms.
Why in the Orthodox Bible then?
Holy fuck, you're retarded.
Oh my gosh.
You're so stupid,
Yeah.
Well,
bro.
I'm asking why. I
Wait,
didn't.
no, hold on. He's just trying to learn, get understanding. Don't call him names for it, man. He's trying to learn. So,
I
like,
apologize. I do.
Apocrypha, yeah, good, man. It's all good. We all slip up. Eastern Orthodox looks at Apocrypha in a way where they can not teach it in like liturgy and all that, but there can still be good that comes out of the book, but it is not to be held at the same level as canon, but it's not to necessarily be rejected, as in there's some good that you can gain from Apocrypha texts.
But they'll still bitch about the Protestants taking those out of their canonical Bible. And then they say it won't be canonical. And the whole reason is because where'd you get that authority at? I wonder where. Maybe the Holy Spirit, huh? Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
Well, you're
who
not
wrote
allowed
the
to
Bible,
appeal to
bro?
the
I
Holy
mean,
Spirit, because what if the Holy Spirit
that
is
was
a
kind of
demon?
fun,
God. God wrote the Bible according to the
oh,
Bible.
did he? He came down and wrote the
Through
Bible?
men.
Is that how that
He
worked?
wrote it through men, bro.
James.
Men
That's
who were
incorrect teaching
inspired.
as
Oh,
well,
I'm
man.
taking
Not
Randy's
even
side in
Protestants
this one.
believe that.
I want to hear this.
God did not write scripture. He inspired
Yeah, it's
it.
Well,
inspired.
inspired means he basically
God
wrote it
breathed.
through men.
No.
But
No,
did fallible
no.
men still write it and possibly?
Men wrote out of
Okay.
interacting with God, as in like revelation.
Like,
It's
what if
not
what if some of
God
the what if
writing
one of
it,
these
like,
guys just sucked at writing? Like, is that a thing?
God told him
Because
what to
I've seen
write,
some people
right?
write, and if I read their
Let's
writings
go.
a year later, I'm like,
No,
what
God
the
didn't.
fuck?
God did not tell them what to write.
Not even close. Yeah, that's not how that
They
works.
were inspired by God. They
Mhm.
were grasping at, like, how Orthodox would say it would be grasping with the energies. So like the kind of like manifestations of God that we interact with.
The energy. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to explain energies in a way that is as easy to explain in a little bit here. So please give me some leeway with that, guys.
No, you've honestly been better at explaining it than I am. I'm kind of a spurg, so.
The Bible is like it's a community text, basically. That's what it is, right? But technically, that's what I get what James is saying, because they'll say, like, the way it's worded, people even I've heard Orthodox Christians say it this way too, like where like God is the original author of the Bible, and then everything in the Bible was inspired by God. That's what they mean when they're saying that God is the author of the
Right.
Bible. They don't
Which
mean
is why
he literally wrote it.
I
They
mean,
don't.
I get what you're saying, but like, I don't know. My priest would blow his lid.
No, I get what you were saying too, Randy. Because
Yeah.
like one day someone was trying to explain to me, like, oh, we should just live. You should be going against the laws and just do what it says in the Bible. Don't listen to anyone. Just read the Bible. And I was like, just read the Bible. Don't listen to no one. So just take just the book, the physical book, and just don't
right. But
do
whatever.
What I see a lot with Protestants is this weird mix of like legalism, but also like a lack of understanding that there's anything outside of the scripture, right? And so what it's Jim Bob puts this really eloquently. Like, I see Protestants a lot of the time take scripture and they turn it into like the fourth person of the Godhead, where it's like that's not how we as Orthodox see scripture, right? Like it's
well, you're not Orthodox, Randy. You're a catechumen.
Yeah, and how are you a catechumen, James? Are you a catechumen, James?
I never said I was, but
then shut the fuck up, maybe, because I've been catechumen for 3 years and I'm getting baptized next year. So shut the fuck up, dude.
You're baptized.
Congrats, bro. I never do.
Or Christendom, where it comes after baptism, right? Or
What?
before.
By the way, Randy,
it is how
this is what I was telling James earlier. This is Valerian brute
right before
tea,
baptism,
and it'll help you not spurg as much if you drink it. So,
but you know, this is
all the
whole
love in the
reason
world,
why,
man.
though,
I hope you
what
take
James
that
is
with
talking
levity.
about, though, and what Speakeasy was saying, where if it is the inspired word
by the
of
way,
God, that's why
Mm-hmm.
apostolic succession is a mute point, because it's not on the source of the apostles, it's on the source of the Holy Spirit. And the fact that we know that the apostles made so many damn mistakes and did so many bad things, and yet God still worked through them and still created the institution of the church. Yes, he did do those things. You can't deny those things, but that does not mean that apostolic succession in itself is the thing on which you put your rest on it. And this idea of, well, who wrote it is a mute point, because it's God. So the question is, who's correct about it, who's right about it, and who's within the inspiration of God. That's why Sola Scriptura exists, is the idea that the inspired word of God is the paramount authority when it comes to all matters. And the fact that some would lessen it to the degree that which they do speaks on them putting the apostolic succession in the church above the word of God, which is the problem that I have with my friends in the East and even in the friends of the Rome. And if my friends in the East really want to be honest,
I'm much more partial to Protestants than I am to Rome. So let's get that straight.
Their whole appeal to apostolic succession is what I would argue is
even
one of the
church
reasons
fathers
why we have the Pope in the first place. So just
everything.
I didn't hear that last part because someone jumped in. So could you repeat that, please?
I said the very reason that we have apostolic succession is part of the reason why we had a Pope. You don't have a Pope if you don't have this teaching of
agreed, but like
apostolic succession equality.
That's why we rejected papacy, right?
Well, not entirely.
What do you mean, not entirely?
Oh well, there's been speculation and there's been debate about what all the reasons were those for. So obviously it depends.
What was the speculation then?
Well, we know that the Eastern Orthodox fought over part of it, that because of the idea. One, we know that they believed in the councils, and so they didn't believe in one person being over the other one.
But we require decentralization.
Well, we also know that with the way that over time the Orthodox have talked about their episcopates or their patriarchs, that they've actually spoken about them and saying, well, what matters is, we have Andrew and we have this, and which, by the way, if you're making a claim for apostolic succession, even though the Roman Catholics are off on their reasoning for believing that Peter established the Church of Rome, which Farney and I and Teriak talked about a couple of weeks ago. Check that out on Teriak's channel. Shameless plug for my friend Teriak and Farney there.
It was a good stream, in my opinion, man.
Teriak space.
But the thing about it is that
it went off the rails at the end too.
A little bit.
Yeah, it did.
But yeah, no. So I mean, there's that. There's obviously the other reason is that you've had a history, it's a relatively recent history, comparative this to the history of the church, that you've had even among Eastern Orthodox dispute who their patriarch is and dispute who has more seniority. So I guess in that sense, they've kept up with that apostolic tradition, because the apostolic tradition of saying, Jesus, which one of us is greater than the other, has maintained itself. Sorry to say.
I'm not sure what you're alluding to regarding the Western versus Eastern Like I have no idea what you're talking
so
about.
what he's getting at, and correct me if I'm wrong, John, is instead of having one guy that gets to talk, you guys have a number of a select few that get to talk, and everybody else is kind of shunned away from having their own understanding of scripture and history and such. Is that that's what you're saying?
That's part of it, but the other part of it has been there has been a divided nationality in Orthodoxy.
Yeah, that is very
in other places of the world, not so much in America. But
wait a minute, what do you mean by divided nationality?
Yeah, I'm kind of confused here.
Okay,
I don't understand where you're going with this.
If you look at, there's been fights between, for example, the Greek Orthodox and the Coptic Orthodox over their national.
Well, Coptics are schismatics, and so are Orientals. So
well, I know that's what you guys think. Yes, and then,
no, they left the church, bro. That's what happened. So they did the same thing Rome did. But we're not Orthodox any longer, according to us. So you can't say according to us, because literally, according to my church, they're no longer Orthodox.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that there was a time when the Russian Orthodox and Farney might know this better than I do, where they were actually refusing to have the Greek patriarch.
Well, yes, but listen, it's complicated
So again, there's politics that are part of that, and that's my point.
Well, but they're internal politics, and the problem is.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Let me state my point real quick. Let me state my point, please. The problem is that a lot of these people, what they do, rather than staying within the church, right? Because the whole point of not having a papacy, right, is having a decentralized position of bishops, right? Let's say there's 6 wrong bishops and 1 correct bishop. Okay, that means the gates of hell have not proceeded against the church. Okay, so you don't leave the church to form your own church. That's what the Reformation did with Rome. The Reformation. Hold on, let me finish my point, please.
Okay.
The Reformation was correct because Rome was corrupt and Rome is evil. I don't disparage Protestants for what happened during the Reformation. I don't disparage Protestants for existing under their current paradigm, because I lived under that paradigm. However, under the Orthodox paradigm, we have something that's decentralized. Okay, so we don't have one person that controls everything. So yeah, there's going to be disputes, right? But you don't leave the church. What happened with the Orientals and the Coptics is they left the church and formed their own. You don't leave the church and form your own church. You figure it out within the church, and it always gets figured out. Right now, we're facing a lot of issues internally with the OCA, a lot of issues that are very grave and very threatening and detrimental to the church, right? That I personally consider disgusting and horrific. But you don't leave the church because you're concerned. Hold on. Let me finish. You don't leave the church because you're concerned that the OCA guys are doing some crazy shit, right? You stay within the church because internal affairs take a long time to fucking, here's a perfect example. Canonization of saints can take decades to centuries. Okay. Same thing with political affairs within the church. So if you abandon the church and you form your own heretical schismatic sect, then you're just abandoning the church. That's all it is. Because you're offended that these guys over here think something different than you. Who cares what they think? Right? If you're Rocor and some OCA guys are like, let's be ecumenists, who cares what they think, bro? Why? So are you gonna leave the church and then form your own because these guys are retarded? No, you're gonna stay within the church and you're gonna fight and you're gonna argue it out, kind of like we're doing now, right? We're discussing things, we're talking things out, we're trying to find a middle ground. That's what needs to be done within the church at all times, and that's the importance.
So do you know that? Luther was kicked out of the Roman Catholic Church? Did you know that? He didn't leave the Roman Catholic Church. He was kicked out of the Roman Catholic Church.
I do know that. And what's your point?
So my
I
point is
also
that not
love
everybody
Martin
just
Luther, and I
voluntarily
love his
leaves.
writings. And in
Not everybody
fact,
just
I've read
voluntarily
every
leaves.
letter that he's written to the Orthodox Church, and I read his book on the Jews, which I thought was fantastic.
Martin Luther was based, and so was Calvin too.
Oh, Martin Luther
Y'all need to
was.
stop bitching.
Calvin
was
not
based
so
too.
much, but Martin Luther was very based. I honestly, to be frank, guys, I think Martin Luther would have became Orthodox if he hadn't have died. To be completely frank,
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Calvin either.
Yeah,
I
I'm not
did
a
have
fan
a
of Calvin.
question if you don't mind.
Chances are most of the born again Christians that people can't stand, if they're not drawn into just the Jesus is my boyfriend televangelism, they're Calvinist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it's the
the
whole
lack of free will
determinism,
stuff is just
burning in the bosom.
Well, that's
kind of
the lack
idea.
of free will is very appealing to someone who
They lose
you have your
accountability,
first date
right?
with the girl and she's 32 with a body count of 32.
Exactly, dude.
You know, there's 4 types of Protestants, right? There's
I went to jail, bruh. I
there's
didn't lose
Lutherans,
accountability.
there's Calvinists, semi-Calvinists, and then there's Arminians. And as a Lutheran, I love watching Calvinists and Arminians fight.
Hey, you know what?
Here's
I have
my
a lot of.
question, Randy.
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I hear this term being thrown around often in Eastern Orthodoxy. The gates of hell won't prevail against the church. I find it a very odd use of the language, since that's acting as if the gates is on the offensive, and a gate is a defensive position. So to me, the understanding. Hold on, just 2 seconds.
Go ahead.
So to me, I think you know where I'm going anyways, but
yeah.
To me, would it not seem appropriate that they won't prevail in our battle against them when we're going after the gates of hell, when we're going after demonic forces, things like that? It seems like a defensive position that will not stand up against our onslaught. And would that not make more sense than the way that you just used it and the way that it's often used? Because you're not the only one that says that. But it just seems very odd in the way that you're using.
Well, the reason that I say that is because we have a preserved tradition that has existed for the last 2,000 years, and that tradition has not changed. When you go to a liturgy, when you attend divine liturgy, you're attending the same liturgy that the first Christians attended.
Yeah,
but let me just what I mean by that, when I say it, what I mean by that is that because what a lot of Protestants don't understand is we don't just take Christianity as just like the Bible and believing in the Bible. Okay, we take practice, understanding, and I'm sure Wally could back me up on this, but like basically it's a whole lot more than just like the church.
Yeah,
and
I'm not
a whole lot
denying
more
that.
than just
Let's be
the
honest,
Bible.
because you guys don't. Do
But hold on, you avoided. Hold on, guys. I didn't get an answer to my question.
Yeah, Farney, I wanted to answer. The quote comes from Matthew 16:18, right? And I tell you, you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of hell shall not prevail against it. And the gates of hell, right? Or Hades, right? Gates of Hades, whatever one. It's referring to the power of Hades, right? That's what it's saying. It doesn't mean literal gates, right? Because you know that hell isn't a place like that.
Exactly.
Like, hell is like hell God, right? So like that. So the power of sin, the power of being with evil instead of with God, will not prevail against the church.
Yeah,
that's what it's
So
saying.
if you're practicing. Let me say something real quick.
Wait, I want to
hold
hear
on.
Farney answer here. Hold up, Randy, you going off?
Okay, my fault.
So another way I have had to try, like, because I've been trying to work through this language. Not that it's like pivotal or anything, but another thing is that the gates is the opening, right? And in scripture it refers to like death and such as being like a gaping maw. So that's something else that comes to mind as imagery, as if this is the gates as right at the opening of the mouth, right? So that would be an attacking force then, you know what I mean? Because it seeks to devour all that's in its path, kind of thing.
So it seems to me like you're kind of like hyper focusing. So essentially, what we mean when we say this, it seems like you're hyper focusing on like the legalism of like.
Well, I know what you mean, but yeah, go
yeah.
ahead.
So like from my perspective, like the way that the reason and the way that I say that, and the reason that I say that is that like, dude, look at the only church that's resisted like the COOF, that resisted, all this gay stuff. And I'm not saying there's not certain Protestant sects and, Western Rite or whatever the heck. But if you honestly look at it, like the gates of hell have not. I mean, literally look at it, bro.
I'm pretty sure Eastern Orthodoxy still closed down during the coup.
They're not winning any more now than they
No.
I could verify that.
Certain very small portions of OCA did, yeah.
No.
My parish
Eastern
didn't.
Orthodoxy. No, you're in Canada?
No, I'm not in Canada.
That's why I said Canada. Canada
Yeah.
was hyper.
Every parish closed during Canada? Do you know that for a fact?
Here's the thing.
I'm not saying that I know that for a fact. I'm saying that there was
that just made
insane
tents
amount of
outside.
pressure from the government, and
I
have not heard of one that stayed. I have not heard of one that stayed open. They
I
even
almost
arrested.
guarantee you not one broke or church closed
There's
before.
20 minutes away from me, though. I'm saying, Barney, there's 3 of them that are in 20 minutes driving distance from me.
And they all stayed open during the coup?
Yep.
Because you remember like that one pastor that got like arrested on the highway, right? And he kept on getting in trouble for staying open, right?
Yeah, a lot of churches did that.
Yeah, I remember that
That's
too.
why
Actually.
we ended up going and fucking blocking off all the roads and shit, Barney. That's why.
And then having our bank accounts frozen. And
yeah, that's why we fought back, because we were sick of that type of shit.
Y'all want to be part of America? What's up, Canada? You want to be part of America?
But here's the thing that you guys are missing.
Let's go.
There's a
We'll
lot
take
of
you
shit
in.
that are missing. First of all, to my knowledge, the oldest form of divine liturgy used in the Orthodox Church is the rite of, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is the divine liturgy of Saint Basil, which is dated at earliest the 4th century.
That's bro.
Or St. John Chrysostom, which is
that's a yearly practice. What do you mean?
So, well, you said, we're still doing the liturgy of the earliest Christians.
Yeah, we are.
That's not factually true.
No. Hold on. You just brought up a single yearly practice that's done. You're not.
No. So what is the oldest,
No.
What is the
What do you
divine?
have you been to liturgy?
I actually have. Yes, I have. Thank you very much.
Yes, I have. Very much. Actually.
Yes, I have. I attended divine liturgy in an Eastern Orthodox, Greek Orthodox church for
Which
4
parish?
years. 4 years in Grand Junction.
Oh my god!
You're in Colorado, bro?
Dude, how many times have I told you this, my friend?
I don't know who's talking, dude.
It's me, John.
Oh.
John, Josh, James, John, James.
John has a pretty distinct
I don't know.
voice,
There's
man,
John. There's James. Dude, I'm new to this,
How many
bro.
times have we
But you
talked?
all might
This
also
is the second time I've done this. All right, chill out.
You all might also be
every
Jacob,
panel
so
you've
don't
been
get
on,
ahead of
I've been on.
Or Wally.
What's that, Barney?
I said to Randy, every panel you've been on, I've been on.
Yeah, this is the second.
I must
panel
make
I've
you
ever
feel
been on.
comfortable, eh, Randy?
But here's the thing. So there are different forms of divine liturgy that the Orthodox, and let's be honest,
Yes.
of all the churches. So most, like Eastern Orthodox Church, the Roman Catholic Church, and Lutherans and Anglicans and Episcopalians all have some form of Saint Basil, which, to my knowledge, is the oldest form of liturgy in the church.
But that's a yearly practice, dude. That's not like.
What do you mean by yearly practice?
So dude, that's something we do for like a
okay.
couple weeks out of the year. That's not something that we practice.
So what other forms of liturgy do you guys use? I'm sure you use St. John Chrysostom.
Yeah.
What else do you use?
Dude, it's different every month. What do you mean?
Okay, so how many? Do you know how many? So you're telling me that the church services change every month?
No, the liturgy itself doesn't change.
But for different months, they do different. Yeah, they're doing.
We
different.
do. Yeah, we honor different things and do.
Are you talking about like a lectionary type of thing?
Yes.
Or like the church calendar
Yes.
thing? That's a different
The
thing.
lectionaries.
Okay,
Yes.
I'm not talking about like when you do something for Christmas or Advent or do something for Pascha or anything
Neither am I.
I'm talking
throughout
about
the entire year. Every month we do like 6 different. What are you talking about, bro?
So
when you say that of Saint Basil is like 2 weeks out of the year.
Okay,
what
so
are you talking about?
What is the oldest form of liturgy you guys use?
I don't fucking know, to be completely frank.
Okay, so to my knowledge,
but we use the lectionaries. Do you know what the lectionaries are?
You're missing my point. Okay, so
Apparently I am.
So Saint Basil, to my knowledge, is the oldest form of liturgy used by the church. Meaning the way that the order of the liturgy of Saint Basil, the way it's ordered, and obviously different churches and traditions are going to have different aspects to it, but it usually always has a very similar thing of how when they put the Eucharist and where they put it after the readings, and when they do like the Kyrie and all that kind of stuff. So what I'm saying,
because it's honorifics.
Okay, yeah, but I'm saying,
but the liturgy doesn't change.
So here's the thing.
So the honorifics change via.
No, I'm not talking about the honorifics. I'm talking about the different forms of
but
liturgy.
The liturgy doesn't change ever.
Okay.
When have you? Okay, you said you went to liturgy for 4 fucking years, right?
Yes, I did. Yes.
Okay. When does the liturgy ever fucking change? Ever? Honorifics change, yeah.
No, I'm not.
When does
about
the liturgy change? Ever?
That's my point.
That's also my point.
So my point is, the oldest,
wait, here, let me build this bridge. Wait, let me help you, Mosman, because I think I get what you're trying to say. Mosman is saying that the liturgy, and if I'm not mistaken, you're saying the order that the liturgy is in is not the original. He is saying there is a liturgy that is older than the one Orthodoxy is using, and it's in a different order.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, because we swap. We swap. Yeah, that's not.
What I'm saying is that when Orthodox tell you that, well, we're doing it the same way they did it in 50 AD or 60 AD, that's a bunch of bunk. I'm sorry, it is.
Well, you're saying what I just said.
What way? Yeah, you're agreeing with Speakeasy, and I just disagreed with Speakeasy.
Yeah, you're saying exactly what I just said.
Right, but my point is, my point of what I'm trying to say is this, because the oldest form of order of liturgy. Now, you got to forgive me, because in the West, we use the word liturgy not as like obviously the Catholics would call it mass, right? In the Lutheran Church,
but what they do is not liturgical, bro.
It is. Don't be.
No, it's not, dude.
Dude, what the hell are you talking
about? What do you mean? How is that liturgical?
Do you not understand what the word
Bro,
liturgical
I was
means?
raised.
What do you think is the definition of liturgical or liturgy?
What do you mean?
I'm asking you this question because you clearly have a different understanding than the way we do in the West.
Okay, what way we do in the West? You're in the West. What's your definition then?
Okay. Well, what we know the liturgy's definition is, little L liturgy, is the formulation according to which public religious worships, especially Christian,
Whoa. Let's back up. What do you mean little L liturgy?
Okay, well, you guys call your liturgy your service. Right? Well, let's not be like the Protestants or evangelicals and call it the worship service.
Okay, well, you do realize liturgical practice is different between ROCOR,
you call
OCA.
it divine liturgy, right? In the Eastern Orthodox Church.
Bro, okay. Little L liturgy.
Wait, let me get this. Let me try
and the divine liturgy is the liturgical order is the name of the liturgical order where it is centered on they do 3 readings in the
never practice.
No, but I'm just saying what the majority of it is, and then it's usually then the Eucharist. It's centered around the Eucharist. So
okay. Wait, so can I just ask you something, Randy? Let me ask you something.
The Catholics call their liturgy.
Hold on.
Wait, one second, John. Let me ask you something. Randy, on Sundays in the Orthodox Church, if I'm not mistaken, right? It goes the penitential rite where the priest prays for the forgiveness of sins, and then readings, right? Where it's epistle readings from the gospel, right? And then litanies.
Yeah, but they
And
separated
then
those.
Eucharist prayer, and then communion, and then commemorations of the saints, right? Do I got that order correctly?
Right, but they do separate it.
Depending on where you're going, yes. Like
there's a homily in there, and there's a bunch
yeah, there's homilies, and like so homily would be like what you guys would consider a sermon,
right?
So
I like the homily. The guy that
the homilies are the best. It also depends on where
Plus
you're
you get to
going.
sit down. We sit on the floor.
Yeah, because what you mean when you say little t to us, we see that as, oh, the Russians swap this over here and that over there, and it doesn't matter because they're Russian and they do things different or backwards, or the Armenians do but the liturgy is still the same always and has always remained preserved in the same since the beginning of time.
No,
it never changes.
No, it hasn't. No,
So little t traditions to us mean things can be altered via like practice, right? So you could go to one parish and they'll have, matins at this time and blah, 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 whatever. Things will be swapped and swapped and whatever. Or the food will be different or
But most
this or that.
Orthodox
But
have the matins, and then they'll have the divine
I've never
liturgy.
stayed for the after lunch because I've always I just
And
got
then
off work.
Am I not correct, Randy?
Okay, hold up. Okay, we got away from what I was.
That's the best part. And I've
hold on, let
Before
easy
we
finish.
get too far away from this,
So what I was trying to ask, hold up. What I was trying to ask, the reason I was asking you, and then I was asking if this was the correct order, was because I thought what John was saying was that the order that Orthodox Christians do this in is not the original order.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay,
well, what
so
is
you
the order?
saying what I originally asked. Okay, so I'm not confused. You guys just need to open your fucking ears when I ask questions.
No, what I'm
banging
saying
my
is
head
that,
against the wall,
to
thinking,
my
if I got
knowledge,
this
the
all wrong,
oldest
like
form of liturgical order is Saint Basil's.
Well,
I
which is
believe
what
maybe
Easy
Saint
just
Luke's
got
is-
at. But
I don't even
Randy,
know.
before you go, hold up.
Form of church
right,
liturgical order would be like the Last Supper and Christ and the disciples and.
So again, there's the liturgy only means the order of service, right? So
yeah,
what the Orthodox call.
Why do we say the Catholic Church?
Orthodox
is
have
the
two different
church?
kinds of services. They'll have
When
a
we had the
matins,
day of
they'll
Pentecost,
have a
the day
matins,
before,
and then
there
they'll
was a
have a
Catholic
divine
Church.
liturgy.
Yes and no, but it varies where you live, bro.
Depending, yes,
and
I
always
understand that.
has.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay,
So like,
Randy, before you go, please,
okay,
because I've been wanting to make this point. Because I find that bizarre because like Holy Communion, right, is part of the divine liturgy. You would agree, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I've seen when I've looked into Orthodoxy that some give like a spoon with the wine and then like place the bread in your mouth. Some people place the bread on the spoon and put it in your mouth. Some people like drink from the cup. Like, why are these all different?
Yeah, it's not that different, bro. I mean, really, like it's only Western stuff that makes it's really only OCA that does communion different. To be
What?
frank, from my understanding.
I thought that I saw this in Europe that they were doing the dipped bread in the wine and then on the spoon. Well, I would assume it's during divine liturgy, right? Because
Well, of course, yeah. No, I was asking, was what you were experiencing different during COVID, or?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Because things.
Hold on. Let's say it was, then it would
that.
be changed based on worldly things, right?
Sorry, what?
It would be changed based on worldly things, worldly influences.
In what way?
In the fact that the world was panicking towards the coup, right?
Mm-hmm.
And as a response, the church changed how they did their divine liturgy.
No.
No, if I'm not mistaken, no. So again, if I'm not mistaken, Farney, and I may be wrong here, but if I'm not mistaken, the thing that is the tradition is that there's a special cup, the chalice, that is used to transform the wine into blood, and then the bread is transformed into the body of Christ. But the way it is served to you is not the important part. It's the fact that they have this, like that cup isn't changed. That's why
some of us would argue different.
Yeah, that is.
I was gonna say, wouldn't it matter that you're sharing the same cup? Like,
well, hold on. Some of us would argue different. But the reason that Kuf was such a big deal within Orthodoxy, and why so many parishes resisted it within Orthodoxy, while certain parishes did not, right? And this was a big deal for Orthodoxy. But this was also part and parcel of the reason that Orthodoxy grew the way that it did under 2020. Like, I found Orthodoxy shortly before COVID. I was an inquirer at the time still. I was an inquirer for probably, I think, a year and a half about. And watching the transformation within the church was wild, because there was like all these retards that were like trying to do all the same things that the Protestants were doing. And not all Protestants, I'm not saying all Protestants, and not even all Catholics, right? Like not all Catholic parishes were wearing masks, and not all of them were doing all that stupid shit. But from my perspective, I saw a lot more pushback from Orthodoxy, which was something I was already inquiring in, which kind of gave me a little bit more zeal, right? I was like, wow, this kind of looks like maybe I'm correct in my I don't know how to put it, like my
collection of church.
Yes, yeah. Does Orthodoxy have flaws? Of course it does. Like every fucking denomination does, dude. It doesn't matter where you go, there's going to be flaws, right?
But
like
Muslims
the OCA is very flawed.
Muslims and Jews were pushing back against Kuf mandates as well. Very strong.
Okay, and so were atheists. What's your point?
Atheists? I don't.
Yeah, there were plenty of atheists that were. There were also New Age. You know what? In fact, I saw more New Age people than I saw Christians pushing back against Kuf. So let's not go down that road, right? Like I saw more kind of New Age retards.
All because this was like an anomaly in like history, in the history of.
It wasn't an anomaly though. Like if you were like,
we've never seen what happened during that time happen in history.
It never should have happened, and I was very disappointed when I saw the church's responses. I'm not saying every single church, but
it was so predictable. The second it fucking happened, bro.
The responses.
The second it happened,
I'm sure
you could
some
see
were better
too.
than others. Man, the guy that got arrested on the highway, like, how can you be disappointed in that guy? That's based. How the hell can you be disappointed in that guy, JS? He literally like kept on doing it, gathering his believers together to like celebrate the Lord and all that.
In that if they kept it going.
Yeah, so don't say in everyone, man. I know you're being a bit hyperbolic, but man, notice the heroes in the situation, man, because they deserve recognition.
Here's my thing, though, and this is the reason I'm saying some of the things I'm saying. Of course, everyone's got flaws. Everyone does good. There's a lot of great things that the Orthodox do. What I don't like is when I hear Orthodox get on here and say we are the church that's never changed. And if you've studied anything about the Byzantine iconoclasm, and you or the liturgy, you realize that most of the stuff at earliest that we can predate some of the things that the Orthodox do is 4th century.
Okay, what about the liturgy that anyone practices now is different from the first 3 centuries?
I'm not saying.
What about the liturgy that we practice now is different from the first 3 centuries?
Well, here's the thing. What we do know is historically.
Okay, so you can't answer the question.
No, yes,
correctly.
I am. I'm saying historically.
Okay.
We don't. We up until.
So you don't know.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, so we do.
No, you claim to know but the earliest of the liturgy, form of liturgy you guys use is Basil, which came about.
Dude, you keep saying that, but that means nothing because that's a 2-week practice, dude. What are you even talking about? That is a 2-week honorific practice that we use. The liturgical fucking service has never changed.
Yes, it has.
Even if it swaps around via fucking I'm Romanian or I'm Russian and I do this before I do that, it doesn't change. It never has. Show me where it has been.
Iconoclast, you know that,
Show me show me what has changed from the first 3 centuries. Please. Give me one example.
I'll give you one example. I just said it.
Okay.
The iconoclast that didn't exist in the church before.
What are you talking about? We have icons from fucking 80 years after Christ's death.
There could be icons that are after it, but I'm talking about the way the iconoclast is used in the church.
Oh, dude, you sound like a fucking...
Like a what?
Like a Protestant.
Like a Protestant? No,
What does that
I
mean?
sound like somebody
That's like
who has done some.
That's like saying
research.
you sound like you're speaking words.
Yeah, if I don't say,
nah, you're
hey,
right. That was a bad argument. I'll give you that.
Never
I'll give you
changed.
that.
I would sound like an Orthodox person, wouldn't I? I mean, the point is, there are things, undoubtedly. We know that the practice of the Eucharist was established by Christ our Lord. So,
correct.
So there are things that have been in existence, part of the liturgy. But the form of liturgy, when we say things, how we say them, where we say them, what type of
of course that's going to change via when
but that's not what
people go to different places.
Say though, Randy, they say it hasn't changed. It's been that way since Jesus started.
What you're misunderstanding. Listen, you're misunderstanding form and practice, bro. Okay? If I'm Romanian, I'm not going to say and do the same things that you're going to do if you're American at all. I'm going to do them completely different. We're going to eat this different food. Things are going to change. That's the difference. That's what we consider small t versus big T. The big T traditions is what I mean when I say the liturgy has never changed. Because in the big T traditions, things...
What big T traditions are you speaking of? Byzantine chat?
Bro, give me an example of a tradition that has not been practiced since the church was established. Please.
Say that again.
Sorry, what?
James said, "Lord help us."
Lord help us, because we need some help there.
That's about right, James.
Because he's going like in a circle argument, like y'all are talking right past each other. Because Randy,
yeah, you know all about circular arguments, James.
Yeah, you do.
No, what
I don't think it's been
circular. It sounds like we're speaking two different things, or have it, and that's what it probably is.
It's possible.
Back and forth because John doesn't. Well,
bro, every time I rebuttal one of James's points, he'll go to like the next point.
What did you say, James, about me? What were you saying, bud?
We're just dancing.
Randy don't get your point that you're trying to make, John. Randy don't get it.
Okay,
so explain it then.
The reason why he doesn't get my point is because we are possibly using different language, but part of it is also that he may not phrase things the way I do, and he hasn't probably read some of the things that I have, and he's probably read things that I haven't had. So I mean, that's always going to be the key thing whenever you get into a debate like this, is you got to be able to have an established terminology, and that's what's hard when you're talking about liturgical order, because the Orthodox call their service the Divine Liturgy, and that's what the Catholics call.
And that's what we've been trying to do here, James. That I don't think you understand is we've been trying to find a middle ground. That's when I counter his arguments and when he gives me arguments. That's what we're trying to do. Is we're trying to figure out what the other is saying, right? So like you're getting frustrated because you don't understand what we're doing.
No, I do understand what you're doing, but every time John,
then explain it. Explain what I'm missing then. Then explain what I'm missing, bro.
That's 2 weeks in Orthodoxy. That's where y'all keep losing each other. A guy that's supposedly just 2 weeks in Orthodoxy.
Okay.
Like, what's the guy's name?
What does that have to do with anything?
But he's referring to the
practice
guy
of Saint Basil, like the honorific of Saint Basil. Okay, so explain it. As a catechumen, as a self-proclaimed catechumen, explain what the honorific of Saint Basil is.
I never said I'm catechumen.
You literally have.
No, I have not.
Okay.
I like you to cite where you found that at, and also show me the proof. Where I've
And the only other live I've been in.
Ooh, he got.
Not only did you proclaim you were a catechumen, but you proclaimed that the church, and you proclaimed tonight that the church gave you a permission to perform apologetics.
He said he was Orthodox, but he never said he was catechumen.
I never said that the church gave me permission to perform apologetics.
You said something along the idea that you've been given.
Well, yeah, you said
I'm Orthodox because I'm pursuing Orthodox.
No,
That's
you said something along the idea of
last live you claimed you were or you claimed you were fucking catechumen, bro.
No,
the last live that we argued, yes, you did.
I didn't hear nothing about catechumen, but tonight you
Not
did
tonight,
say
no.
that. Tonight you did say you were authorized to speak on this.
Indeed, he did.
Speak on the Bible.
And last live,
not
you said a monk gave you permission to perform apologetics, bro. Those were your exact fucking words. And our last live that we had an argument, you said that you were a fucking catechumen, and I said that you weren't a catechumen. And then I said, where are you attending like catechumen classes? And you were like, well, no, bro. And then I questioned you further, and then it devolved into an argument. So that's what happened the last live.
I never said I could claim that I'm catechumen. I never have claimed
Last live you did. Not
No,
this
I
live,
did
no.
not. Show me the proof.
And
Where's your evidence?
okay, pull up your last live.
No, it was my live. It was well. He
Oh, it was on JS. Yeah, it was on JS's. Yeah.
Okay, then no, Randy, you gotta pull it up. But you're the one that's.
But he didn't say he was catechumen, but he did say he had authority to speak on Orthodox. So I just wanted,
but not as an authority though.
He never said he was catechumen. He always. I asked him the first thing I asked.
What do you mean not as an authority, bro? That doesn't make any sense.
Like I'm the authority. Strictly my opinion.
And yet then I asked you, so this is a common practice among Orthodox. I know you won't understand because you're not a catechumen and you're not Orthodox, but when you make a claim, you have to back it up. So if you say that like, hey, this monk gave me this like authority to do a thing, you have to give the name of the monk, bro. And when I asked you on the last live, hey, what's the name of the monk that gave you so that I can reach out to him and or his authority and be like, hey, what's going on here? Because that's how the church works.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know you don't know that, but that's how the church works, bro. Like, so if Jim Bob was to jump in this live and be like, hey, bro, like you're delving into like some areas within argumentation for orthodoxy where you shouldn't, and you should probably back down. I need to speak to your bishop. I would give him the name of my bishop, right? I know the name of my bishop. I know the name of my priest. I know my parish. I like all of these things, right? Because we have a patristic system. So when I asked you last live, what was the name of the monk that gave you permission? That's why I asked you. That's how I know that no monk gave you fucking permission, because you would never have been given permission by a monk that would not tell you to give, like you can't not give the name of your patristic fathers, bro. I'll give you the name of my priest right now if you give me the name of your priest. That's how orthodoxy works, bro. You don't understand any of this shit. And that's how I knew you weren't a catechumen when you claimed to be.
Isn't it?
Good luck trying to find Father Paul.
It is, yeah, it is. It literally is, bro.
Hey, I see where we missed.
I couldn't even pronounce his name even if I wanted to.
This is where I think I messed up with you, Randy.
Okay, I couldn't pronounce it. You met the guy, and he told you could argue online about all fucking orthodoxy, but like you can't pronounce it. Get the fuck out of here, dude. That's the gayest shit I've ever heard.
Greek, I've struggled.
Sorry, Yuzi, I don't know if I can say gay or not.
So I realized.
Oh, you're being awfully cautious on this stream. You were trying to get my stream taken down. What the fuck's up with that?
Hey, JS, to be fair, I was really drunk that night, dude. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I do apologize.
Randy, I do
man.
want to say this.
Yeah, addiction is bullshit. That's a
I was
cope.
going to compliment you on your behavior tonight.
You're making an
I'm
excuse
trying to
be
do
an
better, bro.
asshole. You're making an excuse to be
also,
an asshole.
to be fair, Josh, no one's afraid of you.
Brandy, I do have to say I wasn't speaking, so that's probably why you're confused. I was.
Wait, well, hold on.
I'll ban somebody in a second.
So I was saying liturgical order. I meant to say right. So does your
okay, all right, yeah.
Are you guys Byzantine right?
Well, I'm Antiochian, so yes, we're Byzantine, right? Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
And no,
rites have changed, right? But that doesn't change the liturgy.
Okay, yeah, but what I'm
rites
saying,
are different. Like I could go to a Rokor church and their rites are going to be completely different from a Greek church or from an Antiochian.
So
That's what you guys don't
liturgy,
understand.
What do you mean by liturgy? Because to me, everything that forms a liturgy is the order of service.
So liturgical practice to me is essentially it's backbone.
Okay.
Right. So it's the same things that people did in the first 3 centuries, right?
Oh, that's different than saying it's exactly the same.
It is exactly the same.
No, it
Yeah, but it's saying we're not. But John, that is saying like you're not. That's saying like you're not having like one of those televangelist services that's just a glorified Bible study with rock guitar. That would not be liturgy.
So here's the reason I'm saying.
And those would be things people didn't do back then.
Do rites vary over time? Yes, but rites are not liturgy, bro. Liturgy is literally the practice.
Okay, it is okay. So here we go back to being with the
which is exactly okay.
So here's the thing that I'm trying to say.
Technically, Western Rite.
Byzantine Rite is rooted in 6th century. So a lot of the things that we developed in the Orthodox, that they developed in the Orthodox Church with the Byzantine Rite, is from the 6th century. It isn't from 1st century. Now, I would argue.
Well, they were carried over, though.
Well, that carried over is not the same as they've never changed. They've stayed the same. Everything, yes.
But the backbone did, bro.
Nothing's ever. Well, but see, that's the point. I can make that argument as a Protestant, couldn't I?
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
What do you mean?
Hey, it can.
The backbone.
Okay, so practicing heresy is like.
What's
okay.
the backbone of the church?
No. He didn't say heresy.
Yeah, okay, most Protestants don't even take the Eucharist. What are you even talking about? Half of Protestants don't even believe in the fucking Trinity, dude. What are you even talking about?
Where are you getting these numbers from?
I wouldn't say half.
I wouldn't say that.
Maybe not half, but at least a third. You got Jehovah's Witnesses, you got Mormons, you got fucking
Protestants. They're not Protestants.
Yes, they are, bro.
No, they're not. No, they're not.
That's a schism
you know
off
what?
of
I'll give you that.
Protestantism.
I'll give you that.
Yeah, those aren't Protestant. Come on.
Yeah,
I'll give you that.
I will admit that evangelicals have done their.
But I mean, evangelicals
are
Waco and David Koresh.
All the Protestant
they proclaimed
I've met. All the Protestant Christians I've met, they definitely don't believe in the Trinity. They always say that they believe in that.
A lot of them
they believe in
especially non-denom, which is a majority of.
This is a fairly new thing. I've never met Protestants in my life that didn't.
Like my grandmother,
Methodist, Presbyterian, Baptist.
Yes, you're one of them.
The reason I grew up in church,
Barney, listen to what I'm saying.
Right,
Methodist, Presbyterian, Baptist, they all believe in a Trinity. And those are the biggest.
Your loose definition of Trinity is not what he's talking about.
If I could, boys, what's non-denom?
You're talking about Unitarian,
non-denominational.
Like that's the majority of
What's that mean?
No.
So that means essentially they're not.
I would say
like
75,
they don't buy them.
I would say 75 to 95% of Protestants believe in the Trinity.
Of your Trinity or of the Trinity Randy's talking about?
Guys, hold up. I don't have like obviously
nature of God.
Hold up. I don't have no like number like that.
I don't know about those numbers, bro.
I'm guessing, but I bet you I'm
But let me answer the guy's question real quick.
Numbers are
I was saying something, and you guys keep fucking talking over me. Give me
What'd you say, Easy? What?
Yeah. I was saying that like I obviously don't have a measurement for it or like a number to give you. I just said that most Protestants I've talked to they believe that just that Jesus is the literal Son of God and not God.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Right? Like my grandmother is like I knew about a little bit about like church and God when I was little because of my grandmother, and like she like still to this day every Sunday goes to church. She's the most fucking devoted to Christ person I know, but she's still to this day like I try to have these conversations with her, and I think it's because she can't wrap her mind around it and like understand
Mhm.
it, and it's easier for her to understand Jesus is the Son of God. And I think this is why, I could be wrong, but like I think this is why she just doesn't like believe that Jesus is God. She just believes Jesus is the Son of God.
Base grandma.
But yeah, like most Protestants, I don't think I've met a
Google
Protestant
says
yet,
most Protestants believe in the
actually.
Trinity. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yo, JS, it's going off your definition.
No, but I would agree with Google on
This
that. I would
bizarre,
agree that
like,
most Protestants
extremely
No.
loose
He's
definition.
saying
No, I don't
JS
think so,
knows what the
Barney.
Trinity, what the traditional view.
I
of
know what I
Trinity
was
is.
taught my whole life. I've been to
No, he
Presbyterian
doesn't.
and Methodist.
Yes, he does. He was raised in a church that had a Trinitarian.
faith,
Okay,
Barney,
JS,
thinking
tell
that I'm
us
some
all what the
retard that I
Trinity
don't know what
is.
I'm talking about.
No,
A
no,
hypostatic,
I'm
a
still wondering
hypostatic
what,
union
what's
between three
non-denom.
hypostases, which is three persons, and one ontology, which is one essence, one being, a union of being, in essence, one ontology, three persons. That is what the
And
Trinity is.
in that understanding, is Jesus God?
Jesus is God. God is God. The
And-
Holy Spirit is God, but the Holy Spirit is also the Holy Spirit.
But
and
that's
Jesus
not
is
your
also
belief, right?
I'm telling you what the Trinity is.
Okay,
I
fair enough.
know-
So you do
But
at least
yet, the Holy
understand it.
Spirit
I
is
Okay,
not
fair enough.
Jesus,
Don't
but yet
fucking patronize
Jesus is
me,
not the
Barney.
Holy
No, I'm not
Spirit.
patronizing.
He was
I'm
raised
saying
in a
legit.
Trinitarian
I'm
church,
saying
Barney.
kudos.
I understand it all
Jesus,
too well. I
Father, Father,
totally
Okay.
understand it.
Spirit.
Okay, my bad, man.
Just
my
because
bad.
he's become Mormon adjacent doesn't mean he.
I'm
didn't
not
grow up
Mormon
in it.
adjacent.
No, just
Just still wondering. Just still
Well,
wondering
actually-
what's non-denominational. I don't understand.
It just means you're not affiliated with a
Well,
organized
denomination,
church.
yeah.
Like,
But you
like,
talk about the
Yes,
Why not, though?
Trinity
it
and
used
things
to
like
be.
that.
What do you
depending on
mean,
which
why not?
non-denominational
It
you're
used to
talking
be,
about.
but now
well,
it's a
Some
it's a
non-denominationals
denomination.
don't have the Trinity.
Now
to be fair.
non-denominational is a
it seems to me
denomination
like
within itself.
it seems to me saying non-denom is like I'm not doing that. I'm right. It seems to be like
Well,
a
you're not Baptist. You're
No,
not
but it is
What
a
commonly with
denom
people
now.
that are non-denominational is they have a belief in Christ, but they don't want to practice an organized religion. So
well,
They
that's
have-
some non-denoms,
religion
but
because they go to a church.
no,
But they
that's
don't believe in a
his description
formulaic-
was factual, bro.
They don't believe in a formulaic or doctrinal stance.
right. So then exactly,
Yeah.
they don't want to be Lutheran, they don't want to be Catholic, they don't want to be Orthodox,
Exactly,
but they still have some
They want
basis.
to be able to
So
do
it's the Church of Me, right? It's the Church
Well,
of
no,
Me.
no,
I'll
not
read my own Bible and I'll.
Non-denominational is a
No, because a lot of
denomination
people,
now.
people who are non-denominational will completely follow the Bible.
There's
And
a
it's
non-denominational
their own
church in
Kieran,
the
you know how
neighborhood
you'll
near
see
you guys.
churches. Kieran, you know how you'll see churches that'll say, you know, Saint whatever Baptist Church, Saint whatever Pentecostal Church, Saint Church of this, Good News Church. Like those are all Protestant churches. Like they don't have any like there's no form to it at all. Like you can go to that church, go to the next church. Like they don't
Like a lot of
there's-
non-dom churches are like Grace
Yeah. So
Community.
if you don't agree with the pastor, you can go somewhere else, right?
Right, basically, yeah. And this is why you see some churches hanging fucking rainbow flags and
Yes.
they all don't agree with each other. Where like something like Catholic churches, they're all the same within them. Orthodoxy churches, they're all the
That's
same
not even
within them.
true. In the Latin American
that's
Catholic
not
Church, they have to do proceedings every year
what?
because the Latin American
Yeah. So
Catholic. No, I'm sorry.
what's stopping?
Hold on. Let me
Sorry, bro.
finish. Not
Yeah,
the
sure,
Latin
sure. Go on,
American
go on.
Catholic Church, but the Latin Catholic Church. They have to every so often they have to do like proceedings to make sure that because the Latin Catholic Church gets more and more liberal.
So if I'm non-dom, what stops me from starting a Church of Kieran and going? You know, God spoke to me
I read the Bible.
Nothing.
I'm now the
You're
pastor.
Protestant.
What stops me from doing that?
And nothing's going to prevent you from looking at golden plates in a hat and using
and my magical underwear.
A rod to find some things or whatever they.
I don't disagree with any of that. Yeah,
it's similar to like the Old Testament saying then they each did what was right in their own eyes.
But non-denom is a denomination.
Oh, funny!
Now.
I love you, bro. I love you, bro. But no.
There is non-denominational
you don't agree?
churches
No,
that accept they accept tithes and they have a denomination. So non-denominational is a denomination within Christianity. That's why I say I don't even like that non-denom Protestant.
Yeah,
I'm just a Christian. I follow Christ.
Yeah, but hold on, guys.
I'm a really good.
No,
funny guy.
No, this isn't okay. You've been disagreeing with me too much lately. I don't like it. I just had to say that. I had to put that out there, man.
I will say this.
It's like
though.
funny.
tonight too.
I do think that
No,
most
funny.
Protestants.
I'm a really good person, right? I'm a really good person. So
in your own
I'm going
eyes.
to start my own church, and you should all follow me in my church. I
Hey,
believe
that's
in
what
Christ,
JS
and-
is doing. So
You can have us all have to wear head coverings. Of
My
different
cult is
colors.
way ahead of your
No,
cult.
wearing tinfoil hats. Wait a minute.
And when the power grid goes down, my cult will reign supreme.
What's your last name? We'll just base our denomination on that.
I know, right?
Markinianism.
No. Kieran's church would be called the heretical First Church of the Self-Appointed Co-Host.
Thank you, Wally. Thank you, Wally. That's perfect. Perfect.
Well, he was self-appointed. I guess for my channel. Because,
Speaking of
right?
cults, I thought
Not
it'd be
self-appointed, not self-appointed, self-anointed. I'm the self-anointed head of my own church.
Oh.
Yeah, so you're a filthy heretic. Get the fuck out.
You can do that. Just stay away from the Kool-Aid.
Good work.
But
we don't tolerate heresy around here.
I always thought though a good cult name would be the Church of Heartology, where our church would be based off of the song lyrics from Corey Hart. So our tracks would be "I wear my sunglasses at night and never surrender."
I thought you were going along the lines of like followers of the burning bosom or something.
That's right.
Does he say so I can coom?
I'm probably going to be.
Does he say I wear
church-
my sunglasses at night so I can coom? What do they say in that song?
I'd rather be church of the Ted Mulry gang.
Nobody knows. See everything.
I know because you're all too young. You're all too young to understand Ted.
No,
but
I
true,
get it.
but true.
That's why I'm making the look I am. I get it.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was
seriously.
just trying to think of the lyrics to this song that JS mentioned.
Time
says, I
keeps
wear
on
my
slipping.
I wear my sunglasses at night so I can
coom.
watch you breathe your storylines, and I wear my sunglasses at night so I can
You
I can
Googled
keep track
that.
of the no. I know this song. What are you talking about? While she's deceiving me, it cuts my security.
My
Time keeps on slipping into
The whole
the
idea of that song
future.
is like, don't mess around with a guy in shades. Oh no,
Good song,
that's like
too.
the whole idea. Don't mess around with a guy with shades. Oh no.
I like that song.
Well, like seriously, we're all playing a game right now. Like we could all. There's like 10 guys. We could all start our own church. We could all be the Church of Wally, the Church of JS, the Church of Speak, the Church of James. What's stopping us from doing that? Why shouldn't we do that?
It's wrong.
Because we're not heretics.
We shouldn't do
Well,
that
then-
because
that's what's been going on for the last like 200 years.
Yeah. Why shouldn't we?
there's nothing
Because
connecting
it's
us
fucking
anymore.
sin.
Than, like we're gonna all have different like understandings. We're not gonna be worshiping the same God because people are gonna be thinking like things like Jesus is not God, and then so you're not worshiping the same guy.
It's just stupid. That's why you shouldn't.
Sounds like an argument against Protestantism.
Well, here's the thing, though. Protestants, I know a lot of Protestants that do believe in the Trinity, obviously, but
people shouldn't do stupid shit.
That's not a dig, by the way. Yes, it's just the most common one I go to.
Nah,
bro.
your problem's with Jesus, not with me.
Farney will respect
Oh.
this. Farney will respect this, but I do know a lot of Protestants who believe in the Trinity, but they'll say things that are so anti-Trinitarian, which is like they'll talk about Jesus being born, and I'm like, no, he was begotten. He was incarnate. Like these are words that are important to use, not Jesus' birthday.
Wait, but do you believe he was actually birthed?
He was well, there's a reason why we would say he was begotten and why we use the word incarnation.
Yeah, but he was also birthed as a human being, right?
Yes, but if
you're
born,
actually, but no, it is important to understand that God limited himself.
Well, that's where his humanity was at. Yes, for sure.
Oh, it sure is.
But we don't
Sure
want to
is.
just say that he was like anybody else, because obviously he was born of a virgin. So,
well, and also another issue with what you get out of like Protestantism is like earlier today we were talking with a gay Christian, so you know they start to interpret Jesus as being love is love, and that homosexuality.
Did Jalen come on after I left?
And he's like, I know I'm sinning by having sex with men outside of marriage, but I can't wait for the day that I get to marry my husband. I'm not even joking. That's literally verbatim what he said.
Yeah,
I believe
literally, I was there. I mean, it was on my stream.
Yeah.
Yeah. So funny. What are you saying? Like, what's your
I'm
take on
saying
that?
don't put it in the bum. Don't you put it in the bum.
Don't put it in your mouth.
Yeah.
Put it in your mouth.
Oh,
you put it in the flour, right? Speakeasy.
Right, exactly.
And make sure she's not an insane bitch.
Not in the crazy flour.
Don't you
Not
put
in the
it
crazy
in your
flour.
butt.
That's it.
Never-
Don't you put it
never
in
put
your
the
mouth.
crazy
It'll
flour.
make you.
Though it might make you want a nut. You
No, but
could
I'm
get
still-
sick. Ick. In your
Boys, I'm still
dick.
going back to the
Yeah.
same. I'm still going back to the same question. Like we could all, as far as I can tell, if we were all Protestants, we could all start our own church tomorrow. We could rent a factory, put a sign up, and call ourselves the Church of Dickhead, right? Why can't we do that? What's the thing that stops us doing that?
Well, but nothing stopped anybody from doing that in the last place.
Well, there should be though. No, there should be.
No,
Yeah, exactly.
What are you gonna
There
do?
should be.
Go and like
Yeah.
force them to stop doing it? Like
Yes.
how are you gonna
Yeah,
apply force?
Have you never heard of Scientology, Kieran? Or
Right. I sure have. I sure
No,
have.
what do you mean by yes,
No,
Randy?
but-
Like you're
No,
not
he's
supposed to
right
be
though.
doing
We
that.
should stop them.
Well, but this is probably
No.
where his ideology.
No, why shouldn't we stop them?
Because
Well,
that'd be
it's-
spreading the faith by the
Because then
sword.
you're like not just letting our
No,
freedom
because
be
it's by
free,
spreading
bro.
the faith by the sword. It's not up
Fuck
to
out
us
of here,
to go
dude.
and
If
do
you're
that.
spreading heresy, what are you spreading?
What? You're spreading the faith by the sword by
not
going
know,
after
Randy,
the
What's
heretic.
heresy?
where
You
the
think
Bi-
that
I know
you think
you're
if there weren't
Orthodox
Protestantism
Protestant
is
Christians,
heresy.
that
You
there
may
still
not
wouldn't be
do the Bible
pagan
the way that
cults.
it
There
should
were-
be, but you
there
do
were
know what the
pagan
Bible
cults
says about
way
wheat and
before
tares,
there was
right?
Protestant Christians.
You know what the Bible says about wheat and tares, don't you?
Yeah, it's not for us. Like,
Yeah.
going and doing that, man.
And that's why the other thing I wanted to say earlier, and I didn't get
battle
to
with
say
the
it
wrong
to, but James and JS are here, but I wanted to say it. So I'm trying to think who else was on here. I think it was you, Farney, because you were talking about sin, and I wanted to make sure that yes, while sin could make us unhappy and give us health issues, like mental, spiritual health issues, just because there are a lot of people who do sin and are happy, because the Bible tells us that that the evil, they grow like weeds, and you don't worry about it. He'll come back and they'll be cut and thrown in the fire. But so happiness is not necessarily a sign of spiritual
I
health.
wasn't
brought
getting
that
at
up,
happiness. I was saying
No, I'm saying it reminded me of that though when you were
No,
talking about
I'm
sin.
letting you know specifically because I think
about joy
happiness,
and
the pursuit of
happiness
happiness is a bad thing. I was talking to
They're not
not
the
be
same.
depressed because Easy was giving his 11 things about like depression, right? Easy.
Yeah, no, but I also had brought up what John was saying about the like because I was after I asked JS some more understanding of his view.
I
but
wanted
then
to ask you about
like,
that.
The problem is like there's people who could have a evil affected spirit, a negative affective spirit, doing really negative shit, but still feel really good about it and like what they're doing. Like I brought up Jeffrey Epstein, right?
I didn't get the answer to that. I didn't get the answer to that, but I was in the chat. But easy. What if I could come up with 11 questions that if you don't answer yes to all these questions, then maybe you don't have ADHD or maybe you don't have anxiety.
No.
So I'm taking it farther than just depression, because the problem is when we look at all of these things, it's the same thing. Like I could come up with 11 reasons why you seem like you think you have ADHD and somebody tells you you have ADHD, and now you cling to that and you think, oh, I'm afflicted with ADHD.
Possibly.
No, you're not. Like it's
possible.
So let me so go ahead and ask those questions, JS. Because
I haven't sat and thought about 11 questions.
As someone who's afflicted with ADHD,
the same thing he did, the same steps he took to decide that depression seems like some BS. You know, it seems like some things maybe we don't need to talk to a therapist about. Maybe there's ways we can handle this without doing that.
BS,
I don't think you should talk to a therapist. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying the same thing that he did to figure that out with depression. You could do that with ADHD. You could do that with anxiety.
You can't.
You
can't.
Yes,
necessarily.
you can.
No, you can't. They're interrelated. They're sure. And this is the problem with mental illness. This
is the problem.
Depression
right here
is not
is
depression
that,
right here is not
people who are
an illness.
supposed to be in the world but not of the world talk like the world.
What's that?
People who are supposed to be in the world, Christians who are supposed to be in the world but not of the world, speak like the world, and they use the words that the world uses, and that's why things keep getting worse. It doesn't get better.
I'm confused.
So we can't use any words of the world. So I guess that means you should.
You know what I'm talking about, John. You know what I'm saying.
No, I don't. I'm trying to.
No, I got confused by what you said too. To be
when
honest.
we say it's mental illness, it's ADHD. It's not. It's not depression. It's big sad. Okay, well, quit being sad. Men don't have time to be sad. Be a man. Tighten up.
What do you think ADHD is? If it's not the terminology,
ADHD is boys with too much energy that sit at a desk, and then a big psychological industry tells them, "Well, you have ADHD," and they put you on medicine. As soon as they put you on that, you know your chances for addiction are multiplied.
So you
by
think
like
that's
10.
everybody that has the
You're gonna
ADHD then, right? Do you believe everybody that has? Do you believe everybody that has OCD is compulsive about washing their hands?
John, I think if
most
it's
people.
anything, it's
Most
a
people, yeah.
superpower. You're doing what you're supposed to do as a man. You got things to do. Come on, we got to boom, 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 boom. When you're in the zone, you don't have time to think about ADHD. You got to survive.
John, there is a reason that the condition is far more prevalent in males than females.
Well, of course,
because it's bullshit. Because it's used to control men and destroy boys. That's what it is. That's what it is. It's a dark psyop to destroy young men.
Sit still, don't talk. Sit still for fucking 6 hours a day in a fucking little desk. Do that.
I was being nice to James. Like I think this stuff is evil.
People have a lot of energy. You know that,
I don't even think it's not a thing. I think it's evil. I think it's real because it's a nefarious. That's how you could have got me, James. You could have said, Jess, you think this stuff is like an evil plot? And I would have been like, yeah. And then you would have been like, well, then it's real. And I'll say, well, they've made it real.
I got you either way.
Got me there.
To be honest, I got you either way. I won the debate either way.
That's a bullshit.
Yeah, I did win the debate.
No, you didn't. You really didn't win when you said,
didn't win
yeah,
the
you're
debate,
right.
bro.
Psychology
Not even close.
reformed.
And I don't even agree with JS on everything, but you didn't even kind of win that debate, bro.
Yeah, you didn't. No.
Yeah, wait. So the thing with this, like ADHD, I agree in a sense that they do I think they do overdiagnose this, especially with boys. I think they need to be careful with how they diagnose this.
Mm-hmm.
But to say it's not a real thing, this is just
it's going too far.
Like again, that's where you lose me because
this is where we have
if there was a caveman that's like running around and he's like building a structure and then he's going and making a fire and then he's going and grabbing trees and then he's going to
you do realize
no
one would ever say that guy has a mental disorder. That guy's not behaviorally normal.
No, it's more like this.
You say that guy's awesome. What are we talking about?
It's more like this. It's like, here, look, let me try to explain to you what the Trinity is. And they go, can I have something to eat? And it's like, okay, yeah, sure, we can have something to eat, but just let me explain to you what the Trinity is. Okay, do you want to play some Fortnite? Yeah, we'll play some Fortnite, but let me explain to you what the Trinity is. So
Easy, that reminds me of the pyramids we were talking about.
Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And then they say the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. You go, right. And then you go, so the Father is not the Son. And they say, okay, so instead of Fortnite, can we play GTA? Like, that's ADHD.
Did we just jump from mental health to the Trinity?
Cannot focus on anything presented to you. Like, that's
I'm focusing
like
on the Trinity
severity
now.
you can get to.
You're thinking of one aspect of ADHD where there is hyperactivity. However, I can tell you there's also the opposite. I actually have the opposite. If I don't take my ADHD medication,
ADHD wasn't even a thing until when did that become a thing? It was ADD.
If I don't take the ADHD medication,
I was there when it all started.
Josh, listen to me. If I don't take my ADHD,
I remember ADD becoming a thing and ADHD becoming a thing.
Okay,
they
so
weren't things.
I
remember a time when these weren't things, guys.
Josh,
I'm
telling you, I'm only 37. I'm only 37, and I remember a time where neither of these were a thing.
That's his
ADHD. Only 37.
You just
only
proved your
37.
ADHD.
Wow.
I'm not even.
You do not remember a time when it didn't exist.
No, I'm sure they had it.
It was coined the year that you were born.
Yeah, so I'm sure they had like some people, like some weird, like, well, never mind.
So
weird.
Here's the thing that you're missing, Josh. If I don't take
Here's
my
a question.
ADHD medication, I actually become extremely fatigued. I'm
older than ADHD
because
so I'm allowed to say
there is
that
an
it's
aspect
bullshit.
of ADHD that, like I was speaking of earlier, which is, and I don't think I hit on it fully, but there is when you have a dopamine deficiency, and they have legitimately have proven that a lot of ADHD.
No. As soon as you go to serotonin and dopamine, this has all been debunked.
No, it hasn't.
There's very little evidence.
How did they find out?
It used to be the strongest argument, and it's been debunked since World War II. The Nazis figured this out. And
was there a blood test to find out the dopamine deficiency?
No, the point is there's not always a dopamine deficiency. You could be
was there a blood test to find out?
Depressed or anxious.
How do they know?
That's my point. They don't.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. Kieran, thank you.
I just want to say, JS, you're not older than ADHD. The American Psychiatric Association, they listed this in the DSM in 1968, bro.
Yeah, but that was under. In all fairness, easy. That was under a different name.
I said it with confidence, though, so it sounded cool.
And it was considered
hyperkinetic reaction.
Okay,
hyperkinetic reaction is what they used to call it. You're right. It did have a different name. Technically.
Here's a question.
But you know, a name of any rose, right? Easy, you know.
Here's a question for the whole. Here's a question. Here's a question for the whole panel. Have you ever, like, as a young boy, did you ever go, look at that roof? I think maybe I'll climb up there, and then you climb up, and you go, maybe I'll jump off. Right? Is that ADHD, or is that just like just being a boy?
Like
that's being a boy. That's awesome.
Thoughts that you need to fucking be in a padded room for.
That's
how like everybody on Jackass got
example of what ADHD was.
Yes,
like,
you did.
The only example you should understand what like severe ADHD is.
Yes,
right?
Yeah.
And like that, if you had that, like I would probably, if that's how my brain worked. Yep. I would probably want some type of fucking medication, right? Like I'd be like,
no,
I can't even think for 2
climb up and jump
seconds.
off.
Give me something to fucking think clear here, bro. This sucks.
Here's how it goes. When I walk into a room, I count every damn light. I count every even aisle. That isn't because I'm bored. That's just my brain. That's just how my brain is functioning.
Oh, same here, bro. Same here.
So
same
that's
here.
not like typical.
Yeah, but how is that a mental illness?
Did I say it was a mental illness?
Oh, okay.
Bro, don't step on a crack, break your mother's back, right?
So I've already said that there's a difference between disorder and illness. Having a momentary.
So is that a disorder to counter?
Yeah, who was trying to get me on disorder?
I'm not saying it's a disorder either. I'm saying it's an anomaly. An anomaly. I mean, I'm just saying there are actual things, and it's not because of the spirit of Jezebel walked into my brain at that moment. It isn't because I'm not a man enough and I don't exercise enough and I don't eat enough meat or whatever fucking red pillars say. It's not that. It's just how my brain is. It's always been that way.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that?
When I hear something,
Correct, Fanny. Thank you. Yeah, Fanny. Yes. So, JS, maybe you're neurodivergent. You know.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
I just don't see what's wrong with what you're saying, and that's the issue is when you start labeling these things as a wrong thing instead of seeing like where these things could be put to use.
Yes, Fanny. Yes.
The problem is, and this is where it gets into other things, which I think happens with people with ADHD, is that how your mind compulsively functions on that. Now, there are benefits. You're right.
Break down the words, John. Break down the words. Attention deficit, hyperactive disorder.
Yes.
Who determines?
That means bored.
Who determines what the proper level of attention for a young boy should be? Who determines that?
Correct. That's just bored.
No, let's go through it word by word. Let's go.
This is bored,
word by word.
I'll tell you how they come to that, right? They check your time management, right? Yep. They check your disorganization, your lack of focus, what you hyper focus on, right? They check if you your self-esteem, right? They check your temper. They check how your tolerance for boredom is, right? And they'll literally do this by placing kids in a room with nothing to do, telling them they have to wait, and seeing how long it takes the kid to get up to the door and ask for how long it's going to be. This is like little easy ways that they test this stuff to figure out.
That sounds awful.
It just sounds like the kid has a problem with patience.
That's not awful.
All of it sounds evil. Everything about this sounds evil.
There is a comprehensive
We're doing
test.
experiments on children to figure out how a kid thinks. What are we?
A couple different tests that they do to test, because not only are you hyper fixated on things that your mind is constantly changing. It's like you're also keeping track of all those different things at the same time.
Yes.
Like that's the problem. That's the attention deficit part. Is you're keeping track of 10 different things while you're moving on to the next. So it's like a super hyper fixation of
and
things.
It gets in the way of you being able to do what I call it I don't like
that
to call
doesn't
it
sound like a
ADHD.
deficit of attention.
Well, it is.
Seems like
I agree.
It is because it affects your daily life.
It is. It affects
so already in the word itself, we have a contradiction. So attention deficit disorder people can often focus on something super hyper without drugs. If they find something they're interested in.
Multiple things, right? Multiple things. But
then when they're bored, they bounce around. They bounce around. They start looking at other things. But when they get on something they're serious about, they get boom.
Yeah.
They're
So the solution to ADHD.
Hold up. That's the other end of that, JS. The other end of that is the hyper focus when it's to a point that you'll literally ignore everything around you to hyper focus on these things, right?
Do that.
No, that's not good, right?
Who says it's not good? God gives us gifts.
I'll give you an example where it could not be good. Where you're hyper focused on your phone and a car's flying at you. I think it wouldn't be fucking good if you're hyper focused into your phone when a car's flying at you.
Okay.
But this is part of the problem that I'm alluding to.
You don't
pick what gathers your focus. That's the problem. You don't have a choice.
Focus yourself into video games, and you don't see your girlfriend blowing your boy behind your back.
Right. But this is
you're probably gonna kick butt at that video game, right?
This is not a behavior.
Her having infidelity isn't gonna have you dying in the video game, so it's a good thing.
We're trying to analyze a behavior to determine behavioral.
How else are you gonna reach Diamond in League?
Hold on, Farney. Hold on. Let me follow.
Just want to shout out
Let me
to
follow a
Adam
little
Price in
breadcrumb trail
the chat.
here.
Adam Price in the chat sounds like a gift. Yes, bro.
It sounds like a
It sounds
wonderful
like a
thing.
gift.
Yeah.
Yes.
Don't fucking interrupt the panel for the chat.
Hold on. Let me
Sorry,
make
bro.
one
Sorry,
point
bro.
real quick. The
I'm
reason
the
we're
only one who has authority to do that.
If it's
Well, the chat
extreme
always
enough,
wins. Okay.
I'm responding to
if
Easy.
ADHD is extreme enough, you can forget about
I
even
lost
certain
it.
basic
It's gone.
things that people do in life.
Yeah.
Like you could literally be so focused on something you just
people in-
forget about everything else.
It can
Everything
put
else
people in your life
Sounds
in
wonderful.
is all about that one
We're
thing.
analyzing
That's-
symptoms in
Arnie,
people
it isn't-
that
it
are a
isn't so wonderful
result of
You know
where we
everything
live
about
and
it.
when we live.
You're so
And
obsessed.
When okay, I almost guarantee you guys, I can, but I almost guarantee you guys that you guys could think of certain situations where whether you have only focus on one thing or where you're hyper focused on a multitude of things could be a good thing. If you're in combat, it's probably good to be hyper focused on a multitude of different things, correct?
But hold on. The problem is you
Probably what we do as men, we stay hyper vigilant. We're always aware in every situation. We're looking,
getting
we're
away.
analyzing.
We're
always
letting
ready
that
to go.
slide. You can't hyper focus on multiple things. That doesn't.
That's
takes
what
away from what
Yes,
hyper-focus
that's
is.
a good point. That's a very
It
good
takes
point.
away from
Yes.
what the hyper focus is. Hyper focus is on one thing.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, so you have what?
So you're hyper
You're just
focused on one
wanting to
thing at
look
a
at
time,
a bunch
but
of different things.
also aware of
Yeah, so
everything
there
around.
should be. You should have a balance. Organization and structure is actually really important to human beings' function, right? Like that's
And I struggle with organization.
That's why in the book that Jordan Peterson wrote, where he talks at the starting about making your bed in the morning. Like that's what that whole
Clean your
chapter is
bedroom.
about.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
putting
Yeah, it is.
structure in your.
Spike,
Wait,
it is.
hold up. Let me
Like,
finish
he's a liar.
talking before
He
you
said
start
there was
fucking
12
talking.
rules of life, and then he's like, "Here's 12
Come on.
rules."
We're all fucking talking over each other. We can't hear each other, all right?
Okay.
But like that's what that's all about, is about structure. If you hyper focus on and trying to hyper focus on many different things will fuck you up as well. That's what ADHD is.
Right.
Trying to
Yeah,
hyper focus
so-
on a bunch of different
point-
things. That's literally
my
what
point on
it
that
is. And it's a
if you
Is
could
that a
if you could
disorder?
harness it and pick
Speaky,
which things
hold
you
on,
pay
Black.
attention to.
Keep Black away. Hold on. Is that a disorder? Speak easy.
No.
Wait,
Well, whether or
sorry?
not it's a disorder or an illness is a moot point, because here's the thing.
No, that
reason
is
why
the
it becomes-
point.
here's the
ADHD
reason
is
why
a
it becomes a
problem
disorder.
because
Why the
there's no
language was
disorder.
called
You're not
disorder is
disordered by
because
that.
it
That could be
chronically
order.
affects you. That's the reason why they call it disorder.
This is all bullshit words that psychology uses
No,
to
it's not
control
bullshit
you.
words.
Chronic. I'm chronically ADHD. That sounds like a
So
superpower.
you don't believe there's any
Well,
chronic
this is
illness at all
actually the thing about
outside of psychology.
ADHD. If you
Wait a
want to
minute, you don't
actually
believe in
be
broken bones,
technical,
why the fuck
wait,
am I
we
asking
could
you
be
that question?
technical
I
for
don't
a
like the
second.
disorder. I don't like calling these things disorders. This is how
Okay,
people
but
are.
the
We're
problem
different.
is
There's
it's
some
a
people who are-
developmental
If
disorder.
Elon Musk
That's
had
what it does.
ADHD, is that a disorder?
Wait,
Yeah.
yes, wait, listen.
No, it's not. It's order.
ADHD.
That's exactly
let
what
me
is in
answer
order.
you.
That's
Let
what
me
we need.
answer you. If you don't let me answer you, right? You let your ADHD calm down for a second.
Let me woosah.
And I believe it too.
James, I might be a little depressed or ADHD or anxiety.
Maybe
I might have been
maybe.
diagnosed
No,
with
but
these things
listen,
in my life.
So
know a little bit.
technically, right? So ADHD is not only a disorder, right? Because it's a developmental disorder. It's actually hinders people from developing because of your lack of focus and stuff. Makes it harder for you to learn and take in and retain the knowledge. But also, it fits mental illness as well because of the way it affects your the way you act. So it also fits the term mental illness as well. That's the thing with ADHD. It's like it fits both in mental illness and a disorder.
There's a reason why I need to have a little beeping machine that tells me when my pills are due. There's a reason why if I completely am not on my medication, I may go 2 weeks without taking a shower. It affects your ability to do things.
And
John,
like again, I know,
when the grid goes down, you're not going to make it, John.
You don't have a choice on what your attention is drawn to. That's the problem. You can't harness it and decide, okay, I need to pay attention to this, this, and this. That's the problem. Is you want to pay attention to this, but you can't because you got this, and this. It's like you don't get to decide, and that's part of, I believe, what makes it a disorder is it's not in your control. You don't have control over it.
But I don't.
And that's why I don't like this language is because you don't have control, right? So this is the narrative that people are telling themselves, telling other people about this stuff.
Problem.
Instead of saying that this child may need extra attention to them and their learning so that they can learn how to focus. So instead of having that attitude, it's like, nope, you're going to be stuck with this. You need meds. You need to
and that's not the right answer for everybody. That's not the right answer for everybody. Some people, they're drinking too much soda or having too much sugar.
Exactly. Or too much damn sugar in their cereal. Yeah.
Yes. But
Barney, I agree with you here about it being overdiagnosed. It is. It's overdiagnosed. I agree with you there.
Exactly. There's way too I feel that way. I honestly feel that way about autism, and that's back when I was younger. ADHD was like the thing that was overdiagnosed for every random kid that came in. It was pushed.
Yeah.
Now it seems like today it's
James.
like the fallback thing is autism because they don't want to figure it out. It's like they just fall back on autism. It's horrible.
That's your argument, James. If you're going to propose reform,
the fact is that there's people who actually suffer from it, not just a blanket term that gets wishy-washy with, but the people that actually have the problem.
Yeah, but Blacko, I don't know if this happened in your school, but when we were kids, where I went to school, even if the children are not displaying anything, they would take us into a room and they would do these tests just to see if you had it. So there's not even anything bad happening, and they would do
that's
these
what
tests.
happens when you live in a fast.
No, in my school, it was more of a case-by-case situation. Like if more of a parent bring up to your teacher kind of, or teacher bring up to your parent kind of thing. It was never. They didn't test you for this.
So we had a kid that would fall under this category of either ADD or ADHD, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every other kid looked at him as weird. We stopped kindergarten, we entered into grade 1. He's bouncing up and down, and it's like obvious the teacher wants us all to be quiet and sit still at our desk now, right? And because he had this so bad, he got kicked back a grade.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't see anything wrong with that.
I do.
No, absolutely not.
I do believe that schools, this is a way for them, because my nephew dealt with it where they were talking about him being on the spectrum, and this is what happens though when you're dealing with standardized government education, which is why no one should have their child in standardized government education. But the idea is, there are people who are differently. I can tell you this. I probably should not have graduated high school, but we have a thing in where I live where it was called pass not to fail, right?
Yeah.
And it's basically they just want you.
They did that for me in French class.
They're cattling you through, right?
Left behind.
But here's the thing, though. Even though how bad of grades I got, I actually was an exceptional reader, and I would read a lot, and that's the only reason why I have anything close to the education that I have is because of how much I love to read, and it had nothing to do with the education system. But a lot of people don't know what to do with kids who have certain tics or have certain things, and part of that is, especially in America, I'm sure it's similar in Canada, that they put kids, like I think it was James that said James Bro, or I don't know what his real name is, but that said that they had the kids behind the desk too long, and that's absolutely right. So it's a multi-tier faceted thing. The fact that one thing is happening does not mean that the other thing can't also happen. What it means is, in the case of people who have legitimate ADHD, and I struggled with that for many years, went through excessive testing. You guys talked about doctors. Farney, I think you talked about it, or someone here talked about a doctor. I think it was Easy that the doctor wanted to prescribe him right away. I'm very blessed because my doctor, it takes me like 4 times if I really want something. So he doesn't want to just give me over medication. So that's a good thing. He doesn't just over medicate me. So I'm in a situation where, unfortunately, I do have some needs.
Why are
that
you
are
asking your doctor 4 different times for a new medication?
No, I'm asking my doctor 4
I've never
different
even
times.
seen a doctor.
A doctor
That's not
4
what he's
times
saying.
for a medication because
I've
that's
never
the thing.
seen the same doctor 4 times. That's never happened to me.
Why? Well, you're abnormal. You don't have a family doctor then, apparently.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what it
well
is.
done.
Yeah.
Well done. I've never seen a doctor 4 times.
horrible.
So what?
I don't know. I'm just curious.
This is my This has been my doctor since I'm 18. Since I've been 18 years old, and he was my father and my grandmother's doctor. So.
Yeah, if you have a good family doctor, that's one to keep in your family, man. Just
Oh yeah.
I agree. I
Yeah.
agree.
And not only that, he also has
for
an
James.
amazing
When we have a
nurse
break, I
practitioner.
want to ask a question.
So
one thing I have to bring up too quickly, because like Farney, like again, I agree with you. It's there's a lot of like misdiagnosis with ADHD. It's like this is actually like a big debated topic in the medical field because like like kids that like are going through different types of trauma are gonna have like for instance like some type of like abuse going on at a home or something, like they're gonna have some similar symptom reactions to I mean as ADHD, and a doctor that wants to have like a quick solution to this, right, may misdiagnose these symptoms as ADHD, right? There's kids with learning problems because of other reasons that they'll diagnose as ADHD. So like yeah, like I do agree where there's a lot of the problem is, right, where there's so many crossovers with symptoms, and like I'll agree with you to the fact that there's a lot of the times that like there's natural ways to go about fixing things that they should try first, and it should be heavily pushed first. But to say it's like just to like throw it all out the window and say it's all bullshit and we shouldn't use any of it, that would be like
There's also a thing, where
I'm not
Sorry,
necessarily about that. I'm saying that the diagnosis is something that this is what it is, and all you can do is quiet it down with some drugs, rather than this is what is being exhibited, and here's some solutions that don't involve drugging up the person.
Can I ask a question?
For example, like hold on 2 seconds.
Okay,
I would recommend.
I'm gonna lose.
I'll shut up. I'll mute myself out of this. I would recommend for a lot of these mental illnesses to like just try this for a fun little practice, right? Just to see what we'll do. Go into like an AI, type in what are the traits of X, right? In this case, ADHD. Now, pretending that a person exhibited all of the traits but is not ADHD, what are some practices that person should do to overcome these traits? And guess what? It gave a lot of good practices. And I would, at the very least, attempt all those things and be persistent with it. Like, what else are you going to do? Like, you're going to drug your kid instead? You're going to drug yourself
Just like
instead?
the list Easy came up with for depression. It's the same thing with ADHD.
It's similar, yeah. So it's like practice mindfulness. Right. Hold on 2 seconds. A lot of these will overflow. I know it's a long time.
Yeah, a
it's
lot
a
of them
lot
are
longer
gonna be
than
the
2
same.
seconds. This is, yes, a lot of these are what Easy said. Practice mindfulness, regular exercise, journaling, organizing tasks, pause before acting, cognitive behavioral therapy, nutrition, show self-compassion, find interest, plan ahead for challenges. Doesn't that sound like a much healthier prescription than give my kid Ritalin?
That sounds like therapy for a single mother home, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, but y'all
Anyways, I'll be quiet
sorry,
now. I
James,
just wanted to make that point.
Well,
yeah.
No, it does. It really sounds like a recipe, like a
But
yeah, sorry, James, go on.
But here's
sounds good in practice. Well, I mean in theory rather, but in practice that can be rather difficult. I'm not saying that you should give them Ritalin. I don't agree with Ritalin, but you should also prescribe people like herbs to help minimize the or herbal, whatever how you want.
Yeah,
to say
stuff
it.
that's not bad on your body. Maybe
It's
it could help,
natural,
right?
you know.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
like maybe like
Pharmaceutical
a tea to
intervention
Help
should
chill
be
you out a
minimize
little
things and
bit or
help
something,
people
right?
along.
Pharmaceutical
Like
intervention should be
it's
the very
great to
last
give
step
them the systems,
in a
you
treatment
know,
plan.
but you have to also have something to help with what's going on cognitively, which
Right,
is for the
because here's the
herbal.
thing. When I got my diagnosis, it wasn't like I just went to my doctor and he said, "Here's some Ritalin." It was we talked about my diet. We talked about an exercise plan. Okay, cool. Yeah. The second time I saw him when we talked about it, because I always have I see my doctor every 3 months anyways for my other conditions. And then I talked to him about like, well, I'm still, he's like, have you thought about meditation, prayer, that kind of, and here's the thing you got to know about me, Farney. I have the mere fact that I have overcome the ample amount of anxiety that I've had without using medication. The fact that I used to have depression and I actually discovered the way to actually defeat depression. I do meditate. I don't like to take an Advil. I tolerate a lot of pain in my life. It's not like I am just seeking something. We went over through all of these things. And when I said, look, I'm trying to do these things and I still just don't have, there's just something that's not clicking. There's just something that's just not connecting. It's like the best way I could say it is it's like trying to like jump off a cliff in the dark and trying to hope that you land. You just, and then it's so intense. And after that, so I went to a counselor like 4 or 5 times that was going to do an analysis, and we did the formal test. I mean, I went through the process. It wasn't like it was just an overnight thing for me. That doesn't mean it's not that way for everybody else. But to me, I agree with these things. There are these things that help. I always talk about one of the things that help with my anxiety is the rule of 5, right? And it actually does help, I think, a little bit with ADHD, which is what you do is you listen for 5. You listen for, or you look at 5 things. You listen for 4 things. You touch 3 things.
Nice.
And but all you're doing is you're basically.
I approve of all of these solutions.
You're taking your mind out of the top of your mind, right? You're taking.
I've heard a very similar thing, which is when you're lying in bed at night and you can't sleep, you tune into 3 things outside. You might hear some birds singing. You might hear the fan whizzing. You might hear a car go past, and then tune into 3 things internally where you go, I can feel my heartbeat. I can feel my feet under the fucking blanket, and you go back and forth, and you'll fucking fall asleep, right?
How long did you try that, by the way, John?
What's that?
You said that you tried basically a list very similar to this.
Yeah.
How long did you?
It was like a year and 2 months, basically. It was a long.
It's decent. You set out on a thing. You try it for this amount of time. It's something that you have to live that way, like
right. Well, I understand that's what the red pillars, like you would say. It's just you just got
red pillars. I can't stand red pillars.
I'm saying that.
Where did that come from?
Well, it's because it's this whole idea of like, just
live
everybody
it. You
wants
just
to put me in a box. You can't put me in a box, John.
It's that easy, man. You just gotta do it.
You just gotta live it.
You just gotta do it. You just gotta, man.
And somehow you gotta do everything else too on top of it that you gotta do in everyday life.
Right.
Too.
Right.
And it's just like, it's just to be chaotic. Yeah. After a while, you burn out.
James,
after a while.
Can I ask you a hypothetical? Can I ask you? James,
I was prescribed
glasses,
Barney, and I threw my glasses out and I corrected my eyesight. It isn't like I am relying 100%, but it's just this idea. It's like the people that I run into that go, oh, by the way, the pharmaceutical industry is trying to just milk you for a lot of money. But I am just trying to let you know about this little secret of this smoothie that I've got, which, by the way, I got 10 of them for sale, and I can discount you for the price. And by the way, this smoothie will take away all of your problems that the medical, it's like, no.
I know. Capitalism sucks. I'm sure.
No, I know. Can we shout out? Can we shout out to Speak Eddie, who has said 10,000 times tonight, what a great debate. What a great debate tonight.
It was, though. Yeah. It was. I think they both did a really, really good job. I was I was a little worried because I was like, shit, how far are they gonna go with some of this stuff? Am I gonna have to take this down for medical fucking reasons?
I was making sure.
I was a little worried where you guys, but you know what? It actually
I wanted to
it
make
was
sure
fucking. I think it was actually really good. Like you guys both did a really good job.
And also the chat and everybody was engaged with the whole damn thing.
Yeah,
Right?
that's the thing. Yeah, the whole time, literally the whole time, the chat
I have
was
to go back
engaging.
and watch it on my channel and yours because I couldn't even. I wasn't watching the chat at all.
And also
I couldn't pay attention to the chat because if I did, I would have not been.
Well
good
done,
job,
James.
James. You figured it
I
out.
didn't make it full screen. I would have been.
That's how you do it.
If I didn't make it
I
full
knew-
screen, I would have been responding to everything in chat. and not
I
focusing on
knew it.
JS.
Yeah, exactly. They do it.
He wasn't playing Call of Duty. He wasn't reading the chat. Let's go,
dude. You're always
Hey,
gonna
Call of
have
Duty
at
wasn't
least
kicking
one
your butt on
hater
Magic
in
the
the
Gathering.
chat.
That's
too,
why you
so-
won.
Call of Duty.
James
Don't
won
blame
because
Call
it
of
was
Duty.
a most improved.
Don't blame Call of Duty.
And he also,
Also,
he wasn't kicking your butt on Magic the Gathering either, JS.
Oh,
Yeah, one last comment. One
I'll
last
build
comment.
a meta deck. I'm gonna build a meta deck, and then you'll just get bodied every time.
Yeah. Keep talking.
Yeah, it's just about
Can we
the
just
cards. It's about the
Can we just
cards
talk about the poll for a second? Can we talk about the poll?
Beat me in
Can we
chess,
talk
James.
about the final?
How about chess? Let's talk about chess, James. James don't want to talk about chess.
I beat you in
Let's talk
chess.
about the
You
final
never
poll.
beat me in chess. What?
Yeah, I did.
You stalemated. You got a stalemate.
vote
That is
difference?
not beating me in chess.
That's
You
not
got
a win.
stalemate.
That's not a win.
And
yeah.
that's because I was fucking with you and just trying to take all your pieces before I won. I shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, that's how JS. That's what they all do. Yeah,
So you got a stalemate.
Sounds like a lot of cope from JS.
Damn.
See, what I saw was JS saying I could slam James, I could beat James, and James being like, I'd
got
rather
a
play
stalemate.
checkers.
Put the
Stalemate.
pressure on
So
him.
it seems like to me James won. In my book, I think James
his
won.
king was locked in, and I took his last piece. And as soon as I took his last piece, he won by.
Yes, I
well,
told
he
you.
got
I told you
stalemate.
10.
Won by default.
I told you 10 different
Because
times
his king
when you
couldn't
could
move.
have taken him out 10 different times, but you just didn't see the move.
No,
So,
I
James
had his
definitely
king
won.
locked in a box, and I was just taking all his pieces. And I
You
kinda-
stalemated him. You moved him in a situation where he couldn't move.
James, once you learn the moves of chess, all the plays, pieces, and everything, you know what the trick is? All right. Good chess players, they're about 3 moves ahead. The greatest chess players are just 1 move ahead. It's always the right move.
Exactly. Oh, that's facts. Easy, dude. I say stuff like that.
Oh, bro, I've seen
This is
like
against free will. This is one of my
That's
arguments
real.
against free will. A good chess player doesn't think about his moves. He knows the right move to make. It's the right move or the wrong move. You don't think about your move. You don't
That's
take.
a terrible argument.
No, that's a great free will
No, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. So,
I've used that. I've used
now
that.
you're taking something good and ruining it.
You're hitting your argument now, aren't you?
Bro,
It's like
what-
the
thing that
spoiliness.
spins me out.
No, it's like a
Thing that spins me
fighter
out,
pilot.
like,
It's like a fighter pilot. You don't have
like-
time to think about the options. You just do what is. You have to do what is right or do what is wrong.
But the weirdest thing,
And there is no
the weirdest thing,
choice because if you make the wrong choice, you're dead.
What are you talking about?
If you
Those
make
guys
the
Now
wrong
you're
choice,
talking about
You're literally
conditioning. By the way,
Those guys
suggesting to
got
live
banged up with
impulsively.
cocaine
It's
and
right
meth
or
and
wrong,
hopped
good or
in,
evil,
bro.
baby. Let's go.
You know what?
Yeah, but
JS
what's
is
really
now talking
impressive,
about
what's really impressive is when you see 2 guys playing chess, and one guy makes the wrong move, and they both know there's 10 moves to go, and he goes, "Oh, I fucked up.
He goes,
I'm out."
oh.
Now you know, JS, you're making a
And
you're
the other
making
guy
a-
goes, "Oh,
you're making
you're
an
done."
argument for conditioning, which, by the way, Pavlov, that's considered under psychology.
You're making humans more like animals. You're making them impulsive
Have-
and reactive.
Pavlov? What the fuck? Pavlov's dogs?
Congratulations,
What the hell?
JS. You just proved James right in the debate, right there.
I told you I like psychology. I just don't think it's a real science. It's
But
interesting.
JS,
Oh
what
my
you're
God.
describing, is that not an
It's
animal,
conditioning.
not a human?
Yeah, it's an animal, not a human. It's conditioning.
No,
It's-
humans have consciousness. We have souls.
No, but you're saying be reactionary and impulsive. That's what animals do.
Yep.
Don't think in the future. Don't use your prefrontal cortex to think in the future.
Because you can't think because every choice
But the
has already
difference
been
is
made.
the difference is animals don't know right from wrong. So like zebras.
Neither do you. You're deterministic.
I just wanna shout out to Adam Price.
Why does thinking that God determines everything, or we serve God or Satan? I'm deterministic, as in God, like what Teriyaki was arguing in that debate with Jim Bob, that God is all knowing. So
do you not remember how that debate went?
I know, right? He knows.
I only listened to the first. I only listened to the first 20 minutes, and I thought Teriyaki was.
No, maybe you should listen to the whole thing, man.
Oh no, it doesn't.
Trying to shout out. Oh my god! Trying to shout out to Adam Price in the chat, who says, free will is. Adam Price in the chat says free will is flipping over the chessboard and saying "fuck you." That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Dude, like you can't have right and wrong, because if you can't choose, then it's not right or wrong. It just is.
Right.
Oh, really? Really funny?
There's only right and wrong.
How can you punish somebody for something that they couldn't do otherwise?
Oh, but now we're going into the issue of why
now we're gonna get into some
the whole idea of why free will is actually
your Nicene Creed when we say it in Divine Liturgy.
What was the last thing you said there, John?
I said now we're getting into why the free will is injured, and when it comes to the total depravity of man.
Injured is not free. If I have a broken arm, I don't have free motion in my arm.
That's no.
What? That's not removing your choice.
I'll agree with John.
Injury of the will means that you cannot freely, in the sense of a justification aspect. Hold on, I'm talking about
go ahead.
Not your BS.
Is injured will free will? Is injured will free will, John?
Huh?
Is injured will free will?
Yes, it is.
How? Do I have free motion and free range in my arm if it's injured? I can only do as much as the injury will allow me to do, right?
But I'm trying to express this in a theological sense, not in your logic sense. What I'm saying is why the free will is injured. Luther said this, and what this was meant as is that we, in humanity's free will, we are a slave to Adam. And so if we're a slave to Adam, we cannot make any good decisions for God. Therefore, anything that we do, anything that is therefore done for God is done by the nature of grace of God, not by man's agency.
A roundabout way of answering is an injured will a free will.
It's not complete free will like the way the Catholics and Orthodox would say.
The answer is
that's kind of interesting.
It's not the determinist type of idea that you have either, friend.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. No. It's kind of interesting. So can anybody act? Can anybody act good without God in their heart?
Everyone can act good. The problem is,
do you have free will when you're unconscious?
Our good acts are always going to be based in some time of.
What if somebody takes your consciousness from you? What if somebody walks up to you and hits you in the head with a pipe, and now you're unconscious? You no longer have free will.
Okay.
So, bro, that's fucking brutal. You bastard. You
didn't determine the guy that came up and hit you in the pipe with the head, so you never had free will to begin with. You have an illusion of an illusion.
No.
Your free will choices led you to the situation where you got hit in the back of the head with a pipe.
You're determining that someone else's choices.
Really? So a bunch of situations throughout your life determined the situation that you were in at that moment. Farney. So you're saying throughout your life,
now you just proved this point, Farney.
No.
Thanks, Farney. Thanks, Farney.
No.
You don't understand how you just gave him what he wanted there.
No, because due to your actions,
I think we're back at
temporarily or permanently.
No, sorry, Fanny, hang on. I think we're back at
all the choices in your life led you to that moment.
No, hang on.
You got hit by that pipe.
If you let me
free will, and now you're unconscious, and you no longer have free will.
How much
what in that situation seems like free will?
I want to say one thing, which is intent.
I don't see any free will in any of that.
JS is paying.
Does intent matter?
Yeah, intent matters.
And God knew it was all going to happen that way.
How much, Fanny? How much does intent matter?
How I wouldn't say it's everything because
okay, go on.
Because due to the lack of, like, say for instance, you didn't decide to take the time to learn about something, whether it be like, say, how God wishes you to act. You're just too lazy or you're too arrogant for it, but you intend to do good. Well, obviously it's not all that matters, because without actually knowing the better as to how to accomplish your intent of doing good, it limits the amount of the goal that you're trying to reach with that intention.
That's a lot of words. Are we commanded to render unto our Father's will? Are we commanded to render unto our Father's will, Farney?
Yes, but we can't.
Are we commanded to render unto our Father's will?
Do we have a choice to do so?
How do you know? How do you know you?
How do you know you? Yes, but I'll answer you. Yes, okay. But do we have a choice to do so?
Yeah, you're conflating choice with will. They're not.
Wait, so if there's a choice, then didn't I have the freedom of choice to do so?
No, you have.
Couldn't I have turned away from God instead?
You make choices. You can pick chocolate or vanilla all you want, but you can't will your will.
What?
Well, we are.
You can't will your own will?
A will is an agency or a faculty. A choice is a decision or a selection or an option.
If we so choose to serve the Father in heaven,
if I have a natural desire to eat a piece of cake, but I choose not to, my desire is to eat that cake. My freedom of choice is not eating that cake.
But did you want to eat the cake?
By choosing not to,
if you choose to eat the cake,
I wanted to eat the cake because it's pleasurable, but I chose not to because I don't want to be a glutton.
If you choose to eat the cake, why did you choose to eat the cake?
Because I said screw it and I'm gonna go be a glutton.
Because you wanted it.
I didn't know. I was already.
Yeah, I gave into my personal pleasures in the moment.
You gave into your will.
Over sacrificing
your will
my pleasures
willed
in the moment
you
for the
to
future.
make the choice to eat the cake. You cannot will your will. You do not have
free
will. You
have
free choice. You can make choices. I agree. We make choices. Everybody makes choices. Yes, but you didn't will that choice because.
I think I'll look up the definition of will here, man. Because you're playing some word salad here.
Oh no, I know the words. This is
I like some
favorite.
Pound cake.
But
pound cake. Anybody know how to make pound cake?
Do you
pound cake
could you Farney, could you will yourself to want to
will
punch?
is traditionally
Farney, could you will yourself to want to punch? Could you will yourself to want to punch your mother in the face? Could you will yourself to want to punch your mother in the face?
James,
listen to the definition, okay?
No, it's a real question.
The answer is yes.
Exactly 1 pound.
Will is traditional.
A pound of sugar, a pound of butter, a pound
will
of flour.
is agency or faculty.
Oh,
will informs choice.
Okay. Yeah.
Will is traditionally understood as a mental faculty that allows individuals to make choices and decisions about their actions.
The faculty which allows us to make choice. Yes. That's what I'm saying.
I don't care what bizarre definition you're throwing out there.
Read it again.
Will is traditionally understood as the mental faculty that allows. Shut up. That
you're saying what I'm saying. You're saying what I said.
To make choices and decisions about their actions.
The same thing
it represents the capacity to deliberate and choose among different options available to them.
Seems like you didn't know what the definition was because I said the definition before you looked it up, Farney. That's exactly what I said.
Shut up for a second.
Will
what are you even talking about? You're saying
will is the faculty which informs our decisions and our choices.
Just shut up for a second. Shut up.
Where in that definition did it say
that's
that
what you just
informs?
Fucking read? Oh my god. Read it again.
It says it allows.
Yes, not how to argue.
Read it. Please read the same thing that I just said with less words.
No, because you changed a very pivotal word.
Will is the faculty by which we inform our decisions. That is my definition of will.
Bro, if Fanny reads it again, would you shut up for a second?
So will is traditionally understood as the mental faculty that allows individuals to make choices and decisions about their actions. It represents the capacity to deliberate and choose among different options available to them. So it has to do with it allows and the capacity. It has nothing to do with informing the choices that you're going to make.
What did I say was synonymous?
You said inform.
What did I say?
You said will informs.
I said faculty. What was the words I said? I didn't say a capacity,
Inform.
but that is a good word. Capacity. No. What did I say was synonymous?
You said inform.
I said faculty. And
you said will informs.
There's another word. Look
Jazz is good about trying to change.
Go ahead and look up for synonym.
Even though it changes the
changing
complete
anything.
definition by doing so.
I'm not changing anything. You just said what I said.
Yeah, you are. You try to back up and reach.
I said will is the faculty which informs our decisions, and you read a long definition that said
wait, no, hold on. You just repeated the incorrect definition
allow
again.
our decisions in our. So instead of informs, they say allow. So that was the same definition that I gave you. What are you talking about?
No.
Why don't you look up? Why don't you find a thesaurus
versus capability are two extremely different
Google
concepts.
synonyms for will, and then Google synonyms for choice. For choice, you'll find selection. You'll find
what?
Option. You'll find decision. For will, you'll find faculty. You'll find capacity. You'll find there was another word I used earlier, and I forget.
Inform.
No, not inform.
Yeah, but boys,
no, not
can
inform.
we?
No, that's not the word.
Can we?
Thank you. It's not the word, man.
No, you're trying.
Can
I said that's not the word. You're trying to.
I know, and I'm saying good because
no, there's a better word.
Yeah, but when
capacity,
you see the
faculty,
word, faculty of choice, right? So it means you have the physical power or the mental inherent mental to for a choice.
Will
is all about the ability to make a choice.
My point is choice is not will. I understand we make
your ability is your point was that will informs you as to your choice that you're going to make.
Yeah, and that's what you just read to us, Farney. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, it is not what I just read.
I'm saying it's your physical, it's your ability to make the choice.
I know I'm right. I'm 100% right. Will
isn't the choice itself, it's the ability to make the choice. The
definition that I'm giving is
Josh,
not
you are
like
right. There are choices you can make without will, but those aren't actual choices.
No, your will informs your
conditioned
choice.
responses. If we're
your
talking
will
about this
informs
outside
your
of the
choice. Your will is the agency
so
by which
that
you
would be
inform
a
your
choice, but that in a way, right? Like if
you
you got
will
hit in the knee and your
make
leg
it.
went up, that would be closer to like determinism. You had no choice; you had to do that. So the choice to leave your leg as it is or lift up, you didn't get to make that choice because you had a knee-jerk reaction, right?
Farney, you can will your choice, but you cannot will your will.
And Farney, I've already just
what the fuck are you talking about?
Because he believes that we have no.
That shows that you're not. That shows that you're not prepared for free will.
You can will your choice, but you cannot will your will. Hold on.
When I say
Listen
that,
to the
when I
word
say
salad
that,
you just said.
that shows
You
that
just
you're
said
not
we just said that will is the capability. It's the thing that gives you the power to do something else. And you're saying you can't have your will give the power to give your will the power.
He's
you
kind
see
of
how
right.
weird that is, what you just said?
No, it's
yeah,
not
so
weird.
funny. No, funny. Do you think choice is really a thing?
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Of course
I don't
there is.
believe in
Of
like
course
the
there's
illusion of
choices.
choice or determinism or anything like that.
Because we know that there are people who can make choices because the other reason so either you have to have some type of fatalistic determinism like what JS is saying, or you have to believe things
Christian
like
determinism.
or you have to have some
Christian determinism,
or you have to have some type of degen nihilistic view of saying, well, the only reason why you did that. And when I was arguing this with JS, we had our debate. One of the he talked about how we need to eat. We're not choosing that. That's a biological need. Well, but here's the thing: people go on fasts, and people have hunger strikes, and they literally choose something.
And what did I say? How did I respond?
Needs.
How did I respond? That
I
their
don't remember
want,
because I don't think you gave a good response to that.
That their want for whatever pursuit that they were chasing after was stronger than their need for food. So I said want, need, or force.
Yes.
Want, need, or force. So they wanted.
You can if you have strong enough willpower.
You can want to kill yourself.
No, hold on. You can actually ignore a need if you have strong enough willpower.
Yeah, funny. I don't think willpower is a thing. I think motivation is a thing, not willpower. So
willpower is your ability to make choices.
You
right?
have a biological need to live.
If you have a weak willpower, you will end your fast early. If you have,
I don't think so.
If you have a strong will, you will eat that cake. If you have a weak willpower, if you have a strong willpower, you can even go to the point of not eating to the point of your death.
That's motivation. That's not willpower.
Oh my.
Oh,
no, seriously.
John, do you at least understand what I'm saying, man?
I know exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
I know.
At least one other person gets it. I don't know if other people get it, but
I don't think you get what I'm saying.
The only place where I disagree with free will on a Christian perspective is that we freely choose God. I believe God chooses us first, and then by His encounter with us through His grace, we then make choices.
But so then,
him.
how do you rectify that with omniscience of God? And
I don't even understand what that even means.
I know, right? He's a fucking Protestant. He's a Protestant.
Know what he just said.
Guarantee, 100%.
Of course I am a Protestant. Of course I'm a Protestant.
Of course you are. I can tell straight away.
He's a Lutheran, but also an anarchist. Just kind of like that setting.
God chooses me first. No, bro.
For a moment.
Yeah, he did. He did.
So Jesus, one way of looking at what Jesus is doing in the garden, when he says not my will but yours be done, is because he's feeling drained in his willpower in that moment, and so he wants to lean on the willpower of the Father in that moment.
That's a nice exegesis to compete with this idea.
Thank you. I thought you were saying exegesis first, but thank you. Okay.
Funny. Here's the big question.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm also not saying you're right.
You don't have to. You can let it stew with you or what have you. Like,
chew on the cud, bro.
Yeah, chew that cud, man. Chew the cud.
So funny.
Like a lot more than I'm having to add is that the Son rendered to.
Can I ask you something?
I don't think I added a.
For anyone who doesn't believe in free will, you explain to me what it is that takes the addict away from the drugs.
God.
Yeah, God.
God forces it?
No.
So the one that tells you have free will also forces you to do things? Are you fucking insane?
I'm a child of God. So
never said force.
Excuse me. Listen to what I just said.
But it's an easy question. And
you don't believe you have free will. How does the addict get away from the drugs?
If I followed my free will, I would keep doing the drugs. What are you talking about? I follow God's will.
My Lord.
Yes, from a Christian perspective, that's what JS is right.
What are you talking about?
So
if I did what my flesh wanted me to do, I love, bro. It's awesome. What are you talking about? I would do it forever.
You say speak.
I didn't say what your flesh wanted. You're proving my point. Thank you.
It's not
you
my
just
will.
proved my point. Thank you.
I do what I don't want to do.
You were able to go against your physical wants.
Yes, I do what I don't want to do, and what I want to do, I don't do it. But through my Father, I do what
you guys are just. I don't know if you guys have drank too many tonight or if you're not listening.
No, I'm 100%.
Do you understand? You just gave me my argument. You just said no. Stop. You just said, JS. You just said that if I went with what my flesh wanted, I would keep doing the drugs. Right? Your free will is what made you stop doing the drugs.
No.
Thank you.
No, God's will is what made me stop doing the
God's will.
Yeah.
So God controlled you.
Yes.
Yeah. It's
awesome.
Okay, you guys
should experience
insane.
sometimes. You should realize that
that's not the God I worship.
right,
you
well,
guys don't worship
one
the
day-
God. You guys
day
don't.
you're gonna
I don't
find
want
out.
you guys to ever say you're Christian.
One day
'cause
you're
you
going to
make
find
no
out
sense.
that you don't
Oh,
control anything,
I have
and that
no
God
free will
controls
beyond God's
everything,
will.
and
It's-
that you're not in
I have
control.
no.
You're just
I
a
have
little
no free will
ant.
beyond
Yeah,
God's
you
will.
make no sense.
You're a
You
little
guys make no
nothing.
sense.
Don't go that
I think
far.
If you
you
guys
feel-
live by God's will, you guys would have never sinned. Just
God's
shut the
will,
fuck up.
God,
This is the most retarded shit I've ever heard in my life.
Oh
I
my-
live by God's will, but I also did a bunch of sinning.
yeah, that's
Like,
because
get out of
I'm
here.
just
You guys are
quoting Paul.
insane.
Well, that's
You guys
God's
are
will is
insane.
Quoting
sin.
Paul.
Now
a
I
little
see
bit,
why they
you know,
call
so-
Protestants insane. Now you guys
Speakeasy-
are starting to give it
Speakeasy,
to
you
me.
do realize that
Now I'm
Paul
getting
talked-
into the real juice here.
you
You guys
do-
literally just said, "I don't have my own free will. God made me quit the drugs. He
No, not
forced
made.
it."
Not made. Not made.
Excuse me.
Oh, you-
No, God made me quit the drugs,
Wait,
or I
how
would have
do
been dead.
you-
Yeah.
Yeah.
So God
Not
made
me.
you. God just
I would have
forced you
suffered
to-
the consequences
Wow.
for my
Holy shit,
actions.
I'm getting
God is
puzzled.
So
loving.
This is
so this is
insanity.
when
Anyways,
people like
anybody
to say,
with a
"Oh,
brain
well, you don't
and
believe in
actually
accountability."
can
Well, when
think
you're
it
under a bridge
realizes
and
that with
your
the
heart
addiction
stops in a
argument,
porta
I
potty
just
and you're face
squashed
down and shit,
any
that's God
determinism
telling,
bullshit.
and you don't die from that. That's God telling you, "Hey, cut that out." Yeah, if I followed
Yeah,
my
but God
will,
don't
So how
Yes,
how
bro.
do you choose
dude.
Yes,
God?
bro.
How
if
do
I
you
follow
Yes,
my
bro.
will,
have
I'm
to make a
nothing.
choice.
This is why this is a
Listen,
satanic
does
idea.
God
It's not
make
it's
you
not just
follow
it's
his
not just
will?
wrong.
Does God
It's
make you
satanic.
follow his will? Do you have to choose that, JS?
God pulled me out of death. I would have died.
Does he make you? No, answer my question.
So why
does
didn't
he
you do it to
make
other
you
people?
follow his will, or does he?
Why
do
did
you
my
have the
friends
choice?
die? For
No,
the same
speak.
thing?
Yeah,
Speak. He calls.
nobody
He
wants.
calls.
Why are
That's
they all
what. This is
dead?
what
God
happens.
calls.
This is
They
what
didn't know
happens.
God.
God calls.
Everybody's got
They were
this disease.
looking.
It's like an internet disease of when I'm wrong, I can't answer questions. That's crazy.
Ask the
It's like
question.
an internet
No,
disease.
no.
Everybody on the internet has
It
that
happens in
disease.
real life too. It's you know it,
Everybody
man.
on this internet has this disease. I swear to
You
God.
know it happens all the time in real life.
I'm
man.
quiet.
Answer a question then.
Ask the
Just
question.
answer a simple fucking question. It's a really easy
My
question.
yes is my yes and my no is my no. I've answered all your quote. I missed the question. What's the question?
Yeah, I know. You missed it.
His ADHD.
Did God make you live through his will, or did you have the choice?
I was made this.
Yeah,
way.
both. Yeah, both.
I'm a
And
child
by
of God. I was
also
made this way.
Both.
Richard Marston. you
Okay,
fucking
yeah.
listening.
So just give
No,
me
you
another
said both. I
non-answer.
didn't say both. I didn't say
So
both.
quiet
I
it
said
all down.
I
Don't
answered.
answer
Yeah,
questions
I
again
answered
against
the
the
question.
non-answer.
He
No.
said both. I answered the question. I said God made me this way.
So
Yeah, that's not answering the question either.
You asked me. You gave me two options, and I picked one of the options. How is that not answering?
Let me
the
ask
question?
you this, JS.
Okay, well, let me answer that then. I'll answer what you. I'll answer.
You
to
said,
your
did God
non-answer.
make you this way, or did you choose to be this
No,
way? And
I said, did God
made me
make
this
you
way.
live by His will? No, I said, because you said what what gets you away from the addiction is God's will.
Yes, God
does
made
He
me
make
live this
you
way. Yes.
live by His will, or
Yes.
do you get to choose?
God made
And
me
you
this way.
can't answer that.
I have no choice. I don't believe in. I don't. No. God
So
made me this
God
way.
just chooses who He's gonna let stay
Choice is
addicted.
an illusion that you think you have.
Wait,
God
so
already
does God
knows.
choose who He's gonna
Bro,
let stay addicted?
If God knew there was gonna be a plane,
JS, please follow me with this
accident
logic
tomorrow,
here, quick.
I
Follow
think we
me
got a
down the
Calvinist
logic
here.
line.
Calvinist alert.
Why you keep trying to run away from
I'm
it?
not running away. I'm confronting it directly. I answered your question
Okay,
directly.
did God make you become addicted in the first place?
That was part of the plan. So
Yeah.
actually,
No, true.
So God made you sin so that you could stop
yeah, I
sinning.
had
Good
to
job.
suffer that way.
That's
I had
that's
to
the
suffer
God
that
you
way.
worship.
That was the
That's
only
the God
way.
you worship?
That was the only way
The
my life.
sick-minded fuck that likes
It's
to
not
make
fu-
people
it's really
sin for
not
no
funny.
reason,
This is kinda
you're
and then also makes
indirectly
them pay
saying
for it.
God's the one
So
that
God,
did that.
Sorry, speak.
so
Sorry,
God,
speak, but
God makes
sorry,
you sin
speak.
and then makes you pay
speak.
for it. Good job.
Yes, speak. You were wrong. Sorry, bro. I
No,
What you're
love
saying
you,
is
but
God's
you're
You're
wrong.
wrong, and this is
My
just
father-
your cope to get
No,
out
no.
of your sin.
Yeah,
My
yeah,
father
JS,
saved-
what you just
This is your
said.
cope to get away from your sin.
I've been
This is
held
your
JS,
cope
accountable.
to
hear
get
me
out anything on God.
What you just said was God sinned through you.
I've been,
Is what you
held accountable for my sins
It's
for my
not
whole
even
life.
God's nature to sin, but you just said God sins. It's not
just
the
said
same
God
God.
sinned
It's not
You're
dodging
worshiping the devil.
accountability.
Not only did
My
he say that,
father
but you're
was
saying
Satan,
that
and
You're
I
God
worshiping the
used
devil,
sin
bro.
to bring
Yeah.
him closer to you.
So-
That is
so were
counterintuitive
you.
to what God would do.
You were
A
too.
kingdom cannot stand if it's against itself. For
And
God
then
to be
not
sinning
even
through you
mention,
would
now
be for
he's
him to be
saying
against
all
his own
those
kingdom.
kids,
Your daddy was
all
the devil
those kids
too,
that's
Easy.
starving in Africa,
Easy.
God's doing that because he wants to.
Easy. Satan was your father too.
God wants all the kids to starve and get graped in Africa.
Yeah.
JS, do you
That's what
believe
he
in divine
wants.
atonement?
When you were
Okay,
born of the
speak.
flesh,
Under JS
Satan
and
was
Kieran's
speak.
worldview,
Satan
that's what
was
it
your
is.
Satan was your
Speak.
father too
Tell
when
me.
you were born again.
Yeah,
in the
speak.
spirit,
Tell me
so.
why not.
Why
Easy.
not?
Yeah,
Because
why
that's
not?
against the nature of God. Have you what have you learned about God?
That's right in line with
Well,
your
then
nature
why?
of your daddy, the devil.
Then
What
what's
do you mean?
happening?
You're saying, what are you even asking why not to, Kieran? Why
Well, you
wouldn't
brought it
God
up, right?
make you sin?
You brought it
Are you
up.
asking that? Why wouldn't God make you sin?
No. Why would
wouldn't
God allow
make people
children to
rape
starve in
people?
Africa?
Is that what you're asking me?
No, he's asking
No,
about
I'm
the African
asking
children.
why would
Well,
God
no,
allow
but
children
you're right.
to
So listen, if you've been following Kieran, you guys just said that you guys don't get a choice. God is the one that makes you do everything. You live through God's will. So all the
Didn't say
dudes that
that.
run around graping women,
Didn't say
was
that. Didn't
God's
say that.
will by your
Didn't
definition.
say that. I
There's
didn't say
children of
that.
Satan
Hey,
too.
hey, if you ask me for an answer, let me
Sure.
answer and then speak, right?
Sure.
You guys do that, and then you halfway through me talking, you're talking over me. Like, I just don't get it. So again, your logic, right, of God makes people sin, it goes against the nature of God. It doesn't make any fucking sense.
It's a straw man.
Okay, I never said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's okay,
Satan
I
makes
want you
people
guys to
sin.
go
The world
rewind this,
makes-
but let me walk it back and let's answer this one at a time really quickly. All right?
You want to do Kieran first or me
Addiction.
first?
Addiction. Both of you. Kieran and
Well,
JS.
this is
Just
gonna-
you two. Addiction. All right?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
you don't have free will, how do you get out of addiction?
Serving my
Through
father
God.
God.
Yeah, through God.
So God
Yeah.
makes you? He forces
No.
it?
No, you
Okay,
asked me.
again,
He
no,
forced it on me.
bro. Hang on, bro. I'm answering your question.
When you have
said,
revelation,
No, you want to go on
You're
these
asking, like,
spiels.
deep-ass
It's really
questions, like-
easy if you just listen and answer.
I'm trying to answer, but you
Really
keep cutting me
easy.
off.
when you almost die a couple
No, but
times,
I
and you
don't
have a
need these
revelation
long-winded
that
answers, Kieran. It's very simple.
you're
It's
not
very
gonna make
simple
it if
answers.
you keep doing this. That's God.
Well, then you tell me. You tell me, bro.
No, you're going off the train. It's simple.
No,
Does God force
it's
you?
simple.
Because you just said if you don't have the choice to get out of addiction, it's God that takes you out of addiction. So it has to be force, right?
Yep.
No.
Okay, so then it doesn't logically follow. So God doesn't
Okay.
take you out of addiction.
All right, so now you
Okay.
dealt with him saying no. I said yes. So how does?
Yeah, thank you, bro. Okay, you asked a question. I gave you an answer. You
All right,
refused
yeah,
my
and it
answer,
doesn't
and you gave me
logically
your answer.
follow.
Fair
Okay,
enough, bro.
so stop for a second now, JS. So God forces you out of the addiction. So
Yes.
does that mean he forced you into it to
It's
begin
not
with?
force. It's not force.
Yeah, he could have
Hey,
forced.
Kieran, this isn't about you. We already went through you. You don't believe it's force, and we're past you.
He could have forced
I'm
me
giving
into
you-
death since I was serving my father Satan.
Wait, what?
God could have forced me into death. He could have just killed me. He could have wiped me off, and nobody would have cared. I wouldn't have cared. Nobody would have cared, and he could have just
That wasn't
wiped
my
me out.
question.
No, I'm answering your question that God did force me into changing.
Addiction?
It doesn't have to be addiction. We could use any example. God didn't force me into this. Satan forced the world.
Yeah, but
forced me into this, and now, and I'm still held accountable practically in the world. I'm still held accountable. I'm still a felon. I'm still a criminal. I'm still blah blah blah. And so, but God brought me out of that, because if I followed my will or my father Satan's will, which I don't believe is my will either, But if I followed my daddy Satan's will, then I would have just kept doing the drugs because it felt really good and it made me happy.
Okay.
And I loved it.
All right. So then you mean you had a choice between Satan and God's will?
I didn't have a choice. It's death. That's not a choice.
Okay, so then what do you mean
choice?
if you kept following?
This is the
it
problem.
force or not? Stop saying it's you don't have a choice, but then it's not
If
force.
I have a gun to your head
it's
and
a
I say, jump
contradiction.
off
Do
the
you not
ledge,
understand that?
jump
It's
off
a
the ledge.
contradiction, JS.
If
It's either you're forced into one of the wills or you get a choice of the two.
God
What is
never
it?
gave us a choice. He always gave us commands.
You can't even
I'm
engage.
responding
You can't even engage.
I
No, you didn't answer my first question, but you went into this where you admitted there's two different wills, Satan and God. So you at least admit there's two paths, but you won't admit you get to choose one of them. So you're saying it's forced.
Okay, hold on. I'll concede that we have one choice to make, who we're going to serve, God or Satan. But if there's only two choices and one is death and one is life, that is not free will. If I have a gun to my head and I say, jump off this ledge or go eat that pile of food, that's not free will. We have life or we have death.
No, free will is the guy who tries to grab the gun and doesn't take either choice. That's the free will. See, you took that out of the equation because you want to take away free will. See, free will is the guy that kicks him in the nuts, or spits at him, or yells for his mom. You see how many different
No one said force.
This is
I'm not
point,
throwing
right?
wrenches
Kieran,
at you.
why are you
easy.
interrupting?
I'm not throwing wrenches at you easy.
Because
Why are you
keep saying
ducking and
forced
dipping and dodging and
nobody
diving?
said force but you.
Lord. Yeah, Kieran, I don't know how you don't get this, but if you don't have a choice, what is the other option?
You have a choice, but the choice is life or death, and that is not free will. If I tell my son you can't play in traffic because a truck's going to hit you, he doesn't have the free choice to go run in traffic. He can go run in traffic, but I didn't give him free will to go run out of traffic.
Go back one step. Go back one step.
What is it, Kieran?
Just go back one step.
No,
What do
Kieran,
you
you
say?
like to do this why, what shit. Answer a fucking question. What is it then? You
answer
why,
my
what,
question, which is why do you
do
introduce
that all
force?
the time. You
No
always
one
add
said
in,
force
why
but
not?
you. You
But
said
why
force.
not? But why not? And you don't even know what you're asking why not to earlier. So you answer me now. If it's not a choice, then what's the other option other than force?
I'm not a fucking Mormon. Damn it. Sorry.
Oh, speak. No, speak. I love you, bro, but fuck me. You introduced the word force. Nobody said force
No,
but you.
I understand. No, I did. Yeah, listen to me, please, Kieran. Yes, I'm using the word force because if you don't have a choice, the only other option is force, unless you have a third one. Give me it.
You have a choice. Yes, you do.
Okay, so so you believe in free will. Let's go.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I'm on your side,
Why
brother.
you keep arguing with me, motherfucker? Shut up.
And to help us, if you don't mind, to help facilitate the conversation, JS used the coercion argument. I even looked up, is coercion a form of force? Yes, coercion is indeed a form of force.
You got to Google that.
So this is why we get into this problem when it comes
Speak easy.
especially
Fuck you. You bastard.
to Christianity, because
It's wild, man. Guys,
we have
come
this
on. These
idea
aren't
of it's either got to be completely free will and free agency of everyone to do everything and say everything, which then diminishes the grace and inspiration of God, which I think is a not a good thing. Not only that, but there are different verses within the Bible that tell us that the grace of God, which animates us, that brings us back to life, that we were dead in our own sin, those verses actually speak of a couple of different things. And a couple of them, one is in John, which is, he says, you did not choose me, I chose you.
How am I making choices if I'm dead? I was
and
dead.
Then, the other
Bro,
one.
shut up for a second.
Sorry.
And the other one is Paul says, we were a slave to Adam, but now we are slave to Christ. What does that mean? Does that mean that there's no free will? I don't think that's what he's saying, because the Bible speaks of both free will and yet the
devoted to him the way a slave is devoted, works for free. You know what a slave is, right?
Right.
Slave
No, that's not what he's
doesn't
meaning,
work
though. It's not what he's meaning.
Oh, what is
Oh,
he?
speak
You think
easy,
he means? He means that he doesn't have a will, that Christ is controlling them.
He
like
means
puppets.
if you're either a slave to your sinful nature, or you're a slave to the righteousness of Christ, meaning you didn't choose the righteousness of God. God bestowed that on you. And
That's
then with that
crazy, bro.
inspiration,
So he's only choosing certain people. So like all
No,
those
no,
all
that's
those
what I'm
dudes
saying.
that's running around graping people, all those kids starving in Africa, God
Respectfully,
wants that.
this
That's
is a false
God's will.
equivalency, and you know
In
that.
your
I
eyes.
write it down.
Okay, so
God's will.
speak. I think here's where I'm at right now. We have free will, but if you don't have Jesus, you're groping in the dark, right? We have free will, but we need guidance.
Yeah, like needing God in your life is a whole nother conversation. We don't even need to bring up God to even understand that we have free will.
Really? How?
Yep.
How?
Yep.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Would a father give his
Again,
children
this is
free
why I
will?
bring up addiction. You need to tell me because the determinism argument is that you can't make choices outside of your factors that are around you. So explain to me the person that's banging fucking needles in their arm for fucking a year or two, even longer, and they get away from that completely out their own fucking choice. Explain to me what that is. What is that?
That doesn't happen.
If I may, I think there
It's a lack of God.
I don't think that's ever happened.
There's plenty addicts that have walked away on their own will. Yes,
they have. Yep, you're absolutely right.
There's plenty of them.
But that doesn't also mean
what
that
is
there
their own
isn't
will? They're not
that also-
atheists.
Right.
They believe in something. I guarantee it.
Like if your thing, is just like, oh, there's never a choice you're gonna make that doesn't have something you can lead it to. Like this is just the most ridiculous argument, because again, you can step out
Why
of
did they
anything
not
that
want to die?
what?
Why did they not want to die?
Good question.
Why did who not want to die?
The addicts who walked away and who got clean without of their own free will. Why did they not want to die?
Right?
Why did they not? Everybody doesn't want to die.
They didn't want to
What are you
die.
talking about?
Correct.
Well, no,
Correct.
a lot of people want to
Speakeasy.
know.
That's the
I
point.
disagree.
Sticking your head
I
out the
disagree.
water and saying, "Why you come back up for a breath?"
I disagree.
understand.
I think a lot of addicts want to die.
Here's the thing,
This
though,
is why
is that
an
we don't
overdose
have to be
is
either or on this situation.
I don't even get it.
Because there are people who, you're right, Speakeasy, that they choose, right, that they have that willpower to not succumb to it, or they decide make a decision. However, there are a lot of people who are in circumstances where, like, maybe a friend gets arrested, or they almost get arrested, or there's a car accident or something. Like, for example, Stephen King, he got out of alcoholism because of a car accident he was in, or he got hit by a car. So there
I
are
got into alcoholism because of a car accident. Sorry.
Or maybe he can. But
Oh my God!
point,
Shut up. He's fucking talking.
Sorry.
Damn. My point is that you can have both circumstances beyond your control and in your control that would break you out of substance abuse. So that itself does not prove one way or the other. As for the issue of religion, this is why I say I do believe free will exists, except for when it comes to people choosing the righteousness of God, because the Bible makes it clear that we do not choose the righteousness of God, that God bestows that. Now, I'm not going to go as far as JS on his borderline limited atonement BS here.
That's elect. That's in the Council of Nicaea. That's in the Nicene Creed. You say it in liturgy.
And say that
everybody understands this, that if God is all knowing, he knows who's coming to him.
Okay, so again, you're forgetting the point, though.
That's why people are given over to a reprobate mind. You think somebody who's given over to a reprobate mind has free will? They're not willing themselves to do the shit they do.
A lot of them are.
Satan wills them.
Doesn't even make any sense.
Their daddy Satan wills them. That makes
this is your
perfect
problem,
sense.
JS, is that you think you either have daddy God or you daddy Satan, and you need to realize that part of what from a Christian worldview enters into human choices is sin.
He doesn't. you still don't have a correct understanding of will, man. So I'll go to the garden idea again for you.
Are you talking to me,
So
Barney?
no, Jay.
The problem with this is like if everything is determined by factors before, your argument is already self-defeating, JS, because how do you know that your view on this isn't just determined then?
Oh my god! Oh my god! What a stupid question! What a stupid question!
How's that a stupid question? It's literally that's the self-defeating. That's the self-defeatment of the fucking stupid determinism argument.
It's not self-defeating.
Can I have a little bit of a go at this with the will thing?
Of course, I'm not willing myself to think I'm right. I know that I'm right.
Hang on, bro.
Hey, Jess,
hang on, bro.
Is that cool with you too, Easy Man?
What?
Yeah, go on.
You mind if I have a go at this
Self-defeating, I
with
agree
trying to help like explain the will thing to him?
Yeah, go for it.
Or am I interrupting your dialogue back and forth?
No, go for it. Go for it, bro.
Dude, okay, go Hills.
Shut
I'm
the
asking.
fuck up. He's asking me, bro.
Me and Easy were talking about.
He's having the discussion and he's the host, so I'm trying to be respectful, man. I'm using my wheel to make the choice to ask Easy if it's okay.
Kieran. Yeah, Barney, you talk, Kieran. You shut the fuck up. Jesus Christ.
Bro. Okay.
All right.
Pray for us while you're muted there, Kieran.
Okay, so what Jesus is getting at, right? He describes the taking of the cup, right? That is expressing the desire that his flesh has. Now, his will is to avoid pain for his flesh. That's what he would use the power of his will for, is to give into choose decisions that would be good for the flesh. However, he says, no, I want to do your desires, so you use your will through me. Use me as a catalyst for your ability to enact on this world. You choosing that action is an action that keeps being made throughout your life to do what would be good via God. Now, you are still using like his desires, and you're still trying to enact them in the way that you think would be best. You're still, even though you're saying it's now you're taking on God's desires, you still are making choices via those desires.
I agree.
So it's not like you still have only one choice to make.
Yeah, I
you
agree.
still are making choices, and you're attempting to be in line with God's desires. That's the becoming one with God, right?
Right, Farney. I agree. Okay, I agree.
So that's why it's similar in the idea
But
of
hold
marriage
on.
between a man and a wife.
So,
But hold on, let me do a but.
No, there's no but, man, because if there's a but, that means you don't understand.
Can I make a response real quick?
There is.
Yeah, sure, go ahead, man.
Thanks, bro. So funny.
You're not
Funny.
trying
Have
to
you
hear
ever
it? What about when Paul says, the things I want to do, I don't do, and the things I don't want to do, I do. And it's not me that sins, but sin in me.
Yeah, that's referring to like the fleshly part of him. So he has desires for his flesh to not receive pain, to receive pleasure, things like this, right? Which are not necessarily always bad, but if it's now putting your desires above God's to do so
whose will,
then that is bad.
Right. So whose will
What?
is it? Hold on, Farney. Let me follow my fucking line of questioning. Damn it. Because
I'm talking over you, man.
Whose will is it?
Shut the fuck up.
Whose will is it that you deny those fleshly things? Even though you find yourself, sometimes you find yourself doing something you don't want to do.
No.
And you just keep doing it.
Maybe a picture would help. You have desires. You use your will to fulfill those desires and to avoid the undesirables, okay?
It's not your will,
If you
it's
are-
God's will, dude. This is so...
What?
Man, this is pagan.
Dude, like, why don't you listen? So instead
Yeah.
of your will being used to facilitate the desires
John,
of your flesh,
where's John? Oh, John left.
if those desires of
John
your
knows.
flesh would
It is
contradict,
pagan. It is pagan.
could you please
Bro,
listen
shut
so you
up.
could actually
Shut
gain
up.
some understanding?
We'll have full understanding, Farney. Go ahead and tell me about it.
So
shut up.
Your will you usually use to make choices that would be a benefit to your flesh. However, if those choices that would be a benefit to your flesh, whether to go after, choose pleasure or choose to avoid pain, kind of idea to simplify it, is going to be something that would result in going against God's desire, then you are using your will to instead, at that moment in time, choose God's desire to do, and use his will to do his desires through you. So it'd be like here. No, hold on. So here's a very real world situation. You have a sword to your throat, and you are told to deny the death, burial, resurrection of the Lord Jesus Christ.
What if you make the wrong choice?
I am not saying this. This is just for the hypothetical, by the way.
Shut up.
That you're being told that I denounce Yahweh.
I don't get to come on easy
Yahweh
stream
is
very
scum.
often.
He's the worst thing ever. He's not the one true God. I say all that's what the person is saying, and my flesh is telling me say all this because the guy won't slit my throat. But at this moment, I know for me to use my will to enact the desires of my flesh to not die in that moment. Instead, I use my will to go to God and seek his desires, to use his will through me to say, I will not denounce my Lord and Savior. And then you get martyred.
So
do you understand? All of that is you choosing. You're using your will to, instead of choosing to do the desires of your flesh in that moment, because that would be going against God.
Choosing to let the guy knife chop you for
bro,
God instead of fighting the guy back.
But what if God? Hold on, please. This is the last thing. This is the last thing, because
no, I'm
you are
answering
not
the question. You can't ask the question and then add another last
it's
thing.
finishing the idea, okay? Just and then you could go. It's very simple, okay? Because you are to fear not he who can end your life and then do no more, but fear him who can send your soul into eternal darkness. Fear him. So when you're in that moment of whether you're going to have your temporal existence ended, or whether you're going to have your eternal existence ended,
you
choose to end your temporal existence. Go ahead.
Can you
That's
free
not
will
like
yourself
coercion
for that guy to not cut your head off? But that would be really cool.
Damn.
But you can't do that because you can't free will other people's free will. But
what?
I
no, you know for a fact that if you choose to obey your flesh, which is to go against God in this moment, you know for an absolute fact in this hypothetical, your head will not be chopped off.
So what if God's plan for you?
So I'm fine.
What if God's
let
plan?
JS answer? Just
what if
please,
God's
and then
plan
you can
for
go
you is to
dude?
do
What
a
the
ninja?
fuck's all right, go ahead. I'll shut up.
What if God's
I'll mute
plan for
myself.
you is to do a ninja kick and kick the knife out of this guy's hand and then stab up the captain and take over the ship? You don't know if your plan. If the point for you is to die in that moment, then just die. Yeah, that's gonna happen. You're a martyr.
Okay, this is
die for
just
your faith.
all I see with your answers, JS, is you don't have an actual understanding.
Hey, you just sound like an
of what
anarchist,
free
JS.
will is.
I think I explained that in the
I just don't think you have an okay. So let me ask you something, right? So when a basketball player, right, gets a free throw in basketball, right, that means they're free of any distractions. They get to go to the line. They're not allowed to have anyone hop in front of them. Nothing. They get a free shot.
It's a controlled
that doesn't
experiment.
mean they're free from the physics of Earth, right? Free will doesn't mean free from absolutely everything. That's you guys' problem with this free will argument, is you think free will means absolutely everything. No, it means your ability to make a choice outside of factors that have affected you. It doesn't mean you're absolutely. It doesn't mean if
you
you're
got
at
a free candy
gunpoint
bar
and you're
sign
gonna
and I go
you
grab the candy bar, you're trying to charge me 99 cents for it. You're trying to charge me for the free candy bar.
All right. That doesn't even make any fucking
You're
sense.
false
Can you repeat back what I said to you, JS? What did I say to you? Yeah, you can't. You guys are listening to respond at this point. You don't listen to actually take in anything.
I am listening. You're saying
You'll never learn what free will is.
You're saying
because you're using your free will not to listen to it.
You're saying that it's not free will because it's not absolutely everything. And I'm saying that you're saying that it's free will but it's not absolutely everything. You're selling me you're selling me a candy bar.
Yo, I don't know.
You got a free sign. You got a sign on the free candy bar, but I don't find out till later that when I eat the candy bar, all of a sudden I got cancer and I'm dying.
By the way,
Jay, you're probably right, Jay.
So funny. One question, right? So, in the Lord's Prayer, there's one line: "Thy will be done." Is that how do we reconcile "Thy will be done" with free will?
So, like I said, it doesn't mean that in every that you can never choose your fleshly desires. It's when your fleshly desires are not going to be pleasing to God, right? Then you would choose God, right? But you're always supposed to be loving God with all your mind, heart, and soul, right? Like your whole body.
Ought you serve your will or God's will, Farney?
What?
Ought you serve?
Was that?
Ought you serve your will or God's will, Farney?
God's will, dickhead.
Would you not have heard my answer if you didn't rudely interrupt, douchebag?
I had to interrupt.
I was literally in the middle of explaining.
Sometimes an interruption is necessary. It's okay. We'll be all right. Just recover.
I'll send you that list about how to control your ADHD.
I'm heckling.
He needs that list, Barney. He needs that list.
Gosh, okay. Can you repeat your question again, Kieran?
Hey,
He's
me?
thrown me off.
Okay. So,
you got a mute button, man. Don't worry about it.
In the Lord's Prayer, there's one line: "Thy will be done." I've tried to understand that forever.
Oh yeah,
thy will be done. That just means that they're gonna I'll live for your purpose. That's giving up your life to God.
Yeah, so I would say, right?
That's you praying to God, right? That's you saying to God, "Your will be done." That's you praying. That's you saying, I accept your will of life. I want to live for you.
Is that like when Jesus was in the garden and he goes, "Please let this cup pass by me, but if not, your will be done."
Yeah, when Jesus taught his disciples to pray, it's your will be done, thy will be done, and he's saying to that's calling upon God and his blessings and saying, giving your life up for him, for his will.
Yeah. So it's like saying
not only
saying to live Christ-like as much as you can, right? To let God's will live through you.
Yeah. So what I was saying in that example, that is the final demonstration of your will being in line with God. So you should be, when you are using your will to make choices during your existence, right, on this earth, that are good for your flesh and avoiding choices that are bad for your flesh, you should be having God in mind, where these choices, God would be in line with these choices as well. So you still are making choices for yourself with the remembrance of keeping God always in your mind, where it's would God actually be good, happy with me making this choice? You're still the one making the choice. You have a whole litany of choices.
Bro.
And that prayer too, Kieran. Kieran,
that is what we're aiming for. We don't always succeed at that.
Kieran,
that's what we're aiming for.
That prayer, if you listen to it too, right? That's the coming back of Jesus and the kingdom of heaven and Christ and earth being one, right? Because the prayer goes, "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, in earth as it is in heaven."
Yep.
So that's the whole line there.
And what is the whole
what is being expressed there is what I'm telling you there, where it's inconsistent, right? But as we go through the sanctification process, right, as we become closer,
inconsistent. I don't find what.
No, our ability to keep doing that easy is inconsistent at first, right? When we're new to it, right? as if we're going to be screwing up more. We're going to be.
Oh, you're talking about okay.
Yeah.
Being a young
But
Christian.
as we are growing closer to God, we're going to be having more times where we're doing it correctly. Where yes, we're making our choices, right? But we're keeping in mind, okay, yes, God would be okay with me making this choice. He would actually think it's good, kind of thing, right? And the more times you do that, the more you'll find yourself now just naturally doing it, to the point of the utmost of becoming one, where you're not even thinking about it, and your will is his will, because now there's no separation, because you are constantly doing what he would desire and what you would desire, because you have become one. It's different than the one flesh with your wife. It's one in this other, like, spiritual sense kind of thing, right?
And if we want to be understanding of the full context of the Lord's Prayer, where he's teaching the Lord's Prayer and who he references when he teaches the Lord's Prayer, we have to also remember that he is speaking to people who are already believers in God. And it's both an edification for believers, and it's also a warning, because he gives an admonition at the beginning to not preach or not to pray like the Pharisees, right? So what does that mean? That means that everything that's in the Lord's Prayer is the prayer of a Christian, to ask the Lord's will to be done, to submit to the Lord's will. And that only comes as a result of someone who has been a believer and saved by God, and that person did not willfully choose God. And that's the important distinction to put there, because we're kind of glossing over that, but I would imagine Speakeasy and Farney would, I don't want to quote them, they can correct me if I'm wrong, but that you would have to choose God to be saved.
Well, you see, like, the idea I just expressed, the way I get,
I like how you use sanctification, because that was the right way of saying it, for sure.
Yeah, the way I find it easier to wrap my head around these concepts is I just keep going back to the marriage thing, right? Because that's like a far more easier thing to understand. This very, like, real, right? Like, it's the physical realm. We're very used to working with that, right? And if you notice, the like healthiest, like, marriages are the ones that you can't even tell the desires of the couple apart anymore. You know what the other one would do, even if they're not in the room.
Right.
Correct.
Yeah.
So bro, why are you so fucking hang on. Oh, hang on. Who was that?
It's King. It was King.
Are you having connection issues, King, or was Kieran just talking over you, or what?
I mean, Kieran was talking over me.
Yep, sounds like it's gonna sound clear.
Yeah,
I'm cool.
I am curious what Kieran had to say, but Blackout hasn't been talking at all, so I wanted to hear him.
In your specific scenario, Farney, how is that an exercise of free will? That seems like that's less of an exercise of free will, because then you're becoming one. So then you don't have a choice anymore, because your choices are guided in a certain way. Like
my free will, is like in line with his, like, free will kind of thing. Do you get what I mean? Like, wait, it's this slowly becoming. That's not your.
It
is. That's what I mean. Then how is that your free will? That's where I'm just confused. That's
let me help if you don't mind. Because you're becoming more like him, to the point where you cannot, like, it'd be difficult to distinguish you from him when it comes to your desires, right? And your enacting of your choices, right? It doesn't, you're this new, like, beautiful thing. It's not exactly like, like, God without you there. It's God with you there, and it's this new kind of, like, enacting energy kind of thing. You know what I mean? This
so
enacting force.
Like theosis. Is that kind of sounds
yes.
like theosis?
Yes, that's what. Yeah, exactly. So it's this beautiful new, like, I'm trying very desperate to use correct words. So please forgive me, future me, and any Christians that are far better explaining that than I am. But you're kind of like a new creation kind of thing. You're a new aspect of God. You're a new, like, part of God, but not in the essence part. You are not made of the same thing, but you're like this new, like, you've joined into his, like, you're, like I said, you're a catalyst. Like, I've tried to say it in a way where I'm being careful, but you get what I mean? It's like you're a new branch. I'll use biblical terms. Imagine he was a tree, like you're like a kind of new branch that's been grafted on. You're not part of the original tree, but you're like this new limb, and you're not like fully part of that original thing. You're this different thing. You're still of a different composition than the original tree. You're a different essence than the original essence. But you are now grafted on, where you are now being one with it, but still being separate in this way.
But even using your tree thing, but you're still guided by the tree, or you're the limb. You're still part of the body. Like you, like, that's where I'm getting lost in the free will part. That's where I'm getting lost.
If I'm a branch from a lime tree and I'm grafted onto an orange tree, what I used to produce before I was grafted onto the orange tree was limes. But over time, I will be producing, oranges. I'll be producing oranges eventually.
You choose to go onto the tree. That's what he's saying. You choose to go onto the tree.
It's not exactly the best analogy there.
You choose,
but I'll be producing good fruit fueled by the tree.
But will that be your
fruit? Choose to pass yourself for the tree.
Exactly, John. Will that be your fruit, or will that be the fruit of the tree? And that'll be fruit of the tree. So then, therefore, like, that's where I'm getting lost.
But it's our fruit.
But you freely, freely decide to attach to the tree, though. That's the point.
What about when you're asleep, though?
No, but hold on. That's now, because we are now one. It's not just his fruit. It's not just my fruit. It's
for
our
half
fruit,
of your life. You have free will.
Because we are now one.
Free will if you only have it for half of your life.
So you believe you're cooperative in producing fruit.
We hear you.
Pardon?
You believe you're cooperative in producing fruit.
Yeah, I'm serving my function as part of the tree.
Yeah, James.
My function is to help produce fruit, right?
To graft onto the tree, you freely.
Yeah, James, we got that. Yes, we got that.
Yeah. What you're saying there, James. We understand.
Yeah, we're talking about a slightly different concept that Blackout's trying to grasp at.
Where the free will came in, though.
No, but Blackout's not fully like arguing against that. He's more of just trying to come to understanding, bro.
Yeah, I'm just. I'm not. James,
and this really comes down to where we see our works as versus God's, because as the Bible tells us, lest we boast, right? So
so we are getting exactly.
So this becomes a thing. So to me, the way I look at it is, once you become adopted into the family of God, it is no longer about your will. And it's no longer a your will, his will. It's completely your life in him, because we are dead in our sins. And through Christ Jesus, in his death on the cross, we have been made new, for that new creation in Christ that Paul talks about. And so we now we live for Christ and what he would ask us to do, the fruit he produces in us. And that really becomes the issue, because now I'm not accusing you this, Safarni, but we have to be careful of not coming anywhere close to being Pelagianist. I know some Orthodox don't care about that, but
what is Pelagianism?
Or Solanian? Well, Pelagian said that we participate a little bit in our own salvation. We work with God.
No. I wasn't gonna that. No.
So we want to be careful, because
like sanctification, we're doing work there.
Well, but that's because this is the difference between, like, say Lutherans and say like Orthodox, and I would say maybe Catholics, but I don't know for sure for Catholics, but as much. But I would say that this is why Lutherans would say that justification is declarative, that we're justified by Christ, by what he does, and then we enter the process of sanctification. Now, I know Catholics talk about we are saved, we have been saved, we are being saved. The problem with that, in my opinion, is that it puts a process determined on us for our salvation, rather than putting it completely on the glory and grace of God and the mercy of God, which is why we would believe that's the reason why he had to come to live and die and rise again. For that's, to me, what's my belief on that. So, but the reason I say this is because, and I think you're making very painful, good steps not to completely talk about like, well, you become God, right? Where, but you do become one flesh, and you're right. It is a good thing, but that's why Christ is the bridegroom. And this is why marriage is such a great analogy for the Christian faith, because it's by the work of the groom that we are inducted into his
I
will.
missed it.
Yeah.
Did we? Did we get away from the free will thing?
No, we're still.
We're right on it.
We're still on it.
Idea of it, right?
We went off on a weird diatribe because I was asking questions.
I'm so confused about what any of that had to do with free will.
Here's another good one. Would you say?
Oh no, wait. We're gonna keep jumping around. Wait.
No. It's part of what John just said. So, like the whole idea of Christ being the groom, right? Being the husband and all that, right? We are to be like the wife, right? Mankind, right? The church. And just like how a wife in a human marriage isn't losing her like freedom of choice, her free will. It's just that her desires are to like willfully submit to her husband, knowing that her husband's desires are for the good of both of them.
Right, but also a groom, but it's also a bride, especially in those times, wouldn't choose her husband necessarily.
I don't know. I would even get lost. I would even get lost on this marriage thing too, because in essence, I would say in a lot of marriages, the wife does lose a lot of free will.
I don't know how we get so lost on this one thing, free will. Let me ask you guys a real simple question. Anyone who doesn't believe we have free will, how could you hold anybody morally accountable for anything?
Practicality.
What? That doesn't even make sense.
I think he's meaning in the like legalistic sense, like, it just makes sense. If we don't put them away, they're gonna keep doing bad.
It makes a whole lot of sense. Like, it makes a lot of sense. If people are bad people, we kill them, we put them in jails, we lock them up. It's
basically like you have
Wait, what do you mean bad? No, you're not getting it. You're not getting it. If there is no choice, there is no bad. Do you not get that? What are you using to determine bad or good? If you don't have a choice to make those decisions,
good and evil,
it can't be a bad or a good decision because it wasn't a decision. Do you understand that?
So hold on. I think
There's
I understand.
No decision made. It can't be a good or bad decision. How can you have a good or bad decision without the word decision there? There is no decision.
Computational irreducibility.
People just are. In your world, people just are.
Yeah.
Are you saying choice is free will? Like that in essence is that what you're saying?
Yes. Yeah, your ability to make
just the
different
fact that
choices
choice
not determined by your
free will
outside
equals
factors.
choice equals free will.
I'm not saying
free will is
your ability to make the
you
choice.
have the ability to you have the ability to
I have
use your will
an apple,
to make
a
different
peach,
choices
and a banana in front of me.
Yeah.
Okay, I got an apple, a peach, and a banana in front of me. Those are my choices. My ability to pick either one of those is my free will.
Or not at all. Right, exactly.
Easy. Have you ever played like a video game before?
Hold on.
Yeah.
No, you hold on. He's talking to me. He's asking me a question. Can I talk to him?
one quick one?
Let's hear it.
Have you ever played like a video game, like pool or something, or baseball, or Madden, or anything like that?
These are actual games.
Any game.
You
Any
mean
game.
play a video game version of pool or play
Any
baseball?
game that you've ever played in your life. Have you ever played a game?
Yeah.
Okay, so computational reducibility is the idea that when you pull the trigger in Fallout, the computer already knows where the bullet's going to go. It already knows where it's going to end, right? And the math is all done in the physics and all that stuff. So for a game like baseball, if we had some sort of computer that could analyze when I hit the ball, what speed I hit the ball, what velocity I hit the ball, what angle I hit the ball, we could predict where the ball was going to land before it does. But the universe is computationally irreducible. So what I was just talking about was computational reducibility. You can reduce some of these things down to math and numbers and things like that. But the whole universe and what's going to happen tomorrow, we can't reduce that down. But guess what? God can. God already knows what's going to happen tomorrow. So we have to act practically. What's the best decision, the best choice to make?
Thank you.
And we're going to be willed by good or evil.
Free will.
No, choice
Best
is not
choice
will.
to make.
Choice is not will.
Yeah, the fact that you're saying we choose to lock people up because of practicality is free will.
Choice
Thank
is
you.
not
And
will.
no, you can't. Do you not get that?
That's
Do
the
you not
biggest.
get
This
that?
is the biggest problem. Like, choice is not will.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Will
Your
informs
ability
choice.
to make the choice is the will. Yes.
Who's driving a truck? Somebody's driving a truck. No, will is not choice. Bottom line.
Free will doesn't mean absolutely free. This is what I was trying to explain earlier.
You make choices.
Like when
This
somebody's
is the
at a
chocolate versus
free
vanilla
throw,
argument.
when somebody
You're
gets
making
a free
the choice
all right,
thing.
this is
you're
what you
making
do when you're wrong. You just start talking loud and over my points. So go ahead, get your
No,
point
I'm
out.
sorry.
Go ahead,
I interrupted your point.
Get it out.
My point is you're making the
Get it
chocolate
out.
versus vanilla argument. That's all
Nope,
it is.
wrong.
That's all this is. It's way
Nope.
deeper than that.
Had nothing to do with chocolate or vanilla.
Choice. Go ahead. Sorry.
So when you get a free throw in basketball, it doesn't mean you're free of the physics, right? You're not free all of a sudden of the physics. You're not free of the size of the hoop, right? It just means you're free from the distractions and anybody getting in front of your shot. Free will doesn't mean that if you had a gun to your head,
call it a charge throw.
that most logically everybody's going to take the choice that saves them. This doesn't mean that we don't have free will because people want to live, right? That doesn't make any sense.
They should start
You
calling it a
saying
charge
that
throw.
we
You're
can
right.
reduce somebody to a binary choice of life or death doesn't mean we don't have free will.
Wait, say that again. The last part. Just because we can reduce
Just
somebody down
because
to
you
life and death,
can
that's
reduce somebody down to a binary choice of life or death doesn't mean free will isn't a thing. Because you used the example of a gun to the head. Do you really have free will if your only two choices is get shot in the head or jump off this cliff?
But I think a gun to the head is a father
you still
over his
do
son.
have free will. It's just it's been reduced by another human being that is exercising their free will.
The gun to the head is the father telling his son, "But you're not allowed to run in traffic." You can run in traffic. I get it. You can make the choice to run in traffic, but you were never given the free will. Like your father told you,
it's not
if
just
you
life
do
or
that,
death; it's eternal life or death.
you're gonna die. It's the end. You can't do that. So what is the freedom here? There's no freedom. It sounds very liberal. It sounds very.
You're not free. We don't have free will because you can't run in the traffic without dying. Okay, that is.
If
Wow.
you tell your child not to run into traffic, dang Salem's lot, and your kid runs into traffic and gets hit by a semi, I didn't give my kid free will to run into traffic. The world.
No, your kid
He
just
had-
acted
yeah,
on
yeah,
it.
he
You
could
realize
run
that
out
that's
there,
not what
but-
is meant by free will, right?
So what? So did he make that decision when he was a child? And when do we get free will? Is it
Oh, I
when we're
didn't even
18
notice
or
Justin
when we're?
back
Is there an age of
hope
consent
you
for
weren't
free
sitting
will?
back there long.
When does this free will thing activate?
No, that's okay.
You're-
I was just
if you
listening.
notice,
Nice to
hold
see you all. No, hold on. You're. Oh, sorry, Jess. I'm not trying to over talk you.
No, that's okay.
So what you just asked is if you've noticed your child has a more difficult like it's more difficult for them to make choices, right? They're more impulsive, they're more like an animal. As they get older and they get to the age
I don't
of
believe that. I think kids are closer to God.
Yeah,
dude, I'm saying in this specific the specific sense, they're closer to an animal because they're impulsive. They don't have a strong willpower yet. Once they get older, they have a stronger willpower. At that point, they're more culpable for their actions. So the reason why is because they had the willpower, enough to make a choice other than the choice they would have done impulsively.
What age did they get that?
It depends on what culture you're going with. In Jewish culture, it was like age 14, right?
Damn, that's like I need to write that down. Easy. We're debating free will. Easy. Let's go. I gotta go.
Hey, you do realize though by putting an age on free will, that does make free will then an abstract thing, and that's not necessarily good for trying to prove anything because it's, you know what I'm saying, it's not innate to our
Would you
nature.
say that a child has
I don't know
equal free will to an adult?
I don't know.
Like not free will, sorry, not free will, willpower.
No, you're actually right. No, Farney, you were actually right.
Oh, actually, free will is.
I don't know what Mosman was going into, but the fact that you have more free will now than you did when you were a baby, that is a proof in itself of free will.
True.
The fact that I can stop you from being able to do something, the fact that some people have more of it than others is what proves it in itself.
Well, that
and we also look at that as if like say a person got a brain injury and they did something because of the fact that they had less ability to enact their will, right, to make the choices. God's going to take that into account, right?
Well, but that's what JS would use he's used as an example for why we don't have free will, is that your faculties are limited by conditions like mental, or whatever. But
no, we just make not your choices as you get like what Farney, don't get away from that. What you were saying though, because you're a kid, right? It's not that you don't have free will, right? Just because like we don't have the prefrontal cortex to make good long-term decisions doesn't mean we can't make decisions and also make decisions for reasons, right? Like for future reasons, not reasons that you're in at the moment, right? The fact that we're human beings and we can weigh out potential futures, that is the fact that in itself is what free will comes from.
Because I'm telling you,
and that starts around like age 2-ish, perhaps. Sometimes a little later, sometimes a little older.
That punches his brother for candy. That is a free will choice he's doing.
Yes, but far less culpable than an 18-year-old that punches his brother to steal his wallet.
Right, because there's an accountability with the acknowledgement of what that will is. However,
well, it's also the ability to make a different choice. You have more willpower at 18 than you do at a 2-year-old, right? At a 2-year-old, you're very close to being an infant. When you're an
wouldn't
infant,
all
you have
2-year-olds react like that? Like some 2-year-olds will hit,
basically.
Some 2-year-olds will cry, some 2-year-olds will scream, some 2-year-olds will just be like, whatever.
Have a little bit more willpower.
It was like a wired thing.
But if you notice,
wouldn't we have way more similarities rather than differences?
If you notice, though, their free will is often used to do bad things, or what you would call it instinctual. I would say it's more for sin, but that's because I believe.
Why would you freely will yourself to do something bad?
You don't believe someone would freely choose
another
something
one
bad?
Up.
You don't understand.
All right, who's gonna run the after party here? Because I'm gonna be wrapping up shortly. James, you are.
All right. On it, yeah.
So you would will yourself to do something bad if you're in one of those no-win scenarios where there's two evil choices that you can make, and you need to make the one lesser one. Because it is the best thing you can do in that situation. You don't want to do that lesser evil, but you know that it is the only option that you have.
Are you speaking as someone that's a saved Christian, or are you speaking as somebody in general?
I would say as a saved Christian, because like,
okay, all right,
you know what I mean? Like,
here's a real quick one.
But I'm not making salvific claims about myself, but I'm saying as somebody that is a you know, like a Christian that's
right. But
these are hypothetical scenarios, right?
Let's just go at this from a secular, from a non-religious, non-anything point of view, purely scientific. JS, when you went pee just now, did you shake it?
Just twice.
Why? Why did you shake it? Why? No, wait. Why did you shake it? Why did you shake it? Because you chose to?
I want to flick the drips off.
Ah, that was your will. You were imposing your will on the world around you. Congratulations, you have free will. Move on.
I wanted to do something.
That was your will.
I've been trained throughout my experiences and throughout my life to do it that way, so that's the way I do it. Do you think, Cleaner?
So that was
you're changing your answer now.
Cleaner,
you said you wanted to.
Do you think there's a world where I didn't flick it twice?
I don't know. I'm not in that world. I'm in this one where I asked you if you flicked it or not, and you said yes
so
because
if
I wanted
there's only one
to.
possible way that things could have happened, where's my free will, Cleaner?
That's the way that you did it.
There, though.
No, but do you
that's
think
the way that you wanted to do it, so you did it that way.
But do you think there's a possible timeline where I
like
didn't
that.
do? I only did it once, and that led
Okay,
to
you just chose once.
the destruction of China in 3 years through a nuclear winter that happens because I didn't flick it, so a fly didn't land on it, so a thing didn't happen.
Okay, you flicked it once. It was.
No, I think what you mean to say is if you didn't flick it 3 times,
chose.
Shamu parts.
Easy.
When we talk on constructed reality,
is there a world where I did it differently?
When we talk on constructed reality and on objective reality, both, we speak on the reality we're in. We don't speak on other reality, even if you believe or don't believe in parallel worlds, universe. It doesn't matter, okay?
Marvel universe.
But what's going on right now? I'm not talking about the multiverse. They took that from science. So
I know.
What we're talking about
actually,
right now
science made that up to deal with the
we're
fine-tuning argument. The multiverse was made up to deal with fine-tuning.
What we're talking about is the world we're in. Okay, if you
don't
shook it
mind,
twice
could you
because you
share
wanted
my screen
to,
when you have
then
a
that
moment?
means that you impose your free will in this universe. Maybe in another
Now
universe you
you're
don't
making
have
up
free
a
will. I don't know.
multiverse to deal
But
with
this
free
one,
will.
no, that's
Why
what
you guys
were
always want to
implying.
make up multiverses?
That's what you were implying.
So look, JS, yes, here you are, right?
What is this?
You have your will, your ability to make choices. You can have sex with the opposite sex before marriage. You can wait until married to have sex with them.
Wait,
spelled that
no,
wrong.
it says wait until married to them to have sex.
I know. I was half listening and half typing. This one is to wait till married to have sex.
No, wait till you're married to them to have sex. That makes sense.
It makes sense.
Wait until married.
Oh,
to
I
them
did write
to
it
have-
right. Thank you. You
It makes
guys are
sense.
awesome.
You guys are just too sleepy
And
to
then,
understand.
To
You
have
guys are all
sex.
tired.
And then yes, and then your third choice here, and obviously you have a whole load of choices, but I'm making it easy here. Do neither. Okay.
Right. But do neither
Which of
would
these would be in
essentially
line
doing
with God's will?
one of them.
Which of these would be in line with God's will, and which of these would not be in line with God's will? Tell me.
Well, wait a minute. You can't even ask him that.
Hey,
He believes that someone that-
I say, hey.
Yeah, no, Farney, you can't ask
He
him that.
believes
because he
having
believes
sex
that
outside of
somebody-
marriage is in line with God's will.
No,
Wait,
he
what was that?
believes that somebody who goes through addiction and then gets out, they didn't get out because of free will, and they didn't even get into the addiction from free will. God did that. God made them addicted to drugs.
No, come on.
Fuck
Like-
their lives
like-
up.
No,
all right, here.
No, that's a straw man.
Oh, Farney.
Pull it back up. Pull it back up. Let's
That's
make
not
him
a straw
have
man.
him make this
That is
stupid.
his
You
logic,
said,
bro.
you
I
said,
said
was his
when-
that's
logic,
God's
Farney.
plan.
That's not a straw
No,
man
it
at
was
all.
Satan.
God's
was
plan.
I
like
took a
the
long
judge
time to
found,
draw
bro.
this paint easy.
It was my daddy
It happened up a
Satan's
little
will that I was living in sin. It wasn't
Well,
God's
either
will.
if okay, but if you say there's two different wills, that means there's a choice to make, which means you have the free will to make either
Right,
the
right.
choice for
I've agreed
Satan
with that.
or
Keep
the
going to
choice for
choice.
God. Well,
Keep
that
going
means
to
there's
choice. I
a
agree.
free
We have a
will.
choice to make. I
Well,
agree with
that's
that.
the free
How
will.
you believe in free will? Earlier, you didn't believe in free will, JS. Now you believe in free will.
I know, but I'm good, James. I'm really good at it.
Yeah, you can
I'm
convince
that
anyone to
good.
believe in anything.
You know what I'm saying?
So many
I
people
change people's minds in argument. People say debates don't change people's minds. I do. All right.
So JS,
you can make them believe you believe in flat
can
Earth.
we pull this up one last time?
Should we
I have
really
it all
take
ready. It'll be
someone
nice
serious
and quick.
about free will if they don't
Easy.
believe in broken bones? I mean, that's
what.
Could you pull it up one more time just for JS to see here? Okay, so JS, this is the devil's choice that you would be aligning with your father, the devil. These two choices you get to choose between to align with your father in heaven.
But I could freely will myself.
Why
to
are
do
we
the
calling
number
the
A,
devil
right?
father? I'm so fucking confused.
Because it says your father, your sons of the devil.
I could
I
freely
feel
will
I just
myself
got
to do
onto
the
a
first
little
one,
Nas
right?
X fucking music video and everyone's talking about their fucking daddy Satan. Like, what
well,
are we
and
doing
that's because
here, guys?
JS believes
Why
you
Don't
have
call him that.
two agencies. So you're either doing the will of the
could say
devil.
Use your free will to never call Satan daddy again. All right.
I don't.
Oh my gosh.
That's a good point. Never call Satan daddy.
He's just other people's daddies now.
Satan's
I don't think I can explain it any clearer than that, though. Because you still see there's a multitude of choice there, because you're saying that there's like no choice made by you. And you're like just this mindless automaton. But I just showed you two choices that you can make. And guess what? God would be cool with both of them. So you'd still be doing the will of your father.
But I picked option A.
In heaven.
I really willed myself to pick option
Oh, fuck
A.
off.
So whose will was I serving with that?
The devil, obviously, because God wouldn't want you to willfully sin, dumbass.
No, you just made my point. Thanks, buddy.
What?
You're serving I said, whose will are you serving with that? You said the devil. You're serving the devil.
That is so, dude. We need somebody to lay on hands on you, man. That's like something going on there, man.
He got you on that one.
Wild.
That was clever,
You're
JS.
demonic
I'll give you
today.
credit. That was clever. Way
He made the point that I was making.
You are demonic.
I made the
JS.
point you were making. If you make the first one, you were willfully sinning. You're not supposed to be willfully sinning.
I said,
James.
whose will am I serving if I pick option A? And
James, get a live started up so I can
I'm working
you
on
guys
it.
over
Hey,
to
Speakeasy,
that one.
thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem, man. Thanks for coming.
Like you can then use your will to be sorrowful and repent
I don't have a will.
of that action thereafter to
You have
prevent
no
future
will.
actions of it there later.
I know you think you're God, bro, but I don't have a will. I
He's
guess
not-
you have a
he
will.
does not
Yo,
think he's
come on!
God.
With how careful I've been with my descriptions, I never once made
No,
that
this
claim.
is the fatal flaw that is free will. I think it's
I'm saving this. I'm gonna call this the JS will argument.
Yes, call us the JS.
what is it that you're
Not
not in
free will
control. God
argument.
is in control. You either serve your father God or you serve your father Satan.
So if you serve
Argument
your father
for
Satan,
will,
is your father
JS.
God in control then? Is he willing?
That's
and
the
now you're
JS
getting to
free
the
will.
point
JS
of being
style.
a limited
There you
atonement Calvinist. And I'm sorry, it's not biblical. It's not historic. It is nothing close.
I
to
don't know
being-
about limited atonement. I'm not putting a number limit on it.
No, that's what you're doing because when you're saying,
No,
well,
now you're
some-
adding.
No,
now you're trying to tie
no.
me into boxes. This is what
No,
you're
you're
Ready
doing.
to go whenever you are.
You
Speak
don't
on the
understand.
live
I don't agree with
You
limited
got it.
atonement.
You got your other live ready. All right, put the link in the back so everyone's got your StreamYard link in the back.
Okay.
And also, where is this one? If you realize this, but King David was punished
Yes.
for all of that, for having all those wives, for murdering to cover up his adultery.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was punished.
And the nation suffered the consequences for his sinful behavior.
Facts.
They separated due to it because of his son.
Yeah.
Rehoboam
Yeah,
and
David can
Jeroboam
have 400
separated.
Okay,
concubines.
StreamYard's in the back chat for everybody.
Yeah, David.
Terrible
had
argument.
David had some pretty bad sons.
Yeah.
Well, and
Oh, I
yeah,
know
exactly. Like because you can't
What are you
give
talking about?
what you
Gotta
need to
wait.
each.
It was like owning a goat. No, it wasn't. He got no. He was punished for those sins. including having the multiple wives.
Well, I don't know about the multiple wives part. But
yep.
He was punished. He was punished because of where he dealt with Bathsheba, but the fact that he had multiple wives, I don't know about that
you
one.
say the
God
name?
said he could give
Say
him
that
more
name again?
wives. What?
Killed who? Would say the name?
No. What he did with I mean.
Yeah, say the name of who he killed.
No. He didn't kill no one. He had adulterous relations with Bathsheba.
If you set up a hit on somebody, that's basically killing somebody.
Yeah, and he
Yeah,
killed.
he did kill the husband. But what was the name?
True.
What was
He
the
set
name
up
of
a
the
hit on
husband or
Bathsheba's
Bathsheba?
husband. But that was another
I was
thing.
trying to hear the name he was saying.
Bathsheba.
Sorry, bro.
Say it
Sorry.
again, James.
I
That's a
thought he was
tired
saying
slip
Shiva at the end.
Oh!
I was like,
No, I
Shiva.
heard him say Bathsheba.
But that was what he got punished for, not the multiple wives part, because Elohim said, "I gave you these wives. Surely, if you wanted more, I could give you more." You know, he said that to David when he got in trouble for having adulterous relations. So it wasn't the multiple wives part that he got in trouble for. Not at all.
Well, it didn't help.
Well, he committed adultery.
The weakness for women didn't help.
Yeah.
Well, but that doesn't mean the multiple wives part he got in trouble for.
Well,
God
yeah.
could have given more wives.
But that's why technically a concubine wasn't a wife. So he did have multiple wives, which could be considered under Torah and under some of the antiquities of Israel that would have been considered okay. But the concubines.
Well, he had concubines and wives because they had the idea of having multiple wives as well and concubines.
Right.
But now, granted, the king wasn't supposed to have multiple wives under Torah. David was some odd exception to the rule of the king having multiple wives.
Because God was as hedonistic as he was, God was using that. Just like God was using drugs to bring. Yes, I thought I'd bring that back to you, brother.
Oh my goodness!
I zoned out.
I said he used his weakness for women just like to bring him to wisdom, just like how he used your drugs.
Well,
Brian, you. But that's not how it works.
No, we're supposed to take pleasure in our suffering, and we learn from our suffering, and so.
And don't forget
that
too,
is how that works throughout the
Father
history
Abraham. Father
No,
Abraham.
I'm talking about no, not the taking pleasure in your suffering. I'm talking about the part about like
all the
God
great men had to
using
suffer. And
sin
if they
to
didn't have
bring
to
you
suffer
to
and they're
hell,
great,
and
there's
not
something
giving you
fake
free
going on here.
will to choose whether or not to sin.
But you said
You have free
suffering was
will.
a human affliction
I
that
think
everybody
that's
had. So which is it, JS?
I said everybody suffers. Everybody has.
But
some
you just
sort
said
of
if you're a
and it's
great man, you're not
subjective. Like what might make you suffer. That's what I wanted to ask James earlier. Well, are we ending the stream easy or what? But
Yeah, I'm gonna wrap. I'm gonna wrap this up, and we're gonna redirect over to James because he's gonna keep the party going.
The after party.
The after party.
And I literally named it after party.
Good. And then the next one that you raid to is got to call it the after
party.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Well, I can't raid to nobody, but okay. I don't have enough subs.
You just drop. Yeah, I think you have to be at a certain threshold to raid. I forget what it is, but
I think it's
I can't do it either. You have to be like at monetization level.
Right.
Oh,
right.
so 500 subs then.
Yeah, I can't do it either.
Monetization.
Yeah, that's right. It's after you get monetized you can do it. That's right. I forget now, but that's right. All right. Yeah. James, you said you got the link in the back.
Yeah, for everybody. Yeah,
Okay, perfect. I'm gonna drop your live link in the chat. So if anyone doesn't have
You
their
sound tired
redirect,
as fuck. Go get some sleep, easy.
Yeah, I'm gonna go get some sleep. That's what I'm gonna do.
You sound so exhausted.
Well, we hit 12 hours now because we started. I started the. Oh no, not 12 hours yet. It would have been 12 hours in an hour from now. So 11 hours. 11 hours. Because the debate started around 10 p.m. It's 9 a.m. where I am. Sheesh. I mean, I just did 50 hours not long ago, so.
Yeah, that was an hour late. Me and James have been here for an hour longer.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, we were waiting patiently. I mean.
Slacker.
Almost fucked it all up. No, that was so good though. That was actually the best. All right. I'm gonna shut this down. Everyone in the chat, listen, it can be 30, it can be 1,500. Best fucking chat on YouTube, hands down. And facts, Mosman, that's the free will right there. Everyone go over to James. Shout out again to both James and JS, and thanks everybody for coming up on the after party. And I will see you motherfuckers later today. Shit. All right, guys. You guys have fun over there on James. I'll be listening.
Appreciate you, Easy. Take care, man.
Sounds good, man. Be well.
Get some sleep.
It's good stream.
Yes,
Catch you
sir.
later.
Yes, ma'am.
Cheers, Dyer. I mean, cheers, Dyer. Cheers, Urban.
Oh, you changed your background. You used to have the blue red. I like this better.
I changed it for the debate. That's why I'm always putting it back after like today and everything. But everybody's coming on in. There's Barney. What the heck? Oh,
I was gonna add myself
Barney
and I removed
can let
myself.
himself up.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not gonna stay too long because yeah, I can explain over here. I don't know if Eyes Wide Shut is over here. We'll wait a little bit for everybody to trickle into the panel and up. Sounds good, eh, James? Yeah. We'll wait for a little bit just for everybody to trickle over and
yeah, I think they're pretty trickled over. We got 31 viewers.
Yeah.
I think they're pretty trickled over.
Just a heads up.
Barney, hang on, Barney. Or we could say, James, you fucking won 52%, you dickhead.
You did do
48. Woo! Take that, JS.
Yeah.
That.
Fuck democracy.
I love democracy.
See, JS, I use my free will to choose to vote for you. Just so you know.
He chose his free will to vote for you.
I thought Michael Hodges was
using his free will to drive a truck so he can.
I don't know if
It's like he's flying a plane.
I would cut
He's got that headset on and stuff like that.
He's like flying a plane. He's like, yes, because you're Captain Michael Hodges.
Yeah, because James,
we are flying at low altitude today. Very low.
Okay, could you cut the camera off while you're on stream?
Yeah, you kind of have to for TOS. It kind of sucks.
Michael, because you're driving, could you cut the camera off, please?
Just saying, James.
It's awesome though. Like I wish.
I love seeing you drive, but it's just the rules.
Stupid.
You bastard.
That's crazy. How new is that? I haven't looked into this yet, but I've been hearing this, and
that's for live streaming.
But there's so many truckers who live stream while they're trucking. There's no way that they're shutting down all these trucker channels now. What like?
But that's
how
that works.
I don't know what that means, JS. He's just trying to make sure his channel doesn't get nuked. It's not
I understand, but I'm asking. I'm asking for for YouTube purposes.
He's asking if it's a new thing.
I'm on YouTube. It is a new thing. Is this and how legit is this? Does this mean that all trucker channels now all of a sudden are nuked? Like, what does this mean?
No, when you're a new channel, as soon as you start getting a bit of like traction and you start getting closer towards getting monetized, YouTube starts paying a lot of attention to what you're doing. And it makes it harder to get monetized. So yeah, if you actually want to get to monetization, you have to be a bit more careful about that. Once he's past that monetization point, he won't have to watch that kind of stuff as much. I'm in the same boat with that on my channel.
See, I took the total opposite mindset. Like,
driving.
If I'm not monetized, I'm gonna
Yeah, exactly, Black.
everything.
Yeah. So
yeah, but then you'll prevent yourself from being able to get monetized. Where if you actually waited until afterwards, YouTube, when you first start, YouTube doesn't pay attention. They don't give a fuck. Once you get to like about 300 subscribers, between 300 and 500, they start paying attention a bit more.
Yeah, so
like, I don't know. This was a while back.
I was gonna say,
you get
like,
struck a lot more. I get a lot of strikes on my channel now that I never got, or copyright claims that I never got when I first started. It's only because I'm getting closer to that.
Sorry, I had a phone call.
Okay. Yeah, so if you guys don't mind, I just want to have like a little explanation because one of the viewers was curious, like, well, why are you guys even worrying about this? Like, why are you fighting over this? Why are you picking it apart? Why are you doing all this? So I want to explain the story because I mentioned it in the end of the last chat without any context or anything. So I said, like, one of my friends ended himself due to having a similar worldview of determinism. And he gained it from an idiot named Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic. So I think it's actually extremely dangerous worldview because when you start to
hold on,
dude, am I telling a story or are you interrupting? Jeez,
I'm gotta interrupt because you're making a very like egregious claim. You're saying one
I'm
of your
not
friends
saying it.
Then you
offed
wait for him
themselves
to make the
because of
claim. I know what
Alex
you're going to say,
O'Connor.
JS.
You're dropping a name of a big atheist
Why don't you all
YouTuber.
talk one at a fucking time and actually listen to the host?
Go ahead. All right, go ahead. Well, James, what's up,
bro?
Oh no, Barney's a co-host, so he's a host.
Oh.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
I didn't know that.
When he's talking, when Farney's talking, shut the fuck up.
I didn't know.
W for you.
You know now.
You do now.
No, Farney can get fucked. Fuck Farney.
Yeah.
Don't let these people tie your arms up, James. Barney ain't no damn co-host.
Jess just took Kieran's spot because he just lost it.
Hang on.
You get down there where you belong.
Oops, he lost it again.
Button was.
Okay. So yeah, please, because it's not.
It's important. Okay.
Yeah. So the thing is I slowly had to sadly watch as my friend adopted this idea that his choices were not his choices. He had no choices. It was all predetermined. It's all determinism. And I slowly watched my friend of 20 years, 20 plus years, go from being a happy, enjoying, loving life, trying out in sports to becoming more depressed. The more he adopted this ideology, to then going from just being a casual party drinker to drinking 12 beers a day, to being on antidepressants, to start having transgender idealization, to where he started to act as this creepy like girl version and calling me sweetie and shit when I'm hanging out with him, to getting to the point where he would leave dog crap on his floor of his living room because he just didn't have the will anymore to clean it up anymore. And so I wanted to have one last go to try to help get him out of this funk. And the whole time along, I'm trying to break him out of this worldview, right? And the thing is when you're talking to a drunk, they don't even remember your conversation. So it breaks your heart even more, right? And so I was like, that's it. I'm going to go. I'm going to do one last go. Maybe it'll help to put him in a new environment, you know? So I go and I say, man, we're not hanging out today. We're just cleaning your house, man. I'm coming over early. We're going to spend over 8 hours cleaning your house. And I brought over my wet vac. I did his entire main floor. I cleaned up the dog crap. He stayed in the kitchen the whole time, but whatever. He's helping in the ways he could. I cleaned the whole main floor. I cleaned his whole top floor. He owned a big house because he made a lot of money. He made he made 6 figures. And the thing is, man, is by the end of it all, like, it wasn't enough to like get him out of that funk. and then he just drank himself to death.
Alex O'Connor is an atheist, right?
Yeah,
Pardon?
funny.
So he
What do you
died
think-
at age 36. So like, it sucks to see your friend die like that. But anyways, yeah, go ahead, man.
Sorry, funny.
So that's why I care about this topic so much. That's why it's shut and why it matters for people to understand a certain way of looking.
Yeah,
at the
that's.
world. And I'm not saying that you
mental.
specifically have it. But
Just saying, I'm funny. That's mental. Also, you aren't alone. What do you think? What was his like 36, 6 figures, cat shit? Okay, he died of cat shit. What? Why? What do you think? Like what happened?
Your toxoplasmosis? Like, what are you talking about? Something died of cat shit. I'm sorry, I totally like missed.
You were saying,
Farney,
like,
Farney,
oh my god! No, Farney.
Can I respond to what Farney was just saying about free will and Alex O'Connor and
what the F just happened?
yes.
Am I
Now-
tired or?
Yeah, JS now will tell you why his form of determinism is different than determinism.
Yes.
Oh my god! Sorry, Jess.
Alex O'Connor.
It was dog
I'm
crap.
I'm a bastard, right? I'm a fucking.
I have
bastard.
no
Okay.
idea. He threw it over my head, man. It's like, here's Karen's comment, and it's just,
You excited? Fuck. You look like you're running on empty there. Fuck. How long have you been up? You look like you've been up all fucking night.
I think 24 hours at this point.
Yeah, there you go.
Only 24 hours? Fucking gay.
James, is it okay if JS responds to
Says
him?
the old
Yes, I think
like
it's important that JS responds because
I keep trying to say that. but no one's
JS, I
listening.
just want to say as a side note,
host.
I am not like
No one's listening.
trying to speak for you. I'm just trying to speak towards the argument of determinism versus.
Yes, I understand
free
the
choice.
nihil.
God, Barney,
I
you're so
understand
diplomatic.
the
You're so diplomatic. I
determinism
love
leads
you.
to nihilism argument. I understand it, but when you look at Alex O'Connor, you don't see a guy that is gonna and see now I have to like tread carefully. I'm just gonna speak freely.
I don't give a crap. I am very
Alex
weird.
O'Connor
I
doesn't
don't
look like
care
the
if you
type
say
of
something
person
wrong.
that's gonna off himself. He looks like a successful person, a smart guy, and he's using atheistic determinism. So if somebody clings to his worldview and starts to fall into nihilism,
yep.
I hate to say it, but that's their problem because
Yep.
I embrace life when I realize that I'm not in control and God's in control. So it's a different type of determinism than Alex O'Connor's determinism. Alex O'Connor is an atheist. I believe in God. I believe in an all-knowing God, and I believe everything that happens, God already knew it was going to happen. So I love my life has greatly grown. So if we're going to go to my stories and my anecdotes, then my life has greatly grown since I realized that I'm not in control of shit. God's in control.
So don't judge, right? So you've been
right,
there,
so
right?
I'm not judging him either. I'm just saying that this guy, if he clung to Alex O'Connor's ideas of determinism, and that led him to harm himself, then that's not Alex O'Connor's fault, and that's not determinism's fault. That's nihilism's fault, and people think that there's an intrinsic tie between nihilism and determinism. Like, no,
yeah, bro. Are you saying Alex O'Connor?
Well, he brought up Alex O'Connor, and I think that's why this is like, you can't.
I know that guy. Skeptic. What's his name?
Skeptic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did he do?
He's a smart idiot.
It's a smart idiot. So are you funny, dickhead?
I actually agree.
I'm an idiot that happens to be smart.
Actually, well, actually, I disagree.
Other way
with
around,
Barney on
you know?
that. I think Alex O'Connor is going to come out as a Christian in the next 5 years, and
yeah, no shit, right? No shit.
I hope so.
He's trying really hard.
If you watch him chill alone with his buddies, where it's not like a professional stream of his, he's actually
he rejects the ones you got to reject, and he embraces. So Anne Hershey Ali, she became Christian, and but he rejects Hitchens, and Hitchens is a douchebag. Like
I think what he rejects really, what Alex O'Connor really rejects is his fucking gayness. To tell the truth.
Yeah.
He's trying really hard. He's trying really hard.
So what I would say about
But I'm saying if an atheistic form of determinism leads you to suicidality, say, then then
it's great. What a great worldview.
But that's not the. But that's because you're strawmanning. Because, like I said, all our minds are different. You're not really. You're understanding it differently. Like
No,
it's freedom to me to realize that I'm not in
you
control.
Hold on, like my feeling for you is very similar to his in this aspect, except it's a different kind of death that you're
right. I'm not an atheist determinist. I'm not a causality.
It's a different kind of death you're going down because your worldview right now is leading you to believe that God's will is for you to sin, and somehow that is good.
Yeah,
no. Satan's will is for me to sin.
You said pick option one because that's what God will. Were you joking?
So, the world's will is for me to sin.
Old mate said,
God's will is for me to be perfect.
Brother, hang on a second.
Right.
You said all minds are the same. Funny, is that true? All minds are the same?
What? No.
He said all minds are the same.
I don't say that. I would never say that. No, I've argued against that all night.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I say psychology is fake, because there is no study of the mind, because there is no the mind unless we're talking about God, and then it's not psychology.
Oh, in all fairness, in the debate, I think he said that exact opposite. I think he said that's why it can't work is because everybody's individual.
I said the opposite of that?
No.
I'm very consistent,
Kieran, hold on. JS said the exact opposite of the claim that Kieran just made in the debate. That was one of his arguments as to why the field of mental illness can't work is because everybody's mind is unique. It's different. It's not like the same, right?
I
do want to say this though, because
I'm not trying to
with the determinism aspect here.
No, I agree that was
the reality of what JS is talking about, the positions, whether he wants to use the language or not, or I don't want to fit in the box. Well, you know what? There are certain reasons why boxes are called what they are and labeled the way they are. Because
keep rising over time.
It's dogmatically a pattern of belief. But when you speak about some of the things like you do, especially when it comes to things like limited atonement or the idea of double predestination or determinism, what ends up happening is the minute you sin or you fall into a conflict of faith, your belief is then therefore you're serving a different master than God.
Right.
And so therefore, therefore you have the perseverance of the saints, which to me is probably one of the saddest doctrinal beliefs. Because
I don't know if I agree with that, but
because
I agree with what you're saying about how when you sin, you have to question why I can't ride two horses at the same time. I'm supposed to be a child of God. Why do I keep sinning? And that's the struggle. I understand that, but I don't know about perseverance of saints. But go ahead.
Well, you understand what
why can't you ride two horses at the same time? Can't you have two horses side by side?
You can, but it leads to injury. What if there's a dang rock coming up?
So are you saying, JS, that you've never heard of that term, or you don't understand what it means?
I know exactly what you're talking about, John.
You don't understand why I'm applying it to you? Is that what you're saying then? I'm trying
to understand. Two masters.
Is that what you're trying to say? You don't understand why I'm referencing that in regards to you?
I'm not saying I don't understand. I just addressed what I agree with and what I disagree with about what you said. I forgot what you just said, so I can't even.
I'm trying to understand whether or not you believe in perseverance of saints, and if you believe that, or if you don't like that terminology, I guess. Whatever my point. My point is this, though. It leads to the same thing, which is you get to a point where a lot of Calvinists / Reform / semi-Baptist.
Yeah. I kind of am pro perseverance of saints because if you fall off, then God already knew you were going to fall off, and you were
right. And so therefore, then your belief is then I was never a child of God, and therefore the gospel is not sweet to you. The gospel does not come and comfort you, and come to you and say to you,
Right. A lot of people might bounce to the gospel just like they bounce to every different thing. They just.
Oh my God! Finally, help me! Help me! What are these fucking retards talking about? Finally, help me!
We're talking about retard. You're the retard.
Is the very thing. Usually, what makes you start to question your faith and fall away is a terrible event. So, in that time of having a terrible event happen to you, you not only lose your faith, but now you believe that it was meant to happen, which is most likely going to make you even more depressed. And it's going to be even further away from the faith, as well as possibly putting you in a very dangerous territory.
Absolutely, yeah. Because if you believe
John,
that God
this is my donut problem.
Hang on, James, go on, bro.
But if you believe God is the one that deems this, surely that's going to make you think it was meant to be, and everything.
And you'll start to
get depressed and start to have issues and stuff.
Well, then you question.
I was going to say associate God with the bad event.
Associate
because
God
you think
and
that
hatred.
God meant for this to
Hatred
be.
towards God,
and then
yeah.
you'd be shaking your fist at heaven saying, why the hell did you do this?
Hang on.
Read
Just
Job. I would say go read Job.
Just let James cook. Let James cook for a moment.
If that person said, "Why did God let this thing happen?" I would say go read Job.
By the way,
that's what I'd say.
Yeah, go read Job, because Job didn't.
I'd say it's above your pay grade. Quit worrying about what
Job
deems
talked about how things happen because people chose and made choices. The devil had to choose to go to God in order to get the permission to go down to Job and put afflictions on Job. So he had to go to God for permission. He had to make a choice to go to God.
And in that story, God said, you can do it to him. Not God do it to him. You can do it to him.
You can
So
take
God's
it so
not even
far.
the one that did it.
You can take it so far.
Yes, and he put a limitation. Exactly, John.
A limitation
much love,
on it, yeah.
Much love.
Absolutely.
Exactly. That's the God I love. That is
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Yahweh. That is
because
Yahweh.
there is a spiritual
Yahweh Elohim, who
you didn't get that? So
no.
Have you read Job before, or probably right?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Little bit, but
No,
one of the best books in scripture.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Just calling his BS.
I am so undereducated. I'm going to hell.
I'm
going to hell.
So good.
But here's the thing that I worry about, because with that kind of belief of determinism, Christian determinism, and that belief of
Hey James, hang on a second. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. Do you have a link? I've got a request. Sweet Auntie wants to join your panel.
Sweet
it's just a URL.
Just link it in the back chat. Just link it at the back chat, and I'll just copy and paste it into the chat for her.
I got you, James.
Thank you.
Yeah, mama.
Thank you.
Yeah, mama.
Yeah, no problem, Jess.
Mama.
But here's the thing: is that if you believe in something like the limited atonement,
you got
or the perseverance of the saints, what you're really believing is that at some point you can lose because you never had it, right? And this becomes the thing where
hang on.
Circular logic. You're using circular logic to try to determine how
because you were a chosen elect. You were chosen to be saved. It was predetermined that you would be saved.
Right.
By the way, Kieran, you and I someday we can talk about all the Job stuff if you're into that, bro.
And that's why I
chunk out of my
the rapture. Yeah, the 144 and the rapture. Get the fuck out of here.
Because again, then what do you do with the gospel verse of John 3:16? For God so loved the world. No, not just anyone that for God foretold or God forechose. You love the world.
I know exactly what to do with that. That's the most beautiful verse ever.
Job.
My house is falling apart.
Beautiful verse ever. Yes.
So that's my thing is that you put yourself into a problem and a quandary that you don't have to put yourself in. And this is why I would agree that like 75%, 80% of Protestants have this issue because they don't have the reassurance that when they come to church and they hear their pastor say, as a called and ordained servant of the Lord, I forgive you of all of your sins in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Or if they don't get to partake in the Eucharist and they don't get to hear that, yes, they've sinned, but Christ has forgiven their sin and they can come back. And so there are trials, there are afflictions, and Job only proves.
What if there's a verse that says, "Don't confess your sins to man"?
Has affliction.
Sorry, hang on. So if I go to a prod church and the pastor goes to me, "You are forgiven," I just think, who the fuck are you?
I know that's what you're going to say. Yeah, probably.
Yeah. What if there's a verse that says, "Don't confess your sins to man," John?
No, it's not. It's not a confession of sins. Not to man. It's to God.
I know you can find me one verse that says a man can absolve you of your sins, but I can find a lot of verses that say.
Did I say that man absolves you of your sins? That's not what I believe.
Okay, well, this is possible.
I said 85% of Protestants don't believe in sacramental theology. They don't.
I don't believe a priest can absolve me of my sins. I don't believe in going into a booth.
But that's because that's what you believe is it's the power of the priest rather than it's the power of Christ, who is bestowed this calling to this person to do it for them.
Yeah, sorry, bro. So, Barney, what do you think of apostolic succession?
I think it leads credence to the authority, the likelihood of their traditions being more accurate. But I don't think it's like the trump card that a lot of ortho bros think it is.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's similar to the idea of like if we see scripture.
Why not?
Because
I can answer that
for you.
As soon as there's one snake in the lineage, the whole lineage is foul. As soon as there's, go ahead, man.
I could definitely answer that for you because I used to be a Catholic. Okay,
I am a Catholic.
It's simple for anybody behind closed doors to confess their sins to God, right? But imagine having to confess your sins to another human being that is a link between you and God.
Why not?
That's what's happening.
Yeah, why not?
So I don't even like this idea, but here's a good reason for it. If you're doing it alone, sometimes it can be harder to like evoke that emotion in you.
But
if you're like saying it to another person, it's like it becomes more real, right? Because like you don't feel like God is watching
humbling.
you, right?
No, it's humbling.
So I'm confused because what Kieran told me didn't sound anything close to what a Catholic would believe. So
go on.
Because you were kind of saying that you didn't believe in ordination.
It's because he's joking, I think.
I'm not.
I think he is.
No, I'm not.
So if you don't believe that a priest or a pastor can have the bestowing of ordination, which is considered by the Catholic Church a sacrament, how could you be a Catholic?
Oh, holy shit! Say again. I kind of missed that.
Okay,
and when John spoke, all Kieran heard was gobbledygook.
No, come on.
You said you can't believe that a man can forgive you of your sins or something to that fact, and that's exactly Catholics would believe, as close to us Lutherans do, that in ordination that Christ has bestowed that authority on that person to do it in his stead. So why would you say, well, a man can't forgive you your sins and then be a Catholic where they obviously do believe not just in any kind of like, at least, Lutherans, we have a public confession and absolution of sins, but the Catholics actually have private confession. So I don't, maybe you just disagree with that. I don't know. It just sounded.
No, I'm thinking, bring back the scapegoat where we all gather around and we grab the, once a year, we grab the goat and we put sticky notes with all the sins on the goat and drive it out to the fucking desert to die. Right? Right?
That is not how that works. They didn't put sticky notes on a goat.
Then, though, but
I'm pretty sure. No,
they did take it out to the desert, but they did not put.
No, what I'm saying is there is something about confessing your sins, right? Which is something the Catholics and the Orthos got right.
I'm not disagreeing with that. It seemed then because you were like, because then you do not believe in absolution of sins.
Sorry, say again.
Dude, can you use layman terms, bro?
I know, right?
I don't even know what absolution of sin.
Okay.
Oh wait, absolution
I'm a simple man. I'm a simple man.
Is like Jesus abolishing?
When you hear
John Mosman, we're talking about. This is John Mosman.
Yeah. John uses those big words. He forgets to break it down Barney style
That's a
for some of
simple
us.
term.
Hang on, boys. Hang on, boys.
That's a. That
Hang
was
on, boys.
Don't worry, he'll break it down for us
English.
now, and then Barney will be able to break it down in the future.
Absolution. You don't know what that means, Barney?
One
You
who
don't know what
absolves you of
absolution
your
means?
sin. Like
they absolve you of your sin.
Wait, so I was correct?
Boys, hang on, hang on.
What do you mean?
This is not even a tough concept. This is like basic.
Say it again.
So for example, in the Roman Catholic Church, you would have private confession and absolution. So you would confess your sins. The priest will say, now go do the Hail Mary and all that kind of thing. And I forgive you in the name of the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. That's absolution, right?
Yep.
So in the Lutheran Church, we don't like force private confession. I think it's a good thing to have, especially if you're struggling with some things. But we have what we call you guys call it the Mass, Orthodox call it Divine Liturgy. We in the Lutheran Church call it the Divine Service, which comes from the German Gottesdienst. But we would say there's a public, so everybody in the church confesses that they are indeed sinful and have fallen from the grace of God, and then our pastor says, "By now this my calling as in the calling of the Lord, as being a called and ordained servant of the Lord, forgive you of all of your sins in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost."
Right. So you he does group forgiveness. What the fuck?
Yes, we do. We do it as a public.
Okay, I will say there is something that's kind of beautiful about what he says, because you're supposed to be like one body as a church. So I do see some kind of beauty in that as well.
Well, here's the other reason why, and it's
but it is a little weird.
It's also because Lutherans don't have the same systemic way of how they divide sin. So like obviously with Catholics, you've heard of them, there's like the temporal sins, and then there's so
more
we don't
sins and gotcha. Yeah.
So to us, the confession is the importance of confession is that you acknowledge your sins, not that you labor about all the things you sin. That's why I say a good Lutheran pastor still will say, "Hey, what are you struggling with? Is there something you're struggling with? And how can I help you?" And he will give you absolution after that as well. But we do it as a rite within our service because we also believe that anyone that comes and confesses their sins to the Lord will receive absolution from the Lord, as promised in the gospel.
Yeah, but you see, Catholics don't go to fucking confession for fucking advice. They just go.
I know.
Well,
that's the other
another thing too about the private confession with Catholics too is, think about this: if you go like you're supposed to, and every time you go, the priest hears you say the same sin over and over, do you think he's gonna? He's gonna say, "Yeah, I absolve you of your sin"? No, he's gonna want to counsel you and be like, "Hey, let's work on you not doing the same sin over and over again."
Or withhold the Eucharist. I've heard that happening too, Mike. Where
they will
whereas
do that
Lutherans,
too.
We see the Eucharist as an actual sacrament for the forgiveness of sins, and therefore the responsibility is on our pastor to
hang on. So
make sure that those people who are coming to our church, this is why we practice in the very Orthodox Lutheran Church closed communion, just like the Orthodox and the Catholics do.
I was going to say, so Lutherans do Eucharist? What the fuck? Really?
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
We have a distinction.
Yeah.
We have a distinction that you guys don't, because we don't believe that
the Lutherans I call Catholic light.
We're 90%. We're 90% Catholic.
Lots of people do.
Same
idea.
We're Catholics without
Martin Luther didn't want to stop being a Catholic. He just thought there were certain things that they were doing that were horrible.
Yeah.
And he actually went to the Pope. He went to his his priest, and then he went to the, and then eventually he went to the Pope, and then when he realized that Pope Leo X was behind it and was using it to build St. Peter's Basilica, it was like, okay, yeah, so the Pope is a whore of Babylon. It's like, okay.
Like, I know that like everybody was, but how do you deal with Luther being a big fat fucking Semite? That's like just saying it. Many of his times, many of his times, he was anti-Semite. He was.
Oh, you said Semite. I thought you said anti.
I know.
Well, I think there's some distinctions that have to be said. I think some of the things he said later on, I wouldn't pose him that way, but I think there's a lot of things that are misunderstood, because I think he's looking at things from especially a scriptural thing, because I do believe if you think about the terminology of the Antichrist, it's anyone who denies Jesus Christ as the Savior and as God. And so who is the most prominent religion that does that? It's the Jews. So,
well, I think I was asking probably more about like the intersection between religion and culture, which is really fucking amazing, right? That's kind of interesting, right? Don't blame people for being fucking retards. Don't blame people for being racist. People are made of their time. And there's always an intersection between religion, trying to find out the truth, and also your own cultural context that you find yourself in.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what that means. I'm just gonna
started off good. You didn't finish. You got to close. ABCs always be closing.
Okay. Send me $10. There you go.
Now, Kieran, you do realize that we are also what they call, what our Protestant friends would call Paedo Baptist. You know that, right?
No, never heard of that.
It's a way that Protestants like to be derogatory towards the practice of infant baptism.
How so?
Why are they? Why is it derogatory? Why is it derogatory, or why do they have that view?
Yes.
Well, I can tell you why they have the view. They have the view because they don't believe children are guilty of sin, and so they don't believe, because Lutherans again believe in the covenant of God, and believe that the gift of the Holy Spirit comes to us in baptism, as well as saves us, which they don't like. They use so much mental gymnastics on, but a lot of it has to do with the fact that they would tell you things like an age of accountability or whatnot, which is counter what the Bible tells us.
Yeah. So you think do you think parents should not? Do you think parents should not indoctrinate their children into?
I think that parents have to raise their kids in the religion that they're in. And I've never believed in this idea that, well, I want my children to be free to decide things, because the reality is, if they don't have that structure, especially of a religion, especially of the established good Christian religion, then they're not going to have that older. They're not. It's going to be harder for them to find.
Hold on. Yeah, John and I talked about this before, and I'm pretty sure that John agreed with me on this. It's not so much indoctrination that you want to do to your children. It's teaching them and having, like, you are trying to have them learn it and believe it, but you're having them use critical thinking along the way. Because indoctrination is without critical thinking.
Right.
Yes. So you don't want that, because then they're going to grow up to be weak in apologia, and they will have no defense of the faith. They'll have shallow roots. And then the first storm that comes along goes, you believe in God? What, you believe in the spaghetti monster in the sky? Are you retarded? And then they lose their faith because they want to fit in with the peer group. But if you give them good, healthy critical thinking the whole way along, where you help them use critical thinking, then they'll be strong in the faith, and they'll have deep roots in the faith. And so when these idiots come along, they'll be like, you're the idiot. You're the one that sounds like a fool.
No, whenever somebody says that to me,
I would do both. Critical thinking and indoctrinate. Indoctrinate. Yes.
So there's different levels of understanding, kind of like how I
you,
was saying in the previous stream with the willpower. There's different levels of critical thinking. Obviously, somebody's going to be able to do at different stages of their life,
Right.
or if they are Down syndrome, they're going to have a different level of critical
Oh
thinking.
my god!
obviously.
Always to the fucking extremes.
So here's the
what's wrong with teaching a Down syndrome kid the critical thinking?
I think here's the thing that
and
Kieran's
their
trying to
abilities.
talk about, though, is that it's important, especially to bring your family to church together, to raise them in the church.
Yep. Indoctrinate. Yes. Indoctrinate your children.
No, not indoctrinate. It's called
Yes.
critical thinking skills.
Indoctrinate your children. Yes. Yes,
So
James.
they don't.
James, what's
So
indoctrinate?
they don't have blind faith. Blind faith is a bad idea. That's how people fall from the faith.
Do you think there's a right doctrine to raise your kids in?
The what?
Do you think there's a correct doctrine to raise your kids in?
Of course, teach them critical thinking skills so they can.
No, not critical. Oh my god, James,
Critical
the
thinking is some
Bible. So,
commie shit.
okay, James. Okay, James. So,
Critical thinking skills is commie. JS,
No, hang
come
on.
on. Really?
no, hang on, James. So let's
Don't go to that
say,
extreme.
yeah, James. Let's say
Jeez.
I'm a
You don't
believer.
critically think there, JS, when you developed your
Fuck the critical thinking, right?
Everybody
your
agreed
thing
with
to
me
debate
60
me,
years
your
ago.
notes. You didn't critically think about that when you debate.
It's very
when you got that
progressive of
developed and
you
debating
that
last night.
when I'm telling you that this idea of critical thinking and stuff, it's okay. Good, keep going.
Yeah, I'm going to raise my children. I'm going to.
You've made this dumb argument before, JS. Critical thinking is like a concept that dates back before even Jesus came in the flesh, you dumbass.
Yeah, so I worked out.
And here's the thing too: is that bringing kids
Oh
up
my
in the
god!
church.
Hang on! I'm saying something.
I mean, dumbass in the loving way. Sorry, man. I shouldn't be saying that.
No,
as
me
often
too.
as
No,
I
it's
do.
fine.
I mean it in like a brotherly.
Because you're wrong.
Well, fair. See, there you go. We said it to each other, Dan.
No, it's fine.
Brotherly love.
Okay, fine.
I like when you misunderstand something and you mess with words.
I'm pretty
to make
sure
something
James was
older.
trying to say something before.
Okay, very cool.
Yeah, but the idea is that you don't raise them in a like blind faith idea. You have to allow them to critically think, or else they won't be able to support their faith, like Barney was talking about. So I totally agree with what Barney was saying, and it's not commie there, JS. It's not commie.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, James, I love you, but
psychology.
holy crap, James, I love you.
Well, you don't believe in broken bones, so.
I say that jokingly, but you seriously believe in psychology.
Well, you sound very serious.
But not geology.
You say you don't believe in broken bones.
Be careful when you want to make jokes because
the pyramids. Like, come on, it sounds pretty serious.
Yeah.
Okay, James, here's a question.
Now, are you serious about psychology being false?
Yeah.
Now, James, should I raise my children in my religion, or let them work it out for themselves?
You get them to critically think about the Bible. You teach them how to critically think about it. And then if they come to the faith on their own, then they do. If they don't, then yeah, I kind of just have to let them.
Take all your thoughts into captivity to the obedience of
Fucking
Christ.
James.
Because they have free will choices. God doesn't force anyone to do anything. Because
based on
never works.
Some possible misunderstanding in the chat. When I'm saying critical thinking, I'm talking about the concept of, not the coined phrase. I'm not talking about critical theory. I'm talking about the idea that came way back with Socrates kind of error, where he said the unexamined life is not worth living. Yeah, that's critical thinking. The unexamined life is not worth living.
Jalen, your Cashapp wants to settle the bet.
I owe him. You won. I owe him $10.
He wants to.
What's up, Jalen?
Based off a poll.
We'll figure that out later, Jalen. Join James's Discord and we can DM each other about it, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll put my Discord in the chat for anybody that wants to join up.
The correct answer to Kieran's question is yes. Raise them in the church that you're in,
I agree.
With an understanding of also raising them in the home church as well, giving them Bible studies that would obviously be not counteractive to what your faith is, which is where I think is that where they don't want to hear the indoctrination.
I know, right? It's so hard because they grow up and they go, fuck this shit.
Because I was raised in the Lutheran Church, and I went to other places. I went into the Orthodox Church for a while, and again, there are still fundamentals of those things, which and again, yes, you'll have time. God will give you grace to figure the right thing out, and people who are on a long journey to, like, especially Orthodoxy, because it's a long time, man.
I don't do the whole organized religion. I don't go to church. I don't do that.
Why?
Because to me, the reason why is, well, I left Catholicism because there's somebody in the chat that said, quoted some things that, one is you should not call anybody on earth father. There is one. And I never felt comfortable calling a priest father. And then I started going to other churches, and the message was good.
Also, let no man teach you. That's authority. That's church authorities.
Yeah, and so I broke away from it because another thing I've seen too is trying to, and I know JF probably saw it too. Every single church is saying they are the one true church.
Yeah, right.
And I just don't. I don't believe that. I also believe that it's not really the journey, but more of the destination. And when I say journey, it's not the path that you choose to Christ. As long as the same destination is Christ, what does it really matter? So all these churches that say, like, go ahead.
All I was going to say is I'll give you a little pushback here, bro. Are you not making yourself the one true church in this way? Because you're believing that your path that you're taking is the correct path and these other paths are not the correct path?
I'm not saying they're not. I don't discourage anybody to go to any church. It's just not.
Fair enough. Just a bit of pushback. Just a bit.
But if you align your will with God, then isn't that just the true way anyway, Farney?
Yeah, I'm not currently affiliated with a church, so it's pretty hypocritical for me to go too hard on the whole church thing. But I do think it's not good. I do think it's not good for me to be in a church with fellow believers. In addition to the fact that I think the whole reason that Jesus had 12 disciples is so that he could set up churches where they can help with understanding, learning, the sacraments, these good healthy practices, gatherings, and as well as be one with your believers, be in the presence of worshipers and sing with them. Singing with others holy songs is a sign of the Spirit. So there is good things about church that you're missing out on. Doesn't mean that you won't be saved. Probably not. Right. It's not like the defining factor, but you might be hurt in that sanctification process that I was talking about in the previous stream.
Possibly, but my biggest problem with churches is, to me, churches are a big echo chamber, and I've seen too, because I live in a small town. I've seen a lot of people that went to my church that I went to for a while, and they would profess their name with his lips, but then once they went out into the world, they definitely denied by their lifestyle. And I was like, I was like, man.
Sorry, kid. My phone is going fucking mental. You all sound like robots. I'm gonna My phone
drop down, come back up.
Oh shit! What the Terminator is this? Okay,
Drop
I'm
down.
going to go. I'm going
Come back up.
Kieran, how are you, Kieran?
Oh, it's gone crazy. Okay, see you, boys. Love you. I'll talk to you soon. I'll be listening.
See you, bro.
Yeah, sure. Love you, bro.
Yeah,
I'll be with you, man.
Good night. Love you. Bye.
Night.
Yeah.
Night.
And there's some church communities that are great to go to, especially when you have, you've never been to a potluck until you've been to a Lutheran potluck, where a good one will have beer and brats and.
Ooh. So y'all are okay with drinking?
That sounds like a German potluck.
But y'all are okay with drinking?
Yeah, well, that's where the Lutheran Church came out of. It's Germany.
Yeah, JF, Germany, duh. Luther was a German.
That's a joke, James.
But yeah, so y'all are okay with drinking though, John, in the Lutheran Church?
Of course, why wouldn't you? You don't want to abuse it, but I mean.
Well, I didn't know.
Catholics are
A
too.
lot of Protestant churches do not like drinking.
No,
It's like almost a sin.
No, I mean Lutherans love their beer. I mean, they do love their beer. So, I mean, there's people who come from other churches that aren't used to that, and so it's like, like they're kind of like. That's why I always say that joke. The old joke, which is
the lazy Christians.
There's a joke which is a Lutheran will drink, swear, and smoke, and a Baptist will rebuke him for all of those things.
Wow.
And yeah. But yeah, there is kind of that lazy. There's an aspect of laziness. I would say it's more not so much laziness. There's kind of like that. So if legalism is on one regard, right, and hopefully if you need me to define what legalism is from my point of view, I can. But if legalism is on one side, the antinomianism is on the other extreme. And by antinomianism, I mean extreme grace, right? So it's like the idea of I can just continue to do whatever the heck I want to do because I'm saved by grace, right? And it's a belief that has been spurred on by extremely liberal Lutherans. In fact, one of the biggest proponents of that is a guy by the name of Gerhard Ford, and he's a different kind of Lutheran. He's a liberal Lutheran in the very sense because he was ELCA, and those are not the good Lutherans because those are the ones that have gays and women pastors. So
that's the Lutheran church nearby. They have a woman pastor.
Yeah, you don't want to go to that type of Lutheran church.
One.
You don't want to go to that kind of Lutheran church, no.
But
that's why I actually make the joke that
another one.
The ELCA actually means Evangelical Liberal Church of America. So,
yeah. But there's another one I found nearby that might be okay. I gotta check it out online and see what's up.
Just go and check it out. Who cares if it's some? You have discernment. I'll go down to the dang Black Seventh-day Adventist church and just hang out. Like, just go check it out.
I don't think they have one of those, JS. Now they have a Hispanic Seventh-day Adventist church, but not a Black Adventist church. I never heard of a Black Adventist church, but I've heard of the Hispanic Adventist church.
Sweater, I will agree that Greek potlucks or like the Greek festivals are pretty cool. So, but I am partial to my beer and Polish beer, sausage, bratwurst, and German potato salad. I love German potato salad.
Sounds delish.
And sauerkraut, of course. I love my sauerkraut.
Sounds delish. Sauerkraut. Sound like a German
sauerkraut
test.
is very good for you. Fermented things are often very good for you.
I don't know.
Sounds like Oktoberfest.
Yep. Yeah.
I never miss a Baptist catfish fry though. Those are good.
Well, October is
sounds good. I've never had it before.
It's a sacred month for Lutherans because at the beginning of the month you get Oktoberfest, and at the end you have Reformation Day, which is always like.
Damn, that's a crazy word.
Scientific, and then Callie,
A-L-L-Y, or is
and
it
then
just
Callie.
L-Y?
A-L-L-Y.
L-L-Y.
L-L-Y.
A-L-Y? L-L-Y?
Two
A-A-L-L-Y?
Two L's.
A-A-L-L-I-E-Y.
Scientific Cali with 2 L's?
Yeah, with an I.
No, there's
And
no
an E.
I. Stop it, you blackout.
Hey, Fredo. Welcome in, Fredo. If you want to come on up, feel free to. I should have said, if you want to come on up Elder Line, feel free to as well. Anyone that wants to come up, feel free. We got a few slots open.
Yeah, who's
I
this
just have to
person in
bet
my
you if I don't
chat?
know
How
you.
do I get your StreamYard chat? Who's this person in my chat that's trying to like roast me?
Who?
I don't know.
I don't know who's in your chat.
I don't know. I can't see.
All I can think is I
Well,
don't know.
I don't know. I ain't never seen a Greek fest there sweater, but I'll take your word on it.
I believe
I would imagine lots of
Yeah,
olives.
a lot of
feta
what
cheese
John says and what you're saying.
A lot of spicy
John,
food.
Where that you're coming from, I relate a lot with because a lot of my base was Lutheran church as well.
Hold on, say that again, King, because I couldn't hear you, bud.
A lot of where you're coming from and the way that you're setting up things is I can kind of relate to and understand more so because I have a basis in Lutheran as well. Like that's where before I kind of strayed away. That's where I grew up from, was the Lutheran church.
Yeah, and I think you said you were an ELCM or LCMS, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, James, if you ever go to a Lutheran church, I would recommend, unless they have an Eldora church, which are very few of them, there's like 10 of them, I think, which Eldora means Evangelical Lutheran Diocese of North America, or Eldona, or something like that. Your best bet is always going to be an LCMS church because even though the Wells, so LCMS is Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, and then Wells is Wisconsin Lutheran Synod. Wells are pretty conservative about what they do on certain things, but they're very low view about how ordination is. So it's in that regard, it's kind of more like your typical like low Lutheran church type of thing. They still have many doctrinal beliefs, but it won't have like the similar high church feel that you would get in a traditional LCMS church.
Well, I hope I could. I think one that would be interesting to me would be one that does a lot of sermon, like talks a lot out of the Bible, and granted, I also would want one that teaches like about the language and goes in depth about it. Wasn't just
Yeah, your best bet's in LCMS because all of our pastors, when they go through seminary, the two seminaries, they have to actually, part of their Master Divinity program, they have to have at least a certain, I think it's like almost 2 years of biblical languages of Hebrew, Greek.
He's mixing like two things. Like, so the sermon and the homily, you're going to get more of that from like a Protestant, like a Baptist type church where the preacher gets up in the pulpit and he talks to the people. And then, but if you're looking for language and history, then you're going to get more of that in a more Orthodox style church.
I would agree to disagree with that.
I don't know. It seems like from my experience with going to Orthodox,
I haven't been to a Lutheran
getting
church,
a lot
so I don't know, John. Maybe you're saying that there's like a middle between.
Well, I'm saying this belief that we have, this belief in North America that somehow the Orthodox is a high representation of high intellectual, historical scholasticism is just, it's a misnomer with what the majority of the church is.
With all the liturgy and not a lot of going in depth on the words and the language.
So the reality is, like a homily will be like a 15-minute thing, and it's usually kind of like a saying that will that maybe the priest is prepared that will talk about something. Whereas like an LCMS church, if they're a good pastor, it doesn't mean you won't always get a good pastor, but if they're a good pastor, they'll usually do they'll usually do like a 20-minute to 25-minute sermon, and it's usually going to be on the lectionary, which is whatever the verses of the day are. So they'll actually speak on the verses that are being read out.
And go like in depth on it. Right?
Well, not like Church of Christ, not like Church of Christ or Calvary Bible Church. Like Calvary Bible, basically their idea of a church service is just Bible study. So it's not like that, but it is more. It's more. There's more theology and scriptural studying in a Lutheran sermon than you do usually have in a homily. Of Catholic or Orthodox. I've heard homilies in both. That's just been my experience. I can't say that there isn't a great Orthodox priest out there that doesn't have a great in-depth thing for their homilies.
James, no, fuck that guy. What the fuck?
Well, I think usually when they go in depth as far as Orthodoxy, you got to go like Orthodox ethos from the internet, and not the like. I've never seen an actual church go in depth, or I should say a monastery, because I mostly have experience with a monastery when it comes to Orthodoxy. I've only been to 2 different churches on 2 different services as far as Orthodoxy, but
and you're not going to probably get the best homilies in a monastery or whatever they call it.
Really, bro? Really? Why not?
Because that's not what it's geared for. Because of given the fact that it's a monastery, it's going to be something that's done on a daily basis type of thing. Whereas if you go to like an actual parish, they're probably going to give you something.
An actual parish? What the fuck is it? An actual parish?
You know what I mean?
He's right. There's a difference between the monastery and the parish. He is right. There's a huge difference because the dress code is different, and there's a huge difference.
What I'm saying is because of the way a monastery tends to be focused on isn't stuff that would be like good stuff for like a whole week, because they have such a daily practice on a lot of other things. So
like prayer and then doing all the things they got to do around the monastery to keep it running, and then constant interceding probably for people and some sort of a prayer.
Well, I'm just saying the whole idea of monastic lifestyle is so penetrated in daily absorbance that whereas a church where you go to like a weekly service, you're going to probably get more where it's not
bullshit, bro.
Okay,
bullshit.
Well, Kieran, I have to agree with John that you're going to get a lot more in-depthness actual parish.
Yeah,
okay.
So fuck
it's on you. It's on you, bro. But bullshit, but
well, he's talking about a parish and Orthodoxy, but
the parish thing. This guy. No, seriously.
What?
You realize parish is like an Orthodox church, right, Kieran?
A parish is just another word for the local church. I mean, that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Right. So, no, I'm good. All
right.
I think he's been drinking a little too much.
Kieran, you've been drinking, bud.
I gotta hop up here real quick. I'll come back, James. I gotta fuel up this truck.
All right, no problem.
I'll back up.
You got work.
All right.
Will that be against the TOS if we showed him fueling the truck, or is it just driving the truck?
I believe specifically. Specifically, it says driving. In TOS, it outlines driving while on live.
So probably
you can probably fuel the truck and show
if it's a video and it's retroactively nothing bad happened, then it's probably okay. But streaming,
right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Probably because they don't want to see an accident or something.
Yeah,
exactly. Because that's exactly what
I
happened.
don't think they want to be.
That's the same reason why they don't want you to hold up a firearm on a live stream.
Bad videos of people that are streaming.
From my understanding, that's exactly what happened. They had people that were streaming while on the road. A couple accidents happened, and now YouTube is liable because they're being summoned to court as evidence, So it's like, what the hell? It's like, well, now you're providing a platform for people to do a dangerous activity.
I'm not driving though.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But I wonder how many of those are like people.
So the AI analyzes the motion in the window. How does it even know? What the?
I have no clue.
AI is weird.
Don't ask me. Don't ask me how they write that crap. But that's my understanding of something that was supposedly
He's
by
parked
word.
AI. He's not driving. Notice the gas pumps are not
look
moving.
at that. I took my seatbelt off. I am dangerous. I drive fast and take chances.
But I wonder too, because of how many people have complained, because I don't know if you guys are familiar with a First Amendment auditor by the name of Chile de Castro.
No, don't know him.
But he is a very obnoxious guy, and he would stream while he was driving, and people like, you're breaking the law. You're streaming breaking the law, it's like
right, yeah.
No. So yeah, I have to get off here because I have to use my card app. Yeah, it has to authorize my card because my company had to
What's the number?
thousands of dollars of card number is 222 too good for you. Also, it's 444.
Smart ass.
Can I get the numbers off the back? What's the three numbers on
and the CVV number on the back?
The number on the back is 44. Forget it.
Yeah, that's a smart ass.
That's
there you go. All right. Well, I'll be back as soon as I get done fueling.
All right.
See you later, brother.
All right.
See you later.
What the heck is going on?
Oh yeah, James. Oh yeah, you dropped it for Elder. Okay, I was gonna say you finally made it up.
Yeah, Elder's here. Yep.
Yeah, I had to go to JS's channel to get the link.
Yeah, I tried telling you to drop the link a while back. Everybody was talking, mostly Kieran.
Dude, some lady in my chat is mad at me, and I'm like, I put the link in my chat, and I'm like, I don't know if I want to bring this to James.
I want to know what she's mad at, by the way. My curiosity is so piqued, man.
I don't know, but I'm an idiot because I think men could have lived 1,000 years, bro. I'll destroy you.
I forgot. I didn't do that.
Men definitely lived 1,000 years at one point.
Because I dropped only the donation link, because I dropped the link. I don't know.
Every culture had a goal.
Well, at least one man did.
Well, actually, Methuselah didn't even make it to 1,000.
Let me drop it again.
949. So I don't know if there's any millennials, true millennial. Like a centennial would be 100-year-old. I don't think.
I think that wasn't Adam 960 or.
You know who I think that is? I think that's actually somebody trolling you that JS.
I know, probably.
And his name.
But I like to play with the trolls. I like to not just pretend that everybody is just a troll that I know.
It's a new follower.
Yeah. Let me embrace the AI bots. Let me pretend that they're real.
Fanboys.
It's like having an AI girlfriend.
Fanboys.
I want to at least lie to myself for a little bit. Let the fantasy.
Oh my god! What the? What? Like, oh my god!
What the hell is going on in your chat, JS? What the fuck?
I don't know.
Elder Lion, how's
No
it going?
telling. No telling.
Hey, man.
Yo, Elder Lion, you're pretty good on EO stuff, right?
Do what?
You're pretty good on Eastern Orthodox stuff, right?
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Well, you're done catechumen, right?
That's great.
Do what?
You're done catechumen, right?
No.
Oh, I was gonna get your thought. You seem like you are. That's how good I think you are, right, man. So I was just gonna ask you from an Eastern Orthodox view if I was saying anything that was sounding horrible today. So
I mean, to be honest, I've been up for almost 24 hours. I can't even barely remember what was said.
Well, I think if that's a good thing, because I think if I said something like outrageous, you would have been like, ding, 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 gotta remember that. Like, that was horrible. So, at the very least, I didn't do something that egregious. is my hopes. Maybe I'm lying to myself.
Oh, funny. Relax, bro. Relax.
No, man. No, man. I try to take it very seriously. I don't want to. I look at when I'm like trying to explain concepts, I'm kind of in a like teaching role. And so, like, if I teach something incorrectly to somebody, I could really damage their kind of like walk and all that, you know?
Yeah, and that's taken very seriously biblically. Paul really gets people on that one. That's why
You're all
very serious
damaging
when
my
I talk
walk.
about
There you
religious
go.
stuff. And I say that I'm not an authority.
You're damaging my walk.
I think I would like to think that I've done more good than bad as far as my teaching goes. So,
can I ask you a question, Barney, that I wanted to ask you, and I just haven't been able to yet? But how do you believe? Do you accept like the Eastern Orthodox view of sanctification or justification, or what's your view on justification, or how you get justification? How's that come to you? How does that happen? Since you believe in free will.
Yeah, you're talking about like the idea of like the belief and acceptance of the death, burial. Oh my gosh, I'm way too tired. The crucifixion, the death, the 3 days resurrection, that Christ paid for your sins.
Well, how do you believe you're saved?
And to represent. To show that you're saved, you would have faith, and to demonstrate that you would do it by your works.
Okay, so by how do you get faith? What's the catalyst for faith?
Based off the evidence, like the fact that you believe it to be true, like that the trustworthiness of God that you believe in, you know.
So do you think that works are a prerequisite of faith?
Oh boy.
No, not in the sense where like you are required to do works in order to like earn salvation, but it's the works are a representation of your like gratitude and how you trust.
They're the fruit of your faith, correct? You would agree.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
So the question I'm asking you then is, do you believe you have to choose God, or did God chose you?
Oh, I 100% that I have to choose. I have to choose.
Okay.
It's offered to me, and it's a choice I make to accept or to deny that offer.
So God does nothing then to make that help you with that agency or that choice?
Bullshit. Bullshit.
You save all the powerful questions for when it's late.
Well, we can do it another time.
No,
I just wanted to
good,
see if you were consistent to what your thoughts on free will are. I thought you would be, but
it feels like I'm doing a pop quiz here.
No, I just like to ask questions.
Does God help me with that? I would say, like, if He already sees my desire to, and I'm asking for Him to, like, say, help me with my disbelief, for example, then that's me willfully asking Him to help me, like, get there, right? So I don't see that as Him invading my free space kind of thing, you know?
So then is your salvation by your choice?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But I don't make I don't make the decision of whether or not I am saved in the end, kind of thing. That's up to God. I'm just letting you know that part, right? Like, I'm not, if he decides that I lied to myself and I wasn't actually a believer. What?
You make the choice, but you don't even really know if you made the right choice.
Still a choice.
Well, I just said if I'm lying to myself, like, my fruits will show to myself and others that I do believe it to be true.
So is it really?
All who call upon my name shall be saved.
Yeah. So like, but there he'll also say that there was people that cast out demons in his name and said, "Lord, Lord," and all this, right?
Right.
And it's like, I never knew you. So obviously, that's saying that it's not just as simple as calling out his name and all that, but and that's where I think the works of your the demonstrating of the faith you have, right? And that's why I said I think that the works are showing to me and to others that I actually do believe. I do actually have faith. I am trying to draw closer to God. Things like this, right? Ultimately, God knows my heart, right? Like so. Yeah.
So
now I don't believe you need to be in a church to get saved. I believe that there's like.
Yeah. So what do you make of Ephesians 2 when it says, "For it is by grace you have been saved through faith, and this is not from yourselves; it is a gift of God, not by works, so that no one can boast."
Yeah, as in, like I said, the fact that I'm not saying that my works are gaining me salvation, it's a choice to.
But you still chose to believe in God, and that
chose to believe, but that isn't a work, right? So I can't boast about making that choice.
But it's still your free will that you're choosing, so it's still something upon your agency.
Correct.
So
but you can't boast about believing. You know what I mean? Well,
some people do actually.
You can, I guess, but like it's not like a part of that, right? Like it's not a natural part that is added. It's something that you added onto that, right?
Okay. So,
as in the act of believing in and of itself is not something to boast about.
Well, it says, but it's interesting when you look at the words, because it says, "This is not from yourselves." What does that mean? Faith is not origin from yourselves. You are not the antithesis of your faith. Your faith comes to you by a gift of God, and not by works. So no one can boast.
Yeah, so I the way I would understand that is the kind of like faithfulness, like the trustworthiness of him is what that's kind of getting at.
Do you
right?
believe that
like,
you are called by God? Do you believe in any type of election?
No, I don't.
Okay. All right.
I do believe that if you're seeking, he'll help you like get to him, right? That's different, right? But like there's some people that believe that you were led before you made that choice of drawing near him, that you were led to him by the Holy Spirit, right? I don't believe in that. I believe perhaps the Holy Spirit can help you get closer, but you made that initial step towards him, right?
So then you are the arbiter of your salvation. So why did Christ die on a cross? If you can freely choose him.
I like this, John. I like this side of John. Is John playing devil's advocate here? What is John doing?
I'm being authentic to my beliefs. What are you talking about?
So,
you believe in predestination?
This is why John didn't want to go.
No, I just don't see how it follows that how I am now the arbiter of my salvation. Like, if you
chose him, right?
This,
so you have
hold on. Yeah, I'm just going for a clarification. That's all. I'm not denying
the elect are in the Nicene.
As in, I am the ultimate deciding factor of whether or not I'll like start even to be able to accept that salvation, right?
What is it? What's the exact words?
Is that what you're getting at? Did I say that really awkwardly?
Every liturgy,
you didn't say anything awkwardly.
You say the Nicene Creed in liturgy. You declare and you say, "I am one of the elect." What is that? I'd have to pull the words up. I didn't memorize it yet, but there's an elect. Yeah.
So Christ died on the cross. That was so that he would be taken.
You think Christ died for reprobates that are never going to turn for him? You think Christ died for the other guy on the cross?
Yes, he did.
Yeah, he died for them, but it's their choice
He
to
died
choose
for
whether or
the
not to
criminal that
accept
turned
that.
to him on the other side, but he didn't die for the other
Well,
guy.
he died for all.
He died for all.
He died for
that's
all.
what John 3:16 says, JS.
All of God's children.
No.
God
No.
so loved the world
No,
that he gave his
all.
only begotten Son, that whosoever shall believe
So
upon
Christ
him
died
shall
for the
not
people
perish,
that
but have everlasting life.
So Christ died
Who
for
shall
the
ever
people.
what? Believe. That's
Shall
a
believe,
choice, right?
believe.
Yeah.
There's a choice there. A choice.
I would say
Yes.
so.
Then-
Christ died for the people that are burning in hell, but then you're going to say, well, they're not actually burning in
Well,
hell because hell's
technically, he
not a
did
thing.
die for those
Because
who are
no,
the
so
old,
it's like
but
he
you
showed up to your
come up
doorstep
first
with a
before
gift, and
he
instead
came.
of accepting the gift, you turned him away.
But who makes that choice?
Yeah, true.
So he offered you the gift, you just turned it away.
So what about geographical? So what if you were born in a place where there was no Christianity, there was no Orthodoxy?
Yeah,
or
I
something?
mentioned that earlier. I believe that you can be saved through the kind of like natural kind of revelation kind of thing. It's not ideal, but you can. Right? So like for instance, like when Abraham didn't know of Christ's sacrifice and stuff, he still like demonstrated his faith in the Lord and all that, right? There was no like books written or anything at that time.
Yeah, but he knew the Father. He had a direct line to the Father. He's talking to God.
And he could have, the Father literally like showed up on his, well, not necessarily the Father, you could argue it was the Son, but God literally showed up on his doorstep. And
or you could argue it was the Spirit.
He could have, no, it would be the Son in this case. The Spirit never manifests as a man to my recollection in Scripture.
Why is all the manifestations of God the Son, but not the Spirit?
There is manifestations of the Spirit. What are you talking about?
That's what I'm saying. Well,
no, as a man, I said.
If it doesn't
as
say,
a man, I said. Is there?
If it doesn't say
Can you tell me one
specifically,
that he
how
manifests
do
as a
we
man in
decide which
Scripture?
ones are the Son and which ones are the Spirit? Or the Father? Well, does the Father ever
There are
manifest?
two manifestations of the Holy Spirit. And it's of the dove and
Adam,
of the fire.
maybe. I think the Father.
Yes, exactly. That's why I said of the man is not. And why I would argue that it would need to be the Son is because Christ is the image of the invisible God, right? So anytime that they're interacting with him as if he's a human, they are literally seeing the guy.
So do you believe
That's why I would make that argument.
Farney, that your will is influenced or inspired by the grace of God in any way, or did you believe and now you have grace?
Well, okay, so I would say that like there's so many you're influenced just by being in this world. It's just whether or not you want to like be blind to that, right? Like even the heavens declare the glory of God, right? So there's so much evidence around us, and it's whether or not you want to be closed off to that evidence. So yeah, he is making the initial move in that way, but he's not like doing it in a forceful way, right? So he's letting you know about like his energies and all that, like, but he's not like forcing it upon you. You know what I mean?
No.
Do you believe your choices, your choice to believe him is? Do you believe that's based on works of law, or do you believe it is? So I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding correctly. Do you? So
I'm trying to make sure that I'm explaining correctly.
Yeah. So what do you think of Saint Origen when he says that a man is justified by faith? The works of the law can make no contribution to this. Where there is no faith, which might justly justify the believer, there are works of the law.
Yeah.
This is the foundation of the faith.
So, boys, what do you think of prayer?
Yeah.
Prayer.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a choice of whether you want to live by the old covenant and live by all those laws to work your way, or if you want to accept God's grace of the sacrifice of his son on the cross as your way. But if you're going to be doing one, then you have to do it all. If you're going to be doing the other, it's by faith, right?
Right.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. But faith without works is dead, right?
Right.
So it's not real faith if you're not demonstrating that you have that faith. Who said that? That was in John, 1 John, I think, right?
No. Faith without works is in James 2.
Oh, my apologies. See, I got that.
James is kind of apocryphal. It's not.
I mean Jacob too.
The Gospel of James is apocryphal. The Gospel of James is not apocryphal. There's two different things. There is it's called like the epistemology and the lineage of James, and that's an apocryphal a book, but that's not the Gospel of James.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Mosby, but you're basically running me through the solas?
Well, no, not necessarily. I'm trying to understand where you're coming at with your understanding of free will, and trying to understand kind of how you position these things. Partly because, one, it shows me that you have a consistency to your beliefs, which is a good thing. I mean, it's good to be consistent to what you believe. But secondly,
let me know if the fan's loud. By the way, guys,
I don't hear
cooking food.
I don't hear it.
But
well, I'm not by the oven now.
So loud, wow.
But
you know, it's not good to bear false witness, buddy.
Yeah, dude. My take is just pray for God's will. You go, you ask God for all these things, but you know, your will be done.
Oh, well, basically, like, whenever somebody asks me, like, I have X person in the hospital, could you pray for them?
Yeah.
What I do is I'll say, like, I pray for them to get better, to get healthy, whatever the thing is, right?
I pray God.
However, and then I end the prayer with, however, let your will be done.
Yeah.
Yes.
So if you have a different plan for that person, then you
this
go
deals
ahead
with
and
the
you do
problem
that,
of
God.
evil. This deals with the problem of evil. So when somebody dies in a hospital who's your family member, and this turns people away from God and stuff, but it's like, what if that was their time? Like my dad died. Anecdote
What if
time.
there's a mercy, for example? Right?
Yeah, my dad like had cancer for 6 years, and then he died, and it's almost like a blessing. It's time to it's time to end this, and so, and that's Job, and that's the it's above our pay grade.
But it's not saying that God was the one that enacted that evil. Perhaps God facilitated the peaceful exiting, right?
Or maybe it's not evil. Maybe it's our conception of what we think is evil. We think it's evil.
Well,
when
it depends if
a child
evil is
killed.
what landed them in the hospital, right? It could have been that their choices added up to them being in there. It could have been somebody else's choices, etc. Right? Like,
now, I will say this to you, Farney. The problem I have with people who believe that you choose God and that is how you are saved, that relies completely 100% on your choice, you choosing him, is that you're taking God's will out of account and that he has grace.
Am I?
I believe, yeah. Because
he is the one that first reached out, though, like I said.
Oh, that's not what you said.
Yes, I did.
I didn't hear you say that.
I said it's like him come. No, it's okay. Like, because I maybe didn't express myself clearly. It's why I use the like kind of analogy of him showing up to your door with a free gift, right? He came to your door.
So what we're talking about here is the grace of God coming to you, right? And then, right?
And then you can choose what to do with them.
And then you can choose because God's bestowed upon you, but you can't choose before God. That's why I'm trying to make sure. Because
that's why I say God's the first mover in the scenario, but it's
okay,
not.
good.
And
Because that's what the historical churches said, and that's what a lot of church fathers would say, like Jerome.
Okay, good. So I am in line with the proper understanding.
Yeah, I think
good.
It is, yeah.
I passed the test.
In fact, I think this is one of the problems that we have in the West between the Catholics and the Lutherans is a lot of Lutherans and other Protestants are way too eager to call Catholics works righteous. Or legalistic or whatever, without understanding. And again, this is the problem. This is why when you look at the solas of how Luther put them, it is by God's grace alone, through faith, through Scripture, that we know of these things. And so you talk about these ideas of saying you can't put the cart before the horse, because if you are saying that you can just of your own free will choose to believe in God. And this is why we have to understand what free will means, because is it our will or is it his will? Our will in our default nature state is to do whatever we want to. And that's why I say, like, and Luther puts this when he's arguing with Erasmus. I don't know if you're familiar with Erasmus or not, Farney. But
not yet.
Yeah, basically it was the first fight in Reformation theology, because Erasmus and Luther were fighting over the very issue we're talking about. Because Erasmus was saying there's complete free will, and Luther's saying, wait a minute, there's a problem with this, because if we have complete free will, then what you're saying is that we completely choose God, and therefore our salvation is based on our choices, not on the grace of God. And so Luther had a problem.
It's denied that God has any
and then Calvin just took
like,
it and said, "Oh wow, man, I'm just going to take it even further and kick the ball down." And not only am I going to not talk about the election, I'm going to talk about double election, and then I'm going to talk about limited atonement, and I'm going to talk about
But Erasmus had problems.
I don't
with it too, and King James followed the church's authority and was like, "I'll cut your head off." You know?
Yeah. So look, like, I'm not one of those people that deny the Old Testament. Like, there's some believers that are like, "Oh, I'm New Testament only," and it's just dumb.
Yeah.
So you see examples of God reaching out, right?
Yeah.
What did he do? He sent his prophet Jonah to reach out to the pirates, to reach out to the Ninevites, right? That was God reaching out through Jonah, right?
And
like
Jonah's
using
will,
Jonah as a catalyst.
And Jonah's will wasn't in it, right? He in fact tried to get away.
He was actually trying.
And it took
So he
God
was using
taking a fish or a whale, however you want to use it, to force him into that choice. So you could argue that,
but he still walked through. But he still walked through the town.
Yeah,
right?
he did. Yeah.
Yeah. So what
But
he
it's
did
after
is
he had that experience of God, right? And it's the same thing with the thief on the cross.
And he was still bitter afterwards, man.
He was,
still
because he's a sinner, like all of us, right?
Yeah, exactly. He used an imperfect man for his good, right?
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
there's a flat earth person.
No way. Jonah's free will was not taken away. He told the pirates to throw him overboard.
No, there's a flat earth
reason
versus
he even
Jonah.
ended up
like
in
the
the
next
fish.
verse, it talks about the bars of the whale's stomach, and it's like, so you think there were really bars in there? It's a prison. It's a metaphor for a prison in the whale's stomach.
Well, you could also think of it like a rib cage or something, but yeah. And also the fish was to represent like the idea of death, like
it is death. It is death, because I actually I actually think with the language that Jonah uses, he's actually describing Sheol in that, because he talks about being,
exactly. Yes, I 100% agree. 100% agree.
Because he talks about being in the pit for 3 days.
Yeah, it parallels when Jesus died
and went to where? Not hell, but Sheol.
That's what I always say.
Okay.
That's what I always say.
Which no, hold on, JS, because you deny Sheol.
No, I think hell's a physical plane.
Yes, because you said when
I deny purgatory. I deny
what the hell do you think
purgatory
is?
What do you think purgatory is?
Fake. I think Sheol is hell. It's basically
no, it's not hell.
No, it's not hell. We just discussed how it's
doorstep. It's the doorstep of hell.
Abraham's bosom is in Sheol, and that's not
That's
hell.
That's the heart of the earth. That is the fiery furnace. That is the gnashing.
Bro, no.
You know, Jesus talks more about a physical hell than he does about any other thing in the New Testament. He talks more about hell.
That's to come later, man.
Hell.
Like
what
hell is to come later.
So this idea that hell is not a physical thing and that it's not a real thing.
Oh my god.
I think that's heretical.
To be a physical. No,
here we go.
Whether you want to believe it to be a physical thing or not, it is an end time thing. It is not like a now thing, bro.
Hell is a real.
That is for the day of judgment, where people will be cast into hell.
Hell, cast in the fire.
Hell is a physical realm.
The devil is not in hell right now. He is the prince of the air.
Because when we are of the earth, Satan owns dominion over the earth. And it is a real thing, and it is a constant. And this is how I can even tie reincarnation. If we can look at like Hindus and reincarnation. This is hell. This is the eternal cycle of living on this earth, living in this hell, whether it be in the
Holy
depths,
crap.
How
whether
does
it
a
be in the fiery
semi-Calvinist
furnace, whether it be in the pits,
bro.
or whether it be on the
how does a
surface.
semi-Calvinist believe that Jesus would ever?
This is
Quit
why.
trying to label.
No. JS, this is why Paul warned Timothy to stay away from all these other like false religions and stuff, because it could get you start mixing and matching.
Jesus went down
with
to
Christianity.
Sheol. He went to the heart of the earth, and it
Oh
talks
my
about
God!
it all
Shut the
throughout the.
fuck up, dude! You fucking. Oh my God! No,
Why would you
seriously.
make an argument? I'm saying hell's real.
The idea of Sheol is mirrored in the like. I don't want to quote. You can quote false things. Paul did that.
I'm
as
saying
well.
it's real on the
But
surface.
to explain
It's
an
real
idea,
in the mantle.
Sheol,
It's real in the crust.
hold on.
It's real in the core.
No, that's not correct, dude. Sheol was described in the Baal religion, and it was incorrect description because it had like Baal.
Why you say it like
being
that? Just say Baal,
in the
bro. You're white. Just say Baal. We just say
Okay,
Baal.
Baal, whatever.
You're what?
Baal.
You're
We
what?
say
You're
Baal.
what?
So
Just say Baal. I
they
know.
had in the Baal religion, right? They had instead of having the correct person in the correct place, they had Baal in that place where the one true God was supposed to be
I
in
got
that
him
place in the
questioning stuff
story.
now he's saying ball. That's funny. Got you, funny.
Well, I don't give a shit, man. Like you could call him Baal, you could call him Baal, you could call him Baal. He's a garbage god, and I don't believe in him. I don't respect him.
call him a bitch.
I agree. I concur. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't give a crap if I mispronounce his name. I could call him Lab.
You can call him
Tony,
as far as I care.
Tony,
As long as you understand who I'm referring to.
Yes.
Or what I guess.
We do know that the Hebrews tell us that there were two parts of Sheol, right?
Damn. Wasting time. Wasting fucking time.
And when Abraham,
wasting time.
Richie Man is talking to Abraham.
Yep. Sure.
He's not talking to Abraham.
Sure.
He's not. It's not. He's in.
I didn't say Baal was. I didn't say Baal was God. Okay?
I'm just destroyed your whole
Picasso
mind.
said
Mark.
like Baal is another spirit. That is not God. I never once said he was God. Anyways, sorry, John. Go ahead, man. I'm actually giving into the troll in the chat.
I just people already.
You got me, Picasso.
I'll drop down here in a few. I get going, but Sheol we know is described into two places. So there's there's like a chasm, and there's a place where the dead who are outside of God's mercy and grace exist, right? And that's where the dead who are spiritually dead are waiting. But we know Abraham's bosom, which is another thing that they called paradise in Hebrew, which is where when Jesus says, because when he tells the thief on the cross, today you'll be with me in paradise, he's not talking about heaven. He's not talking about heaven. He's talking about Abraham's bosom. And so you have to understand.
And that's the story of Lazarus, right?
How are you
like
exegeting that, John? We went through this before.
How am I exegeting that?
We just mentioned how we did.
No, I've looked into this with John.
Dang,
before,
I'm up to 191.
It's a stretch.
No, it's not.
It's a stretch.
Good morning, gentlemen. I just came to say my congratulations.
No way.
Good morning, Jalen.
I'm so mad that I've lost that much money. Barney,
you won.
Well, my bad.
You won. I keep trying to say you won. He beat JS by 3 votes.
I bet for Joshua.
He won.
You lost.
He's a dumbass. He bet with like 2 people on James, and he bet with like 2 people on me. So
because he bet.
Joshua, I bet on you.
I was pro me.
Almost makes betting
bet,
not even. There's no point to it. Like,
and you could.
If I'm betting $50 on Kabbalah and $50 on Trump, why wouldn't I just not bet?
He won.
Sorry, that was trying to join. We got 10 people on panel. I'm apologize.
Oh, I'm leaving soon. I want there's somebody named Brooklyn who really wants to talk to Joshua James. They want to send the link. I'm just letting y'all know. But I can't.
Who's Brooklyn? Do you know who Brooklyn is?
I don't know.
Brooklyn is somebody who really wants to speak with Josh, and please allow it to happen. Because
I don't know who Brooklyn is.
Jalen, did you watch? Did you watch all of this talk as well as like Easy's after party thing, or did you
I
miss a
was.
bunch?
Oh, he's
I
been listening all night.
Everybody goes through a
I was
vetting process.
paying. I paid off my debts. Then I had a lot of tequila during the debate because y'all started late, and I fell asleep.
No offense to
Okay, fair
Brooklyn.
enough.
But
So everyone goes through a
Because
vetting
there was a lot
process.
of good discussion during that after party as well as here, in my opinion. So.
Oh, there's a lot. Y'all doing a lot, but y'all should really see what's going on in the chats on JS's channel. That is. If anybody know Caldy's Cash App or Venmo, please like post that in the his channel.
Well, if you join my Discord, you can get access to Caldy to ask him for his.
They're all
Cash
on the Discord. Quit trying to settle debts on James damn.
Yeah.
That damn
They just throw debts on my Discord.
Dude, I
don't
even
know.
said reach out to be a Discord or DMs, man.
I know, and I still don't understand Discord. Like I say, I show up to insult Joshua, embarrass him, humble him, and then leave.
Yeah,
Well, I go by the Farney and James's Discord, man. So just join his Discord.
We already had 10 people.
I'll check. Let me drop out so other people can come on. But
Good,
it
get
was
out
a
of here.
nice debate. I'm gonna re-listen to it later today. Thank you for letting me down, James.
Be well, man.
Bye bye, y'all.
Bye bye, Jalen. Bye bye.
All right, later, Jalen.
I never admit defeat. I've never lost anything in my life.
You did lose. You.
What are you talking about? You lost your mind a long time ago.
That's subjective. Like, that's a bunch of people who believe in
That's
psychology.
subjective. Oh, everything's
Yeah.
subjective there. Okay.
Yeah. I don't believe in both.
Yeah, it's subjective
okay.
until
Everything is
James. That's what
subjective,
it
but
is.
everything is
Brooklyn
subjective, but
Lou,
what
may you
JS
speak.
believes.
Oh, that's Brooklyn Lou. I thought it was I thought it was a African American woman.
What?
To be honest,
do you know Brooklyn Lou though, JS?
No. What's up?
Hello, Brooklyn Lou.
He's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna pee.
I don't know. I'm being
He
safe.
looks like
He's
a
not
chill
talking.
dude. I don't know.
He is not talking.
Say hi, Brooklyn.
Hi, Brooklyn.
I don't know. I'm not vouching for this guy. He's.
Well, I don't know him either. I'm just saying he doesn't look like a troll.
In my
But,
chat,
you know,
he
you
thinks
can
I'm an
throw it off.
idiot because I think there was a time when people lived 900 years, and I don't know.
So just
I
say
think he's
hey,
anti-God.
Can you not talk, Brooklyn?
He's
Are you
friends with
muted?
Jalen.
Maybe he has the wrong device. Is his mouth moving?
No, he's not talking at all.
Well, then we're gonna have to say goodbye to you for now, Brooklyn, man. If you want to come back up and actually talk, then you're more than welcome, man.
Yeah, James, don't get trapped into some crazy shit, bud.
Yeah, if somebody's not gonna even like do the basic like gatekeeping stuff where they say hi, then like screw them, man. You don't know.
I'm not vouching for this guy.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
don't do that.
hey, Brooklyn, you're welcome to come back up, but you have to say hi and stuff.
So you can
man.
always come back if you're willing to talk. But otherwise, we can't have you. No offense. It's nothing personal, bro. Don't take it personal. Because this is just business, baby.
Business.
Just business.
So, yeah. Sorry.
No, man. You do you, James. It's your channel.
Looked like he couldn't figure out how it worked.
I had no idea. He was awful quiet. I
have no idea, man.
Mike, is he going to be like that
look
guy
like a
that
troll,
was on our
but-
channel that one time that got into what was he getting into, like hedge of protection or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, he's back. He's back. Let's see if he's going to talk this time. Or are we going to talk this time, sir?
I am talking.
Oh, we hear you.
Oh, I didn't know
that's
you was talking. I didn't see
Brooklyn.
lips
He
moving
sounds
before.
Brooklyn. I heard Brooklyn already.
I
He
am
sounds
from
Brooklyn.
I didn't hear no lips moving before.
And you know
You
what?
gonna go all Brooklyn on JS, man?
And you know what? I'm also a man.
All right.
Well, that's debatable. I can't see you right now.
And I'm happy
Oh,
to inherit this food.
We'll show him now that he's actually talking. Because I know.
Welcome
Okay,
to the
is
show,
everyone
Brooklyn.
going to talk at the same time?
No, sir. We
Oh,
can
he's
talk.
already dictated. He's our Karen replacement. He's a co-host now, man.
I want to ask a question, but it's James's channel, so I don't know.
Well, you can ask a question. Feel free.
I'll be quiet, Brooklyn.
Dude, feel free. Ask a question.
Well, because it's kind of it's an edgy question. Is it Italian or small hat?
Is everyone gonna talk over each other, or are we actually going to talk?
Well, we're just relaxed around here, man. Like, it's just a relaxed channel.
Are you going to talk, or is everyone going to talk at the same time?
Can you hear anybody?
Well, it doesn't seem like this is your space if you're going to just sit there repeating the same damn thing while nobody's talking.
I don't know if he can hear.
Hello?
He can't hear.
Do you still have JS's live stream up or something?
Yeah, we can hear you, bro.
Okay, so am I going to talk to Josh alone, or am I going to talk to a group of people?
Well, wait a minute. Why do you want to talk to Josh on my
give
live
him Josh
stream?
alone if you
want to talk to
Put us
Josh,
on the back, man. Give him
I
time.
said you could
This is
come
my
on this
live
panel.
stream.
Josh,
I want you
alone, Josh. If Josh wants to talk, he can speak for himself.
Joshy, I want you alone, Joshy. Well, look, this is not the time or the place. This is my live stream, sir. This is not Josh's. Speak to Josh either on his live stream or in private on Discord. No offense,
called me a woman. Do I look like a woman? Hello?
No, I thought you were a woman in the chat.
you were
I just
acting like
assumed
one.
you were a woman.
Oh, I was acting like one.
Yeah.
Do you want to debate
Yeah,
a subject, an actual intellectual conversation?
Well, again, this is not the time or the place.
Women do usually
Sure.
pop into a
Yeah,
panel
let's
and start
debate a
making
subject.
rules on tone
For
policing
that.
and stuff like
why
that.
don't you
Not
pick a
all women,
subject?
as you can see, Jess is behaving very
topic.
nicely. So.
Why don't you pick a subject? You can pick it.
But no, if you want me one-on-one, you got to come in my Discord when I'm doing a stream. I said that in my
we're
chat.
going to go through excuses now. I don't want to talk now. All right.
I'm just saying this is James's channel and this is James's
What is up
panel,
with the lip, man? What is up with his lip?
Why don't you just speak like a man?
Sir.
Dude. Who the fuck are you? Who the fuck is this guy?
Okay, goodbye, you fucking idiot.
Hi, I'm the host.
Dude, that was so funny, man.
Why are you challenging someone?
And you said
on my
Canada's
live
bad
stream?
for its
I want you
liberals.
out of myself, Jess. That is so.
Come up here to challenge Jess. I want you alone, Jess. Don't you run away from me, Jess. Be a man.
Not a good look, sir. Not a
Pick
good
a topic, Jess. Pick a topic.
Hey, can I speak?
Am I going to only be talking to JS or?
Put my car down at the yard.
In Harvard Yard.
Sorry, James.
Not a good look,
Sorry,
man.
James.
Not a good look. A man just
I put
comes
the
in
link.
and,
I put the
like,
link to your
asserts
panel,
himself
and then
in
I was
a
like, "Oh shit!
respectful manner,
I
man.
shouldn't have put that because he like wants to debate me." And I was like, "Well, you can come on this panel, but it's James's show, and so we're not just gonna do a one-on-one. If you want that, then you gotta come when I'm doing a stream."
Yeah,
So
go
I'm
to
like, this guy.
JS's.
Yeah.
Go to JS's. Don't be doing that on my panel. No disrespect, sir.
James,
all you gotta do is
you
come up
mean
and
a
have a
random
conversation.
stranger can't come into your stream and start dictating how you run your show? That's shocking.
That's whack,
What
James.
kind of
That's
man
whack.
are
How
you,
dare
James?
you?
Yeah.
A man
How
would
dare
submit
you?
to another random man, James.
No, sir. I don't mean no disrespect to older people. I respect the older people, but you're not gonna do that on my show.
That's right.
No.
Oh. James, you're not going to give in to the beta male? Why not?
I thought he might settle in and like join in the conversation, and then disagree
That
with
would be nice,
me when
yeah.
he disagreed with me, and
Didn't even try. Not even.
Why on
let me
earth
try
did it
engage.
even get started?
I
He was
don't
just
know.
Bergen and JS's chat.
Yeah, I just saw something in my chat and I thought it was a woman. So I think I said, "Who's this woman in my chat?" Or something.
You weren't wrong,
Dude, I even offered for him to be one-on-one on stage with you, but he kept spurging out, and so like he never got the opportunity.
Pick a topic. Pick a topic.
No, he said something about.
I don't think he could hear us for a little bit,
He
too.
said something about
That
if you're
might
an
be a
idiot.
problem too.
He said, "I usually don't debate with people, but if you think men lived 900 years, then you're an idiot, and it's easy pickings or something like that." I was like, "How do you know men didn't live 900 years? Let's go."
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Prove the negative.
There were biblical lifespans or something? Is that how this was supposed to be going?
Yeah,
I think so.
I think it's something we touched. We were talking about Methuselah and stuff for like 2 seconds, 2 hours ago, and
yeah.
Dude found something to latch onto.
And Adam
and people were quiet for the guy anyways, and he just kept on saying, "Are we gonna talk over each other?" It's like, dude, like chill the hell out, man. Like, what are you talking about, man? Nobody's talking. And also, it's like it's the stream's literally called the after party, so it's obvious that people have been up for a while. You know, like,
yeah, I'm not exactly.
Man, we missed
right
the
now.
opportunity there. We all should have started talking at the same time when he asked that.
Trump got a new dude.
Like,
Trump got
I'm
a
little
new
tired
cut.
right now. Like,
Look at Trump.
oh, okay, that's what you meant by
Yeah.
best man. Have a good one, John. Man, love you.
I don't
man.
like it, Daddy. I don't.
See you, John. Call me later.
Trump got a new
Not sure if you're saying bye to us or bye to somebody else.
See you Thursday, John. For our show on Thursday.
Jalen wants more Brooklyn up on here.
Because we're having a show on Thursday.
Shut up, Jalen.
He got back to me about having a show on Thursday.
I
So
don't
me and
like
John's gonna be, or it's on for Thursday.
Yo, James, let's make it 10 o'clock tonight, man. Based on
Yeah,
how late
we're gonna
up
need
right now.
we're gonna need some sleep, aren't we, for our show?
Yeah.
We're gonna push our show back for tonight.
No, you guys got to slide it up. Don't push it
Maybe
back.
even a little later.
8 o'clock,
it's up to you,
y'all. 8
man.
o'clock,
But just
y'all.
let me know.
7 o'clock,
Damn,
y'all.
8
7 o'clock.
Now he's trying. Now we got Blackout trying to dictate the show here, man.
Yeah, hold on, Blackout. You can't dictate my show. It's my show, not your
Hey, no,
show.
your future show. I'm just helping you plan.
No, it is my show.
He's your manager, James.
Hey, you want to say? Hey, it is my show. How you like that? It is my show. How about that?
I ain't scared.
Alright, start.
Okay. You ain't scared?
Sweater, are you in the back or something?
Nah, Sweater's not even here.
He said let me in, so I was wondering.
Link me in.
Oh, link me in. Wow,
yeah.
see?
I think he wants
Tired.
the link.
Reading
There's
that
the
wrong.
link, Sweater.
Drop the link.
I'll drop it.
Sounds good, Joe. I'll tune in for you guys Thursday talk. I don't know if you guys are doing a closed panel or what you guys are doing.
Oh, probably it's gonna be a close thing for me and John.
Yeah, that's cool, man. You can learn a lot from John. John's a good guy, man. I like
Yeah,
John a lot.
at least at first, I might open it up later. You know, kind of how
Yeah,
y'all
fair
did
enough,
with
man.
Daryl and Teriyaks when y'all was talking to John.
Good to see you too, John. God be with you.
I'm trying to line up people to be on shows. That's basically what I'm trying to do now.
Yeah, see you later, John. Call me.
Yeah, see you
Call me
later, John. Sleep well.
Call me, maybe.
God bless. God bless.
I just met you, and this is crazy, but here's my number.
Exactly.
So call me, maybe.
Is this real? Is this real? Oh, I don't like it.
What?
You know the
Trump's new haircut. Trump got a haircut too.
Oh no.
What?
He looks like Hitchens in this picture. Is this a real picture? Why is he?
The motherfucker ain't got no hair. What did he cut?
John's comment.
His fluff.
Talking King's feminine voice. Dad, JS, we need you alone.
Yeah, this slick back thing. I don't know. It looks like a slick back mullet, looking like Hitchens mixed with Joe Dirt. I don't know. I don't like it, Trump.
Oh, you saying you missed the comb over?
Yeah,
You
I
don't
like
like
that
the
better.
slick
I
back?
don't like this.
He doesn't need to look all fly, man. He's already got the job. It's his last time. He doesn't care.
Right. That's a statement.
Yeah, exactly.
The only president.
Like, all right, my buddies, let's go.
The only president in history to keep a woman out of office twice.
The two-time woman.
And it was the worst women possible.
Double
too.
woman beater.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. They couldn't have picked the worst either time. Yeah.
Well,
the first time he got
he's the
elected,
first
I even
president
told
to win
like
3
my family
times.
member,
They're gonna
like, of
impeach
course,
him.
like Hillary's awful.
Real Sweater has joined.
They're gonna impeach him for misogyny.
Sorry,
for
Michael, I
beating
talked
women.
over you a bit there, man.
Right.
Here's
You
our
know,
real
he's the first
Sweater.
president in history to win 3 times. Actually, you know that, right?
Yep, I agree. That's very coy of you. I like it.
Didn't LBJ win 3 times?
Somebody's getting comfy.
You okay, Sweater?
Good morning.
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 That's loud. Who's that?
Welcome
Sweater.
to James
The
Life
real
Talk.
Sweater.
I thought Sweater had something.
Sweater, what do you think about Trump's new haircut?
I haven't seen it yet. Give me 1 minute to look it up.
Google it.
Wait,
it's
Sweater.
It's not good. I don't
know
like
this
it.
is bad that I don't know this, but are you done catechumen? You're EO, right?
I'm not done catechumen yet.
Oh my gosh, where's all the guys that are done their catechumen? Come on, bishops and priests and stuff. Fast forward them through. No.
Well, I haven't had none of them come through yet. Maybe one day.
I mean,
I haven't even began catechumen. I'm just an inquirer. I've read a shitload of stuff like over the past
me
5
too,
months.
man. You could probably chuck me in that category, I would imagine.
So if you read a lot,
I
and you
highly
go to the
like
church a
looking
lot, and you study a lot, then when you decide to become catechumen, you can get catechumenized much quicker because you already know this stuff. You move
Wait a minute, why is there 2 kings? Whoa, what the?
What the fuck?
Uh-oh. There can only be one king.
He clones himself every once in a while. It's fine.
There you go. You kicked the wrong one.
Oh,
all right, guys. I'll probably
real
hop on for a little bit, but I'm gonna hop off for now because my phone's about to die anyway. So.
Oh,
yeah,
what a jerk!
We got to crash soon for our show tonight.
Well, then I'll just go, guys. I love you.
We got to crash soon for our show
I'm
tonight.
out. Be well, guys.
Take care, man.
Thanks again, James. Congrats, James. Congrats, JS. And I'm saying congrats to both of you because you both did an awesome job.
Yeah. Don't just say congrats.
Yeah, but I
him.
won.
Nah.
All right, love you guys.
I'm gonna rub that in quite a lot there, JS. Trust me, I'm gonna rub that in quite a lot. But
You're not gonna rub it in. I'm
Barney.
gonna
Have a good
deny
one,
it
Barney.
quite a lot.
I'm too tired. I don't know how to leave.
You're gonna deny it quite a lot. Okay, JS. I beat the great JS at a debate.
I'm not great.
The great. There you go. Hey.
Hey, if I can beat JS, there's some hope that I can beat Andrew Wilson.
You can. You absolutely can. Maybe someday.
Yeah.
You never know.
Never mind.
JS, don't even finish what
Are y'all
you're thinking
being
there,
serious,
bro.
or y'all just joking with me?
All right, JS. I saw his haircut. It's terrible.
It's bad,
Yeah,
huh?
that's horrible.
I don't like it.
It's bad.
I sound gay for saying this, but I really don't like the look. You know, I don't.
It's like an Arnold haircut.
Oh
Like
no!
he's trying to be like a Elon.
Oh, Elon Musk.
Flick it back a little bit, get a little
Yeah,
foofy
it's
poof
like
on top.
slick back Joe Dirt looking,
is this?
mullety. Where's the PR guy on
That's awful.
I don't know. Somebody said they don't know if it's real. Is it AI?
Well, which one are you looking at, JS?
They couldn't like come out and do an AI fake
One that
haircut
actually
on
looks
Trump
like-
because the next time you see him, you'd be like, "Oh, that was bullshit." So it's got to be real.
Hell, it looks like he might just have his hair slicked back. I'm just gonna hope that's what this is.
Right,
Yeah,
maybe it's his hairstyle.
'cause-
Maybe his style is fucked up for the
just-
day or something.
Can't change that.
Maybe.
I mean,
Hopefully.
Newsweek and
They're talking
NBC?
about it. The media's like new cut.
MSN.
The new cut.
Yeah, MSN and Newsweek are both running with it. So
Yeah.
Yeah, they're both liberals. Fuck them. They would perpetuate AI as truth.
But I mean, they're all commenting it based off of a video posted on X. So
I enjoy my victory.
Right, so they're going off appearance. But what it looks like.
I saw two pictures. In one of them, he's wearing a blue shirt with a black overcoat, and it looks like Hitchens. It's real slicked black back. And then the other one, he's got the white shirt and his belly, and it looks like a mullet. And
Trump?
The black and blue one looks like it might be some sort of AI or something. I don't know what that picture's from, and he doesn't usually dress like that.
That sounds weird for Trump.
But the white shirt one looks real. And it looks like Joe Dirt ready to play golf.
Okay. Okay. Trump's getting a little bit. He's trying to get down with the young crowd, I guess.
Yeah, Theo Vaughn. Yep. You might be right, James. Because Theo Vaughn, they're bringing the mullet back. We're making the mullet great again. Theo Vaughn and that type of. Daddy Jub was running with that for a bit. So, yeah, you might be right, James.
Because he's trying to be the president of everybody, especially the young crowd, because the young crowd's where it is nowadays.
Yeah.
You got to win the young crowd.
All right, boys, we're all getting mullets now. Let's go.
Yeah. No, thank you. No.
I couldn't have a mullet even if I tried.
Gonna get mullet. It's all business in the front and party in the back.
But I will soak in my victory though today.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rub that in. You still want to deny that you lost?
No, I don't have to deny the truth, which is that I won.
Here's my take, James, is that even if chat agrees that you won, you still lost because you're not taking an orthodox position on this.
Oh, no, I think I talked about this last night.
Yeah, he did. You did. Yeah, you brought that up during the debate.
JS has a position that's more in line with orthodoxy.
Ouch. How's that? What is orthodoxy view on mental health?
We figured that out like a week before the debate. James was in one of my streams, and we kind of went into this, but
what exactly is orthodoxy's view on mental health?
I did a lot of research on this last night, and there are like all of the modern priests are talking about how psychology is a detriment to orthodoxy. So that anyone who is having mental issues needs to be going to the Father and being talking with the Father and figuring things out with them, because these are spiritual issues. And I agree. I believe that these are spiritual issues.
But the Orthodox doesn't believe any physical issues could be going on.
It's not just the Orthodox. That's Christianity, James. We don't point people towards man and science to fix mental illnesses. We point them towards the cross and God.
Yeah, but what about the physical things that could be going on though?
Well, I think that JS pointed towards this, and that there is a difference between things like depression and schizophrenia and, say, I know everyone keeps bringing this one up, so I'll bring it up as well. Why am I not thinking of the word now?
ADHD, PTSD, anxiety,
no,
bipolar.
Those are all of the ones that would be like just of the mind, but I'm talking about physical ones. You mentioned autism. Yeah, there you go. Autism, Asperger's. These things are physical. They have tangible aspects that we can actually look at someone and their development, right? They're developmentally different than the rest of society. So this is a physical trait that's taking place. It's not just you don't feel good anymore, right? You don't feel good, and so now you are having these mental differences from the rest of society, like depression is, or schizophrenia, or anything like that. It's there are physical things that can be like JS pointed out. There are physical things, and these would be different from actual mental issues.
There's behavioral things that go with autism, though. It's not just.
Yeah, no one's contending with that. I think JS even pointed out that like there would be behavioral changes in someone. Like, I know JS is trollingly saying no one breaks their bones, but like if someone broke their bone, you would have behavioral changes. If you get cancer, you have behavioral changes.
And that's a physical illness. But now, is it also a mental illness because I need a wheelchair ramp? Or a disability or a disorder?
A broken leg doesn't last forever. It heals up, though. It's not like autism. Autism is something you struggle with all your life. It's not the same as a broken leg. You can't compare autism to a broken leg.
What if the leg never heals?
No, but
granted, that may be a different case. But I'm talking about generally, though, a leg heals.
I think what you're trying to do is conflate autism with the things that are not physical. And you can't do that because, like I said, we even do have some links to autism being passed on generationally, possibly. Whereas we don't have a link for that with depression, anxiety, schizophrenia. All of these other ones are just in the mind.
Some they do. They try to argue homosexuality or addiction are genetic, and I disagree with that. But
yeah, but I never said the depression and stuff were genetic, though. I'm just saying simply. But
some of psychology would argue that they are. That's what I'm saying, and I disagree.
I'm not. Yeah, but I'm not agreeing fully with psychology, though. I don't agree fully with psychology at all.
No, James, what I'm saying is that there is harder science that there are genetic markers for autism than there are genetic markers for everything else.
But the prompt of the debate was, is psychology like real and necessary?
James, do you agree with the statement I just made? That there are harder markers for autism being that there are genetic markers for autism than there are other mental issues like schizophrenia, depression, bipolar disorder.
Yeah, but would that make depression? I would agree with that, but does that make depression not real, though, and things like that not real?
We're not saying that it's not real.
Well, JS is saying that it's.
I said mental illness is not. I don't think depression is a mental illness or a disorder. I don't think these things are disorders. They're human suffering, and it's natural that we suffer. We go through these things.
Yeah,
it's not a disorder. In fact, it's something that can make you stronger.
I think what you're trying to do is conflate the physical, like autism. Like I said, we have more evidence that autism has genetic markers than we do for all of these other things. Which means that autism would fall in the category of physical. It is a physical thing, not an immaterial thing like all of these others are.
Yeah, but it still causes mental issues, and plus, because for the behavioral issues,
James, we're not denying
that.
that.
And it's a study of the mind, though. It's still a thing of the mind, though, and psychology studies the mind. This is a tough one, boys.
Go ahead.
So, I mean, how do you disconnect those? You get rid of psychology, you get rid of people being able to diagnose people as autistic and stuff. and then that would be a detriment to those who are actually autistic.
How? Why
because
would
they
we
need to know that they have
why,
these problems so they can fix them.
No. Why can't we continue the treatment for autism that we have, but get rid of the rest of psychology? We don't need psychology to treat autism.
Well, how would they know that they're autistic though?
Genetic markers.
They don't always test you for genetic markers just to get a diagnosis. I didn't get a genetic marker tested to see if I had a genetic marker to get my diagnosis. I got it diagnosed through the psychology system.
Sure, it might be easier to diagnose people and less intrusive on your body to diagnose people without testing genetic markers, but that doesn't necessarily discount the fact that this is a physical thing.
But what about the people that they don't do these tests on, though? They're going to be left behind.
Okay.
Okay.
Those people
so
need to.
They have to suffer as a result.
Well, you're saying that doesn't seem like a good argument. You're just saying that these people are going to be left behind, but they're not even in the psychological system to begin with. So psychology isn't helping them right now. How is changing the system going to help them when psychology isn't helping them right now?
You reform the system so it actually does help people that have mental problems.
But he's saying if they're not in the system, James, how can it help them? It doesn't matter if you reform if you have the perfect system. Even if you have the perfect system, James, if the people aren't in the system, how can you help
people are more likely to go to the system if you reform it.
Well, that doesn't follow.
Because people don't want to be in the system now that know they probably have some mental problems like autism and stuff. They probably know they got something going on, something ain't right in their head. But they just want to keep on denying it because the system's so horrible. And they don't want to go through the system. People that's been diagnosed with stuff and they just don't deal with it anymore. They've been diagnosed, but they don't want to go back and actually work out the problems because the system's so terrible.
I don't think that that's necessarily that necessarily follows. If someone is functioning in their life and has autism, I don't necessarily think that they would try to mix that up. Like that they would try and change that up by even if let's assume that the system was
you're
reformed.
assuming they're functioning though. What if something horrible happened, an event that happened, and then that's how they got the diagnosis as a result? Like in my case, I got diagnosed because a horrible event happened in my life, a huge misunderstanding, and that's how I got diagnosed.
Sure, understandable, and those are outlier cases. If someone isn't currently in the system, I think it's safe to assume that they are probably functioning.
Yeah, but there's no system to go to when they're not functioning in order to get that diagnosis so they can get back up and start functioning again. What about them people? They just get left behind and don't get cared for?
You seem to be talking in circles. You said that there is a system for people, that there are people in it. You yourself are an example of that, and that there are people that aren't in the system. So,
but if the system was reformed, they would go to the system because a lot of these people don't want to continue in the system.
And I'm saying that doesn't necessarily follow, James.
Go to the system.
And I'm saying that doesn't necessarily follow, James. People are creatures of habit. Even people with autism are creatures of habit. If a person with autism is a functioning member of society, they are not likely to go to a reformed system. They're not going to try and mix up their daily life.
That they're a functioning member of society, though. What happens to when they don't become a functioning member of society? And what about those that are not functioning members? that have severe autism.
I think that's a critique on society, not a critique on mental health.
Yeah, I agree with that.
What?
The problem with men can't just. We should just naturally just do what we do, but we become too lazy. We become too complacent because things have gotten too good. Industrialization and technology, and sounds conspiratorial, but we've gotten lazy, and so now it's look for. We have time to look for mental illnesses. Like, we shouldn't have time to do this. We got to survive.
We also used to have a lot stronger social fabric in the country. We used to be a lot closer to each other in small towns or even in cities.
And now we have over socialization, but we're farther apart. It's like we're close, like with social media and cities, and we're closer, but we're farther. It's crazy.
Dude, we have to work in the fabric of reality, though. We live in that kind of world. Y'all just described. We're further away, though. It's not good.
If that's a problem of the mind, that's a problem of the mind as a result of a problem of society. So, like, you're addressing a symptom instead of the root. James, the mind is messed up.
The mind has
because of a lack of God in
autism
society,
has always
the world,
existed. ADHD has always existed. These things have always existed, but society has functioned to minimize how
I don't think cavemen had ADHD. I don't believe what that guy was saying earlier. No. I don't think cavemen were depressed. No, I'm not talking about cavemen. I'm talking about, like,
so you're telling me
colonial Americans,
don't
like
exist.
the
You're saying mental health don't exist. You're just saying it's a bunch of flock. That's basically what you've been saying. But then you keep switching back and forth whether or not you're saying that it is or isn't.
I'm saying it's healthy to suffer. So if suffering is healthy, how do we determine who's mentally healthy and who's mentally? This is what I wanted to ask you all night, James. If there's a general who has killed 58 people in war, he's watched 86 of his, I think you might have heard this on my stream the other night, but he's seen 86 of his friends blown to bits. He drops bombs on people. He loves guns, and he's happy when he's just blowing away the dang jihad or the terrorist enemy. And that's when he's most happy. But then there's another guy who goes into the military, and he gets hurt. He gets shot, and he sees a friend die, and now he can't do this anymore. He needs to come home, and both of them, let's say both of them are Christian, both of them love God, and they both think that they're doing what's right. And this guy's like, I'm not built for war, and I can't watch my friends die, and I'm shocked because of this. I'm traumatized because of this. I need to come home. And for a while, he has to deal with this. And which one is mentally healthy and which one is mentally ill? In that hypothetical. I know I was kind of long-winded, but I had to weave a story.
Well, the dude that got wounded, he's more mentally healthy than the dude that loves taking people out, But, like, the man that got wounded still has his own problems, like PTSD, because you said
but
he
the
got
other guy's
wounded
gone through way more crazy stuff, and he doesn't have PTSD.
Well, you said the other guy didn't get hurt or nothing, right?
But the point is, it's subjective. You can't measure these things. The one guy's seen 85 people get killed in front of his face, and he's like, "Let's go to battle!" Unless that's his PTSD, is that he's just this crazy fuck that loves to kill people. But
you're saying you can't measure the fact of chemicals in the brain, though, like
no,
that's
like with plasticity.
This chemicals in the brain stuff is old science, James. That's been debunked for a long time.
So how do you explain people getting PTSD and stuff then?
The chemicals in the brain also runs into the major issue of replication. They're having trouble replicating any of this so-called scientific studies that rely on the chemicals in the brain. They're having trouble replicating it.
And that's just an example. I'm not trying to just go after PTSD. You could say that the guy that comes home has anxiety, depression, everything. It's just an example to show that there could be two radically different situations, and one of these persons could be diagnosed as depressed, and another person who should be more depressed loves their life. So this is why it's fake. That's my point. That's you can't fit people into these boxes. You can't do this. We're talking about individuals' minds, and there's no way you can quantify that or experiment with it. You can experiment with my mind and tell me about my mind, but you can't experiment with your mind and tell me about my mind, because my mind is not your mind. Does that make sense? I've been drinking a lot, but it's been a long night.
I think that makes a good point towards why orthodoxy also says that this is not that this isn't a problem of psychology. It is a problem of spirituality, because if you can go to a spiritual father as opposed to a doctor, who the spiritual father sees you on a weekly basis, they see you possibly even more than that. They get to know you as a person, whereas your doc isn't getting to know you as a person. The spiritual father can see the changes in your attitude, your health, your physical health, your mental state. He can tell where you're at spiritually and make prescriptions for you within the church, as opposed to someone who knows nothing about you, who's just going based off of my brain scans or whatever, like we're comparing this brain to another brain that we found that this other brain has PTSD or this other brain has schizophrenia. You can't compare the two. Everybody's brain is different, and because of that, you can't compare brains to each other. We can map out certain parts of the brain, sure, and find where certain things happen in the brain, but
we can study behaviors. We can look at commonalities in behaviors, and that's why the one thing in psychology, which I will kind of concede, is we can study behaviors in groups. But groups,
you think psychology
like idiots. Groups are not individuals, and that's where it.
But you're saying psychology should still exist if you think behavior.
As a
that's
group,
the biggest thing
like
about studying with psychology.
We can study animals.
Psychology is big on behavioral study.
I think a lot of your disagreements with each other are just phraseology.
That's one of the points I was trying to make in my opening. Is it's just the language we're using, But no, James, behavior is 1/3 of psychology. So it's mind, behavior, and so it's mental, behavioral, and social.
Studying the mind is studying behavior, so that's one and the same.
Right. Well, that's why I said it was circular to Teriak earlier, because while I was doing the research, I see that when you look into psychology, it says studying the mind, and when you look into studying the mind, it says psychology. That is a circular argument. Or a circular definition. If the definition refers to a definition that refers to the word, then it is circular. It's not always just the same word in the definition, but if I say psychology is mental health, what is mental health? Mental health is psychology. Well, what is psychology? Psychology is mental health. Well, what's mental health? It's psychology. So yeah,
yeah, I see what you're saying.
It does. The definition, when you look at mental illness, mental health, psychology, the definitions start to like loop in on themselves, and it's all just the same thing. So that's why I'm okay in the debate with bundling it all together. They're all the wrong words.
You can't just bundle it all together, though.
I can bundle mental illness, mental health, psychology into the same web.
Yeah, but you're saying psychology in general needs to be taken away, even the study of behavior. Like that would still be classified under that, though.
We could still study behavior, but that's 1/3 of
that would be then psychology. That's the whole point of psychology.
Yeah, and I would also, it's fine to study something, but I would also not say you start recommending societal norms and medications and compelling people to act certain ways because of this science. It's okay to examine behavior, but you don't get to tell me, like, make prescriptions based off your observations because individually we're different.
Mm-hmm.
But then what do you do about the people that have these problems that need to be? What do you recommend?
And that's why I'm a conservative and I'm not a communist. I don't believe in collectivism. We don't have a hive mind. You can't study the mind.
I never said that we have a hive mind.
We got to be more individualist than that. Like, so.
I don't know about all that. We need to work together as a society. Not individualistic, but also not thinking the same way. Though.
Does it take a village to raise a child, James? Does it take a village to raise a child, or does it take a mother and a father to raise a child?
I didn't say that.
I'm just asking.
I wasn't talking about that. I was talking about in the sense of there's different parts to a body. You have the head, you have the arm, you have the legs, you have all that. One person does one thing while another person specializes in another area. Do you not think society would function well if you have people specializing in different areas and then helping each other across those areas? Does not society function? That's what I'm talking about. That's where society works together. They're not individualistic. We can't be individuals. That's stupid. Just don't think that we're individuals. That's ridiculous.
Sounds like some communist gobbledygook, James.
No. The Bible never teaches us individualism. They have tribes in the Bible for a reason. They have tribes in the Bible for a reason. There were tribes. Individualism is a stupid modern era invention. Like, do you think that they didn't rely on each other? Like, some people made the tools so they could farm.
Go off, James. I don't agree with this, but go off. I'm gonna listen. I'm sorry, I interrupted because I'm like, you gotta go ahead.
People had their own function in society. There were blacksmiths. There were people that cut down trees and dealt with that, so people could have a supply of wood and lumber and things like that. Everybody had a role in society, but they needed each other in that sense that everyone had their purpose at their place in society. They were not individualistic.
When Noah built the ark, did he call up a bunch of like local?
He had a family to help him build the ark. He had a wife. He had children.
Him and his family. Wives. But he wasn't calling the local arborist to bring him some trees.
But that's Noah and the flood. You can't compare Noah and the flood.
Well, what about Adam and Eve?
Adam and Eve had each other, and then they eventually had children, and then they worked, and they still work together. And
so Adam wasn't the patriarch. Adam wasn't the leader.
I didn't say that Adam wasn't the leader. I just said they worked together. They had their functions.
They were partners.
Adam told them what those functions were. Of course, I never said Adam wasn't the leader. That doesn't negate patriarchy just because everyone has their functions in society. If that's the case, then you can't have the arm and the leg and everything else that Paul talks about in the body of Christ. Paul talks about this idea. Paul never teaches individualism. That is a ridiculous notion that Paul would ever teach the idea of individualism. So there are different parts to the body of Christ. The head, the arms, the legs. Everyone has their place. You have your prophets, you have your apostles, you have your teachers, you have your different parts of the body in the body of Christ. Everyone has their place. It's an order, not chaos. Individualism produces chaos. That's more, I think that would be more commie or fascist gobbledygook than the idea of working together and everyone having their own functions.
You're talking about some feminism and some communists. I'm just listening, but
no, it's not feminist and communist. I said patriarchy. Did you not hear the word patriarchy in that? How is that feminist? They're a matriarchy.
You said Adam and Eve were. almost
working
said
together.
partners.
Yes, because Adam was the head, but
partners.
Eve was working with Adam because Eve was the helpmate of Adam. It doesn't negate working together. Doesn't mean you're a fucking communist. That's stupid. Come on.
Yeah, that's the first time I think I've heard you drop an F-bomb, James.
That's not the first time I dropped the F-bomb.
He was drinking a
But he's the
balloon
first time I
earlier.
heard.
He's getting lit.
Dude, like individualism, like I say, is stupid. It's the dumbest thing I ever heard. God doesn't teach individualism. I mean, come on.
All right, well, hippie Jesus for James. Call me hippie Jesus.
No,
for James.
hippie Jesus. I said patriarchy, not matriarchy. I said patriarchy.
Well, I have one question for you, James. And this is kind of building off of what Farney was saying a long time ago. But I just have a hypothetical for you. So if there's two tribes, let's say one is the Israelites, one's the Canaanites, right?
Yeah.
And both had methods of dealing with mental health issues. Which one would you take mental health advice from?
What was you said Canaanites, and who was the other tribe?
Israelites.
I would take mental health from Israelites before the Canaanites,
Right.
because they're close
And-
to God. The Canaanites are not. So yeah.
Would you
And I
recommend
think-
wiping out the Canaanites? Is that seems kind of
The what?
individualistic? Like one.
No, it's not individualistic. Again, the Israelites are a tribe, not one person. Israel was considered one person.
Yes,
which was
so that's how
before
hierarchies
that.
work.
No,
You move down through them, but anyway. Sorry.
But my point with that was, psychology is built on secularism. It's built
But does
on
it have
what
to
I would. It doesn't have to be, but it is. And I don't think there's really a way to reform it without completely rooting out everything from the bottom up. And at that point, why would you even bother doing that? Why wouldn't you just get rid of it completely and replace it with something new?
Yeah, that's
what would be new that you could replace it with?
Like
that wouldn't be
reform
studying the
means
mind?
totally ripping it up from the ground and starting over. So
Yeah, but what is
I'll
new
agree with
that
you
would
on
not
that,
be,
but that's
that would
not
be
a
studying the mind? What could you replace it with that would still be studying the mind if you tore it all
moral
down?
philosophy, churches,
But you still be studying the mind, though, right?
better, like a better culture of men and brotherhood and a little communism. James, right? A little bit of a little bit of holding hands and
Ha ha ha!
kumbaya.
But wouldn't you still be studying the mind, though? At the end of the day, to talk to people and ask people questions, that's still studying the mind, right? Would you not agree? That's still psychology. It still covers the basis of the definition of psychology.
It's studying behaviors. That's why I said I'll concede.
Well, it's studying the mind.
I'll
Studying
concede
behaviors
a
is
third
studying
of
the
the
mind.
definition.
That's
1/3,
the same
33%.
thing.
I'll give
Behaviors
you
is the
study of
mind.
behaviors. I think is valid, but study of the mind is bullshit. And what's the other one?
If you study the mind, you're studying behaviors. So that's the same thing. It's one and the same.
Emotions, mind, and behaviors. That's it. Those are the three. I call BS on the first two. Behaviors, yes, studying behaviors of
So
people.
why not just perform psychology instead of tearing the whole thing down? Fix the
Well, I think
problem.
we've had something for almost 2,000 years that's existed that's been able to deal with it better than
part of
what the seculars
psychology
have
is
done.
denying God. Like you can't have spirituality. It's the study of mental health.
Well, if you reformed it, you could.
But then it wouldn't be psychology anymore. It would be moral.
How would that
philosophy.
be? Psychology's definition again is the studying of the behaviors of the mind. Although we're studying the mind.
So it's moral philosophy.
Because there's no basis in the definition of the word psychology that requires it to not be connected to religion. That's simply a tradition that they attach to psychology. Not a basis in the definition of the word psychology.
James, might I postulate this? I think that what you're misunderstanding is that let me start by saying this. I think that your main concern is that people like yourself who have autism and a similar genetic or seemingly genetic issues
seemingly?
that
Wait a minute. Can we clarify that word seemingly?
Yes. I say seemingly because we don't have, I would say for myself, we don't have enough evidence to say hard science that says that it is 100% linked to genetics yet. We're getting there. I think that it
you
is.
said that we could quantify though autism.
Yes, earlier I said that it is. I said that we have more evidence that autism is linked to genetics than everything else.
But not 100% proof.
In my opinion, we don't have enough to be 100 yet.
Is this DSM-4 autism or is this DSM-5 autism? DSM-4 autism is a developmental disorder that's neurological. DSM-5 autism is when it becomes a mental illness, and it's a broad spectrum that encompasses just questionnaires that we're just asking people, and it's no different than.
So the studies I've seen have unfortunately kind of conflated DSM-4 and DSM-5 together in a weird way, saying that it is a developmental disorder, but then
and a mental illness.
And a mental illness.
Yeah.
But they're finding ways to link it to genetics. That being said,
I'm highly concerned that they'll get left behind.
Yeah, and I think that what we're trying to say,
they just play with the definitions and play with the words, so that
what we're trying to say is that your autism is a physical malady, right? It is a physical thing.
But it's covered under psychology, though.
It's been co-opted by psychology.
Yeah,
it should be treated. It should be treated external to psychology, and possibly some of the treatments that we have now for it might be good. Some of them might be bad. I don't know. I'm not in that realm to understand it enough, but I think that it is something that should be treated external to psychology, because psychology in general is bad. Even the church states this.
But what happens to those who can't even have access to these resources?
I think that if we treated it external to psychology, that it would provide.
I wish they didn't have access to these resources. People who never heard of autism can't be autistic. So maybe
that's not true, JS. That's bullcrap.
Yeah,
that's bullcrap.
That's what you say, James.
I was autistic long before I was diagnosed.
If no expert ever told you were autistic, and you never heard that word, then you would have no idea.
Well, I had the symptoms before they ever told me what autism was.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying something that's.
How do you explain the symptoms being there?
Yeah, I should stop. It seems fucked up, but I'm saying
it is pretty messed up there.
Yeah, but it's true nonetheless.
You say that. That's your perspective.
If there was never a name, if there was never a name,
I don't think he's right.
If there was never a name for ADHD, nobody would have ever got diagnosed with ADHD, James. If there was never a name for seasonal depression, nobody would have ever been diagnosed with seasonal depression. People just get sad.
Well, just because I ain't a name for something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So therefore, you're saying cancer never existed, even though there wasn't a name for it at one point.
No.
That is that is the argument. You'd have to argue that same thing. Otherwise, your logic does not follow. You cannot be logically consistent and say that physical illnesses, just because they didn't have a name, doesn't really exist. You have
Okay, let's be logically consistent. There wasn't
but
cancer.
You have to say the same thing for physical illnesses. That would be the only way your logic could be consistent.
Here's where I think you're missing the category error, James. He's not pointing to something physical. What we're saying is that this is such a soft science. There is nothing physical to point to. that's why we are kind of giving, well, myself, I don't know about anyone else, but I'm kind of giving some leeway to things like autism because there is some evidence that is physical. But for things like depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, there is nothing physical to point to. Because every study that we do on this comes up with different results.
Yes, and it
doesn't mean that those things aren't
scan
real,
of one
though.
person.
I never argued that they were physical. I simply argued, are they real or not? As far as depression and stuff, I never argued if they were physical.
If every time we do a study on it, it comes up with different results, how can you call it real?
Right,
we can't pinpoint it.
It's real as sadness is real. Like it is as emotions
So
are real.
really heavy
real,
sadness
suffering
where
is real.
you can't even move. You wouldn't say that that's not real, which is
But
depression.
that's still subjective, and that's still like we can't put a finger on it.
Whereas the difference here is that, like, you keep talking about cancer. Even if we never knew what cancer was, there's something physical happening that we can point to. We can point to and be like, yo, there's that person is physically not well.
Yeah, but we didn't always know what the actual physical thing to point to directly.
I'll take it
was.
deeper with
We
cancer, and
couldn't
I'll say
see it
cancer is
at
just a
one point.
natural.
It's just like with this, you can't see it right now, but it doesn't mean there's nothing physical there, though. Like cancer, like I say, you didn't always see it physically at one point. They had to study it to get an idea of where it was and how it developed and seeing it. You could see like outward signs, obviously, because people acted differently and things like that. Same thing with mental illness stuff. People act differently and stuff.
When people died of cancer, you could open their bodies and find tumors.
Yeah. When you see a giant growth on somebody's neck,
but that was after they died.
We can cut that thing open, and we can look
after they died. I'm talking about before they died.
Before they die, you might not know, but then they die, and you do an autopsy on them, and you cut open their lungs, and you go, "Whoa, what is this giant mass that isn't lung inside their lungs?"
Even basic science, before people died, they had growths on them, and we would cut them open, and we would look at it under a microscope.
At some point, you go back far enough, they
"Whoa,
didn't have
this is an anomaly. This is not how
you go
cells."
Back far enough, it was considered a soft science. Because they
that's hard science, James. I can look at it.
If you go
before
back
people
far
were
enough,
dead, somebody would have
it. I'm talking about before they could even look at it, before they could even cut someone open. For goodness sakes,
we've been cutting people open for thousands of years.
But I'm talking about. So you're saying they cut people open even since the beginning of time? Like is what you're saying?
I feel like there's a proclivity since the beginning of mankind that if somebody dies, like somebody's gonna be like, we got to look at that and figure that out.
Well, that's after they died. They didn't see it before they died.
Good point, James. I agree.
Treat it. That's my point. They couldn't treat it. Maybe they could see it after they died, but it doesn't mean that it wasn't real before they died. They could see that there was outward.
I said this earlier tonight. Like, what are we looking at? Dead people's brains to figure out what depression is?
Do we consider it ethical to do experiments on living people? Would you cut open a living person's body just to figure out what's on the inside?
Well, no, you can put sensors on their heads and you can read their brainwaves.
Well, they have technology to where now they can actually track the cancer, though. It's called X-rays and stuff.
Yes, now we can, James. Now we
can.
I'm
talking about prior. I'm talking about prior to
yes,
that, though.
And the way we study things
doesn't mean that it wasn't real, though, even though they couldn't see it until after someone died. That's my point.
But you could see it because once they died, you could determine what they died from.
You're not getting it. I'm talking about
I am getting it.
They died, not after they were dead.
Why do you have to determine it before they die? Why do you have to determine it before they die? Why do you have to determine what they're going to die from 2,000 years ago before they die?
They know how to treat the cancer, obviously, so they don't die. Duh.
No, you can study the cancer post-mortem and find out, oh, hey, look, this person has cancer.
Without cutting them open or scanning them or doing something of that nature.
No, I'm sure there's examples of while people were alive, they cut into tumors and they examined the. Yeah, that's happened.
Is that moral? Now I'm gonna ask, is that moral?
It's not immoral. It's not.
Because he's asking about morality. Sweater was asking about morality a while ago.
I said, is it ethical? Is it ethical to do tests and things on living people just for the sake of figuring out what's inside?
Well, I want to answer real quick, because I think if I say, hey, I have this growth on me, and I go to a scientist and I say, hey, cut into this and figure out what this is, I think there's nothing unethical about that. But there is something unethical when you're bringing people into a behavioral experiment, and you kind of gotta lie to them, because you can't tell them everything. Otherwise, you're going to screw up the controls of the experiment, which there are no controls, by the way. it's all. But you're making up this experiment, right? So I can't tell you that I'm about to do this to you. So that becomes unethical, even though it's like less harmful. Like, it's probably more harmful if I'm slicing into somebody's tumor. But that's harder science than lying to somebody to get them into an experiment to see how they behave in mass. Like,
we're saying there could be physical things there, though. I'm talking about the physical things, not the testing and the experimenting as far as the mental
and I'm
stuff.
saying the experiments done with cancer and done with physical psychology or physical biology are way more hard science than the
I'm simply
experiments
stating that
done
there
in
could be
psychology.
Physical,
that was one of my.
I'm simply
things
stating there could be physical things that we don't know yet.
Bro, they do some crazy experiments to try to figure out behaviors, and then they get proved wrong.
Because at one time we didn't know about
values. They just change their math on it, and then they get published. And now all of a sudden we have behavioral science that shows that you can do ESP and grow backwards a year if you listen to a Beatles song. Like that. This is what happens is, once you start messing with the science and you're messing with the numbers and you're messing with the math, you can do an experiment behaviorally.
You're talking about the corrupt system. I'm saying it should be reformed.
I'm talking about the system of behavioral science. It's flawed. Psychology, behavior, it's a flawed science. It can't. And psychologists and psychiatrists know this. That's why I quoted from a doctor. He's one of the most he's acclaimed, but he's also controversial. Thomas Saz. He's a psychiatrist, and his whole life he dedicated his career to saying we're doing this wrong. And so he'd kind of probably be more on your side, James. He's very libertarian, and he's saying they're using this to control people. And this is a problem. We need to do this differently. So you'd kind of probably align with it. That's why I said I would buy you that audio book if you would listen.
Sorry to cut in real quick. I got something to take care of.
They need help.
Good talk. See you guys later. God be with you.
Later, Sweater.
See ya, man.
Later, Sweater. Sorry for calling you Spurred in the chat. I'm an asshole sometimes.
You don't think people that take people out though?
Jeez,
mental health.
Finished arguing yet?
You can't expect everybody to just go to the church though. Not everybody believes in God. What about those people that don't believe in God? What do you do about those people?
I don't know if there's much we can help them at all.
They've been given over to a reprobate mind. You can't really, yeah. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, James?
I mean, it still negates people that have autism and things like that.
You show them love and you show them an example.
And that behavioral issues. I mean, you're just gonna throw them under the bus, and you don't even believe in autism and stuff.
Wait, well, I missed what you said there. What about a baby in a bus?
I didn't say nothing about.
What did
throw
you
them
say?
under the bus. I didn't say nothing about a baby in a bus. to throw them under the bus. You're gonna throw the autism and people and everybody like them under the bus, hypothetical bus.
Well, I think
Because they have
autism.
behavioral problems.
I think autism has to do with a lot of cultural stuff and a lot of science stuff too. And I think that we should slowly work
You don't
that.
believe in it?
I think the shit we eat and the chemicals that we put into our body and the stuff we pump into children, I think that's a problem, and I think that's raising the autism rates. And so that's the world doing something. It's not a mental thing. That's
Well, they have to quantify it in order to prove that, so they're gonna have to study the mind. So they gotta have psychology, a reformed version
you
of
don't
psychology.
study the mind to figure that out. You study politics and you study societies and cultures and
Politics and
science.
societies. Is that not studying the mind too?
It's a whole.
Politics and society is still studying the mind, seeing how society reacts. It's still behavior. And
The
that's still
mind is
studying
the
mind,
after
which-
effect. You're looking
The
at
mind
the
is the behavior. Study the psychology is the study of the
You
behavior.
don't study
of
the
mind, so
symptom
that's
to
you're
I
still
think that's
studying the mind.
sociology, and that's also another soft science.
Sociology's bullshit too. Sorry.
Well, it's all bullshit. No one deserves help. Wow.
That's not what
That's
I'm
very
saying,
Jesus
James.
like, not helping people.
You're
Like,
straw manning me. I'm not a hateful, heartless, evil person.
Well, how can you
James.
not? How are you gonna get rid of psychology and not help people?
I don't think
Well, I
psychology
mean-
helps people.
I don't think secularism is going to help them.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
think that's
again,
the
I said a
answer.
reformed version of psychology. Y'all keep acting like I'm talking about the current psychology system in place. I keep saying reformed. I don't know how many times I have to say reformed.
I get it.
Well, I think that there's, there's already kind of something that's there, and psychology just wants to replace it.
They want to fill the hole. They got to fill a gap. There's like a God-shaped gap that people have. But I'm not saying you're filling that gap with psychology, James. I'm just saying that you're a product of the world we live in, and so I get it. I'm not.
Well, like, I don't want these people to suffer. I don't want them to be homeless. I don't want them to go without. I don't want any of that stuff for these people. I don't know that psychology is actually helping them at all.
Well, I don't think the current psychology system is helping them. That's why I say reform. That's why I keep emphasizing the word reform.
That's the thing. I don't know that it can be reformed, just because in its roots, it has a false belief about the world.
Yeah, but in the name itself, psychology, it doesn't have that. So in the definition of psychology.
But that's how it's practiced, though.
Practice doesn't mean that you have to necessarily keep it like that. Practices can change.
No, but also, once again, I think that there's already something there that can help them. But instead of pushing them towards that, we're pushing them into something that isn't necessarily going to fix it. And the reason I say that is because since we have decided to exclude church from people's lives, or to say that that's not something that is required for a healthy mind or a healthy town or society. I'm tired of shit. I can barely speak. But anyways,
the problem, Elder Lion, is that the world can fix it. Drugs will fix these problems. Like if you're sad, a drug can make you happy. If you're schizophrenic, a drug can sedate you and shut down part of your brain. Like that's why the guy that jumped on earlier and he was irate. I'm not disagreeing that pharmaceuticals sedate people better than like medical sedate or pill sedation is a better solution than really trying to work with somebody through their trauma or through their what they're going through. It's easier to just sedate them, just shut down that chunk of their brain, and that's what we see. And
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think that that's actually helping, because I've been on antidepressants and they didn't ever help me really. They just made me forget. They just made me forget about it for a little bit. Then the
I'm a
dosage just
herbalist. I
kept.
say reform. Get rid of all the medication.
Okay, I'm
a
just
herbalist.
responding to what JS was saying, but so it didn't really help me. The dosage just kept getting higher. Then when I wanted to stop, I couldn't stop. I had to wean myself off of it, and then.
And the experts won't let you stop either. Well, they'll discourage you from stopping.
Yeah.
When you go to
but
the
only thing
experts
that
and say,
actually,
I want to get off this. I don't want to be on this for the rest of my life. They're going to discourage that. They're going to say, well,
they give
we
you
don't.
reasons why they discourage you to stop quickly. They don't discourage you to stop completely. They just discourage you to stop quickly. I've never heard.
Oh no, my doctor did discourage me from completely stopping.
Yeah,
he just wanted me to lower my dosage.
Want to completely stop, they'll actually increase it faster than what you want to do. They'll say, well, you're just rushing into this, and we're going to go fast. Anyway, yeah,
I'm not sure where that is, but maybe it's because I was already skeptical when I went in to try the medicines. I was already skeptical. I didn't want to really take them, but I kind of thought that was maybe my only option at the time because I didn't know enough about herbs at the time.
Yeah, I don't think any psychiatrist is going to tell you, yeah, let's help you wean off your pills so you don't have to have any medications anymore. I don't think that's ever a conversation.
Well, if you say you want to get off these pills, they'll get you off the pills. They'll wean you off them. That's what they did with me.
Okay, I could be wrong.
That's what they did with me, but granted, I was already skeptical, to be fair, of medicine. So
yeah, I'll take a.
Man, I didn't even have to.
Be wrong about that, but
I didn't even have to go to a psychiatrist to get antidepressants. I just had to go to a doctor, just a regular family doctor, and he gave them to me.
Well, I got non-stimulants from a family doctor, but I never got stimulants. I had to always go to the actual psychiatrist, you could say, or the pharmacy part as a psychiatrist, technically, pharmacist at the place where the psychiatrist was. Because I don't want to say any word in particular, because people might know where it's at.
But just kind of to finish off what I was saying earlier, all those antidepressants didn't really help me. The only thing that ever actually cured my depression was after I had an experience with God. And ever since then, I've had a purpose, and that was the biggest thing that was missing for me, was just no purpose. I thought I had a purpose, but I didn't. And a lot of that, it's kind of difficult for me to describe it because it's not.
Do you think it was mental?
The best.
Like did you
what
mentally did you mentally just have a purpose, and so anybody could really just have this mental or do you think it was something deeper than that? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Well, what I thought my purpose was family. I thought that was just the entirety of my life and purpose, because I was an atheist. I believed only in like social evolution and shit like that. And I thought that we were a biological entity that revolved ourselves around creating families to populate more and more and increasingly populate the world and the stars or whatever eventually. So I thought that family was my purpose. And when I used that as the only thing that had any sort of meaning for life, it eventually became hollow. It eventually just became like, really, this is it? I just came here to make babies and that's all. All right, my damn cat is going fucking nuts right now.
The cat's going. But so it wasn't a mental thing, it was a spiritual thing. And that's kind of what I was getting at. Like,
so are you completely happy now and at peace completely?
I'm more at peace.
Every time I say I have perfect peace and I never get angry, I'll go like 3 years and then something will happen and I'll get angry. then I'm like, shit, I guess I still have it in me. So,
well, do you think there might be something physically there?
Right now, I'm at like
that?
2 years. I haven't really got angry in like 2 years. So,
do you think there might be something physically there that might be causing that?
Something physically?
Yeah, I mean, you're logical.
No, I think it's spiritual. I think I have perfect peace through Christ.
But you said you didn't have perfect peace. You said every now and then it just.
Not rarely something will happen that I'll get real angry. But it hasn't happened in like 2 years. So I guess I'm cured for the last 2 years.
Oh, I didn't make you angry last night. I thought I made you angry last night.
Yeah, well, women often do try to portray emotions on the men that they feel. But
wait a minute, get out of here! I'm not a woman. Get out of here!
I'm just fucking with you, James. No, I wasn't.
I didn't make you upset last night.
What do you mean by upset? No,
Seemed like you got a little frustrated there last night.
I mean, a mosquito frustrates me, but I'm not angry at mosquitoes. Like, lots of things frustrate me. Sometimes guys at my work who don't speak English, they frustrate me, but I'm not angry at them. Like, I understand it's just an annoyance. It's not something to be angry about.
Oh, okay. So there's a difference between annoyance and anger.
I think so.
I always thought they were one and the same, but
yeah, I think some people would disagree, but I think there's a difference.
But just to let you know my opinion about all this, because I hadn't actually specified, I think that a lot of the shit that I was going through were spiritual wounds, and they were inflicted upon myself through sin and by demonic entities. That's my opinion about what mental health really is. I don't know that and that's why I don't think that psychology can really do anything about it. They can medicate you, they can sedate you, they can make you forget about those feelings, but they don't actually heal the wound.
But if we reformed it, though, they could, right?
If we reformed it, it would just end up being a church.
Yeah, that's what we've been saying all night. If we reformed it, just go to the church. That's the same thing. It's just.
Yeah, but what do you do about the people that
men joining together to talk through situations and
what do you do about the people that won't?
And then the women also, the women too, they could have their groups where they get together and they talk about their problems.
It could be, if we could reform it, it could be a great witness for people to go to church.
Well, what is it? Well, it could, but yeah, I have to think about that. And I'm like, I've been up 24
this is where
hours.
we were
So
when they came with the hypothetical. Well, are we bringing people who are speaking to the freaking spirits around them, the schizos? Are we bringing them into the church? So that's what they asked me earlier, Elder Lion, and that's a tough one. Like, what do we do there? I think, yeah, I think yes.
Well, you have to bring them into the church under certain circumstances.
Yeah,
you just can't bring them amongst the whole congregation.
You got a special.
Like they have to.
You got a special glass room so they can like watch and hang out. But
I don't know about a glass room.
You gotta keep them a little
like
separate.
Almost throwing them off like they're some sort of
They're
animal.
afflicted. They're afflicted of
zoo,
God,
bro. Like, I'm thinking like asylums where these people get actual help. Like, I want to bring back insane asylums.
Like, yes.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying, James.
But not with psychology as base.
I used to think insane asylums. Let's freaking go, James. But let's think about this. So California, Gavin Newsom was bringing back insane asylums to California. Like a year and a half ago, they were talking about this, and they're doing.
Yeah, but y'all keep seeing it through the lens of
But
like modern society, modern psychology, and what it is. I keep saying reform.
But James,
reform.
listen, you got to think about who the force is and who the authority is. So what happens when they say,
wait a minute, all things are not possible.
This guy goes
God?
and shoots guns at the range. And he likes Trump, and
strengthens
he's a
me?
Nazi, and he's mentally ill.
All
Let's put him
things
in
are
the
not
mental
possible
asylum.
through God who strengthens me, right? Apparently, you're not saying God can't overthrow these people. You're saying God's not all powerful and God's not the king of the world.
Yeah, I wouldn't call them mental asylums.
I mean, he can.
I would call them jails for people who break crimes.
Well, as long as I get mental help, I don't care what
if you don't break a law and you're just a little weird, we just kind of cast you out to the edge of society. We're not putting you in a mental asylum. We're not going to compel
that depends on how you define
social
weird,
norms
though. Do you think
science.
People that
this is the problem?
Do you think people that see hallucinations and they go around, taking people out, they're not a little more than just weird.
If they take somebody out, they're going to jail.
They got a word for that, right? Psychotic.
Yeah, they're going to jail.
Well, they need.
But the guy that walks around going, that guy doesn't deserve to go into an asylum.
Problem.
We're not
flat out jail is not going to solve their problem. They're still going to be psychotic.
Dude, Down syndrome are some of the coolest people you'll ever meet. They're so awesome. Like, we're not putting them in mental asylums because they don't fit into social
Did I say
norms.
Down syndrome people?
If you break a law, you go to jail. I'm talking about psychos when it comes to and people that
psychos
will be in jail.
Psychotic. No, they go to mental asylums.
No, they need to go to jail with everybody.
World, they go to mental asylums. They don't go to jail.
This is the problem.
You can't. You gotta help these people.
So here's the argument against.
Just send them to jail.
Here's the argument against this. It's
5 years
compulsory.
later and expect them not to be a psychotic when they come back out. Are you crazy? You're more crazier than they are.
You can lock somebody up, and you can get somebody off of a crime. So with the same science that you use to get somebody off of a crime, when they kill a whole family, they claim insanity. With that same logic, you're using that same thing to say that we can lock somebody up who hasn't committed a crime because they're crazy. Like, you're compelling people and you're giving an excuse to people with this psychology stuff.
You're compelling again a reform system though, where all these things are restricted. Where you can't just.
You're compelling people through. I can put you in a mental asylum if you don't follow the societal norms that we determine are the norms, and also if you commit a crime that breaks societal norms, you.
So you're saying anarchy,
James? Do you know the history of mental asylums? James,
you're worse than a communist. You're an anarchist.
Stop trying to put me in a box, James. You're gonna lose. Do you know that the history of mental asylums, when they first started them, a lot of poor people and homeless people were using them because it was better than living on the streets? This is a fact.
Again,
this is in my research. This is in my
that I'm thinking of.
I didn't bring it up in the debate, but this is actually interesting.
That is not the system I'm thinking of at all.
I don't know.
Why compare it to something of the past?
You know, when they first started mental asylums, a lot of poor people who weren't crazy just wanted to live in the mental asylums.
Well, those people wouldn't make it into the mental asylums. They'd be in a line.
But why?
Getting ready to sign up for work or something.
The type of person lives on the type of person lives on the streets and doesn't live in a house
something to earn money.
And poops on the streets.
Or they could run their own business.
That
or something.
person
they
doesn't
don't have to go to a mental asylum.
Why not? That person doesn't comply to social norms. Why shouldn't we put them in the mental asylum?
Yeah, but they're poor though. You said they're poor. Are you saying they're poor by choice?
James, homeless people and the poor.
By choice or not by choice? You have to clarify by choice or not by choice.
Well, you believe in free will, so everything's by choice. So.
Well, wait a minute. Not necessarily because of the fact that free will can still allow for other people to make choices that
except when it's not their choice. It's their free will until it's not their free will, right?
No. There's free will, but the thing is, though, free will doesn't necessarily.
It's their choice that they wound up
for other people's actions too. Because if that was the case, then than someone that decided to take someone out. You're telling me that the person that got taken out didn't have free will.
When you talk about mental asylums, bring back the mental asylums. Are you talking about like the homeless people, the people who
No,
are
not the
shooting
homeless
up?
people. Just for the crazy people. The homeless people will be getting help getting either a job or they
How,
would be
if you're homeless and you're
learning how to
shooting
run their
up
own
drugs and you're
business,
pooping on the streets,
whatever they
how are
want
you
to
not
do,
crazy?
as far as
How
long
do
as
you
it's
not belong
legal.
in a mental asylum?
Do what?
If we have them, how is that not the optimal candidate? Like, that's like the person that we would put in the mental asylum is that person.
Why would you put them in the mental asylum unless they were willingly homeless? That might be a case where there's some psychological issue there.
Who
That they
isn't?
may need
James,
psychological help.
who is not willingly homeless? You believe in free will,
Who's
right?
not willingly homeless? Come on. You really think that everybody that's homeless is willingly homeless? So what about people that lose their jobs because of layoffs?
I'd say
like
99.9999999%.
You would say based on what statistics, sir? Where do you get these statistics from? Now you hold the burden of proof because you're saying 99.9. So the burden of proof is on you. What are your statistics, sir?
Personal
Present your
experience.
statistics. Personal experience. No, that's not going to work. I need statistics. I need data.
I got
hard
enough.
data because personal experience is
personal
subjective,
experience
sir.
for data. I've seen it
It's
in multiple
subjective, sir.
cities.
Personal experience is subjective. You can't use that based on what you said. You have to use hard data. Your logic does not follow. You cannot be subjective.
Oh, so now you like hard data, but you
Well,
love psychology.
no.
which doesn't have much
I'm
of it.
playing by your logic.
So now
I'm
we're
playing
going
by
with
your
data.
your
But I
own
thought,
logic. I don't really care
subjective
if you use
feelings and
subjective data. But if you're gonna play by if you're gonna play by the logic of it has to be hard data, I'm going to
this is
put
not the
you
W
under the
you
fire
think
and
it is,
expect
James.
you to consistently be according to that logic. I'm going to put you on the fire.
The thing is, there's no hard data in psychology or sociology or any of those things.
You think it is,
no,
James.
we're talking about homeless.
My personal experience is just as valid as the psychological experiments with 20.
We're talking about homelessness,
James,
not psychology.
James, if I gave you a peer-reviewed study with 20 subjects, and that agreed with what I'm saying. But if I told you through my personal experience, I've talked to 100 people and I've seen 100 people.
That's subjective based on your own logic. I'm following your own.
But
logic.
how is
you
my?
You have to have hard data, so I'm going to hold you up to the same.
So I need to get it peer reviewed. So what you're saying is I need
to
that
verse where it says, "Judge not, lest you be judged." You've held me up to a certain standard there, so now
I need to submit a paper and I need to get my p-values right, and I need to get it peer reviewed, and then it will be a fact, right?
The what?
So my subjective analysis of looking at like homeless people and drug addicts and crazy people from across multiple states over multiple generations, not generations, but decades over multiple states across America. My analysis is not accurate, but a peer-reviewed study with 20 people, that's psychology. That's science.
Wait a minute. Psychology doesn't study homelessness statistics and why people are homeless.
Sure it does.
I don't think psychology studies that.
Sociology does.
Sure it does. Sure,
sociology does. Oh, sociology does. Elderline says sociology does, not psychology.
Sociology is just like a branch off of psychology. It's just more focused on the behavior of societies instead of individuals. But we definitely have studied lots and lots and hundreds of thousands of homeless people for psychology, James. Maybe not hundreds of thousands, but thousands.
You're
thousands of homeless people have been studied in the name of psychology.
But did they study them?
Did they study them?
Did they study them? See why they were homeless? That's what we're talking about. Simply why they were homeless. Not.
Yeah. What's the psychology and what's the behavior of why they became homeless? Tell me about it.
Wait a minute. How would that necessarily be in a psychology field?
I don't know. I don't believe in it. So, but it's
in the case of like
homeless psychological profiles. But
how many are homeless and why they're homeless? Yeah. How many are homeless and why they're homeless? Oh, my bad. Latino Cali's in Cali is here.
Hey, hi guys.
Hello.
When
Latin and Callie is the one that made me rethink this, actually.
What did I do?
It's interesting you jumped up here. Remember this is like 2 years ago. We were talking about Gavin Newsom and the mental asylums, and I was like, man, that's Gavin Newsom doing something based. He's bringing back the mental asylums. And you said, but what if they start saying Trump supporters are crazy and they start locking them in mental asylums? And I was like, that's a good point. That was a good,
Josh,
it's kind of a slippery slope.
When you were on my panel one time, Josh, you mentioned about if our government is not in the hands of moral people, that it will become corrupt, right?
Yes.
And I recently
moral
heard,
and religious.
Yes, moral and religious. And I don't know if this is overstepping the conversation, but I just want to let you know that I've met people that say they were put on meds as children and then they ended up growing up kind of messed up in the head as adults, and then they're home kind of like between houses, like they're always having to stay with other people, on the brink of homelessness, and they've lost their kids and stuff because it's hard for them to maintain homeostasis in their brain.
It's more common than not.
Because what I've heard, like some people say, is that like PTSD is like it's like almost like brain damage. Like the brain is like considered traumatized.
It's spiritual damage.
Yeah, so the brain might actually be traumatized to where it fluctuates the proper balance of chemicals, but there is no way to test the balance of what a healthy brain is supposed to be, right? And they do have like people that are trying to study the brain and put chips in the brain to help balance, but I don't know how that's gonna work, but the chip is supposed the chip is supposed to send information back to like a computer.
I never was saying.
So this chip is going to send back data back to a computer. So I guess it's going to use like an algorithm to see what's balanced and what's normal. But when you mentioned Gavin Newsom, it just reminded me of the people that I've met that have struggled as children because they pressure parents into putting their kids on pills. And what they don't understand is that, I mean, I don't have a degree in anything, but I have taken some classes to where I studied a little bit about child development, and the way they teach us about child development, they do not abide by the rules in public schools. They tell you that children need to be able to play to learn, right? But then in school they force you to sit down and not move. And like I have a cousin whose daughter was studying to be a teacher. She did become a teacher. She let me know that it's like psychotic how the teachers will get triggered by a child just like twitching their foot in class, and like they get irritated and want to discipline the child for that.
Facts. That's fucked up.
But when you said Gavin Newsom was going to want these insane asylums, it reminded me also about this guy named Donald Henry Gaskins, who was a serial killer. He dropped out of school at 11. This is during the 50s, I think, because he was born like 33, I think. And he ended up in like a reform school, but the reform school was also being managed by immoral people and corrupt people, because there is no reason for children in a reform school, aka like juvenile hall, to be getting jumped and gang R-worded, if they were being properly supervised. And it seems like it was all done on purpose to destroy these people, because not only did he become a serial killer after that, but so did Charles Manson.
There's so many dark like avenues you can go down with psychology, and that was one of my like content. I just like glazed over the top of it. It gets so dark when you look at these experiments and these things, that how we determine what's normal and what behaviorally and societally is normal. They do some fucked up experiments. Like it's
Josh,
evil.
But the Constitution does give us a baseline for what is normal. Like, people don't have the right to put your hands. People don't have a right to like put their hands on you, right? You have a, you know how like how the police aren't supposed to put their hands on you for any reason unless they have like a probable cause or whatever. It's like
Right.
that,
Yeah.
like, because like the same rules don't apply in public schools too. Where like if we were out in public, if somebody punched you in the face, they'd go to jail. But like in school, nothing happens to those kids,
Yeah.
They're not being held accountable, like how the laws are changing. Like with some counties, they're letting the kids that are problems
It's a
stay
whole
in the public
societal
schools.
problem. Yeah. When we're messing with laws and we're messing with what's allowable and what's normal in society and behavior, and yeah, James, man, it's a dark road. It's a dark road. It's profit driven. There's so many incentives to keep people locked into the system. And I know it sounds conspiratorial, and I know maybe, James, you think that I'm just some conspiracy nut, but I'm a pretty reasonable guy. And
Never said that, and I do not.
yeah, you make little jabs like, oh, it's a conspiracy. Like I'm not.
Well, yeah, but you go a little bit too deep on the idea that we can't even.
I like to
fix it.
fuck
Like,
around. It's for entertainment.
like you go a little bit too deep on the idea that it's so messed up and we can't fix it and can't turn it around. Like, I know there's incentives to keep people sick.
No,
I get that.
I'm not a pessimist. I'm not saying that it can't be turned around. I don't believe that.
James,
it just takes
did you
time.
watch that video I sent you?
I don't think I ever did watch that one.
Oh, you should have seen it.
I'm not black.
Josh, if you want, I'll send it to you since James didn't look at it. You might want to review it because it talks about the spiritual. It's this guy
Well, I can still look at it. I just didn't have time.
Well, JS might be able to go through it fast and check it out. But JS, do you want me to send it to you? It's about
Well, I'm not gonna do it tonight. Or today.
Yeah, no,
damn.
Of course.
11.
Yeah, no, I don't expect you to. But he is this guy was a clinical, or wait, not was he? Anyways, he was in the mental health field for many years, and he was studying schizophrenics.
Yes, schizophrenia is a tough one. That's why I was trying to steer clear of autism and schizophrenia, because these are, there may be some like physical things in this, and then it is more of a hard science. But I don't know. I'm still leaning towards schizophrenia is still just a spiritual trauma. It's still just the mother. Every schizophrenic person that I've met and talked to, which is a lot more than the average person, there's always some sort of childhood trauma or some sort of, and so I don't think it's a mental illness. I think it's a curse from the world. Like,
JS, this guy says that if Jesus casted out demons in the Bible 2,000 years ago, why are we acting like there aren't no demons today?
I'm not no, that's my
no, but
that's
society.
I'm saying it, yeah, because society's retarded. The masses are dumb.
Because
it is demons.
This
I don't care what anybody says.
He was studying, counseling people. He did get in trouble for asking them, what are these voices saying to you? But he concluded that he believes it's a demonic parasite type thing.
Yeah, and I didn't want to get into this a lot, but I'll even take it farther with some physical things like cancer, James. I don't think cancer was here. I think that's a curse on humanity. Anyway.
It's a money maker.
Yeah, it is. I'm not saying that you can just pray your way out of cancer, but I'm saying we shouldn't, like, it's unnatural, as in not of God. It's something of the world.
It's a moneymaker because when I was driving out of town, there was
Thank you, Mike Ball, for
billboards. There was 2 billboards. One,
Yeah, that's over. Yeah, that's on my channel.
the first billboard said that
I could,
was
oh,
sorry.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I'll be
sorry. I'll
done.
start up.
Okay, sorry. So the
yeah.
billboard was the first billboard was an advertisement for cancer treatment, and the second billboard in a row was infertility treatment. So I think these are money makers.
Yeah, but I don't disagree that there's a spiritual aspect, but I think there's still a physical aspect of mental health issues. Because autism, I think, still would be classified as a mental health issue because it causes behavioral issues.
Yeah.
And bipolar and things like that. And then also to clear up this comment that was made on Jess's channel, I was not saying homeless people choose to be homeless. I was not saying that. Maybe a small percentage, but
I'll
the
say
majority do not.
I'll
JS was the one.
I'll
saying
say
that,
I'll
not
say
me.
the
Not me.
vast
JS was the
majority
one
of them
saying that, not me.
choose to be homeless throughout their life.
So to
they make
clarify that
choices.
up, because I don't want to be accused of thinking that I said that.
No, I'll say it, and I was homeless, and I know him, and yeah, bro, the guy with the sign that says I'm a VA, which went through all this struggle, that guy's lying. That guy got his VA, he got his suit from the surplus store. He's lying to you. Throughout their life, they made choices that led them to that place that they're in. Whether it be drugs, whether yeah, then there's traumas from childhood, but that still leads to life choices that they made. Once you become an adult, you can't keep blaming your parents. And
Well, I'll have to send you another video of this guy who has been at the bedside as a hospice counselor has put in over 20,000 hours dealing with hospice and veterans that had PTSD. He believes that, the PTSD for them, because they keep reliving their nightmares of like the things that they've done, like, in war and combat and stuff. And with the PTSD, it's like it's like their brain is fractured or something, like, because they keep replaying it and it's hard for them to stop.
yeah, I'm not disagreeing with post-traumatic stress. My problem is with the D. I don't take the D. It's not a disorder. It's a suffering that everybody goes through sufferings, and you need to learn. We need to rejoice in our sufferings, and we need to learn to overcome those things. And whether you saw your friend get blown to bits or your daddy touched you when you were a boy, all of these things are traumas. And now I'm gonna make all the military people pissed off.
Yeah,
but
no, it could be healed.
You're gonna piss them all off. Yeah,
I know. I'm gonna trigger
every
everybody.
military veteran that's ever suffered with PTSD off.
I'm saying traumas are things that happen to everyone, and yes, you will have a post-traumatic stress.
Everyone has shells coming at them in war. Everyone does.
No, James. But not
Well, you
everybody
said
also has.
Everyone. These things happen to everyone.
Not everybody has their mom
But
putting
different
cigarettes
traumas
out on their arm, James.
react differently, though.
Not everybody has their mom putting cigarettes out on their arm, James. Not everybody has.
Yeah, but different traumas cause different responses.
Maybe their dad left them. Not everybody has. Maybe their dad left them and they were raised by a stepfather. Not everybody has.
Even you said the human mind is different.
Not everybody has. Maybe their parents gave them up for adoption. Their mom wanted to abort them, and they were given up to adoption, and that's a trauma. Everybody has trauma, is my point.
But you were arguing that the mind. You was the one who was arguing that every mind is different. So every trauma causes a different level of suffering.
Every trauma is different. Every mind is different.
And there are different ways of
what may be a traumatic stress to you, I may laugh off, and what may be a traumatic stress to me, you may laugh off.
Yeah, because there's different levels of
But
resiliency.
does that mean inspired that they don't get help though?
Who's banging on the
And
wall?
you just keep shoving it off, saying, "Get over it, get over it."
I no, it sounded kind of to me, Josh, that you're saying that maybe some things can be managed with like maybe different types of things integrated, like maybe an exercise and prayer or spirituality.
Well, I wouldn't disagree with that.
And healthy food.
Yeah. Well, and also not dwelling on the past.
But he's trying to. But he's not even acknowledging that it
realizing and forgiving and realizing that what happened to you in the past is done. It's gone. It's over, and you have to forgive your enemies and you have to love, and then you realize there is no trauma. Your trauma was just you. That's just what made you you. It was a necessary step in what made you you. And instead of trying to mentally deal with it, with the trauma, you accept it and you love it, and it makes you part. It's a part of you.
You know, Josh, I'll send you the video to this other to the video I was talking about earlier with the serial killers. The other serial killer,
Serial killers should not embrace their trauma, by the way. That's not a part of you, serial killers.
Yeah, because these guys did suffer trauma as children, and but when they were at the trial, everybody was hating on this guy, right? And he looked emotionless, but when this one man told him that he had to be a real Christian and had to forgive him and that he was forgiven, the guy broke down in tears because he was showing compassion.
Yeah, we see that a lot in like criminal interrogations and stuff. There's been people who have done gruesome crimes, and then years later they ask them, "Why did you do it?" And they're like, "I don't even know. I have no idea why I did that. I don't. It's like I wasn't myself." And they can't regret it because they don't even know why they did it. So is that mental? Is that a mental illness, James, or is that a spiritual illness? When Jeffrey Dahmer is drilling holes in people's skulls and banging them in the head, like, is that a mental illness or is that a spiritual illness? I say it's spiritual. That's my argument.
Why does it have to be exclusively spiritual? Why can't it be both?
I think that it can be both, but the one is the effect of the other. So there's a hierarchy. So the
hierarchy and everything in life. I mean,
I agree. And so
I know this
as life. Welcome to life.
Hey, Josh.
God over man, man over woman, woman over children. Welcome to life.
Spirit over mind, mind over body, James. It's the same thing. That's the point I'm making.
So there's this guy who says that the pineal gland is a receiver to, like, it helps part of the spirit. It's like a receiver, either it's a receiver or a transmitter, in this in working in tune with the spirit. I forget which one it was.
Jess, what are you doing? You're just sitting on mute. You got something to say? What up, Jess?
She wanted to say something earlier, but I interrupted her. And
I've got nothing to say.
Hey, thanks, guys.
You're talking about fucking religion shit, and I'm not religious, so.
We're not talking about religion. We're talking about science and psychology and societal norms and behavior.
I wouldn't call that spirituality. That's the words that you guys are using.
Just me. Well, it may be Elder Lion.
Well, I'm calling it both physical and spirituality.
That's what I mean. Spirituality automatically makes it religious.
Right.
I just think the ideologies conflict too much.
And that's why
I don't know if you can have them both.
Yeah, that's another thing too.
Psychology doesn't allow for duality.
Two different.
There's no.
You're flipping between two different ideologies and trying to mush them together, and to me, that doesn't make any sense too.
Well, no, I'm saying the other one needs to be done away with entirely. We need to get rid of the mental one and just focus on the spiritual one. Because they don't mesh, you're right.
No, I'm saying the belief systems of psychology and spirituality, the way you've described, don't mesh together properly.
I agree.
So how can you hold both beliefs at the same time?
I don't. James does.
You're the one that's been stating it all.
No, I'm saying the same thing you're saying. They don't mesh. They don't fit together at all. One is like a science of the mind, and one is spirituality. What is the mind? Yeah, I'm on your side, Jess. James, you're against James. So now James and Jess debate.
I don't know where the fuck you stand, JS. I've just seen you flip flop all over the fucking place. I have no idea. You say one thing 1 minute, then you say another thing the next minute. I'm just like, geez, I can't fucking keep up you with your stance.
I thought I was the only one that's saying flip flop.
I only know James's stance because I've known James long enough to know where he stands with a lot of this stuff.
Well, I mean, JS also said that he's going to use the same phraseology to kind of describe what he's talking about so that you could understand it better.
I think I'm pretty consistent. I think I've been pretty consistent. If anything, I'll die on the hill of consistency.
No, 1 minute you're acknowledging that some forms of autism exist. Next minute you're telling me autism doesn't exist, and it's like it's flippy floppy.
Oh yeah, you're talking about yeah. He did definitely contradict himself 1,000 times on that.
He's contradicted himself with lots of different things all fucking night. Yes, you have. I watched you all
DSM-4
from when you were
autism
on
is a physical.
I was watching you when you were on Speakeasies as well, and you were contradicting yourself there. And then you come here and did the same thing.
Tell me the contradiction.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't disagree with all of your points.
But just give me an example.
It's hard to know where you stand when you conflate backwards and forwards on your points, and you've done it with lots of different things.
Give me an example.
You were just given an example.
What, with autism? That's not a good example. I say the DSM-4 autism is a more physical autism that relates to neurology and differences in brain physiognomy. The brain is not the same, so that's a physical thing. And then I say DSM-5 autism, the autism spectrum, where we start giving people questionnaires and asking them questions about how they feel about things, is a subjective metric, which is psychology based, which is a mental illness, which is fake. So I'm pretty consistent with that. I haven't flip-flopped at all.
Didn't you say it was spiritual? Now you're saying it's mental?
Yes,
neurological.
The spirituality is the basis of all of this. Yes, but we're talking about mental illnesses.
I don't know where spirituality and mental illness go together. To me, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it's probably tough. I get it. But I don't see the inconsistency. The inconsistency to you is a lack of spirituality. So you don't understand the difference between metaphysics and physics, between physical and metaphysical.
No, I didn't.
So I'm not flip-flopping. You just.
I didn't say that I'd agree or disagree. I didn't even make a stance on what I think is true.
But what I'm saying, where's the contradiction? Where have I contradicted
is that you've been going backwards and forwards all fucking night. You've been doing it for that many fucking hours. It's not funny. You stay consistent for a little bit, and then you contradict yourself. I don't even know if you realize that you do it. Maybe what you're trying to say and what's actually coming across to others is a little bit different. That can happen too.
Yeah, like women don't listen good.
Okay. You can say that I'm not listening, but I'm not the only one that's seen you do this. So. And you're the one that asked my opinion. The way you just did. You asked my opinion, and I just gave you my opinion.
I know, but I'm asking for the contradiction. What's the contradiction?
I've sat here listening the whole time for fucking hours. Like I've sat here for 3 hours.
You gave me an example of a contradiction, and I explained to you why it's not a contradiction. So, where's the contradiction?
Do you want me to go through all of the fucking film of you doing it? You've been doing it all night.
You can try. I'll do the same thing that I did with your last example.
I'm not here to debate you.
Okay.
I'm not going to refute your point. I'm not gonna argue your
Sorry,
point.
Jess. I just brought Jess into this because you've been sitting here, and I just wanted. Okay, sorry.
I'm just saying, I'm not here to debate. I'm not here to refute your point. You asked for an opinion, and I gave you an opinion, and I'm not going to go back on that opinion. Sorry.
I know. Opinions are like assholes.
Everybody's got one. Everybody's got
Why did you
one.
ask for it then, dickhead?
I don't have opinions. I don't believe
Wait a
in
minute.
opinions.
Wait a minute. Opinions are like assholes. Everybody's got one.
Yeah, opinions
Remember?
are lame.
So now you just
So if
contradicted
your
yourself
opinion,
again.
no, it's not a
You don't have an
contradiction,
opinion, but
James.
everyone has one. But
No,
you're
James.
not. You're part of everyone.
James, if your
Like,
opinion is true, it's not an opinion, it's a fact. If your opinion is wrong, it's
But
not an
you
opinion,
said-
you're just wrong.
But you said opinions are like an asshole, and you said you have no opinion. So
I have no
therefore
asshole.
contradict what you. Oh my goodness!
No,
Trying to explain to someone their contradictions.
I
can
don't
be so
defecate.
difficult.
What are you talking about?
Everyone
His body works on
defecates.
peak efficiency.
Everyone defecates.
If your
man.
opinion is right,
If you don't defecate, go to a doctor because you have some.
Oh, well,
critical
sorry, my
issues.
bad. Wasn't an opinion, it was a statement of fact. There you are. Sorry, I'd corrected myself.
yeah.
Shit, I gotta go to sleep. But yeah, you did good today. Both of you did. You both brought actually really good arguments. JS actually changed my mind during that debate because a lot of the things that I think were way like secular brain because I'm slowly trying to get rid of most of that. But yeah, I forgot where I was going with that. Yeah, I'll see you guys later.
I'm gonna go too, man. It's damn 10:30 in the morning. I'm just messing with you, Jess. I seen you hanging out all night. I just wanted to pull you in for a little bit.
No, I didn't care. I purposely didn't answer your question. I purposely didn't engage in that because I knew you were going to try and pull me into a debate, and I was refusing that. So just because I didn't answer doesn't mean I didn't have an answer. Just saying.
Well, you failed in your refusal because I did.
I'm not here to debate. That's the thing. I'm not here to win.
But we did, so I won.
I'm here to have a conversation.
Oh fuck. All right. Well, you guys conversate. Get the conversating going. I think we've been conversating all night. I think it was great.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a conversating goodbye.
Yeah, I do gotta go. I gotta go to sleep, James.
I gotta go. I gotta get some sleep. I got a show tonight with Parney at 10 o'clock.
I love you, Jess. Jess, I love you, Jess.
Sorry, but I don't really give a fuck if you do or you don't, to be honest.
Damn.
Damn, that sounds like behaviorally, mentally.
Well, hold on. You can't say mental because.
Sorry, you're just a random on the internet. I don't know you. You don't know me. It's the first time I fucking talked to you. It's nice to talk to you. That's great.
I love all the randoms
talk to you
on the
again,
internet.
but I don't really care who likes me and who hates me.
You're
Like,
just as random as I am to
Exactly.
you as you are to me.
So, who gives a fuck if I like you or hate you too? Who gives a shit?
Well, you shouldn't hate. That's not nice.
Oh, you gotta love the haters.
Yeah. Facts. All right. All right, James. Later, James. See ya.
Later.
All right. Enough of that. Guys, I gotta go to bed. I love you too, Amanda. I just wanted to tangle up with Jess for a little bit because she was sitting there. Where's the hold on, I don't have video. That's the wrong video. Hold on. There we go. I just saw Jess sitting there the whole night and I just wanted to pull her in a little bit. I succeeded. I won. I won. I win at everything forever. I did not lose that debate. People just soft. They wanted to vote for James because it's his first debate. He got bodied. We never admit defeat. Have you ever read The Art of the Deal from Donald Trump? Rule number 1, never admit defeat. Never. Rule number 2, I forget the 3 rules. I forgot the 3 rules. I did know the 3 rules, but I forgot the 3 rules. Rule number 1 is never admit defeat. Trump, Art of the Deal, rule number 1, okay? So, I think that was entertaining. I think all night that was good content. That was good entertainment. We had some good conversations, and I liked Jess had to get involved. We had to get Jess in there at the last moment, and we succeeded. Jess, I love you, even if you are a random on the internet. Everybody's a random on the internet. I even love the bots. I love the bots. I love the gays. Don't clip that. I love the Transformers. I love the Muslims. I love the dang Jews. I love the whites. I love the blacks. I even love the dang brown people. I love the Asians. I love the Hindus. I love the Buddhists. I love the atheists. It's tough. That's a tough one. Do I love the atheists? We're still working through things, right? We're not totally perfect yet. I'm still working through loving the atheists, you know. I used to hate the Mormons. Now I love the Mormons. So we're getting there. Maybe I love the atheists. Well, we'll pray about it. We'll pray about it. You know, we'll talk to God. You know, God will help me love the atheist. There's a way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Where God's will wills it, then it will be done. If God wills me to love the atheist, then I love the dang atheists. I love the women. That's crazy. I always said I'm not a racist. I'm not a xenophobe. I'm not a homophobe. I just hate women. But I don't hate women. I love the women. We even got a women mod. We even got C-Sal and Amanda showing that I love the women. I love the women. I love the men. Pause. Gay? I'm a lover. I'm a lover, but that doesn't mean that I'm not also a fighter. We can be a lover and a fighter. And I love them all. I don't know if Jess loves me. I don't know if Jess loves me. But I love Jess. And I don't even know who Jess is. Jess could be AI. But I love AI. Also love beer. Shout out beer. Shout out Amanda Thomas. I love you, Amanda Thomas. I love Jalen. Do I love Jalen? We have to love our enemies. I love Jalen. I love Brooklyn Lou. Brooklyn Lou, you want to have a one-on-one convo? Unfortunately, the problem is, Brooklyn Lou, that this coming Monday nights and Tuesday nights is my streams all night on Discord, and I'll talk to anybody. We'll debate about anything. Bring your own topic, but or just discuss things. It doesn't have to be a debate, but the problem is next Monday, Dreaded Conservative show here. I might even buy a Lego set and just the whole Monday night show next Monday might just be putting together Legos and talking about the news. And then, because next Monday at like 5 a.m., I got to be on a plane. So the after party on Monday, some of it might be on my cell phone. You know what we might do is I might show up at the airport and just start streaming from my cell phone. We won't be able to do Discord and all that, but Monday night show is still happening next week. Dreaded Conservative show, Monday night, episode 138 is still happening next week. The after party, I don't know how it's going to go. I don't even know if we're going to do an after party. I might just keep the show running long until I have to leave for the airport, and then I might do the after party on my cell phone from the airport until I get on the plane. We'll see what happens next week, but unfortunately, Lou, next Monday and Tuesday, I'm going to be traveling for Christmas because Monday and Tuesday is Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. But the following Monday and Tuesdays, Lou, you can jump on the Discord. You can come back to the channel. Make sure you subscribe. Make sure you hit the bell so you know when I'm live. And this coming Monday and Tuesday, you can jump on, but it's going to be weird. I don't know what's going to be happening. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to do a Discord. Because I got to pack up my computer and all that stuff. But the following Monday and Tuesday, which is New Year's, I'm getting back on New Year's Eve, on Monday, New Year's Eve. And I'm going to do a show from here on Monday. So we got Monday, Christmas Eve show next week. Then the following Monday is New Year's Eve show, which I will be doing. I'll watch the ball drop. I always watch the balls drop. Pause. But we like watching the balls drop around here. I'm American, you know. I love capitalism in America, and the ball dropping is a important thing in America. So we will be back here New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. I'll be here Christmas Eve. Christmas, I'm gonna be with my family. But New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, I'm gonna get back here. And maybe the Monday show that week will start late, but we're gonna be watching the ball drop. We're gonna be hanging out on New Year. Get you a bottle of Jameson if you want to rep the set. You want to take some shots with us on New Year's. Then get you some Jameson. That's the sponsored. They don't pay me, so we're not really sponsored by Jameson, but I like Jameson. That's you know, we might grab a bottle. We might grab a bottle of Jameson for New Year's. But yeah, so holidays coming up, guys. Happy holidays. The whole panel, I wanted to jump in and just say Merry Christmas to everybody, and I never said it. So if James sees this, if anybody sees this, Elder Lion, freaking King Blackout, Farney, Easy, John Mosman, Freddie, everybody that jumps up on the panels, everybody in the chat, Amanda, God bless you guys. Merry Christmas. You know, it's not a pagan holiday, and it's a Christian holiday. It's an American holiday. It's a capitalist holiday. No, it is there's a lot of capitalism there, but let's focus on Christ and the true meaning of the holiday. And it doesn't matter where you are in the world. It's not a pagan holiday. The Savior was born. I don't care if you want to play with dates, you want to play with Gregorian calendars, or whatever you want to play with. Was he born during the solstice, or was he born? How were the stars aligned? It doesn't matter. We celebrate it on Christmas. we celebrate Christ being born on Christmas. So everybody, whether you like it or not, Christians run this. And yeah, so Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays, Happy New Year's. And I will see you guys later. I'm gonna head out, go hang out on James Stream and tell him JS is not a crazy asshole, narcissist, sociopath, emotionalist guy. Emotionless. I don't even know what I'm saying. I've been drinking too much. I gotta go to bed, guys. But God bless. Merry Christmas. I will see you Monday night before the trip. We might get a Lego set. You know what? Just because I've been talking about it so much, I might even just buy a cheap. I like the Droideku. I like the Droideku set. It's the roly poly droid set. I might get that, but I kind of want to get the Black Millennium Falcon, and we'll do some Legos on Christmas. Like that's my childhood. That's like my childhood was. What do you want for Christmas this year? I want a big ass Lego set, like the biggest Lego set. All the family members combined, just buy me the biggest Lego set you could get me. And it's nostalgic for me. I love playing with Legos on Christmas. And so I might maybe I'll just get a small set. But I might get the Black Millennium Falcon, because I got the discount. I got the Christmas discount. If I can, I don't know. If you guys want the Millennium Falcon, hit up the Cash App, hit up the Super Chats. But we didn't hit our goal of $50 for the weekend. We got a membership. So thank you for the memberships. And you want a Lego set too? I think Christmas we'll do a Lego set. I think next week on Monday, before the trip, I'll put together a Lego set on the stream. And I don't know if I don't really want to focus on news because it's going to be Christmas Eve right before I jump on a plane to land. Or it's Christmas Eve. Christmas, that's called Christmas Adam. Christmas Adam, right? Because you have Christmas Adam, which is the day before Christmas Eve. And then you have Christmas. So Christmas Adam is Monday. I'll try to get a Lego set for you guys. And we'll just hang out and celebrate Christmas and celebrate Christ being born, play with some Legos, hang out. And then once I get to the airport, I'll probably switch the live stream over to a cell phone from the airport live stream. Or maybe if somebody else is streaming, I'll just jump in their StreamYard from the airport. But that's the plans, guys. I got to go. God bless everybody. Have a good night. Thanks, Amanda, for hanging out. And Lou. We'll talk, Lou. But God bless everybody. Have a good night. I'm out. Peace. Oh, wait. Not yet. Oh my gosh. I keep delaying. We're delaying the outro. Let's send you over to James's chat. Stay in the chat. And we'll raid. We will raid James. We'll raid the James. Sometimes the James, he needs to get the raid because how does he not do the raid? He's always hard to find. Why is it not showing up? Hold on. We're going to have to go over to his. We're going to have to go to his channel and get the link. Because when I search lives, it doesn't show him. Is he still live? Oh, he's done. He's not even live anymore. He ended. Oh, never mind. Okay,
Yeah, James went to bed. Yeah, his stream's over. Yeah. Okay. So in that case, I'll send you over to maybe Hake. Let's send you over to Hake. Let's send you over to Hake and see if it shows up, see if it works, and say hi to Hake from jsurbanadventures. Let's go. Oh, it's the Hake report. The Hake report. The Hake report. Say hi to Hake for me, guys. Later, Freddie. See you.